No spiritual surrender. Indigenous anarchy in defense of the sacred. Klee benally. At Anti-Copyright, Klee benally, 2023. Creative Commons Non-Commercial. First Detritus Books Edition, 2023. Detritus Books DetritusBooks.com. Detritus Books ISBN 978-1-948501-28-6. For you, who also despairs. THIRD, Rage in Beauty. Chapter 1, Rage in Beauty. Chapter 2, The Illiteracy of Settler Colonialism. Nike. Chapter 3, Defending the Sacred. Chapter 4, Dukooslide and the Politics of Cultural Genocide. Chapter 5, Understanding Rock. Chapter 6, Profaned Existence. Chapter 7, The Politics of Free Bread. TAA, Expect Resistance. Chapter 8, Indigenous Rooted Direct Action. Chapter 9, A Decolonial Solidarity, Interrelationality. Chapter 10, Talahugan, From Info Shop to Conflict Infrastructure. Chapter 11, No Allegiance. Chapter 12, Voting is Not Harm Reduction. Chapter 13, Uprooting Colonialism. DI, Indigenous Anarchy. Chapter 14, COVID-19, Resource Colonialism, and Indigenous Resistance. Chapter 15, Unknowable, Against an Indigenous Anarchist Theory. Chapter 16, Sacred Autonomy. Chapter 17, Toward the Colonial Nothing, Settler Destruction is Ceremony. Acknowledgements and Brief Note. Y. A at Ishik I du Shidni, Shi I Klee benally Unishai, Tadakiani Bashishchin, Nakai Dine Dashanali. Shi ma I Bilagana Adu Bilagana Dashichi. Akatigo Dine Nishli. Jil Ujian D Nashan D Kinlani Ki Hashtai. This book is a tension of experience and cultural teachings. It has been both torment and fanatical joy to write. This process has been a conflict with the challenges and blessings of my upbringing through ceremony, and malignant antagonisms with academia and leftist politics that have led me to what I have reluctantly embraced as an anti-colonial anti-politics. As I've written and reviewed my previous work and growth, I realized how much, most likely from a lesson imparted by some of my elders, I've resisted the urge towards a fixed point. You will find me intentionally belligerent and elusive here and there. I don't apologize for any of it. What I have learned about life I have learned through ceremony. What I have learned about politics I have learned from politics' many violences and through organizing to intervene by both reactive and proactive means. I tend to drift far outside of and away from the scorched earth texts of scholarly terrain. If my conclusions from this experience frustrate you, I suggest that whatever you can gather from consultations with your elders, through ceremony, and critically sifting through the failures of progressive activism would be just as useful, if not more. Some will be quick to dismiss this work as ethnocentric, but that's just lazy. You will find no propositions or assumptions of ethnic superiority here. I'm mixed-dine raised with Tatadin Kaashin and a lot of practical experience in frontline sacred lands struggles, naming what is fucked up in this world from my bitter perspective. This book has become somewhat more autobiographical than I originally intended, which is odd as I typically have a slight disdain for such storycraft. In writing this, I kept reflecting on certain experiences that seemed prudent to share, be they good, bad, and the in-between. In rereading literature that I found inspirational at one point in my life, going through old zines, and new polemics online and off, and in the process of reviewing my growth as an antagonist and writer, it is hard for me not to notice how the contradictions in those texts protrude that much more. I try to tend to what matters, embrace the imperfections, and I probably don't take some things as seriously as you may read them to be here. You will find redundancies and inconsistencies with the text, mostly attributed to some of the pieces being written at different stages in my life and subsequent growth. I've amended some previously written pieces, left others intact, and added some notes. There are also points where I switch from I to we, mostly that's contextual, but I've never been fond of I. We has always felt to be the most appropriate of invitations, and some pieces have been written collectively. I also invite you to read this work non-linearly. I speak of the sacred, but I am measured regarding what I share, so you will not find an exploration of divine spiritual knowledge here. I was brought up with the sensibility that sacred knowledge should not be committed to pages, words, recordings, and should not be translated. That might sound contradictory in a book about, and it is. The desire to be a part of the sacredness is a fucked up anthropological colonial New Age desire. Fetishist autopsies of indigenous desacralization fill bookshelves, museums, auction houses, trading posts, and bank accounts. If you came here for such a validating performance, I am happy to disappoint you. If you've read this book and found ways to improve your activism, then you've read it wrong. When I speak of liberation, it is not to foment yet another social justice project, it is an inclusive and fervent agitation against domination and exploitation of existence, for the liberation of Mother Earth is liberation of all existence. More than anything, this is for you, dear traveler against settler time, who listens to whispers of ancestral voices and is torn apart in the space between nightmare and dream that comprises this brutalized existence. By desiring something more, or perhaps out of concern, curiosity, boredom, or whatever impulse has brought you to these words, here we are. If you came here looking for answers, you might find a bit of teasing underlaid with agony. I've written mostly in that profane and narrow space between invocation and provocation, that disorienting space where the process of healing also lives. This is a story within and without a time, along a path upon which I am also a traveler. Sit a moment, grab some tea. I have a bit of a mess to tend to of words that are now crystallized that once were so many shards of glass. I wish to thank the amazing, fierce, fabulous, daring, smart, and just plain solid people who have backed me up in the writing of this book, my heart and fire, Princess Benally, my family, the attentive and respectful friends who offered edits, some who have elected to remain anonymous, those who encouraged, nurtured, and inspired my writing when I was finding my voice, particularly Mary Sojourner, Marley Shabala, Brenda Norrell, especially Anthony Choice Diaz, as many of these ideas would not be developed without his insight, inspiration, and agitation. I thank Bon Baudelaire, Keith-Ann Richards, Umrah Solomon, Alex Soto, and everyone in and out of the Indigenous Action crew over the years who have kept their claws sharp and dug deeply. I am grateful to the Kinlaney Mutual Aid crew, Shannon Linchester, M.O. Dayton, Calvin, Nalty, Maylene, and Karen Begay. And all the fierce indigenous anarchists/autonomists who helped me locate these words first through action and hard conversations, Amanda Lickers, Mono Cockram, Roland Begay, Gigi, and the wildest storyteller himself, Aragorn. Without many of these ideas and words would have taken much longer for me to shape. Continues to shed a brilliant light on many ideas even after his passing. Then there are the tumultuous little black cart family, Leona and Ariel. The elders of Big Mountain Resistance who raised the spirit to fight within me. All those who battled with us in the Save the Peaks coalition and especially Protect the Peaks when shit got real. And, all of you who put up with my shit when I was younger and carried the necessary baggage of conflicted politics. I honor those badass troublemakers who hold it down, to name a few but not all, Leona Morgan, Bobby Mason, Louise Benally, Morning Star Golly, Gigi, Garrick Ruiz, and Eloise Brown. Finally, though perhaps in this work there is no finally, special thanks to Detritus Books for the production of this book. Immense thanks to my dearest patrons. Without you I would not have the material support to have produced the book you now hold in your hands. Shay and Natasha Sandy, Theo Coppin and Christine Pratt, Ryan Fletcher, Jules Marsh, Marcelo Federico, Diana Cohen, Rupa Maria, Andy Wombat, Crystal Yu, Fariha Huria, Mason Runs Through, Jennifer Whitney, Crystal Zevin, 1314 Block Productions, Roland Herman, Desi Ergaljur, Setha Evans, Marco Amador, Kim Brendel, Mary Valdemar, Nadia Sanchez, Dara, Ryan Carroll, Angelica Nelson, Cease Weiss, Weston McMillan, Constance Liu, Mezia Sweetgrass, Neil Blakemore, E. Church, Maggie Madden, Rhiannon Curry, and Kim Brandel. The settler world needs more antagonists. Ahehi Nitsaigo, Klee. Chapter 1. To Rage in Beauty. T. He first memories I hold are wrapped in stories held by cedar tree hands, by the deft, worn, cracked winding fingers of a storyteller and healer who endured the forced labor of tradition brutally subsumed by progress. Brown sinewy fingers cradled memories bound together with wild herbs, tatadin, eagle feathers, sheep shit, mortar and gasoline. Plus. My dad was in his early 20s when he was stolen away from Jill and Seth and taken to Sherman Institute in the occupied Paymka-Isham lands of so-called Riverside, California. Boarding school educators attempted to scar civilization through colonial literacy into his skin. My father had grown up traveling by wagon and herding sheep through viridescent sagebrush hills. Until he and his brothers and sisters were kidnapped by Bureau of Indian Ayalai to Rage in Beauty. 1415 Rage in Beauty. Affairs agents and sent to be civilized in boarding schools. English was a challenge, but he was old enough to be sure of who he was and able to care for and protect younger ones who didn't fully comprehend the suffocating terror of old and new blankets imposed by colonizers who split the earth in half. Civilization versus savagery, progress versus tradition. A war of two worlds. Boarding schools like Sherman were established to eradicate indigenous knowledge systems and ways of being. They forced a brutal, multi-generational process that the singular word assimilation barely covers. My father never read books to us when we were children. He read stories written in the language carved deep as ochre canyons twisting through scarred, sacred lands. He gave us songs with even deeper stories dressed in echoes, singing the powerful chorus of ancestry. Hey Ilka. He sang the dawn. In bitter nights when the persistent rumblings of this world became dulled by blankets of wet snow, he tugged the hand-spun yarn of a rug over us to wrap and calm fears that were just coming into being. The harsh northern Arizona winds would shake and rattle the handmade wooden bunk beds in our small home in Silver Saddle Trailer Park. I knew that monsters slept just outside the door. I held my breath as they exhaled nightmares. Sometimes they breathed the same smoke as that from my mother's cigarettes. 2 packs a day. Red embers always glowing, burning my eyes. Sometimes burning my skin. But beneath the darkening shadow of Duko'oisliad, my father's stories slowly became me, and I could sleep. In my fever dreams that were the consequence of a life always moving in the direction of conflict, I would sense my father was preparing herbs and tobacco. Long before we could understand, he taught myself and my brother and sister to arm ourselves with the spiritual weapons necessary for life in this world. He would say, "This is a spiritual war." Then our fevers would break and offerings would be made. The world cannot be unseen when it is revealed this way. My Russian/Polish high school dropout runaway beatnik mother thrived in rebelliousness. She emerged from the folk music scene in occupied Lenape lands of New York in the heyday of the Greenwich Village scene. Her songs were stories of defiance. As children she taught us how to say, "fuck you" as soon as we could speak. My brother, sister, and I were close enough in our ages, myself in the middle, to have each other's backs, even when it didn't seem like we didn't or couldn't. I only learned that my hair was not right when I went to school. I was told to cut it or I couldn't learn. My mom told the teachers to fuck off, and when they wouldn't, we seemed to keep moving. Like the songs she finger-picked on her Gibson acoustic by Ramblin' Jack Elliott, Peter Lafarge, Ewan McCall, Woody Guthrie, Richie Havens, but most of all, her own political verses. She was a raw and unrelenting storyteller and more than anything a fierce protector. My father and mother met in the unlikely world of Hollywood. He was silversmithing and working to support relatives on Black Mesa. Her vehicle broke down. They connected. She dropped out of the fiery anti-war and folk scene of the 1960s to 70s and left her work at a political music club called the Ash Grove to make a home with my father on reservation dirt floors with no running water or electricity. This is where my first memories and my umbilical cord are buried. The border town of so-called Flagstaff, or kinlany, became a factor in their lives only through the material access it marginally and reluctantly offered for survival. My dad worked maintenance and carpentry and other trades that he was inculcated with at boarding school. We moved when we had to. Always in orbit of Jill Eugene. We couldn't migrate too far from 1617 Rage in Beauty. Its scarred and conflicted landscapes, for the longing to return is the enduring burden of refugees, of the internally and externally dispossessed. My siblings, my cousins, and I grew up in the crucible of the asymmetric slow-burning war of resource colonialism. Not without resistance. When I was 3 years old I remember holding a sign my mom and relatives painted that read, "BIA don't kill me, I'm only 3" at a protest outside of the Bureau of Indian Affairs Relocation Office in occupied Kinlany. I recall the cold concrete and stone of the old ice house building where the office was. My hands clutched the sign in front of me so I could hide while my grandmothers and aunts rallied. This was 1978 and I still wore cowboy boots. A news photographer pressed a shutter and the mechanism clicked to imprint the moment. A press clipping. A moment in a flowing movement that documented indigenous resistance and desperation. This was but one flashing point in the midst of decades of family gatherings and anti-relocation meetings, rallies, and prayers. The year before I was born, the U.S. Congress passed PL 93-531, the so-called Relocation Act, and with the stroke of a pen, more than 20,000 Dine were forced to move from our ancestral homelands. As the land was cut and divided by heavy-gauged steel barbed wire for the joint use area, so was our family. On one side those who resisted, and on the other within the same grounds those who capitulated due to the agonizing political processes and ongoing threats of forced removal. Relocation was and still is a war of division and attrition. Conquer and divide, divide and conquer, the distinguished strategies of colonial conquest, punctuated my youth. The entire conflict was orchestrated to maintain the Navajo Reservation as a resource colony so golf courses could be watered and lights would come on in cities hundreds of miles away. The Central Arizona Project being perhaps one of the most blatant examples of exploitation. The scheme built coal mines, power plants, and massive transmission lines all to provide electricity for growing settler populations throughout the occupied Southwest. Part of CAP's primary role was to pump 1.5 million acre-feet of water annually to growing settler populations in central and southern so-called Arizona. It's beyond ironic that Dine politicians so eagerly sold sacred lands and their own people in the name of progress over 40 years ago, and some of my relatives still don't have running water and electricity to this day. Coal, oil, gas, uranium, water. As long as I can remember the horizons of home on Dine Bikey I have always been shackled by the heavy steel cables of power lines. I was given a way to name my rage when some neighbors of ours who lived in Tucson gave my brother, sister, and me a mixtape featuring Subhumans, The Exploited, Sex Pistols, and the Ramones. I'd fall asleep deep in the warmth of Hooghans trying to keep up with the pulsing rhythm of all-night Hatals with Huzhuji songs. I'd wake and press play on my tape recorder and watch the analog tape sweep past magnets, amplifying the distorted defiance on my second-hand Walkman. By day my dad worked maintenance at Grand Canyon Camper Village, which was owned by Joe Babbitt. In the early evenings my brother and sister and I would perform traditional dine and powwow dances for tourists who were ravenous for an authentic Indian experience. The audiences were always fascinated and would laugh at my dad's semi-ironic humor as he would MC. He would hoop dance to a tape recorder until we were old enough to drum and sing for him. He'd joke about too many chiefs and not enough Indians. We learned how to survive from performance or Indian trinkets we would make. I'd paint rocks and sell them to tourists who bought them out of pity. I'd buy candy or ice cream with my brother and sister and our friends at the Babbitt's store. We rode bikes and played in ditches. My sister started taking bass lessons, my brother was into drums, and I wanted to play guitar. This was the vibrant 1980s, MTV played actual music videos, and I was about 10. Our trailer rattled in the thunder of storms we couldn't see. So many nights were filled with fits of violence and screams from my mom or neighbors or both. We'd face the occasional scares when my dad's brothers would stop by in the evening asking to stay or for some food. My mom would scream at them to stay away due to the white dust covering their clothes. I later learned this was uranium dust from their work at the nearby canyon mine. I was never allowed to touch my mom's guitars, so I managed to save up enough to buy my own at a Las Vegas pawn shop for $40. The money came from dancing and painted rocks. I scratched the names of punk bands into the guitar and pressed bar chords into the high action on its twisted neck. I didn't give a fuck about precision, I wanted to connect to that noise capable of drowning out the crashing world around me. In just weeks, my sister, brother, and I started a band we named Black Fire. All the anger and rage and truth mixed with spit and distortion was what we needed to breathe amidst the suffocating silence of burning coal that enveloped us. The Black Mesa struggle was heavily propagandized against those who resisted forced relocation by coal mining interests and the tribal politicians kept in their pockets. My relatives were always the most dignified outlaws, taking over the mine, forcing fence workers off their lands, and herding sheep. They were cast as the villains of a narrative framed as resolution and progress. The aggression of punk and its political agitations was a natural outlet for me and my sibs. We wrote songs that spoke to the discord we lived, we told our stories through punk. We moved deeper into and celebrated this conflict. When internalized anger claws its way to the surface and aligns with aesthetics, social conflict is inevitable. I was in awe of this aspect of old school/Cold War punk for the uncomplicated fuck you spirit against injustice and authority. Through our music, we began to rage in beauty. We quickly outgrew life at the canyon. Perhaps it was my dad calling the cops on my mom for smoking pot when so-called Arizona was deep in the trenches of the war on drugs. Perhaps it was the trouble my brother and I were quickly getting into as the brown-skinned black clothes-wearing skateboarding Ramones listening deviants. But we were propelled out of our orbit around Black Mesa back to so-called Flagstaff. This autobiography mostly stops here because what happened next isn't that useful for the purposes of this book. Though to be clear, the point of this partial backstory is to illustrate a jagged path and give the following words and tellings of actions a better sense of context and more accessibility. This should be read as a raw provocation and urging, so it will be messy and unkempt at times. I don't have, and have never desired, an academic pedigree, as I was content to be a failure of the education system. As much as they've gravitated towards me, I've gravitated towards the mediums and spaces of creative expression that are tense, conflictual, and as a punk-spirited antagonist wherever it makes most sense to say, fuck you. I toured for most of the decades of my life and far more enjoyed punk squats than large festivals and crowds. Incessant smoke. Bass pounding, bleeding through walls. Getting lost in Amsterdam. Late-night political debates. Sleeping against anarcho nights with vegan food my father refused to eat. I could never stand the American Indian movement celebrities and pseudo-rock stars that I grew up around, taking their assigned seats on the pedestal of the colonial gaze, constantly martyring themselves for greater recognition. You never forget how much your shit stinks when you grow up having to use an outhouse on cold nights. Or how fractured your world is when your drunk uncles fight until the brown dust they're covered in becomes dark clouds and your Nali's voice cracks thunder and the tremors stop. Not for me is lingering at the precipice of the end of the trail. The spectacle of the warrior and the victim, the perpetual dances with metaphors. In much of my life I've played my role in that theatrical conflict of activism too, though relatives would peel my eyelids back to make sure I would witness the brutal trails in front and behind the AIM actors, those paths littered with those that the super red radicals callously fucked over. Whether with traditional dances or as Black Fire, the more I would perform at galleries, exhibits, museums, and various stages throughout the world, the more something kept wearing thin. Just beneath the surface, fetishists, anthropologists, and the curious tourists extracted our authenticity. Even when we danced for our own people, there was a factor of separation from what was being shared in the present. I mostly felt like an artifact, a neo-western sideshow stuck in time with Buffalo Bill's petrified corpse plucking banjo strings from beyond the mass grave some call history. If we are to continue and deepen this part of the conversation, let's have it over tea that's gone tannic because we got lost in our musings. Some honey might fix it? I'll share glimpses of the strange and wonderful darkness I grew up in between two trailers conjoined at their sliding glass doors. I'll ruminate on small-town antisocial decay. Perhaps around the acrid smoke of an evening summer fire or between puffs of your fancy rolled tobacco, whatever, I'll feel more sentimental. For now, I've grown more fond of the most bitter medicines, and besides, my memory isn't that good. What you should know and what I will share are elements and offerings illuminated by slivers of a harsh light that casts long and strange shadows, always in ragged motion. They are mostly the refraction of grace and despair that I was steeped in the sheltering memories of my grandmothers, Zannie Benally and Roberta Blackgoat. Particularly those of Roberta, whose nature was so powerful that even when her voice was nearly inaudible, a room of 1,000 people would fall silent. Who, as dine elders and weavers with their weathered rock-sage hands, also filled my heart with the stories that have become me. Stories of the place where you can count every star, and barbed wire splits dreams into nightmares. The place that is and is not home. The place where the cage of colonial politics was imposed on my elders, yet they never allowed their spirits or life ways to be imprisoned. I love riding on the dirt roads of Black Mesa. My memories are filled with a chorus of traditional songs augmented with the natural vibrato created when the vehicle suspension system pushes rapidly against the small bumps in the road, enhancing them with their adjustments, making the ridges more defined. Two incompatible forces, one grinding against the other. The earth pronouncing a subtle unwelcoming that over time wears down and destroys the motorized vehicle mechanisms that are supposed to make the ride smoother. We drive faster, accelerating the damage, past the colonial scarecrows marking the landscape of our hearts and imaginations. Past the end of the trail silhouette of an indigenous warrior with spear on horseback. To the edges of trading post gallery Indian marketed enclosures. Capitalizing traders selling us that the indigenous fight is lost because Western civilization has won, might as well make a dream catcher. Pressing the gas through the story of conquest and control retold in the classroom sweatshops of academic factories that reproduce its ideals. It is the narrative of every movie and book covered in the dust and blood of the Wild West. We drive though the mythology that settlers have to tell themselves to sleep at night. Otherwise our ancestors' children might rise from the mass graves of day-to-day mundanity, as in Wavoka's vision, to bring to bear the consequences of such a vicious and prolonged brutality. We stop for a selfie at the crossroads between fetishists and martyrs. Between millenarians and chic materialist revolutionaries. I serve up these nourishing memories like the warm intestines of a freshly slaughtered sheep being wrapped around its fat. I always keep a sharp knife for butchering. I've dug a hole and wrapped the head in a wet paper bag and placed it beneath the coals. It will be ready around midnight, when the stories are deep as Jill Eugene stars. We'll listen to the ground shifting beneath our feet and lick the ashes of our contradictions from smoke-filled eyes. We'll share bitter coffee and spit the grounds along with coarse words between the sarcasm and laughter that cut any assumptions of the post/pre/existent of who others think we are supposed to be. We'll fall asleep mid-sentence, perhaps wrapped in protest banners. When it's too cold or when the dawn reminds us, we'll keep moving, raging in beauty, always in the direction of conflict. My spirit is a washboard road. Drive faster. Chapter 2. The illiteracy of settler colonialism. No new hunting grounds remain, and the civilization or the utter destruction of the Indians is inevitable. The next 25 years are to determine the fate of a race. If they cannot be taught, and taught very soon, to accept the necessities of their situation and begin in earnest to provide for their own wants by labor in civilized pursuits, they are destined to speedy extinction. John Q. Smith, Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1875 through 1877. T. Hoff. Its etymology is disputed, At some point in the span of 300 years of war, the name Navajo came to mean knife in Spanish. We call ourselves Dine, or more completely Nohukadayan, which translates to Holy Earth Surface People. Many people say Bilaashlatu Dine, which when attending culturally rooted meetings you will hear as an emphasis on a type of interconnected individualism and the ability for Dine to work hard and be self-sufficient. It never fails at such events that my dad Jones turns towards me and says with a glint in his eye, "We have 10 fingers." From the late 1500s until the 1840s, Spanish invaders attempted to conquer Dine, a brutal colonial project they failed to fulfill. Remnants of that war haunt our language and culture today. Beso means money. Aluz means rice, etc. If we look just a few generations back, we can find that silver jewelry and smithing came to us first as a war craft. The precious metal was traded, and liberated, then later reforged with stone and fire and worn, not just as adornment, but as spiritual armor. Dine have a distinct affection for turquoise and silver. Dudalas is a sacred stone and Bishligai is a protective element. My father learned silversmithing from his elders. When I was very young, my dad showed me how to operate an acetylene tank and said, "Don't burn yourself." Today our jewelry along with weavings and other cultural products are the basis for an exploitative economy constituted by a snarled conspiracy of trading posts, pawn shops and high-end galleries that dominate the scenic landscape. To prove we're not just victims of the hallmark commodification of existence that is capitalism, there are signs ensuring settler safety that we won't rip you off at roadside jewelry stands. The assuring reminder is neatly painted plainly on plywood, "Nice Indians behind you." Most travelers can't read between the lines as they navigate the same beaten scarred paths as conquistadors, with a new requerimiento. Its schemes are the violent unending spread of human progress towards civilization, through colonialism. Civilization is socially constituted violence against the earth. Civilization has always been the mission of colonizers. It is carved deeply throughout the text of their laws and into our flesh. The imposed literacy of settler violence is the way we learn to read and tend to the scars that track this chronology of colonial conquest named history. These are the unhealed and partly healed wounds spreading in all directions that map the specter of abuse that are documented as the progression of religion, capital, democracy, and civilization. It is unwritten in cultural knowledge buried in a shallow boarding school mass grave located in the vacuous space between mythology and sin. This literacy is what sanctions the destruction and desecration of the sacred. It declares, "I'm wearing this headdress because I appreciate your culture." It declares, "The wastewater we're spraying on your sacred site is clean enough to drink." It insists, "That was in the past, I'm not responsible for the actions of my ancestors." It admonishes, "They're on the street because they're lazy." It contemplates poor and angry Indians contrasted with respectable ones. It declared utopia while slaughtering and enslaving millions. It wrote in blood and pus, "The only good Indian is a dead Indian." It declared, "Tradition is the enemy of progress." It shifts phrases and dresses the meaning in newly ironed clothes that smell of starch, piss, and appropriation. It asserts and justifies itself, advising the worth of all things. As it has so benevolently graced us with the cross, Bible, and tried to kill the living spirits of the earth. It incessantly reminds us of our place in the value of things through gritted teeth, through its dispossessions, through its dehumanizations. The literacy of settler violence is what haunts those who are overcome by their pain and succumb in the silence of the slow terror that eats us from within. It is codified in laws that make sleep a crime. It is the recurring nightmare that is drowned in a bottle that is shattered on the roadside, its millions of green and crystalline shards reflecting the compounded horrors possessing the dispossessed. In this glittering world, it is only ever with more brutality that the dazzling literacy of settler violence is enforced. Colonial occupation is the constant promise of settler violence. In our struggle to protect the holy San Francisco peaks from resource extraction and a severely destructive recreational scam, we've been forced to ask, what part of sacred don't you understand? It is a question that is a tooth twisted and wrenched from our mouths. We spit blood and words to compose a dignified and deserving response. We scramble translations to fulfill an untenable standard. Pulling bony pieces out of the drain, forcing them back into the cavities they once filled. When we have no more teeth, we cannot bite the hand that feeds. Our jaws and metaphors are empty. Our hands, outstretched, begging for the dim light of recognition and acknowledgement to touch us, to fill the emaciated sentence with an equality of meaning. But those that control and demand don't give a shit about reflections or fairness. They chew the tough reality of our meaning into a vile slurry and spit it into our faces. Our metaphors bleed into fetishized fragments of pasts and we starve. Drive your electric vehicle down these paved roads through the tourist attraction ruins of our hollowed chests. We live in a food desert after all. Here there are nice Indians. Here there are bad Indians. The commercial invention of nice Indians is a necessary surgical manipulation. It requires rudimentary instruments and can be done with even the dullest knife. It is this blade that slowly pierces our skin and punctures our heart and culture. It is double-edged, on one side desecration, on the other deprivation. We cannot be slit and slashed without being less, or bad Indians. We've even learned to adeptly wield this knife on ourselves. The violation of the sacred, the persistent desecration of that which heals us is directly linked to homelessness. It is directly conjoined with the epidemic of stolen women, girls, trans, and two-spirit relatives. It is the paraded indignity of mascotry. It is the mass-scale ecological devastation due to a legacy of resource extraction that has left hundreds of radioactive abandoned uranium mines that poison the air, water, and land that we depend on. It was Black Mesa coal, desertification, and forced relocation. It is the 2,500 square mile methane cloud hovering over Dine-Baikia. Whether we're nice or bad, we are predisposed to suffer more during this pandemic, but let's be clear, that disposition is a consequence of our dispossession from unpolluted existence. That politicians can perform a land acknowledgement or mark Indigenous Peoples' Day while simultaneously perpetuating and profiting from ecological devastation and cultural genocide, demonstrates the extreme dissonance of settler cognition. Our struggles and existence are celebrated in theatrical expressions of sympathy, of settler pity. These acknowledgements further victimize. They are the words inscribed above the gates to our open-air prison camps, that settler recognition and our victimhood will make us free. And what of those of us who refuse to stick feathers up our asses and dance? What use are we other than skeletal victims ripe for anthropological examination as living dead artifacts? Yes. We are the bitter Indians, the unforgiving. We are the bad Indians. In an interview conducted by Indigenous eco-advocate and former vice presidential candidate Winona LaDuke, the AIM poet John Trudell said, "This thing called technologic civilization wants every human being it tries to break the spirit so the mind will surrender. We aren't put here for that. Everything that happens in our life is a series of experiences. If we understand that, maybe we can truly learn something from those experiences. What I do know is that I come from a culture that is deeply rooted in the whole idea and reality of the continuation of life. And I'm dealing with another culture whose perception is a reality of death. In our refusal to surrender, we are the audacity of indigenous existence persisting against the killing of nature." In 2006, the San Francisco Peaks were at the center of a legal battle that would determine the fate of many other sacred places throughout the so-called U.S. Bucky Preston, a Hopi spiritual runner, took the stand during the bench trial in the case known as Navajo Nation v. U.S. Forest Service. "I had been organizing daily vigils and protests outside the federal courthouse in so-called Prescott, Arizona on stolen Yavapai Prescott lands. Our crew was coordinating with friends at the Catalyst Info Shop and we had refused to enter the courthouse, affirming 2829 the illiteracy of settler colonialism. That was not where our power was. It wasn't until Bucky testified that we decided to go inside. He refused to respond to questions interrogating the Hopi spiritual relationship to the peaks. He was not hostile, he merely stated that the courtroom was not the proper place for such a discussion of profound nature. He refused to answer the aggressive questioning of the lawyers representing the U.S. government. They asked where he gathered sacred herbs, where he prayed. He defied them and simply responded, "The whole mountain is sacred." Bucky knew, as with many other traditional people in attendance, that the colonizers' laws and justice were not going to protect the holy mountain. He negated their questioning and the terms it was presented on. His belligerence was defiantly sacred. In an interview about her resistance to forced relocation on Black Mesa, my grandmother Roberta Blackgoat once stated, "They are like gods, they try and be the creator." This one man, I went to tell him something about how the earth was cracking from all that mining. He said, "I didn't know that." I said, "The way you're sitting behind the desk like you know everything, how come you don't know that? You act like the creator. The creator is the only one who can relocate me." She was 84 when she passed on while traveling to speak out against the ongoing attempts at relocation and resource colonialism causing the colonially controlled tribal regimes to fight over the land. In a spiteful political act, the Hopi tribal government denied requests from my aunts to have her buried in the land she was born. They threatened to have tribal police prevent her body from being transported to her home if our family defied their authority. These proxy colonial forces were terrified of her even in her passing. There is an illegible recalcitrance in the understanding of the way spirit and nature are interrelated. But the philosophizing of the spirit goes against my intentions. Too many disassociated and enlightened contemplations have left so many sleeping rocks overturned, land unearthed, and trails of dead and bloodied mysteries in the cartography that has mapped the mythology of Western history. With the most modest examination of literacies of domination and exploitation, it's plain that coercion and control are the foundations of institutions that perpetuate colonial social order and knowledge production. This is why decolonizing academia is a fallacy. Writing indigenous knowledge systems into Western academic frameworks is a form of pedagogical syncretism that makes great careers for indigenous academics while implicitly preferencing and furthering capitalist modes of knowledge sharing. This kind of decolonial salvage work intellectually hunts the very contradictions that it's premised on, but it's shooting rhetorical arrows at its own shadow. It spends more time studying and quoting long-dead Europeans like Marx than embracing the wisdom of our elders, medicine keepers, and the land. This is the illiteracy of settler colonialism. It cannot envision itself anywhere but at the center of the progression of human understanding and meaning. It cannot truly speak of justice or freedom without vomiting the half-chewed bones of forests, extinct species, and generations yet to come. It convulses in cognitive distortions. It demands quantifications and quotas as it cries out climate justice while its breath carries the stench of oil and methane. It constructs sustainable prisons and demands lithium and uranium to maintain the world that it is burning. On these lands it appears that no other history exists but that which justifies occupation. So we either live as translucent characters in colonial fantasies, or outside of the temporal constraints of settler time, where we are most whole. There is no real in-between. This is the meticulously constructed myth of progress asserted as modernity. Its putrefying gaze fixated on positioning experiences in its limited zones of post and pre. It is both the consequence and goal of what it proposes as an order to dominate and homogenize all ways of being, this proclaimed garishly as civilization. A fevered monster that rabidly consumes its own flesh. It has not ceased destroying long enough to sense that the land suffers, that the land holds trauma and there are consequences. Refusing to read the sunsets. Not listening to the ground. Spruce boughs beckoning to commune, it does not see. This is the illiteracy of settler colonialism. Who did you consult with? Did you confer with the yucca? Did you ask for consent? When I would gather herbs with my father, he would always caution, we don't just go pick herbs at random. We have to know their names and make an offering. Otherwise it's like saying hey you, at someone. You might pick a fight. He worked at the government-run Indian Health Service clinic in so-called Winslow, Arizona for nearly 20 years. He had a special Hugan built, secretary, and system for treating patients. Allopathic doctors attempted to undermine his work at nearly every turn. When they saw results that they themselves could not accomplish, they wanted to document and contain his knowledge. He defied them. Asserting that his herbal treatments were patient-specific and gathered with prayers, he told them they could not just take the plant medicine without those understandings. He would make light of how the doctors, which he would often call butchers, just treated the symptoms and couldn't understand how he worked with nature. In one situation he was formally reprimanded for working on a patient that was scheduled to have a limb amputated. The patient came to him, was treated, and the limb was saved. The doctors at the clinic threatened my father with legal action, but the patient was unwilling as he had gotten well. Ultimately, heavy constraints the doctors attempted to impose on his practice led to him leaving his work at the hospital. The imposed assumption of discursive occupancy is the unrelenting violence of settler colonialism. Indigenous cultural literacies have been displaced by the so-called literacies weaponized in the chronological hierarchy of the colonial sciences of its material history, namely archaeology and anthropology. Indigenous social literacies have been superimposed by what has been prescribed as tribal sovereignty. A politic rendered legible by violent imposition of settler authority and temporality in service of civilization. Indigenous autonomy is illegible to the civilized progressive because we are of antiquity, backwardness, primal, barbaric, tradition, the past, the uncivilized. Colonizers are fond of pronouncing temporal fascism. What? Do you want to go back to the Stone Age? Modernity is composed in neat typeface written on every surface imaginable as a container of dominance in this temporal arrangement. So I offer this belligerent rhetoric, these bitter words as collections of writings against time on the bathroom walls, alleyways, and dumpsters amidst the ruins of settler progress. We cannot empathize our way out of this athenaeum of dehumanization and deprivation. This is not a speak and spell cast for acts of solidarity or more settler pity. Sympathy is not literacy, and this kind of awareness sinks to its lowest depths without action, particularly accountability and transformation. Knowledge is power, but that power isn't realized without action. In 2014 I wrote and published an essay in zine form with friends I work with through Indigenous Action called Accomplices Not Allies. It was an intervention against the commodification of solidarity and the institutionalization of the ally as an identity. Drew, one of the good bad whites in occupied Phoenix, and I were casually airing our frustrations regarding parachuting activists who were imposing their brand of white anti-racism on every space they invaded when he said, "We need accomplices, not allies." I started writing and instantly felt overwhelmed and unqualified. Most of my scrappy texts up until that point were in the form of short, scattered zines, song lyrics, poetry, and press releases. I mentioned the project to a radical, academically oriented friend who wrote prolifically and stated that I felt like the draft needed work because it lacked citations and a formal framework. They offered me the single sentence that opened the floodgates for my writing: just make it a provocation. I reached out to organizer friends who had the same critiques of white self-imposed allies rushing into frontline struggles to save the day. And we collected our festering thoughts. From my experience, exploitative solidarity was the well-worn path in the geographic commodity of indigenous resistance on Black Mesa. Millions of dollars had been extracted from the regional struggle, not just by the transnational coal mine or corrupt tribal politicians, but from endless lines of nonprofits and some form of non-governmental organization with their hands out and filling their pockets. From Benally's name being forged on checks, to countless benefits raising untold sums that somehow never made it to the Hooghans. From self-appointed white anarchist gatekeepers and managers who used movement credibility or social capital as their currency, advertised as patches or in black and white zines. Solidarity was always a commodity. It was resistance, colonized. Accomplices was an urge against this transactional identity. In many ways it was a settler literacy project that was sown from the stinking compost heap of both nourishing and poisonous relationships in the struggle trademark, as I share elsewhere in the pages of this book, part of the Burden of diagnosis is in how it is bound to prescription. Accomplices was a widespread influential component of this, but it was also co-opted and made legible to settlers seeking to justify their roles as producers and distributors of solidarity. Since a state of literacy alone does not result in liberation, the question rings in our ears and bitterly persists. It is also the sound of spontaneous bursts of grief, anger, and rebellious joy in the face of state violence. It is the sound of a burning cop car. It is the sound of hunger strikes. It is the sound of metal grinding against metal and sparks flying from an angle grinder cutting through a lockbox. It is the sound of hastily spray-painted words against despair. It is the sound of slow walks on rock-filled paths to sacred springs. It is the sound of tear gas and pepper spray. It is the sound of oil pumping through pipelines rupturing and flooding sacred waters. It is the sound of an elder softly weaving hand-spun wool. It is the pulsing sound of open arteries bleeding into the streets. It is the pressure from street medics that stops the hemorrhaging. It is the sound of growing corn. It is the unsettling discourse of millions of shattered windows. A reverberating despair echoes through dry canyons and off distant concrete walls filled with ancestral subversions. It is the far-crying conspiracy of anti-colonial dissonance. It is the conflict of settler cognition in discord with itself, resonating against its contours and contradictions. It is the overbearing sound of desperation and failure weaponized into a pedagogy of negation. Our defiances, our subterfuges, our anti-colonial antagonisms all have a natural resonant frequency. This is the indelicate strategy of breaking glass with sound. This is part of how we make sense of this world, again. Indigenous academics are fond of quoting Patrick Wolfe in his assessment that settler colonialism is a structure, not an 34 event. Here I offer fragments of glass, bone, and thought that are ground together to make an illegible poultice. I offer that it is the responsibility of those who wage anti-colonial struggle to break the static infrastructures of settler colonialism and make it become an event. Liberation is painted in red ochre on steep canyon walls. It is both radical reconnection and settler destruction made legible through its own cognitive distortions. This is to say that it should be made into a moment that we can place within the pictograph constellations of ancestral memory. Bad colonizers, behind us. Naki defending the sacred. Chapter 3. Defending the sacred. You shall utterly destroy all the places where the nations whom you are going to dispossess serve their gods, on the high mountains, on the hills, and under every leafy tree. Deuteronomy 12:2. And December 6, 2012, the same day that Secretary Tom Vilsack of the U.S. Department of Agriculture issued his final report on sacred sites and an interagency memorandum to work towards sacred sites protection, the U.S. Forest Service, which is managed by the USDA, filed federal charges against myself and 3 others, Don Dyer, James Enders, and Evan Hawbaker. I was held for 5 hours in a holding cell with my feet shackled, chain around my waist, and wrists handcuffed to links in that steel chain. For our role in delivering a letter in a protest 3 months earlier, the 4 of us were being charged with threatening, resisting, intimidating, or interfering with any forest officer engaged in or on account of the performance of his official duties in the protection, improvement, or administration of the national forest system. One of our friends was facing a terrorism enhancement charge and investigators were still trying to identify others that were part of the action. It was rather ironic that the USDA and Forest Service draft Sacred Sites Policy Report stated, "The history of Native Americans in America after European contact and colonization is a history of trauma, degradation of Native American populations and cultures from disease, appropriation of and removal from traditional lands, forced disuse of native languages and native subsistence lifeways, separation of families through boarding schools and adoption, suppression of Native American religions, and outright genocide. These actions and others by the Spanish, French, English, and, later, the government and citizens of the United States, left a legacy of trauma that continues to plague Native American communities. We recognize that the policies of self-determination and self-governance are intended to help remedy some of that harm. We also recognize that the continued existence of and access to Native American sacred sites is an important component to necessary healing. To disregard the value of Native American sacred sites would perpetuate the cycle of trauma. On September 21, 2012, more than a dozen people delivered letters at the Coconino National Forest Service office in a theatrical action in so-called Flagstaff to address the USDA's policy review on sacred places. Some of us were wearing hazmat suits and held signs quarantining the office. We were specifically addressing the Forest Service's role in permitting ski area expansion and treated sewage snowmaking on the San Francisco Peaks, a site in northern Arizona managed as public lands and held holy since time immemorial by more than 13 indigenous nations. It seemed to be no coincidence that 2 weeks after our arrests, the privately owned Arizona Snow Bowl Ski Resort was set to become the first and only ski area in the world to make snow from 100% treated sewage. The charges we were facing were revealed to our crew by a journalist before U.S. Marshals could conduct multiple raids they had been planning. Myself, Don, and Jim stole their thunder and turned ourselves in under advice of a lawyer. Evan was out of town, which apparently was why they hesitated on raiding to arrest us. When our crew and supporters showed up at the small federal courthouse lobby, the marshals told us to come back in about 30 minutes because they weren't ready for us. We rallied for a moment outside, then walked through the doors and they put cuffs on, led us upstairs to holding cells, and then put us in chains. After a while they pulled us individually into an interview room where investigators attempted to interrogate us. We had prepared for this and said nothing. As I stood before the federal judge, the prosecutor repeatedly requested that myself and others facing charges be banned from going anywhere on the San Francisco Peaks and the entirety of the Coconino Forest Service as a condition for release. They attempted to characterize me as a leader and stated that they were concerned about the possibility of further protests. I had been working with a pro bono attorney named Matthew Brown for a previous case and he drove up from so-called Phoenix to represent me. He argued that my religious practice was directly connected to the San Francisco Peaks and restricting my access to the holy mountain would be akin to preventing me from going to church. The judge agreed not to ban me from the peaks but cautioned that if I broke any laws and used my spirituality as an act of subterfuge, I would be imprisoned until trial. After the ordeal, we walked outside and rallied with our friends and relatives. After months of legal proceedings, our crew ended up being coerced into accepting a plea deal to mitigate the terrorism enhancement our friend was facing over the charges. The action was among many taken by myself and friends. To intervene in ongoing cultural genocide perpetuated through desecration of Doko-Oasliad, which are one of 6 holy mountains in Dine cosmology. For Dine there is no dichotomy between spirit and nature, we are of this earth, and so where there is an environmental crisis there is also a social crisis. No one can live without clean air, clean water, or clean land. These are the most basic terms of what it means to be people of the earth, or indigenous. We share the responsibility to care for and protect Nahas-San. There are many attempts by colonizers to define sacred sites in legal, anthropological, and sociological terms, but their nature remains elusive and unintelligible to Western understandings. This illiteracy of the sacred is not for lack of equivalent references or study, it is in the cosmological dissonance that is of a way of unbeing of materialism that is rooted in domination, control, and exploitation. While indigenous peoples can say the whole earth and existence is sacred because there is a spiritual relationship with creation, we can also identify specific locations or areas that are places of spiritual distinction. While indigenous contexts are diverse regarding what constitutes a sacred place, most specifically they are places or specific sites of emergence, home of deities, offering site, a place where herbs are gathered that can't be gathered elsewhere, home or origin to certain species, and much more. They are places that figure centrally in the relationships that indigenous peoples have with creation. Most often they are places of healing, guidance, and renewal. The defense of lands held holy by indigenous peoples are the front lines in the struggles for our existence. If we desire to exist, we must continue to defend the sacred and liberate Mother Earth. Defending the sacred means fighting back to protect Mother Earth, which is to say existence itself. From the holy San Francisco peaks, Black Mesa, Red Butte, and beyond, the history of colonization is scarred into the sacred landscapes that I've grown up around. The edifice of Western civilization is still being carved out and through sacred lands with acts of desecration that perpetuate spiritual invasion, occupation, and conquest. They are the targets of individuals and corporations who see Mother Earth as not a living entity but only for resources that can be exploited for material gain. Every sacred site that is currently being threatened with desecration faces some form of resource extraction. Whether it's coal beneath Black Mesa/Big Mountain, gold at Mount Tenabo, copper under Oak Flat, oil in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, natural gas at Chaco Canyon, uranium at Red Butte and Mount Taylor, geothermal energy exploitation at Medicine Lake, telescopes on Mount Graham and Mauna Kea, freeway expansions through South Mountain and Petroglyph National Monument, rock climbing at Bear Lodge, lithium mining at Thacker Pass, border wall construction at Quitabaquito Springs, recreation at the San Francisco Peaks, or oil transportation from the Bakken Formation through Lake Ohi. These sacred places are threatened by forms of resource or extractive colonialism that are all due to the commodification of nature. Spiritual war. US policies towards indigenous peoples have been a systematic process of physical, social, and spiritual annihilation. These policies are rooted in mass racial and gendered religious violence as the genocidal spreading of civilization through these lands starting in 1492 and continuing to this day. In 1493 the papal bull Inter Caetera was issued by Pope Alexander VI. The document established the doctrine of discovery and was central to Spain's Christianizing strategy to ensure exclusive right to enslaved indigenous peoples and lands invaded by Columbus the year prior. This decree also made clear the Pope's threat to forcibly assimilate indigenous peoples to Catholicism in order to strengthen the Christian empire. This doctrine of dominion/domination and civilization led to successive generational patterns of genocidal and ecocidal wars waged by European settler colonizers against indigenous lives, lands, spirit, and the living world of all of our relations. The religious violence of Spanish conquerors was codified in their requerimiento of 1510 that was ritualistically pronounced as they invaded indigenous lands, built missions, and killed or enslaved peoples who refused to be conquered. The requerimiento served as a threat to indigenous peoples to either submit to the religious authority of the Roman Catholic Pope and the political authority of Spain or be destroyed. With the help of God, we shall powerfully enter into your country, and shall make war against you in all ways and manners that we can, and shall subject you to the yoke and obedience of the Church and of their highnesses. We shall take you and your wives and your children, and shall make slaves of them, and as such shall sell and dispose of them as their highnesses may command, and we shall take away your goods, and shall do you all the mischief and damage that we can, as to vassals who do not obey, and refuse to receive their lord, and resist and contradict him. Indigenous resistance to the terror of Spanish invasion was ongoing and exemplified in a failed uprising led by Toypurina in 1785 and the powerful Pueblo Revolt of 1680 100 years prior. Toypurina was a Quiz medicine woman responsible for planning and leading a rebellion against the brutal Spanish mission San Gabriel in so-called California. Toypurina mobilized Quiz villages to join in a coordinated attack against the mission. She was captured along with others and put on trial when one of her own people betrayed her plans. In Sources of Rebellion, Indian Testimony and the Mission San Gabriel Uprising of 1785, Stephen Hackle shares that when Toypurina was questioned about the attack, she said that the Padres and all of you, for living here on my native soil, for trespassing upon the land of my forefathers and despoiling our tribal domains, I came to inspire the dirty cowards to fight, and not to quail at the sight of Spanish sticks that spit fire and death, nor retch at the evil smell of gun smoke and be done with you white invaders. In the 1670s, the Spanish governor of New Mexico executed and tortured Oco medicine practitioners for their refusal to assimilate to Catholicism. A survivor of the torture named Pope coordinated an armed revolt with other pueblos in a mass attack against Spanish forces that successfully drove the colonizers out of the region for more than a decade. In the book Sacred Violence in Early America, Susan Juster makes clear that, England's North American colonies were designed in large part to be weapons of religious war, frontier outposts that would halt the spread of Catholic empires and establish a toehold for the Protestant cause in the New World. When those colonists rebelled against their monarch oppressors, they perpetuated genocide in tandem with enslavement of indigenous African relatives, to build the wealth that created the empire we now face today. In 1823, the doctrine of discovery was written into U.S. law as a way to deny land rights to indigenous peoples in the Supreme Court case, Johnson v. McIntosh. In a unanimous decision, Chief Justice John Marshall wrote that Christian European nations had assumed complete control over the lands of America during the Age of Discovery. And in declaring independence from the Crown of England in 1776, he noted that the U.S. had in effect and thus by law, inherited authority over these lands from Great Britain, notwithstanding the occupancy of the natives, who were heathens. According to the ruling, indigenous peoples did not have any rights as independent nations, but only as tenants or residents of the U.S. on their own lands. Pope Francis, the head of the Catholic Church, issued a formal statement on March 30, 2023 condemning acts of violence, oppression, social injustice, and slavery, including those committed against indigenous peoples. The preeminent religious patriarch stated that the Church repudiates those concepts that fail to recognize the inherent human rights of indigenous peoples, including what has become known as the legal and political doctrine of discovery. The Pope's sentiments, no matter how sincerely prepared, do nothing to denounce and end the ongoing global Christian missionizing of indigenous peoples. The political and military legacy of the doctrine remains, and Johnson v. McIntosh has not been overruled. This repudiation is more than 500 years too late. Indigenous resistance has always been a matter of both spiritual and military warfare. The Shawnee leader Tecumseh was well known for his political and military acumen, as well as his younger brother Tenskwatawa, who, as a spiritual practitioner, prophesied an end to colonization by the European children of the evil spirit through a return to culture and complete rejection of their ways. Samuel G. Drake quotes Tecumseh in the Book of the Indians, or The Biography and History of the Indians of North America, from its first discovery to the year 1841. The being within, communing with past ages, tells me that once, nor until lately, there was no white man on this continent, that it then all belonged to red men, children of the same parents, placed on it by the Great Spirit that made them, to keep it, to traverse it, to enjoy its productions, and to fill it with the same race, once a happy race, since made miserable by the white people, who are never contented but always encroaching. The way, and the only way, to check and to stop this evil, is for all the red men to unite in claiming a common and equal right in the land, as it was at first, and should be yet, for it never was divided, but belongs to all for the use of each. For no part has a right to sell, even to each other, much less to strangers those who want all, and will not do with less. In 1876, resistance to protect sacred Pahasepa from resource colonialism intensified as settlers rushed to the area searching for gold. The Battle of the Greasy Grass and killing of General Custer was prophesied by Hunkpapa Lakota's spiritual leader Tatanka Iyatanka during a sun dance ceremony. Tatanka Iyatanka reportedly had a vision of soldiers falling into his camp like grasshoppers from the sky. The prophecy was fulfilled. On December 29, 1890, 300 Lakota men, women, and children were massacred by the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. Fearful that an indigenous uprising was underway, they attacked a peaceful ghost dance at Wounded Knee in what is now called South Dakota. From 1889 to 90, the ghost dance movement, established by Northern Paiute spiritual practitioner Wovoka, spread like wildfire to many indigenous nations. Though Wovoka was reportedly influenced by some Christian beliefs, he prophesied that the white man, my children, will soon be no more. Now you must not hate the white man. This will only delay his end. But if you will do the dance that I will teach you, all the ancestors will return. And the buffalo will be renewed. And you shall all live forever. Forever in the freedom that we as Indian people once knew. The ghost dance was a spiritual ceremonial movement to unify indigenous nations and reject colonial invasion. 2 weeks prior to the Wounded Knee Massacre, Tatanka was targeted by U.S. colonial forces as an instigator of what settler invaders feared was a ghost dance uprising. While being arrested, a conflict broke out and Sitting Bull, along with several of his relatives, were shot and killed. While Wovoka's vision had inspired prayerful resistance in the face of genocide, in many ways, Wounded Knee was a symbol of that defeat and many ghost dances were forced underground with some continuing to this day. 20 medals of honor were given to the U.S. soldiers who participated in the mass slaughter. After the Wounded Knee Massacre, U.S. policy against indigenous peoples shifted from outright annihilation to forced assimilation. As part of the shift in strategy, Army General Richard Pratt created the first government-funded off-reservation boarding school with the mission to kill the Indian, save the man. Pratt and other colonizers at the time were clear that this was a project of civilization. Pratt stated, "Transfer the savage-born infant to the surroundings of civilization, and he will grow to possess a civilized language and habit." Boarding schools were a tactic of violent assimilation based on the civilizing of indigenous peoples into the social, political, and economic order. In 1885, Commissioner of Indian Affairs Hiram Price stated, "It is cheaper to give them education than to fight them." Another colonial politician named Carl Schurz clarified the economics behind the strategy, stating that it would cost $1 million to kill an Indian in warfare, whereas it cost only $1,200 to school an Indian child for 8 years. Starting in 1860, U.S. and Canadian governments established spiritual warfare policies that led to assaults on entire generations of indigenous children. Initially, children brought into the open-air prison of an agency, reservation, or reserve with their families were not wards of the state but hostages to be assimilated. Borrowing from the centuries-old Spanish and French colonial models, the first step was to establish on-site mandatory schooling. European language systems were imposed and the schools were run by Christian missionaries or clergy. Feeling that such a system failed to provide the kind of total assimilation outcomes desired, it was later on either supplemented, replaced, or modified to outright include a system and institutional policy of kidnapping indigenous children from their families, forcibly confining them far from their homes, held abroad in completely alien environments in boarding schools, in which they were abused physically, sexually, and emotionally. Held subject and inescapably housed to an unrelenting and inescapable cultural bombardment. Boarding schools, known as residential schools in Canada, were designed to brutally assimilate indigenous children into white settler society. Control, obedience, compliance, and cultural erasure were the order of the day and violently imposed. Children were systematically punished for practicing their spirituality or even speaking their language. To this day, thousands of indigenous children lay buried in mass and anonymous graves on former school grounds through Canada and the U.S. The white supremacist colonial school system was explicitly designed to violently impose Christian and capitalist values to produce productive members of the civilized order. These violent military and Christian institutions of separation, forced assimilation, and extreme physical and sexual abuse were so effective, the strategy was replicated by other colonial forces, including so-called Canada to Australia and beyond. The system that settler invaders designed to annihilate indigenous knowledge and replace it with their own is still in operation. We used to be forced to go to the colonizer schools to learn their ways and participate in their project of civilization. Today we go willingly into its halls, sit in its classrooms and further our social status in the capitalist colonial order. Though proclamations are made to decolonize academia, we have indigenous scholars who continue to fulfill the dreams of colonizers such as Pratt. The institution of colonial higher education is designed to produce an elite managerial class within indigenous communities that shapes and subdues cultural knowledge systems to fulfill colonial economic and political expansion. This is the curse of the song Go My Son that was written by Mormons to encourage auto-assimilation through neocolonial education systems. From the forced assimilation strategy of kill the Indian and save the man in boarding schools, to the tactics of language prohibition, denial of histories, land theft and enclosure, disruption and criminalization of ceremony, to the desecration of sacred places, the legacy of white supremacist settlers and resource colonialism has been perpetrated in the systematic destruction of indigenous lifeways across an entire hemisphere in the form of a sustained policy and practice of ecological and cultural genocide. The brutal progression of what constitutes modernity has been both constant physical and spiritual war. No justice on stolen land. In the American epoch from the 1800 South up until the passage of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 by the U.S. Congress, indigenous peoples in the occupied US had no religious rights and traditional ceremonies were banned and made illegal. In 1892, Commissioner of Indian Affairs Thomas H. Morgan reissued a statement clarifying that any Indian who shall engage in the practices of so-called medicine men, or who shall resort to any artifice or device to keep the Indians of the reservation from adopting and following civilized habits and pursuits, or shall adopt any means to prevent the attendance of children at school, or shall use any arts of a conjurer to prevent Indians from abandoning the barbarous rites and customs, shall be deemed to be guilty of an offense, and upon conviction thereof, the first offense shall be imprisoned for not less than 10 nor more than 30 days. The hypocrisy of the U.S. constitutional foundation of religious freedom is most apparent in the struggle to protect indigenous sacred places. Today, indigenous peoples have no guaranteed legal protections for threatened sacred places, which are largely located on so-called public lands. When it comes to sacred lands defense, indigenous peoples have no meaningful recourse in the U.S. legal context. We are forced to seek creative means to protect sacred places with strategies that are often a mix of the following categories. 1. Administrative, permitting, public processes, comment periods, hearings, co-management agreements, etc. 2. Litigation, lawsuits and appeals. 3. Economic, boycotts, divestment, buyouts, etc. 4. Direct action, blockades and occupations. 5. International appeals, typically through the United Nations. In many ways the entirety of this book is a response to the limitations of these aforementioned strategies. I've intentionally left out awareness from this list, as it is not what organizers would categorize as a strategic vehicle for change. I've been directly involved in the organizing and support for over 24 sacred land struggle campaigns which have applied all of these strategies with mixed, and mostly failed, results. Most of the following sections and chapters will antagonize these limitations. In 1978, the primary congressional sponsor of IRFA, Senator Abu Rezk stated, "Representatives of traditional Indian religious societies have sought to protect their rights, to have access to sacred religious sites, to make use of a variety of natural substances and wildlife in the practice of their religion and to secure privacy for sacred ceremonials. Infringement of these rights have consistently occurred due to enforcement of conservation laws which simply failed to take into account their impact on such Indian religious and cultural practices. This law was originally intended to protect all forms of indigenous spiritual practices, but the law failed to protect sacred sites in subsequent court tests such as Wilson v. Block and Ling v. Northwest Indian Cemetery Protective Association. Wilson v. Block was a suit filed to halt ski area development on the San Francisco peaks. As the first sacred sites case to test IRFA, the judges ruled, IRFA requires federal agencies to consider, but not necessarily to defer to, Indian religious values. It does not prohibit agencies from adopting all land uses that conflict with traditional Indian religious beliefs or practices. In Ling, the Supreme Court considered the matter of First Amendment protections as applied to sacred sites. The U.S. Forest Service had attempted to clear-cut trees and build a roadway through Chimney Rock, a sacred place for Karok, Tolowa, and Yurok nations in an occupied area known as the Six Rivers National Forest. Although the Forest Service's own environmental impact statement stated that Chimney Rock would be irreparably damaged, the proposed developments were approved. In response, a group called the Northwest Indian Cemetery Protective Association filed suit. The Supreme Court of the U.S. ultimately ruled that unless there was specific governmental intent to infringe upon a religion or the government's action coerced individuals to act contrary to their religious beliefs, that the First Amendment provided no protection against governmental action which impacted upon, or even destroyed, a sacred site. Along with Wilson v. Block, the Ling decision further established that IRFA was not available as a mechanism for judicial protection of sacred sites. As a result of the Ling decision where a governmental action threatens a sacred site, an indigenous 52-53 spiritual practitioner has no enforceable First Amendment protections based upon any religious freedom claim. In the Supreme Court's ruling on Ling, legal justification for destruction of indigenous sacred lands and cultural genocide was established. Incidental effects of government programs, which may interfere with the practice of certain religions, but which have no tendency to coerce individuals into acting contrary to their religious beliefs, do not require government to bring forward a compelling justification for its otherwise lawful actions, even assuming that the government's actions here will virtually destroy the Indians' ability to practice their religion. The Constitution simply does not provide a principle that could justify upholding respondents' legal claims. Court cases such as Ling v. Northwest Indian Cemetery Protective Association, Wilson v. Block, and Navajo Nation v. U.S. Forest Service, clearly demonstrate that no legal mechanism exists, not the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, not the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, or the U.S. Constitution for protection of sacred lands. So litigation remains a tenuous and potentially disastrous option in that negative precedents can inform judicial decisions in other cases regarding sacred land conflicts. Indigenous scholar and author Vine Deloria, Jr. summarized the failures of IRFA and overall legal protections for indigenous sacred places in the essay Sacred Lands and Religious Freedom. At present, legal remedies for Indian religious practitioners are limited to those procedures provided by various environmental and historic preservation laws which, in some circumstances, may provide an indirect means for protection of sites. The only existing law directly addressing this issue, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978, is simply a policy statement with no teeth. While it has led to some administrative regulations and policies providing for limited additional opportunities for input, it provides no legal cause of action to aggrieved practitioners. As a federal administrative mechanism to evaluate environmental impacts of actions, the National Environmental Protection Act was passed in 1970. NEPA categorizes sacred places as cultural resources. The law has proven inconsistent and insufficient as a federal agency can make a determination to approve a destructive development regardless of cultural impacts found in their assessment or impact statement processes. For example, the Washoe Nation partnered successfully with the Forest Service, who approved a ban of rock climbing activities desecrating cave rock in an environmental impact statement following NEPA guidelines. Yet the same agency has worked against indigenous interests in protecting areas such as the San Francisco Peaks and Mount Graham in southern Arizona. In the court proceedings over Cave Rock, where the Forest Service was sued by rock climbers, judges in the case upheld the Forest Service's decision not because the site is sacred, but due to its historic and natural properties. In 1996, then President of the so-called U.S. Bill Clinton established Executive Order 13007 regarding sacred sites. The order requires federal land management agencies to accommodate access and use of sacred sites. It also requires agencies to develop procedures for consultation of impacted indigenous nations. Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 requires federal agencies to assess any actions. 54-55. that impact historic properties. The Act clarifies that properties of traditional religious and cultural significance to an Indian tribe or Native Hawaiian organization may be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. The aforementioned policies have proven insufficient as consultation is most often viewed as a formality. Considerations are limited to federally recognized tribes, and Executive Order 13007 restrictively defines sacred sites and leaves the interpretation for application of the order up to federal agencies. Federal land management agencies' inconsistent applications of NEPA, varied interpretations of 13007, and view of consultation as a formality to be checkboxed, demonstrates the hostile design of the administrative architecture of justice for indigenous peoples' lifeways relating to sacred lands. If a Christian church and a sacred mountain are intentionally destroyed, one is morally and judicially decried as terror while the other is considered progress. This is what is meant when we assert, no justice on stolen lands. Colonizer laws are constructed to benefit settler society. From mass-scale industrial mining projects devastating whole shrines, to the traditional practitioner looking over their shoulder worried that armed Forest Service cops may question them while gathering herbs for ceremonies, these laws mean very little when the sacred is juridically desecrated. In 2012, medicine practitioners from the Indigenous Elders and Medicine Peoples Council gathered at the base of Duko'oa Slide and maintained a ceremonial fire, while the Forest Service imposed burn and camping restrictions. A small ember was kept for the ceremony, but the Forest Service determined it was such a threat that they mobilized multiple armed officers with a K-9 unit to surround the spiritual gathering and douse the smoldering ember with water. They threatened anyone who intervened with arrest, and one person was ultimately cited. The traditional practitioners stated, "We feel great sadness for the Forest Service as they have given the Indigenous Elders and Medicine Peoples Council no choice. The choice to violate our own cultural protocols or face legal implications is not consistent with creating a working relationship with indigenous peoples. The holy/sacred fire will continue. We refuse to participate in this atrocity. It is up to the Forest Service to determine whether they will disrupt these prayers." With no viable administrative and legal options available, indigenous peoples are forced to subject our cultural survival to a process that is inherently antagonistic and apply alternative strategies to gain limited protections for sacred places. The Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition has successfully lobbied for national monument designation with co-management administration. This same strategy is being considered by the San Carlos Apache for protection of sacred Oak Flat near Globe, Arizona, which is threatened by mass-scale copper mining. Yet even these designations only provide indirect relief from spiritual violations and by nature have a narrow impact limited to a specific area. They do not guarantee free exercise of religion. In some instances, such as the San Francisco Peak struggle, developers threatening sacred sites have offered buyouts. Spiritual practitioners have categorically rejected these offers, recognizing that they would amount to paying ransom to developers for threatening sacred lands and further support a market for such threats. Other economic strategies for sacred site protection can be articulated simply: make the business of killing the earth bad until it stops. Most often economic campaigns are focused on boycotts and divestment targeting banks. 56-57. Contractors, and other stakeholders. These campaigns have impacts limited to the material resources and inclinations that earth-killing developers may have. The principle of justice based on legal, economic, or social equity and fairness is a mirage on a horizon of desecrated landscapes. This is why we can't reconcile religious hypocrisies through economic or political reforms. It means so long as colonial occupation and resource extraction exists on these lands, the sacred will always be threatened, and those threats will invariably be sanctioned. Civil, religious, and human rights violation-based campaigns argue for inclusion and equal treatment of indigenous peoples in settler society. This is part of the fallacy of democracy. Notions of economic and political justice further colonial domination and captivity. There can never be justice on stolen lands. International appeals, the dead end of UNDRIP and the rights of nature. The struggle to protect the peaks and other sacred places had become contentious enough that in 2011 the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recommended that the United States government engage in a comprehensive review of its relevant policies and actions to ensure that they are in compliance with international standards in relation to the San Francisco Peaks and other Native American sacred sites, and that it take appropriate remedial actions. When domestic political options have been exhausted, indigenous peoples have been compelled to seek audience on the international level. On March 2, 2015, the Navajo Nation filed a complaint against the United States with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, alleging violations of the Dine rights to practice our religion and culture regarding desecration of the San Francisco Peaks. Yet even the lawyer who filed the complaint on the Navajo Nation's behalf was not very optimistic. No government ever changes its policy because an international body says to, stated Robert Williams, who is also professor of law and faculty co-chair of the University of Arizona's Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy Program. The Navajo know very well that the U.S. doesn't have to listen to the report, but we hope that it feels obligated to change its conduct. Hope is a terrible tactic. In 2007, after decades of advocacy by indigenous organizers, the United Nations passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Though much fanfare was dedicated to its completion, it stands as a non-binding resolution with no enforcement mechanisms. UNDRIP is merely a symbolic gesture that serves as a signpost declaring we care in front of the ecological and social crises that nation-state signatories perpetuate. In 1999, while on tour with my band in Switzerland, I was asked by indigenous advocates from the International Indian Treaty Council to testify before the UN General Assembly as they were discussing articles of the initial UNDRIP draft. They quickly briefed me on the topic and I wrote a short statement about sacred lands desecration, forced relocation at Big Mountain, and how there is no redress for these grievances in the US. It was an absurd spectacle. Hundreds of minor political officials and non-governmental organizations coordinating testimony and pushing for articles they had painstakingly drafted to remain intact. I was standing right behind the U.S. delegation who were shifting uncomfortably as I spoke. 58-59. We were there in Geneva with some French anarchists who had helped organize our tour. They waited outside and quipped between cigarette puffs after the speech, "So what can you expect from the UN? Right now they're dropping bombs on the people of Kosovo." At the time I felt that any action was better than nothing, so it couldn't hurt. It took me some time to shed that delusion. Flash forward a decade later when, after all administrative and legal options to stop desecration of the San Francisco Peaks had failed, I was at a UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues event in the occupied Lenape lands of so-called New York City. I asked one of the presenters, who was also an attorney and had helped craft much of the language of UNDRIP, this question: bulldozers are starting to desecrate our sacred mountain which is holy to 13 indigenous nations. What can UNDRIP do to help us stop this desecration? The NGO representative responded, "Carry a copy of UNDRIP in your pocket. If you get arrested, let them know it's in violation of various articles, particularly number 12. With our cultural survival in peril, that was no consolation." We had numerous meetings after that, and I even co-filed an international complaint with the International Indian Treaty Council to the UN Committee to End Racial Discrimination. Nothing meaningful ever came from it. Nothing from the immense amount of resources that had been dedicated over decades of international organizing for indigenous rights could offer us any amount of protection or material support in our fight. We had a moral position reinforced by a global political entity that has an army of nearly 100,000 peacekeepers. We had a few press clippings that amounted to bad public relations that the US didn't care about. This was a time when I still concerned myself with the framework of human rights, which was exemplified in our appeals written on banners: protect sacred sites, defend human rights. Carrying a piece of paper with the UN's words printed on it doesn't stop bulldozers. I've tried. I failed to hear the lessons of my elders, that the political concerns of human authority were inconsequential to nature. I had not fully realized their assertions of no justice on stolen lands. And so I was disillusioned with the failure of our international efforts. It was clear that we were on our own. Desecration was imminent. Police forces were either constantly surveilling our crew or throwing charges at people. We faced absurdly high bail amounts. We had exhausted all formal civil and international options. After focusing lifetimes on petitioning the UN to pass the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the same indigenous activists shifted their focus to establish the legal rights of nature. In 2008, politicians in Ecuador wrote into their constitution that the state shall give incentives to natural persons and legal entities and to communities to protect nature and to promote respect for all the elements comprising an ecosystem. In 2010, politicians in Bolivia passed a law that designates Mother Earth the character of a collective subject of public interest. In 2014, the THIRD Park in Aotearoa became the first natural feature to be recognized as a legal person. In 2016, the Constitutional Court of Colombia found that the Atrato River Basin possesses rights to protection, conservation, maintenance, and restoration. While the question of legal personhood of nature had been entertained since the 1970s, it had not been effectively implemented on such a scale before. In 2017, New Zealand passed a law granting personhood status to the sacred Whanganui River, which had suffered extreme industrial pollution since the 1800s. Now, if threatened, the river can sue. It also means it can own property, enter contracts, and be sued itself. Because natural features cannot represent 60-61 themselves in court, a guardian is selected that can act on the entity's behalf to protect it. As of this writing, damages and liabilities have largely been untested. The obvious question is, why impose and extend political bureaucracies onto the natural world? Another way of asking this question is, why extend colonial systems of authority over Mother Earth? Particularly when the process reifies the material extreme of colonial logic. This process is the total legal colonization of natural existence. Under this legal doctrine, the earth is a ward with indigenous peoples becoming natural resource trustees. This becomes a question of allegiances as the personhood or rights of nature severs indigenous allegiance to nature and folds it into a preferenced legal framework of coloniality. To envelope Mother Earth into the legal structures of civilization with the rights of nature is an act of dominion or domination. It is the apogee of domestication. The limited practicality of the strategy is to stop corporations from ravaging the land and water, but why double down and entangle the natural world further with colonial legal and economic architectures? The fallacy of the rights of rivers and nature is one as mundane as the imaginary lines called borders between nations or the fences marking private property. They only exist within the context of the state and require enforcement, which means that the legal personhood of nature reinforces state violence. Those wishing to protect nature through laws inadvertently attach the brutality of the enforcement mechanisms of the state. Those champions of the rights of nature also become the state police of the ecosystem. Confining nature, the domain of spirits and ancestry, in a legal administrative domain is using the master's tools to reinforce the overall structures of the master's house. The legal objectification of sacred sites is an act of desecration. With impositions of the rights of nature, the sacred is not liberated, it is enclosed as a legal subject within the boundaries of colonial society. It is subordinating the sacred to rights to be litigated in the courts of the colonizers. Nature does not exist in accordance to civil authority, so why should it be constrained within its laws? Chapter 4. Tuko'o Slide and the Politics of Cultural Genocide. Look at this mountain here, Tuko'o Slide, the San Francisco Mountains. Look at, and think about it and know, and understand that it is not just a chunk of rock. It is not just a huge pile of dirt or a mountain. Think of it as a being, as a living, breathing, thinking being. In there it has a consciousness. Try and think of it in that way. It does not stand there as a commodity to be used or as something there to be enjoyed as entertainment. Norris Nez, Dine Hatali. D. Okoo Slide, also known as the San Francisco Peaks, are located just outside of the small occupying settler city of so-called Flagstaff. The peaks, as they're called by locals, are held holy by more than 13 indigenous nations. Since 2012, approximately 130 million gallons of treated sewage each year have been pumped through a pipeline to a small ski resort operating on the mountain through a special use permit provided by the U.S. Forest Service. The ski area, called Arizona Snow Bowl, sprays the effluent on the slopes for skiing on the holy peaks because, as it is, their business of winter recreation is operating in the high desert and natural snow has never been guaranteed. It's an odd and uncomfortable irony that I grew up performing traditional dine dances for the tourist economy of the region that so-called Flagstaff benefits from. I even danced in a promotional video advertisement for the city, a paid gig of course. I learned quickly that our cultures are only accepted when we are contained, consumable, and when we embrace the covert and overt violences of settler existence. 64-65 THIRD-WORLDISM and the politics of cultural genocide. Up until the 1960s there were signs up at Flagstaff businesses that read "No Indians or Dogs Allowed." It's not known when the last sign came down. That's part of the history this town keeps buried while they celebrate haunted tours. The celebrity spooks roaming hotel hallways are nothing compared to the ghosts buried under the not-so-distant weight of the conqueror's history. The unwelcoming white sentiment of Indians remains on the streets. It's exemplified with the disproportionate number of indigenous people arrested each year. According to annual reports from the Flagstaff Police Department, the city of Flagstaff arrests an average of more than 3,000 indigenous people every year, yet only 7,000 native people call Flagstaff their home. Half of the total annual arrests are indigenous, yet we comprise less than 10% of the population of 70,000. While the majority of these arrests are reportedly comprised of unsheltered relatives, if you do the basic math it breaks down to 1 in 2 indigenous peoples living in Flagstaff face arrest each year. The anti-indigenous sentiment of this small town persists with the extreme criminalization of unsheltered relatives who I've worked with over the years at Talahugan Info Shop. They are continually denied basic services and face the intensities of racism every day. In 2006, the National Coalition for the Homeless named the city of Flagstaff the 10th meanest city in the U.S. due to policies targeting the unsheltered population. We can step back and see the way the streets of Flagstaff are a microcosm of the larger reality. Approximately 1 in 200 indigenous people in the so-called U.S. are unsheltered, compared to 1 in 1,000 in the overall population of the so-called U.S. Though American Indians and Alaska Natives making up approximately 2% of the U.S. population. In 2018, unsheltered community members rose up and held a rally in the center of downtown Flagstaff. About 60 people who were living without shelter attended, and less than 24 community members. The cops, which nearly outnumbered housed supporters, surrounded the rally. Shane Russell, one of the organizers of the rally, stated, "Before 1492 we were never homeless, we always had a place to live." While some consider Flagstaff to be a border town, a term used for predominantly white settlements near reservations, Flagstaff is stolen lands that comprise many contested spaces. I don't use the term border town as the colonial borders are settler fiction reinforced with narratives that bury indigenous memory and realities. Nowhere is that more evident than with the struggle to protect THIRD-WORLDISM, or what was called San Francisco Peaks by Spanish invaders nearly 300 years ago, the sacred mountain that many unsheltered people I've worked with over the years call their mother and who have said, as they stay with her under the stars, that they are home. It becomes lost on so many, even our own people, how the desecration of this sacred place is a significant factor in the dispossession of indigenous peoples on these lands. There's so much trauma we hold in our bodies, there's so much trauma in the land. While we are bound together with the land in desecration, so is our healing. On this mountain, the Arizona Snow Bowl ski area, Coconino National Forest Service, and the city of Flagstaff are committing cultural genocide. They are desecrating the most revered holy site in the region. THIRD-WORLDISM is one of 6 holy mountains in Dine cosmology. The peaks represent one of four pillars that uphold our universe. They are home to deities, an offering site, and a place where we gather herbs that cannot be gathered elsewhere. They are integral to the existence and well-being of Dine. I grew up learning of the unique relationship that we have to this holy mountain from my father, Jones Benally, who is a recognized traditional medicine practitioner and Arizona living treasure. 66-67 took Ooslight and the politics of cultural genocide. As an extension of these teachings and ceremonial practices, a major part of my life has been focused on education and building awareness of the environmental and social conflict regarding the peaks while advocating protection of this holy place. Most conspicuously, I've done this volunteer work through initiating a campaign when I was in high school that led to stopping an initial ski area expansion proposal in 1996 and ending a mining operation on the peaks in 1999, helping to establish the Save the Peaks Coalition in 2004, organizing meetings, demonstrations, and actions, directing a feature documentary about the issue, and organizing an ongoing direct action effort called Protect the Peaks. A brief narrative of peaks resistance. Though indigenous peoples of the region never willfully consented to the imposed jurisdictions of Spain, Mexico, or the U.S., the latter seized Spanish and Mexican land grants when it signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. The treaty, which marked the end of the US-Mexico War, granted the U.S. lands comprising what is known today as California, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, most of Arizona and Colorado, and parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Wyoming. In 1898, the San Francisco Mountain Forest Reserve was established, and it wasn't until 1908 that the Coconino National Forest was created and assumed authority over the region, which includes Tocco-Oosliad. The Dine Treaty with the U.S. signed in 1868, which marked the end of Dine mass incarceration and the end of the so-called Navajo Wars, was negotiated under duress with the Dine Holy Mountains as a basis for the lands of the present-day reservation. During treaty negotiations at the concentration camp known as Fort Sumner, military representatives of the U.S. proposed that Dine would be relocated to what was then called Indian Territory. Dine warrior and medicine practitioner Hussein Daga, who co-led armed rebellion against the U.S. to resist forced relocation of Dine to Fort Sumner, said, "Bringing us here has made many of us die, also a great number of our animals. Our grandfathers had no idea of living in any other place except our own land, and I don't think it is right for us to do what we were taught not to do." When the Navajo were first made, First Woman pointed out 4 mountains and 4 rivers that was to be our land. Our grandfathers told us to never move east of the Rio Grande River nor west of the San Juan River. I hope to God you will not ask me to go anywhere except my own country. While the 1868 treaty formally ended Dine anti-colonial armed resistance, the legacy of the fight to protect Dine homelands continues to shape the underlying political and social narratives in defense of sacred places throughout the region. Resistance to violations of the holy peaks have been ongoing for generations. Most notably in 1969, when an initial proposal to build a mega-resort with hotels, shopping centers, and massive ski infrastructure was proposed on the southwestern slopes of the mountain. This plan was fiercely resisted by indigenous people, environmental groups, and others residing in and around the settlement of Flagstaff. At one public meeting regarding the proposed development, more than 3,000 people attended. Nearly all were vehemently opposed to the proposal. Due to the mass pressure, the County Board of Supervisors rezoned the area, preventing the mass-scale development. In 1977, new owners of Snow Bowl came back with a scaled-down proposal on 777 acres of the mountain. This plan was once again resisted, but the U.S. Forest Service sanctioned it after completing an environmental impact statement. This administrative action triggered the lawsuit known as Wilson v. Block. When the lawsuit ultimately failed, a group calling themselves the Evan Mecham Eco-Terrorist International Conspiracy took direct action and hiked up the mountain with an acetylene torch and sabotaged ski lifts, effectively shutting down the resort. The action took such a financial toll that the ski resort owner was forced to sell the infrastructure. After changing hands 2 more times, a real estate developer from so-called New Jersey named Eric Borowski purchased the failing ski business in 1994 for $4 million. A renewed threat. In 2002, multimillionaire snowbowl owner Borowski crafted a plan to expand the ski area with new runs and lifts, and build a 14.8-mile pipeline from the city of Flagstaff to a 10-million-gallon storage pond to spray 180 million gallons of treated sewage effluent to make fake snow. The plan couldn't happen without support from the city of Flagstaff, so after 2 council meetings a decision was quickly rendered to sell treated sewage effluent to Snowbowl. Although the treated sewage had been found to contain pharmaceuticals, hormones, and antibacterial resistant genes that pose a potential risk to human health, city officials cast off those concerns, stating that the Forest Service would determine whether or not those threats were significant. Every indigenous voice and every person who expressed concern for culture, environment, public health, or animals was ignored. In 2004, after a half-hearted environmental impact statement process, Nora Rasur, then Coconino Forest Service supervisor, approved the ski area expansion while admitting adverse cultural impacts that were irreversible and irretrievable and would contaminate the spiritual entirety of the San Francisco peaks. She spoke at a meeting of elders, medicine people, and political leaders from the 13 indigenous nations who hold the peaks holy. "But, you have to remember," she said, "I also have to protect the rights of the skiers." The EIS generated under her regime had stated, "Snowmaking and expansion of facilities, especially the use of reclaimed water, would contaminate the natural resources needed to perform the required ceremonies that have been, and continue to be, the basis for the cultural identity for many of these tribes." In the final EIS, Daniel Peaches, member of the Dine Medicine Man's Association, stated, "Once the tranquility and serenity of the mountain is disturbed, the harmony that allows for life to exist is disrupted. The weather will misbehave, the ground will shift and tremble, the land will no longer be hospitable to life. The natural pattern of life will become erratic and the behaviors of animals and people will become unpredictable. Violence will become the norm and agitation will rule, so peace and peacefulness will no longer be possible. The plants will not produce berries and droughts will be so severe as to threaten all existence." Joe Shirley, then president of the Navajo Nation, stated, "To Dine, the sacred mountain of the West represents life itself. Tuko'owasliyat is one of our strengths. It is our essence. It is us." While in office, Shirley declared the Snowbowl expansion an act of cultural genocide. The city of Flagstaff and the Chamber of Commerce were delighted at Rasur's decision. They saw the dollars pouring into Flagstaff from dirty snow. In their minds, the marginal seasonal economic gain from a single for-profit private business outweighed the interests of 13 indigenous nations and the ecological integrity of the mountain. Although the Navajo and Hopi nations argued that they contributed more significantly to the economy of Flagstaff and their cultures were a significant draw for tourists from throughout the world, they were ignored. Of course, part of the message in the dominant culture is that so long as indigenous cultures are safely on a shelf, in a book, in a museum, or in the form of entertainment, they are valid, accepted, and celebrated. According to the Forest Service's own report, it is unrealistic to think that the Snowbowl would be a significant driver of tourism activity or the economy. The EIS continues, in contrast with a number of other ski resorts in the Rocky Mountain region, the Arizona Snowbowl is not a dominant driver of growth and the economy in its host community, and even a cursory examination of the scope of the ski area operation in comparison with the full scope of the Flagstaff area economy makes it clear that the ski area is of insufficient size to be a dominant driver of trends in tourism or the broader economy. Yet Arizona Snowbowl continues to mislead the community of Flagstaff by overstating their financial contributions to the economy by 130%, according to a report titled Economic Significance of Arizona Snowbowl to the Flagstaff and Coconino County, Arizona Regional Economy by Bioeconomics Incorporated. The report states, the incremental impact of the Snowbowl expansion plans is estimated to account for less than 0.2% of county economic activity, and only 0.09% of labor income in the county. The forest supervisor stated that although severe adverse cultural impacts were identified, nothing in the law required her to make a determination against the proposed development. Recreation and limited economic exploitation. The rights of skiers and business owners were ultimately worth the consequence of cultural genocide. The municipal and federal administrative processes functioned as they were designed, serving colonial economic interests while sacrificing indigenous spirituality and existence. The Save the Peaks Coalition. In January 2004, as the Forest Service was contemplating approval of the proposed expansion and snowmaking with treated sewage, my sister Janita called for a meeting to see how we could organize to fight the threat of desecration. The meeting was held at the local Sierra Club chapter's office and more than 25 people showed up. It was a powerful mix of environmentalists, liberals, anarchists, elders, healers, young people, and more. Janita proposed forming a coalition of groups to leverage political power. The Forest Service had previously stated to us in a meeting that they had no obligation to individual tribal members, but they did have a trust responsibility to meet with tribal officials. The initial strategy of the coalition was to complement the organizing force of grassroots people with environmental justice orgs, spiritual practitioners, and partner when appropriate with tribal officials, particularly through their cultural preservation offices. Since we knew the tribes didn't have the capacity to dedicate personnel to the fight, the logic was that we could supplement the necessary work through an informal collective that would share information, political strategies, and resources if appropriate and as necessary. Tribes weren't formally part of the coalition, so their bureaucracies wouldn't get in the way. This made for an effective campaign that mobilized a broad effort that reached and activated thousands of people. The coalition, which was collectively coordinated by volunteers, would be responsible for research, outreach, mobilization, sharing resources, and more. Multiple summits were held which included official tribal leadership of nearly all impacted indigenous communities, spiritual practitioners, lawyers, autonomous organizers, and even the Forest Service at times. This allowed for the overall strategies to be contemplated thoroughly and informed by a broad range of stakeholders rather than just tribal and state bureaucrats. The Save the Peaks Coalition mobilized everything from letter-writing parties, educational events, prayer gatherings, and protests drawing hundreds of people to public hearings, marches, and other events. It had become an influential force beyond the Peaks struggle in addressing sacred sites issues throughout the so-called U.S. When the forest supervisor ultimately made her decision to approve the development in 2004, the coalition shifted gears to support court proceedings while preparing contingency plans that focused on international appeals and direct action. A youthful force for the Peaks. The momentum generated with the Sacred Sites movement to save the Peaks spread throughout our communities. We saw prayer runs and solidarity events being organized. Elders were organizing caravans to support our efforts. Families would travel around reservation communities distributing our outreach literature. To me, one of the most impactful and inspirational forces was a small group of young indigenous high school students who shook the social and political foundations of Flagstaff. In 2004, I was invited to screen a documentary called The Snowball Effect I had just made about the struggle to protect the holy San Francisco Peaks at a local high school. A small crew of indigenous youth had invited me to present the film and talk. Leading up to the film screening, posters the young folks put up around their school were being torn down and school administrators threatened to cancel the event. The young folks were undeterred and the film was well attended with a lively Q&A session. Those in attendance were eager to get involved and asked a lot of questions about organizing, so I invited them to a Save the Peaks Coalition meeting. After several meetings that grew with youth participation, they expressed the need to organize themselves and reached out to their friends. They formed a group and called themselves Youth of the Peaks. It was led by fierce and powerful young Dine women with the average age of about 15. The crew met after school in a classroom and later started meeting at a public library. As their numbers grew, they decided to organize protests calling on local politicians with the Flagstaff City Council to stop the sale of wastewater to the ski resort. At their first vigil they had about 200 people attend, mostly youth with incredible energy. Youth of the Peaks built on this momentum. I attended a couple of meetings when I was invited, but they were autonomous with little mentorship support except when requested. One evening they staged a protest during a city council session that drew over 300 people, again mostly youth. This time they were masked and wearing camouflage. They had created a powerful identity taking inspiration from the Zapatistas and other movements. They stated, "The bulldozers came that day wanting, they came to the place where the evening light stayed, where memory, ceremony, imagination, the sacred, and the snow forever remained. They came that day and I pleaded with their greed, please do not take my home away, my heart lives here. I am youth of the Peaks, this is where my ancestors and I pray. Awake and arise again. Shake the dust from the nightmare and declare that you are not willing to compromise. Realize that you are a youth of the Peaks." In 2005, at the height of their organizing, the local Flagstaff police gang task force known by their absurd acronym GUIDEM went to the high school where the youth were primarily organizing and pulled two young people involved with YOTP out of their classrooms to question them. One young person looked at the cops, who were wearing tactical gear, and said, "No comment. I'm going to remain silent," and they moved on. The other two organizers, both 15 years old at the time, were questioned in an administrator's office without their parents or other school officials present. The cops asked questions like, "How are you organized? Who is leading your group?" and expressed concern about another upcoming screening of the Snow Bowl effect that they had organized as a fundraiser. They felt intimidated, and after their parents were informed about the situation, some were pressured to leave the group. Most of the YOTP members, who organized collectively with consensus, decided to stand up against the intimidation tactic and demand an apology. Several of their parents and other organizers in the community supported them. During this time, the young organizers realized they needed to be able to get their side of the story out there. As I had experience with media production and independent media, I offered to host a youth media training. We held the first training as a partnership between Indigenous Action Media and Native Movement, a local nonprofit indigenous justice organization. The training was so effective that YOTP helped to organize more workshops. We talked about media literacy and media justice. We talked about Cop Watch. We held Know Your Rights trainings. Participants made everything from skateboarding videos, werewolf mockumentaries, to videos covering their protests for the Peaks. YOTP organizing culminated into a teach-in that was completely organized by the high school students. It was a THRE-a-day event held at a community space called The Hive. It featured workshops on language preservation, cultural significance of the Peaks, know your rights, taking action, and more. Attendance was strong and drew young indigenous organizers from throughout the region. At their height, YOTP collaborated with Mecha to organize a demonstration through the streets of Flagstaff that drew more than 1,000 people. Local papers tried to ignore their ability to mobilize while criminalizing them every chance they could. Their fierce, militant and unapologetic position was a force in the community. They focused part of their organizing on demanding an apology for the GUIDEM action against them, and they got it. As a concession, GUIDEM also agreed not to wear tactical gear into schools. Local and national nonprofits salivated over some of the lead organizers and gave them opportunities to travel to conferences to represent their issue. This dynamic led to a split in the group that had the more direct action militants challenging the spotlighting and exploitation of their efforts. The co-optation fragmented the group and it lost momentum, reaching the limits of litigation. In response to the Forest Service decision to approve Snow Bowl expansion in 2005, indigenous nations and environmental groups filed lawsuits addressing religious freedom and environmental violations in a case known as Navajo Nation v. USFS. The groups that took legal action included the Navajo Nation, Hopi, Hualapai, Yavapai Apache Nation, White Mountain Apache, Sierra Club, Flagstaff Activist Network, DNA People's Legal Services, and the Center for Biological Diversity. The suit was based on allegations that the USFS decision violated the Endangered Species Act, snowmaking would violate the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, the decision had disproportionate adverse effects on indigenous peoples, it violated the National Historic Preservation Act, and that the National Forest Management Act had not been followed. In 1993, U.S. Congress passed the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which until Navajo Nation v. USFS had not been applied to indigenous sacred places. RFRA states that the U.S. government shall not substantially burden a person's exercise of religion, unless it furthers a compelling government interest, and the action proposed is the least harmful method of proceeding. In 2006, the District Court ruled against the tribes and environmental groups. In 2007, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals overturned the lower court's ruling. Then in 2008, an en banc case before the full Ninth Circuit of 11 judges was heard in Pasadena, California. The court decided, the only effect of the proposed upgrades is on the plaintiff's subjective, emotional religious experience. That is, the presence of recycled wastewater on the peaks is offensive to the plaintiff's religious sensibilities. The diminishment of spiritual fulfillment, serious though it may be, is not a substantial burden on the free exercise of religion. The court dismissed indigenous religious beliefs, referring to them as damaged spiritual feelings. In this case, the courts affirmed its anti-indigenous bias and concluded that our deeply held beliefs are merely an emotionally subjective experience. In the same decision, 3 judges filed a dissenting opinion stating that the ruling misstates the evidence, misstates the law under the, and misunderstands the very nature of religion. In 2009, the Navajo Nation v. USFS case concluded with the Supreme Court denying a final appeal. Howard Shankar, the attorney representing the Navajo Nation, Havasupai Tribe, White Mountain Apache Nation, Yavapai Apache Nation, and 3 environmental groups, stated, in a country that supposedly values the free exercise and accommodation of all religion, it is unconscionable that Native American religious and cultural beliefs have essentially been relegated to second-class status by the federal government. I helped plan, support, and actions when the court case was initially heard at the district level in so-called Prescott, at the Ninth Circuit in occupied lone lands of San Francisco, and at the full Ninth Circuit in the occupied KIS lands of Pasadena, California. We mobilized hundreds on caravans to courthouses, fed them with donated foods, and marched with hundreds through the streets of San Francisco and Pasadena. We knew the court case would fail and international intervention was more or less a PR tactic. It's important to note that at the very first trial in Prescott, the federal attorneys stated in their opening arguments that a ruling against them in this case would open up millions of acres of public lands for protection by indigenous peoples because millions of acres of public lands held sacred sites. The government lawyers asked for summary judgment based on the argument that if they lost, indigenous peoples would take our sacred lands back. In September 2009, the Save the Peaks Coalition and 9 plaintiffs filed a new lawsuit addressing the 2005 Forest Service decision approving artificial snowmaking at Snow Bowl. The suit asserted that the Forest Service failed to conduct a thorough analysis if humans were to ingest snow made from treated sewage. When the collective effort that comprised the Save the Peaks Coalition entered into litigation against the Forest Service, the group's mobilizing potential was internally suppressed. I didn't agree to litigation, and so I backed out of organizing with the coalition. My focus was always on cultural and community power to protect the peaks, and I knew being tied to another lawsuit would be prohibitive of necessary actions to come. From 2009 to 2010, the city of Flagstaff held secret meetings with the USDA to find another less controversial source of water. At that point, USDA Secretary Vilsack sent a letter that announced he would not sign a permit to allow reclaimed wastewater for snowmaking at Snow Bowl. Instead, it would be from an expanded source. Snow Bowl stood to benefit from the deal by receiving an $11 million government subsidy and access to Flagstaff's drinking water. In 2009, U.S. Senator John McCain vowed to block Obama appointees to the 3 positions in the USDA if wastewater snowmaking at Snow Bowl wasn't immediately approved. McCain stated, "I find the department's conduct in this matter to be most troubling and disingenuous. It is wholly inappropriate that without any legitimate explanation the department can claim the right to delay an approved Forest Service action upheld by the Supreme Court. Quite frankly, every public land user and Forest Service permittee should be deeply troubled by the administration's actions. The USDA initiated listening sessions in 2010 to address policy issues with sacred places. The draft policy review stated, "The Forest Service is committed to restoring our forests and the vital resources important to our survival, while wisely respecting the need for a natural resource economy that creates jobs and vibrant rural communities. Respecting, honoring, accommodating, and protecting Native American sacred sites must be part of that commitment." In the midst of the comment period for input on the draft policy, the Obama administration's USDA gave the green light to Snow Bowl to desecrate the holy peaks. At the same time in 2010, Snow Bowl owners offered to sell the ski area infrastructure to the Navajo Nation for $52 million. By comparison, Snow Bowl had purchased the ski area in 1992 for only $4 million. Spiritual practitioners unanimously rejected the proposal due to the implications of the investment and concerns over paying what amounted to ransom for a sacred place. In August of 2010, the Hopi tribe filed suit against the city of Flagstaff, arguing that the use of reclaimed wastewater for snowmaking would harm the environment, be a public nuisance, and infringe upon the use and enjoyment of the area around Snow Bowl, as well as infringe on Hopi water rights. Leroy Shingoitwa, Hopi tribal chairman at the time, was quoted in a local newspaper article stating, "The health and safety of the Hopi people is indistinguishable from the health and safety of the environment. Protection of the environment on the San Francisco peaks is central to the tribe's existence." The use of reclaimed sewage on the San Francisco peaks as planned by the city of Flagstaff and Snow Bowl will have a direct negative impact on the Hopi tribe's frequent and vital uses of the peaks. In 2011, after years of legal battles including the Save the Peaks Coalition suit still under judicial review, Snow Bowl started clear-cutting 74 acres of rare alpine habitat for new runs and lifts and constructing a 14.8-mile buried pipeline to transport treated sewage to make artificial snow on 205 acres. Protecting the peaks. On June 16, 2011, 6 land defenders chained themselves to heavy machinery desecrating the holy peaks. They issued the following statement: "Protect the peaks. Stop destruction and desecration now. Today we take direct action to stop further desecration and destruction of the holy San Francisco peaks. We stand with our ancestors, with allies, and with those who also choose to embrace diverse tactics to safeguard indigenous peoples' cultural survival, our community's health, and this sensitive mountain ecosystem." On May 25, 2011, sanctioned by the U.S. Forest Service, owners of Arizona Snow Bowl began further destruction and desecration of the holy San Francisco peaks. Snow Bowl's hired work crews have laid over 1.5 miles of the planned 14.8-mile wastewater pipeline. They have cut a 6-foot wide and 6-foot deep gash into the holy mountain. Although a current legal battle is under appeal, Snow Bowl owners have chosen to undermine judicial process by rushing to construct the pipeline. Not only do they disregard culture, environment, and our children's health, they have proven that they are criminals beyond reproach. 4 weeks of desecration has already occurred. Too much has already been taken. Today, tomorrow, and for a healthy future, we say enough. As we take action, we look to the east and see Bear Butte facing desecration, Mt. Taylor facing further uranium mining, to the south, Mt. Graham desecrated, South Mountain threatened, the US/Mexico border severing indigenous communities from sacred places, to the west, inspiring resistance at Sogorea Te, facing desecration, to the north, Mt. Tenabo, Grand Canyon, Black Mesa, and so many more. Our homelands and our culture under assault. We thought that the USDA, heads of the Forest Service, had meant it when they initiated nationwide listening sessions to protect sacred places. If the process was meaningful, we would not have to take action today. More than 13 indigenous nations hold the peaks holy. The question has been asked yet we hear no response. What part of sacred don't you understand? For hundreds of years resistance to colonialism, slavery, and destruction of Mother Earth has existed and continues here in what we now call Arizona. The United States recently moved to join the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Evidently the US has not currently observed and acted upon this declaration, otherwise we would not be taking action today. This document informs our action. We also assert that UNDRIP supports the basis for our action. Article 11, 1. Indigenous peoples have the right to practice and revitalize their cultural traditions and customs. This includes the right to maintain, protect, and develop the past, present and future manifestations of their cultures, such as archaeological and historical sites, artifacts, designs, ceremonies, technologies, and visual and performing arts and literature. Article 11, 2. States shall provide redress through effective mechanisms, which may include restitution, developed in conjunction with indigenous peoples, with respect to their cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual property taken without their free, prior and informed consent or in violation of their laws, traditions, and customs. Article 12, 1. Indigenous peoples have the right to manifest, practice, develop and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect, and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites, the right to the use and control of their ceremonial objects, and the right to the repatriation of their human remains. Article 25. Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationship with their traditionally owned or otherwise occupied and used lands, territories, waters, and coastal seas and other resources, and to uphold their responsibilities to future generations in this regard. For nearly 4 decades, resistance to desecration and destruction of the peaks has been sustained. Prayer vigils, petitions, lobbying, protests, and many diverse tactics have been embraced. Historic court battles have been fought. We continue today resisting Snowball's plan to spray millions of gallons of wastewater snow, which is filled with cancer-causing and other harmful contaminants, as well as clear-cut over 30,000 trees. The peaks are a pristine and beautiful place, a fragile ecosystem, and home to rare and endangered species of plants and animals. Our action is a prayer. We invite those of you who could not join us today and who believe in the protection of culture, the environment, and community health to resist destruction and desecration of the peaks. Join us and others in physically stopping all snowball development. 8485 Duk Oosliad and the politics of cultural genocide. Honor and defend indigenous peoples' inherent right to protect sacred places, resist colonialism and capitalism. Embrace diverse tactics to end snowballs and all corporate greed. Demand USDA end snowballs special use permit. Demand that the City of Flagstaff mayor and council find a way out of their contract to sell wastewater to snowball. Demand that Arizona Department of Environmental Quality change its permission allowing wastewater to be used for snowmaking. Protect the peaks. Early on in the struggle to protect the San Francisco peaks, we understood the political and legal limitations and knew our tactical shortcomings. We crafted dual-pronged strategies, one that engaged the administrative, economic, and legal processes, while the other focused on ceremonies, mobilizations, and direct actions that we knew were inevitable. It was one thing to discuss and plan for the failures of the courts and crisis of desecration, and another to face it head-on. The coalition of official tribal representatives, medicine practitioners, environmental justice groups, and autonomous organizers, who had attempted economic tactics such as sanctions, divestment, and purchasing the ski area, who had mobilized thousands in various protests demonstrating a powerful united front, who had massive prayer gatherings with spiritual leaders from throughout the region, had all the momentum deflated in the anticipated failure of the legal fights. Even the youth of the peaks faced internal division, with some young forces identified by local indigenous nonprofits as spokespeople and flown to meetings and conferences. The dissonance split the group and diffused their powerful energy. While the Save the Peaks coalition case was underway, they were denied an injunction by the presiding judge to stop Snowball's machinery from cutting into the sacred mountain for the wastewater pipeline. I asked some of the plaintiffs about supporting direct action plans, and they responded by stating that they didn't want any actions to interfere with and undermine the court proceedings. In June 2012, when contractors working for the ski resort started their excavators and bulldozers up, a small group of us decided to take action under the banner "Protect the Peaks." We felt that an organization would be too restrictive for our call for action. We mobilized a loose-knit decentralized effort that initiated a wave of interventions to shut down the desecration. We put calls for action out throughout the region and organized workshops, direct action trainings, and prepared to mobilize. When an affinity group activated and locked themselves to excavators and inside the pipeline trench, a local fascist newspaper printed the story with a photo on the front page, above the fold. The caption read, "Members of the Save the Peaks Coalition took action." I received an angry call decrying how harmful the misleading caption was to the coalition's ongoing court case. Although I called the newspaper to clarify, the coalition representative said the damage was done. While Protect the Peaks waged a range of actions that summer, from a months-long encampment, teach-ins, mass protests throughout Flagstaff, and an assortment of escalating actions utilizing all creative resources we could, the support we had initially built for years began to wane. There were also concurrent anonymous actions such as tree spiking, sabotage of construction equipment, and mass waves of graffiti spread. 86-87 took Oslide and the politics of cultural genocide throughout the town. The actions were effective enough that the U.S. Forest Service banned camping on a majority of the mountain around the ski area expansion. To a degree, it most certainly was the nature of the actions being too radical for some, but the underlying political force that had propelled the movement just wasn't there to back us up. Protect the Peaks did what it could, but we had limited material support and capacity. The Ninth Circuit Court ruled against the Save the Peaks Coalition in 2012. Another legal complaint filed by the Hopi tribe against the city of Flagstaff over the sale of treated sewage also failed in 2012. The city of Flagstaff aggressively fought the Hopi tribe in court to the point of delegitimizing Hopi religion. City attorneys stated in a 2017 filing to the court, while the Hopi may enjoy the peaks in different manner than hikers, photographers, bird watchers, hunters, or other uses, the use and enjoyment of the peaks which they claim is no different than that of any other group or the public at large. When the ruling was made by the Arizona State Supreme Court, Lee Cohen-Wizima, former cultural preservation director for the Hopi tribe, stated, "I'm disappointed and I'm frustrated, but I think indigenous people like Hopi people are always going to be at a legal disadvantage when they put something like that in a white man's court. While we were on the ground in the fight, we didn't foresee how the divergent strategic impulses were contrary to the point of fracture. We couldn't maintain cohesion because the processes became mutually exclusionary. Everyone talked about respecting diversity of tactics, but the nonprofits and respectable indigenous organizers didn't want to include radical autonomous actions they had no control over. When facing tens of thousands of dollars for bailing out our friends for felonies and federal charges, and increasingly high costs of restitution being punitively imposed by judges in court cases, we didn't have the resources or people to sustain further actions. Although we had a strong foundation of traditional practitioners supporting us, popular support was also undermined by divergent opinions amongst traditional practitioners. We were denounced publicly by some and supported by others. Direct actions against Snowball, the city of Flagstaff, and businesses that support the ski resort continue. Every year since fake snow has been made with treated sewage, groups of people have intervened in Snowball's opening day. What part of sacred don't you understand? If you want to understand what the sacred and spirit means to dine, you need only peer into any Route 66 gift shop on your way to the Grand Canyon. You can also peruse the voluminous pages of any Tony Hillerman book, or for those who wish to be less encumbered by the word and desire to be exposed to more authenticity, many of his cop-loving novels have been adopted into movies and even a TV series. Why consult with the living when anthropologists and white fiction writers have scavenged and scraped through dust, bones, and our memories to tell us who we are. Ruins of homes abandoned due to sicknesses spread by colonizers, by droughts, or some other conflict, have been picked clean by temporal extractivists capitalizing off of indigenous death. A sacred item makes more money on the auction block. Desecration of the sacred is the professed legacy of colonialism that casts a shadow of trauma so profound that it ravages our very beings for generations with its slow insidious force. We can ask, how can it be that today, indigenous peoples have no guaranteed protection for religious freedom? Particularly as it is an obvious grave hypocrisy if we are to believe the myth celebrated every November that the United States was established by immigrants seeking refuge from religious persecution. As evidenced in the aforementioned past and present court battles over sacred sites, this system and its laws were not created with our interests in mind or to benefit us. As protests against ski area expansion and treated sewage snowmaking waged on, we were able to summarize our frustrations with one question: what part of sacred don't you understand? Why isn't it enough for indigenous peoples to state that a place is sacred and should be respected? Why should we be forced to justify our deeply held beliefs on terms that are not our own? Perhaps the challenge was not expected in an answer to the question, but in addressing the point where we are continually forced to plead or beg with colonizers to stop the violence that their social order is built upon. The order of the civilized is threatened by the sacred. It refuses to understand and offer any measure of thoughtfulness because it has killed its own spirit and spiritual practitioners in mass waves of femicide and genocide to feed its unending hunger. We've been forced to metaphorize the sacred on settlers' terms. It's like building a skateboard park on the Sistine Chapel and replacing the holy water with piss. It's like mining the Notre Dame. The narrative imaginary is a moral appeal to an absence. In 1982, testifying in Wilson v. Block, Abbot Sikakwaptwa, then tribal chairman of the Hopi tribe, stated, "It is my opinion that in the long run, if the expansion is permitted, we will not be able successfully to teach our people that this is a sacred place. If the ski resort remains or is expanded, our people will not accept the view that this is the sacred home of the Kachinas. The basis of our existence as a society will become a mere fairy tale to our people. If our people no longer possess this long-held belief and way of life, which will inevitably occur with the continued presence of the ski resort, a direct and negative impact upon our religious practices. The destruction of these practices will also destroy our present way of life and culture. When we were shutting down a mine extracting volcanic pumice stone from the northeastern side of the holy San Francisco Peaks in 1999, my dad was part of a delegation of medicine practitioners who held a private ceremony before the politicians and bureaucrats held their media conference. A local activist and journalist was present, and after the ceremony was concluded, he asked about something my dad had said. "What do you mean this rock has feelings?" The response: "This rock has a spirit. It's happy right here with the sun on it. If you move it, it could be confused and unhappy. We work with nature, we communicate." Vine Deloria, Jr. attempted to diagnose this disconnect in his essay Sacred Lands and Religious Freedom. The Indian community passes knowledge along over the generations as a common heritage that is enriched by the experiences of both individuals and groups of people in the ceremonies. Both. 1991 took Slide and the Politics of Cultural Genocide. The ceremony and the people's interpretation of it change as new insights are gained. By contrast, the non-Indian communities establish educational institutions which examine, clarify, and sometimes radically change knowledge to fit their needs. Knowledge is the possession of an exclusive group of people, the scholars and the professionals, who deeply believe that the rank and file of their communities are not intelligent enough to understand the esoteric truths of their society. Basic truths about the world are not expected to change, regardless of the experiences of any generation, and leading authorities are granted infallibility based on their professional status alone. Deloria clarified the legal and institutional disconnect. In denying the possibility of the continuing revelation of the sacred in our lives, federal courts, scholars and state and federal agencies refuse to accord credibility to the testimony of religious leaders, demand evidence that a ceremony or location has always been central to the belief and practices of the tribe, and impose exceedingly rigorous standards on Indians who appear before them. This practice does exactly what the Supreme Court avows is not to be done. It allows the courts to rule on the substance of religious belief and practice. In other words, courts will protect a religion if it shows every symptom of being dead, but will severely restrict it if it appears to be alive. Deloria, in spite of his liberal optimism, knew that we are pleading into a void when calling on a colonial system to respect the sacred. The dead spirit will not respond, we hear our own echoes and those of sympathizers who interlope in our slow spiritual deaths. This genocide has no witnesses. The promise of assimilation and historization of tradition makes desecration of the sacred a near-perfect victimless crime committed by colonizers. When I would travel by the western side of Dukooislide with my clan grandmother and big mountain relocation and coal mining resister Roberta Blackgoat, she would speak of the desecration in these terms: the ski runs are scars on our mother, she needs to heal. In 2016, amidst the fervor of popular support for Standing Rock resistance in true far-sighted liberal fashion, the city of Flagstaff proposed a resolution supporting the Standing Rock fight against resource extraction. A handful of us went to the council chambers and confronted the hypocrisy that Flagstaff politicians would consider supporting a remote sacred sites battle when their police attack mountain protectors and they continue to profit from and sanction the ongoing destruction of the San Francisco peaks was too much not to address. We undermined their duplicity and killed their resolution, though the undead hubris of settler illiteracy is a much harder force to slay. What part of sacred? None of it. Chapter 5. Understanding Rock. The sacred confluence of the Cannonball and Missouri rivers in so-called North Dakota is known as Lake Ohi. For Lakota, this site is where a whirlpool created large spherical sandstone formations known as sacred stones. This sacred place is now submerged by the fourth largest human-made reservoir in the so-called United States. The lake was artificially created in the 1960s when Ohi Dam was built by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The dam was dedicated August 1962 by U.S. President John F. Kennedy Jr., who declared, "Water is our most precious asset, and its potential uses are so many and so vital that they are frequently in conflict." It was part of a massive national infrastructure project. The dam now provides 2.8 billion kilowatts of electricity annually for much of the north-central U.S. More than 160,000 acres of the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation and 300,000 acres of the Cheyenne River Reservation were flooded by the project that destroyed homes and burial sites. In March 2016, Energy Transfer Partners announced a change to the Dakota Access Pipeline proposed route from an area north of the occupied area of Bismarck to a point about 1,500 feet north of the Standing Rock Reservation border at the edge of Lake Ohi. Although DAPL's primary path was on private lands, the areas where it crosses rivers and lakes, such as at Ohi, are under federal jurisdiction. In July 2016, a group of youth from the Standing Rock Reservation ran 2,000 miles to occupied Piscataway lands of Washington, D.C. to deliver a petition opposing Energy Transfer Partners Pipeline, a 1,172-mile-long infrastructure project capable of transporting approximately 750,000 barrels of fracked shale oil per day. The young indigenous folks, who initially came together as the One Mind Youth Movement, which organized primarily against youth suicide, called their campaign Respect Our Water and urged then U.S. President Barack Obama to stop the destructive pipeline. The group was sponsored and trained by Indigenous Environmental Network climate justice organizers who also informed their strategy. They pled, "As the native children of this country, we are asking you to stand with us on August 6, 2016 at Lafayette Square and help us fight the Dakota Access Pipeline. Enough has been taken away from our people. We want to thrive and we want a bright future. One that embraces our cultural heritage and our deep communion with our lands. By helping us fight for our water and for our ancestral lands, you confirm our common humanity and dignity. This is what we ask for. Obama ignored their pleas to protect sacred lands and water. Initially, the fight against DAPL had been confined to legal filings and court proceedings against the Army Corps of Engineers. In addition to a legal complaint against the project by the Standing Rock Sioux tribe for lack of meaningful consultation, one of the additional legal instruments that the group Earth Justice used was the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. As mentioned in the previous chapter, this specific law, along with the entirety of available applicable sacred sites legal architectures, had previously failed in the struggle to protect the holy San Francisco peaks. The fight shifted when a small prayer camp established earlier in April by the same indigenous youth began to escalate their tactics and utilize social media to document police violence and the bulldozing of known burials. The attention grew on September 3, 2016, when a march confronted ETP bulldozers and Layton Security Company forces attacked demonstrators with pepper spray and dogs. Democracy Now! Journalist Amy Goodman was on site and documented the assault. David Archibald, too, Standing Rock Sioux chairman at the time, decried the destruction as devastating in an article published by Indian Country Today. He said, "These grounds are the resting places of our ancestors. The ancient cairns and stone prayer rings there cannot be replaced. In one day, our sacred land has been turned into hollow ground." Momentum for DAPL resistance grew fast due to the media coverage. The youth-established prayer camp swelled massively, drawing hundreds of indigenous nations with thousands of water protectors and land defenders who came willing to risk their lives to protect the Lakota sacred site from oil pipeline desecration. These events had triggered what many have proclaimed as a new awakening of indigenous resistance, and with it the correspondent reactive violence necessary to maintain settler dominance and sustained colonial occupation. Climate justice organizers had previously been correlating resistance to oil pipeline infrastructure projects with the Lakota Black Snake prophecy and identifying as water protectors rather than activists as a reframing tactic to assert a cultural narrative. In a recorded video addressing DAPL, Lakota spiritual leader Arval Looking Horse, who is the 19th keeper of the sacred white buffalo calf pipe and bundle, shared that, "In our prophecies it says that the black snake would come across the country. When it dives into the ground, that's where it is going to bring much sickness. To us, they're laying that black snake in there. They're going under the Missouri River, and that's why we're trying to stop the black snake." The initial camp was named Sacred Stone Camp and co-established by LaDonna Brave Bull Allard on her family's ancestral lands. Brave Bull Allard was a former Standing Rock Tribal Historic Preservation Officer and historian. The largest camp, which was initially overflow from Sacred Stone, was called Osity-Sacoan and was primarily coordinated by Phyllis Young, a co-founder of Women of All Red Nations, American Indian Movement member, and former Standing Rock Tribal Council member. Young was officially appointed by the Standing Rock Tribal Council as liaison to the DAPL resistance movement. Throughout the DAPL resistance, from Sacred Stone Camp to the massive Osity-Sacoan Camp, and nearby Rosebud Camp, this new awakening was complex and diverse in participation and tactics. Groups grappled with the logistics required to coordinate and sustain camps on such a large scale and the underlying tensions of the clear task at hand: how to stop the pipeline. Indigenous climate justice nonprofit groups such as Indigenous Environmental Network, led by Tom Goldtooth, and Honor the Earth, which is led by Winona LaDuke, embedded themselves in the camps and structured the political campaigns in alignment with their pre-existing strategies. Even though they tried, they couldn't contain all the tendencies. Various expert groups parachuted in to employ their theories and practices, including Greenpeace and the Ruckus Society's Indigenous Direct Action progeny Indigenous Peoples Power Project. Some actions were deemed too radical for some, and so the spiritual groundings of prayerful action became tools of pacification. At some point, Sacred Stone Camp became a site where hippies would roam, smudging everything and everyone, and was maintained by white security as a gated area. In a brief discussion on Media Hill, I asked Tom Goldtooth what the strategy was. He plainly responded, "There is none." There were many sacred fires burning, from the groupings of tents along tribal lines, to the small handful of tents that initially comprised the hyper-marginalized Two-Spirit camp within Ocity-Sakowin, to the media camp with Govinda's pirate radio bus and Brenda Norrell reporting for censored news, and the dispersed autonomous agitators, to the IP3 camp complete with shiny white teepees and a massive meeting tent just outside the secure gates of Red Warrior Camp. On any night around one fire you'd have White Mountain ND singing and dancing with Havasupai relatives and Hopi sharing picky bread. Around another fire you'd have conspiratorial young forces planning their next daring action. At another you'd have would-be white saviors imposing themselves. After the scheduled daily march to the front line, you could play lacrosse with Haudenosaunee. The social power was undeniable, everyone could feel it suspended in the tense air. It was embodied in the smoke and prayers that coalesced into a haze above the scene, and it was rightly celebrated. The cultural revelry was contrasted by the intensity of conflict, extreme state repression, constant surveillance, underlying paranoia, and contradictions of nationalism that were on display with the tribal flags flying over the main entry road into the larger camp. The Navajo Nation flag, which had been delivered directly by then Navajo Nation President Russell B. Gay just weeks before my visit, waved in extreme irony with its oil derrick placed unironically in the center. The flag was pulled down and the resource colonial iconography crossed out with a bold black marker. On September 9, 2016, U.S. District Court Judge James E. Boasberg denied a request by the Standing Rock Sioux tribe to stop further construction of DAPL. Judge Boasberg stated, "The risk that construction may damage or destroy cultural resources is now moot for the 48% of the pipeline that has already been completed. As the clearing and grading are the clearest and most obvious cause of the harm to cultural sites from pipeline construction, the damage has already occurred for the vast majority of the pipeline, with the notable exception of 10% of the route in North Dakota including at Lake Ohi." On November 5, 2016, delegations from the 7 council fires of the Ocity-Sakowin gathered to relight a sacred fire, an act of unification, which had not occurred since the late 1800s. Medicine people from all over were invited to participate and offer prayers. There are many ways we can understand Standing Rock, as a cultural phenomenon, as a political battle for indigenous rights and sacred sites, and as a culmination of historic indigenous resistance actions and movements. We can also explore the post-action environment and look to the further possibilities the overall moment created. While it's challenging to understand all the political, social, and economic dynamics and nuances in operation at Standing Rock, this is not entirely necessary to critically address the strategies and tactics, both good, bad, and in between. What compels me to write this piece is that a lot of us, myself and radical indigenous friends who were long-term on the ground or on the sidelines for various reasons, all experienced the liberatory possibilities of Standing Rock materialize and be foreclosed upon in ways that paralleled our experiences with sacred lands and water struggles in our own communities. We also saw the context and cycles repeating themselves that clearly demonstrated that malevolent specters of lessons not learned from indigenous resistances past were still haunting us. With the largest mass mobilization of indigenous resistance in recent memory, how did we not win? The discordance of tactics at Standing Rock was remarkable, from run-of-the-mill symbolic protests, nonviolent direct action lockdowns, to tire-fire road blockades. The discord flared up as proclamations to respect diversity of tactics would often deteriorate into frontline conflicts, resulting in confusion, disorientation, dispiriting, and disorganization. Smudging a line of cops with sage while shaking hands with them and burning barricades to stop them from raiding camps are two entirely different and conflictual actions. Certain tactics against DAPL had faced blanket repudiation as violence, both by the state, Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Council, and non-profit organizations involved in the overall resistance. Which of course is something to take issue, as our resistance itself is sacred, if for no other reason than we actively recognize it and our own sacredness. As Morton County Sheriff's Department attempted to criminalize ceremony by alleging that peace pipes were pipe bombs, the Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Council, non-profits. 100-101 Under Standing Rock. and some elders, established themselves as colonial proxies, or movement police, aiding the cops by working against actions employed by the people. They removed barricades, doused fires, and physically blocked acts of resistance on the front lines. In early December 2016, after Morton County Sheriff's Department issued a request for community donations, representatives of the International Indigenous Youth Council dropped off water, batteries, and snacks and prayed and sang songs for the cops. Thomas Lopez Jr., a member of the Indigenous Youth Council, was quoted by KFYR-TV stating, "As American citizens, as the good American citizens that we are, we went ahead and we supplied them with that. We gave them water because water is life." Morton County Sheriffs posted the following note on their Facebook page after they received the gifts: "Thank you to the members of the International Indigenous Youth Council who stopped by with gifts of supplies and snacks for our employees. Your kindness and support is very much appreciated. When Indigenous and non-Indigenous nonprofits and others donate supplies and collaborate with the very police that continue to systematically attack us, they directly enable the violence of the state. The tactic of respectable appearances is a lateral degradation, and in its passive distancing, becomes its own violence. It offers the flesh of black lives and those bad Indians in hopes of convincing the state that they are less disposable, they are the good Indians. Police exist to uphold and enforce colonial rule of law. Their institution, which is steeped in a history of white supremacy, has only served those that seek to desecrate and exploit sacred land and water. They murder black and brown people with impunity, they protect corporations who commit acts of cultural genocide and ecocide. They shake hands with armed white militia occupiers and shoot rubber bullets, tear gas, concussion grenades, and arrest prayerful elders. Further trouble comes when the vulgarity of violence perpetrated and perpetuated by a situation of ever-present colonial occupation is reduced into feuding moral equivalencies based upon a false understanding of the situation, or worse yet, an intentional distortion of history. A situation in which an open declaration of nonviolent resistance in the form of prayer and direct action is instead represented as a strategy of violence by the very invaders themselves, such as paramilitary private security forces, militarized police, up to political interventions directly from the Obama administration. These invading and occupying forces actively employed a tactical monopoly on vulgar, or direct, violence in the form of hundreds of arrests, dog attacks, water cannons, explosive ordnance, and live ammunition. Water protectors faced the full force of heavily militarized Morton County sheriffs, accompanying federal agents, and Tiger Swan mercenaries hired by Energy Transfer. Tiger Swan utilized military-style counterterrorism measures to suppress resistance to DAPL. Tiger Swan heavily surveilled water protectors and gave information to prosecutors to build cases against them. The hyper-militarized mercenary crew characterized the Standing Rock resistance as an ideologically driven insurgency with a strong religious component that operated along a jihadist insurgency model. A mass arsenal of weaponry including tear gas, pepper spray, water cannons, long-range acoustic devices, drones, beanbag shotguns, concussion grenades, and guns were all used against those taking action. A well-documented case of FBI infiltration was also uncovered when Red Fawn Fallis was arrested in October 2016 when hundreds of cops raided a camp at Standing Rock. Red Fawn was accused of firing 3 shots from a revolver after being tackled by several officers. During the court proceedings, journalists with The Intercept discovered that Red Fawn Fallis' boyfriend, Heath Harmon, was a paid FBI informant. He reportedly received $2,000 for his role in attempting to bait people into taking more risky actions and arming themselves at the camp. The gun she allegedly fired belonged to him. Red Fawn ultimately pled guilty to felony counts of civil disorder and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. As part of a plea deal, prosecutors dropped the most serious charge, which could have carried a life sentence. She was sentenced to 57 months in prison. Immediately after Red Fawn was arrested, Standing Rock Tribal Chairman Dave Archibald issued a statement decrying radical actions, We also call on the thousands of water protectors who stand in solidarity with us against DAPL to remain in peace and prayer. Any act of violence hurts our cause and is not welcome here. In all, a reported 750 people were arrested in resistance actions against DAPL. Several 10 by 14 foot chain link enclosures were set up in the unheated garage of the Morton County Detention Center as temporary holding cells for captured water protectors. Some reported that they were held in 40-degree temperatures on cold concrete floors with identification numbers written in ink on their forearms. Out of 800 criminal cases, half were thrown out, mostly for lack of evidence. There were a total of 170 convictions that mostly were from plea deals. 7 water protectors, including Red Fawn, faced federal charges. This is what Mi'kmaq warrior Sacred Ward identifies as a new political environment. The state has developed and deployed advanced forms of technological surveillance, militarized enforcement, and since the Al-Qaeda attacks on the World Trade Center in 2001, the aptly named Patriot Act to repress social uprisings. What we're talking about, though, are not simply generalities, but trajectories of the historically particular, the open wounds of pride and sorrow both resurfacing. To speak of Standing Rock, to speak of the Sioux, to speak of indigenous resistance is to speak of the legacy of the Lakota like Oglala Tashunka Witko, and Hunkpapas Tatanka Iatanka and Fiza. It is to speak of the triumph and tragedy of places like Wounded Knee, and the Battle of the Greasy Grass. For us, the Indian Wars never ended, and the historical trauma of our ancestors, that memory carried in the land, comes head to head with the attempted destiny manifest in the white supremacist colonial project called America. Indigenous agitator Zigzag questioned the overall efficacy of the strategy at Standing Rock in a critique titled "Will Prayers and Ceremonies Stop the Dakota Access Pipeline?" Zigzag incisively observed, "The process of pacification that is being spread through this myth that peaceful prayer and ceremonies are all that is required to gain victory, is a serious concern regarding resistance. At this point, over 92% of the pipeline has already been built, and only the last section scheduled to go under Lake Ohi has been delayed. While we can admire the courage and determination of those who stood against the police repression, which included pepper spray, less lethal projectiles, water cannons, and baton strikes, we should not dismiss the fact that, until the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers announcement on December 4, 2016, the protest movement was having minimal impact on construction. So when nonviolence and prayer alone is espoused, it is done so as ritual of a historic fetishism for everyone but the culturally and historically aware, who see such a path clearly as a dead end of indigenous existence, because that is what the invaders have always wanted. We can hold our hands out with hope that those holding political power will remove the chains, or use protection prayers and fight back on our own terms. Both have ceremony behind them, but prayer is not simply what we do, it's who we are. Nonviolence and violence have never defined that. That's the words of our oppressors, who desire nothing more than us to be good, respectable, civilized Indians. Zigzag furthered their critique. There is certainly a lot that people can learn from employing a respect for diversity of tactics. The problem arises when people believe their way is the only way, and in this case it is the pacified protests and prayer circles which are promoted, while those that attempt more militant actions are undermined and denounced. It should be noted that the movement rapidly grew after young indigenous forces took direct action and faced extreme police aggression. The momentum grew when the spectacle of colonial violence was so explicitly displayed and young people wouldn't back down. We have to ask, do indigenous sacred lands and water struggles only merit outrage and mass mobilization when the suffering is most severe? How can it be that that same movement became hostile towards youth when they became organized and dared not to be victimized, but fought back with proportionately confrontational means? We witness and experience the redwashing of our hostility and criminality by our own who wash their hands of those who fight back. The pacification of indigenous rage does not lessen state violence, it upholds the status quo, which is to say it perpetuates the violence of colonialism. Spiritually, mentally, Physically pacifying the rage against colonial violence only serves to move us further into a neocolonial dead zone of historical trauma that can't be healed or undone by pretending to be good Indians. Nor can colonialism simply be wished away or healed when its violences and violations are dispersed and constant. The perpetuation of indigenous peoples as passive victims has been a colonial role that upholds conquest narratives and undermines indigenous autonomy and spirit. That so many allies rushed to Standing Rock only after witnessing extreme state violence on behalf of a corporation speaks to a need for a deeper and more meaningful anti-colonial solidarity. The conditions to act in solidarity should not be based upon our victimhood. Casual interloping outrage against the machinery means little when we face its violences every day. On December 4, 2016, the Army Corps of Engineers denied an easement for construction of the pipeline under the Missouri River. The Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Council welcomed the announcement with Chairman Dave Archibald expressing his gratitude to Obama. The Standing Rock Sioux Tribe and all of Indian country will be forever grateful to the Obama administration for this historic decision. The 7 council fires of the Osity-Sacoan, which had been kept for 1 month, was to be extinguished. Arval Looking Horse explained in a statement. Our prayers were answered when the permit was denied. As time went on, we were told in ceremony that we needed to put the sacred fire out. Some of the people wanted to keep it going, but we were told in Yawippi ceremony. A lot of people don't understand the significance of the ceremony. We have no choice. We got our answer to put the fire out. The message was to take the ashes back to the 4 directions. Our prayers from Standing Rock are everywhere. Indigenous militants refused to celebrate and back down. They knew that Obama couldn't be trusted. All of the repression they had faced, the pipeline administrative decisions, and legal battle occurred under his Democratic watch. If he had the power to do so at any time prior, why wait until the last minute? Just 1 month after the reprieve issued by Obama, his predecessor, Donald Trump, immediately reversed the decision and greenlit DAPL. Pipeline construction was completed April 2017 and oil started flowing. By mid-January 2017, those remaining water protectors at Standing Rock numbered a few hundred people. This was attributed primarily to the halt on construction work and intense winter weather. During this time, the Standing Rock Tribal Council turned against water protectors and voted unanimously to close the camps and issued a notice of eviction. Hundreds ignored the order and kept their sacred fires burning. On February 22, 2017, after a powerful 71 days, the site was cleared in a massive police raid supported by the Tribal Council. Many water protectors left voluntarily, but 10 people were arrested. On February 23, National Guard and other law enforcement agencies evicted those who remained. 33 more people were arrested. The remaining camps were bulldozed with some structures set aflame, including a hogan. It was reported by the Seattle Times that the cost of policing the pipeline protests in North Dakota had surpassed $22 million. The resistance that was started in prayer was left desecrated, smoldering in ashes, and piled in massive garbage bins. Since 2017, in the aftermath of Standing Rock, 20 U.S. settler colonial states passed laws criminalizing protests of critical infrastructure, including pipelines and oil refineries. The laws share the same template and give prosecutors authority to charge anyone who conducts an unauthorized and overt act intended to cause substantial and widespread interruption or impairment of a fundamental service rendered by the critical infrastructure with a felony and fines up to $100,000. These systems will continue to delegitimize, criminalize, erase, exploit, and destroy any and all indigenous lives and lands that stand in their way. Colonial violence won't be saged away. Go back to camp. The statement "go back to camp" shook a lot of indigenous youth, particularly those from other indigenous communities and urban environments, that wished to honor elders and local protocols yet were faced with confrontation and control. Some elders would police the front lines and physically stop radical actions. This form of what is identified as movement policing, or the direct pacification of escalations and militant resistance, is easy to dismiss when it's a white liberal saying stay on the sidewalk or stopping mailboxes or dumpsters from being dragged into the streets during a march. It's much more challenging to contend with when it's a person who is assigned cultural respect and power due to their age and understandings of sacred principles in our communities. This kind of movement policing, particularly in the midst of such heightened conflict, puts people at risk by making them more vulnerable to state repression and other forms of colonial violence. At Standing Rock, many individuals, affinity groups, and larger organizing circles were confronted with the real questions of diversity of tactics, denouncing lateral violence, state collaboration, respecting those whose lands you're on, and accountability. Discussions around certain fires asked, how do we respect all elders when what elders are saying is contradictory? Do we selectively listen to those elders that only confirm our biases? It is broadly known within many indigenous communities that an elder is someone who has influence and trust by virtue of age, cultural knowledge, and experience. Their influence is established through respect they have earned by providing guidance, knowledge sharing, advocacy, defense, and other achievements. Broadly speaking, elders are held in high regard because they represent the customs and standards for our ways of life. But not every older person in community and movement spaces is an elder. While elders make mistakes, those who reach old age yet impose their influence over and attempt to control others are what those in circles I organize with call olders. This is not a new contention, as the legacies of abusive movement elders, exploitative medicine practitioners, and sellouts are well known in our circles. While it is challenging to hold elders accountable, it is not impossible. Their power and influence is given to them by the community, so it can be taken away by the community. Respect attributed to elders is not divine or above critique. To act as such is irresponsible. Elders can be predatory too. The distinction between elders and elders is guidance. If they're attempting to police the front lines, that's control, not guidance. There are far better places and other meaningful ways that strategic and tactical choices can be addressed. An elder would be welcomed in, and could be holding those spaces if they are part of the fight and not just there to tell people what not to do. Age should not be a weapon used against your own people. This is a critical understanding when facing internalized colonialism and intergenerational trauma to end colonial violence. Perhaps most importantly, it is the conflicting strategies and tactics that may require being sorted out before calls to action are even made. We have differing strategies and tactics, and we will not go back to camp until we are ready to rest. I initially refused to go to Standing Rock for a range of reasons, most of which was that according to my friends who were on the ground since the beginning of the small encampment, a lot of shit was going sideways. I was on the phone and messaging them daily. From the reports of internal drama between larger organizations pushing their campaigns, direct action nonprofit co-optation, fights over funding, lack of full support for diversity of tactics, movement personalities capitalizing on the spotlight, lateral violence, known abusers freely going from camp to camp, the stream of endless #was their selfies, and pervasive crowdfunding campaigns, it most certainly was going to be a glorious shit show. After discussing the necessity to contextualize sacred lands battles and address tactics particular to the nature of these fights, my friend and sacred sites defender Morning Star Golly 110-111 Understanding Rock. Myself, my partner, and a trusted environmental justice organizer decided to travel to so-called North Dakota. Our motive was to explore the cultural opportunity to propel a larger strategy and necessary movement for protection of all sacred places. In November 2016, we made our way through the militarized checkpoints in our rental vehicle. Our token white environmentalist friend was driving, so things went relatively smoothly. When my partner and I first arrived at Standing Rock, we met with a lot of familiar faces. Between Morning Stars and my connections, we knew most all the organizers on the ground. While I won't share the details of my experience as it's inconsequential for the purposes of this book, the most pressing matters to analyze regard strategy, tactics, and lessons that still have not been learned from the past 40 to 50 years of mistakes made in indigenous movements. I see this as an opportunity to critically look inward to move forward in more effective and less fucked up ways. In the handful of days I camped at Standing Rock, I met with and interviewed several elders who had been part of the occupation of Alcatraz in the 1960s and AIM figureheads such as Dennis Banks. It became immediately clear that no one was meaningfully consulting with them regarding strategy and tactics. As my partner and I were walking to Red Warrior Camp from our spot at the base of Media Hill, we saw Banks. He was eased back in a folding chair with his bead-brimmed black hat. I had worked with him and his daughter Tanisha organizing media and a range of other forms of support for the longest walk to in 2008, so we had a bit of history. I asked, with your decades of experience, what do you think could or should be done strategically to ensure this movement here is effective? His answer was one I anticipated: we should stay until the work is done. When I asked if anyone else was consulting with him and other movement veterans about strategy and tactics, his answer was stark: no. For all the discussion of intergenerational movement building, the real-time disconnect was profound but not entirely surprising. Perhaps this was due in part to the elders intervening in radical actions. On one hand, veteran movement elders and their decades of experience were being ignored, and on the other, some were weaponizing cultural positions against fierce young people who wanted to fight back. In a devastating moment, after meeting with Dennis for lunch with the crew at the Prairie Nights Casino, Morning Star stopped at a table where a lone, visibly distraught elder was sitting. It was Dr. Lanata Warjak, one of the primary leaders of the occupation of Alcatraz Island in 1969. She was a vital force that ushered in a new era of indigenous resistance. She had held it down longer than Richard Oakes at Alcatraz and had tirelessly continued her movement work since. Her personal journey is documented in her book Native Resistance, an intergenerational fight for survival and life. Warjak shared that she was told there was a meeting in one of the casino's conference rooms regarding media coordination between camps. When she was looking for the room and asked a prominent cis male organizer where it was, he told her the meeting had started and would be over soon. He closed the door and left her standing in the hallway. She said that in 40 years, nothing had changed. The sexism that existed back in the 60s hasn't changed to this day. That Warjak, a powerful movement veteran with decades of deep experience, was shut out of a strategy meeting was extremely disturbing. In our conversation she shrugged and said, "It's not surprising. In some ways it's also not surprising that incidents like these aren't recorded in Warjak's book, which she updated. 112-113 Understanding Rock. And re-released with a chapter on her experiences at Standing Rock. In it, Lanata does share her experiences with indigenous men who viewed her as competition and alienated her along with other indigenous women during the occupation of Alcatraz. While her writing isn't focused on the systemic ways indigenous men at the occupation were replicating gendered colonial power, she notes, this was all turning into a copy of the white man's patriarchal system. Indian men did not want me to represent Alcatraz. Our movements have come far from Alcatraz, but how far? Alcatraz became an island. From the occupation of the former US prison at Alcatraz Island in 1969 to the armed occupation of Wounded Knee in 1973, the indigenous uprisings known as the Red Power movement of the 1960s and 70s forced the U.S. to reconcile and shift its policies regarding indigenous nations. The Alcatraz occupation was a watershed moment that established precedent for indigenous liberatory organizing in the occupied US. Alcatraz and the movements that followed are also a study of extreme state violence and repression. From the late 1950s until 1971, the Federal Bureau of Investigation initiated a covert war on revolutionary movements, including indigenous-led fights, known as COINTELPRO. The program's purpose was to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, neutralize, or otherwise eliminate these movements and especially anyone they identified to be in leadership. The indigenous youth that liberated Alcatraz in 1969 initially took the island spontaneously with little preparation. They learned as they went and, after an initial failed attempt, held the island for 19 months. They proclaimed, Alcatraz is not an island, as they desired to proliferate indigenous resistance beyond their occupation. They didn't want to be an exception but an example of what was possible when indigenous peoples dared. The occupation of Alcatraz had its share of issues: the tragic accidental death of Yvonne Oakes, who was just 13 years old, prevalent substance use, internal gendered power struggles, a suspicious fire, limited resources such as water and electricity on the island, diminishing public support, and the OLON had formally denounced the action. The occupation ended on June 11, 1971, when U.S. forces raided and removed a remaining small group of resistors. The action was hailed as a success, and from it flowed a succession of other indigenous actions that spread throughout the so-called U.S. like wildfire. Alcatraz gave a group of urban indigenous peoples organizing as the American Indian Movement in Minneapolis the fuel for its flames. AIM was initially formed to document and prevent police violence against indigenous peoples in 1968. In 1972, powered by momentum from the Alcatraz occupation, AIM and a range of other indigenous groups organized the Trail of Broken Treaties. The groups planned a mass caravan to Washington, D.C. to address treaty, land struggles, and social issues. Organizers of the convergence presented 20 demands, including the abolition of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, a series of treaty-based reforms, and protection of religious freedom and cultural integrity. On November 3, an unplanned occupation of the BIA building in D.C. was initiated. More than 500 people took part in the six-day action, which resulted in the liberation and destruction of thousands of government documents with an estimated $2.28 million in damages and theft. Police were prepared for a heavy assault and AIM was ready to respond with Molotov cocktails. The occupation ended when AIM negotiated for the Nixon administration to provide $66,000 in transportation funds in return for a peaceful end to the takeover. The administration also agreed to appoint an indigenous person to the BIA. AIM's actions were at their apogee during the 71-day armed occupation of Wounded Knee in 1973. Though centering treaty grievances, Wounded Knee, where ghost dancers were massacred by U.S. forces just 83 years earlier, became a new symbol of militant indigenous anti-colonial struggle. As the intensity of the Red Power movement receded, Alcatraz ultimately became the island its raging youth resisted. Today it's a tourist attraction where historic anti-colonial graffiti is not only on display, it is ironically protected by the state. In 2012, the National Park Service spent $1.5 million restoring a 250,000-gallon tank and 103-foot steel tower and meticulously matched paint to fix the occupation's welcome sign that reads, "Indian Land. Peace and Freedom. Welcome. Home of the free Indian land." Every year, anniversary prayer gatherings are held, attracting thousands of movement tourists snapping selfies with invited celebrities. The resistance is honored, but it is also ritualized as historic spectacle. While sacred fires of resistance are still burning, the movement precipitated from Alcatraz has become a spectacular artifact, crystallized in a historical moment of exception. Books and documentaries have been made, some less glorifying than others. Warjack's account being plainly honest and straightforward. The historicization of our living conflicts render those powerful moments as artifacts. Intergenerationality is severed when moments are separated from the temporal existent. Radical momentum is no longer a fugitive or existential threat, its captivity in the ritualized historic is the death of movement. So much gets sanitized in the distant retellings, which can be both sentimental and righteously romanticized, but if we're not honest with where we come from, how will we ever be accountable for our actions? What kind of continuance can we expect? The legacies of AIM, Alcatraz, and the many front lines before and beyond are living, and they should not remain as islands. From the murder of Anna Mae Aquash, imprisonment of Leonard Peltier, to the trials of John Graham and Arlo Looking Cloud, there are lessons of state repression, cis-heteropatriarchy, and AIM's organizational turmoil experienced throughout the past 40 years that bear not repeating. We're missing an incredible opportunity if we're not considering where this moment is situated in the context of the experiences of indigenous resistance and liberation. Where will this current moment and movement will place us 40 years from now? The failure to recognize and own the strategic and tactical failings of the multitudes of resistances that comprised the months-long Battle of Standing Rock, is a devastating disconnect of accountability to sacred responsibilities and relations. It is also a statement of the myopic desires to celebrate our cultural and social victories regardless of the sacrifices. Though there were tens of thousands of people mobilized on the ground and much more virtually. Though top environmental justice indigenous organizations such as Honor the Earth and Indigenous Environmental Network, and the International Indian Treaty Council were guiding the momentum. Though expert lawyers were arguing the case. Though the attention of global press agencies was hanging on nearly every moment. Though the spiritual force of the Seven Fires Council was guided by Arval-looking horse and prayers were offered from nearly all indigenous nations throughout the so-called US and with those from throughout the world. The pipeline was not stopped and Lake Ohi was further desecrated. The movement at Standing Rock failed to stop the pipeline. These failures aren't unique. They've been reflected on different scales at other front lines before and after Standing Rock. From Oak Flat where a known abuser was defended by prominent organizers to Winnemucca, where cultural and social divisions forced supporters to choose sides while facing lateral violence, there are a constellation of indigenous resistances crumbling from the inside due to interpersonal conflicts, substance use, sexual violence, infiltration, co-optation, exploitation, and more. In some spaces, cultural grounding provides direction through and healing occurs, in others the wounds are untended except by isolated factions within factions. If doesn't also mean being accountable to and with the sacred and healing our wounds, something is deeply wrong with our understanding of the sacred. This is not necessarily the argument of taking care of yourself before taking care of others. It's the assertion that cultural degradation of that which heals us is being harmed and we must be very careful and intentional in these places where spiritual damage is inflicted. To defend the sacred we must be spiritually prepared. When you're on the ground fighting riot cops and managing day-to-day camp upkeep and swarms of media, it's hard to step back and manage any real-time analysis. Many activists conduct months of training before waging larger-scale mass mobilizations and actions. Groups like Indigenous Peoples Power Project, Greenpeace, and Ruckus Society are supposed to provide the expertise, experience, and resources to guide them. Yet how is it with all the training, planning, professional staff, and resources, these groups don't appear to be efficient or effective? Is it that they just don't have enough resources or not enough grants? Or perhaps, the overall institutionalization of progressive activism is a part of what failed at Standing Rock. The struggle at Standing Rock against the Dakota Access Pipeline, particularly the Red Warrior Camp formation, was a historic snapshot of 21st century resistance to resource colonialism. It's a powerful picture with tear gas and water cannons, with brave water protectors marching, then posed with makeshift shields deflecting rubber bullets. It's a moment framed and hung in galleries where eyes don't sting from unknown chemical agents and clothes don't perpetually smell of smoke from sacred fires. The tension captured, paused, and appreciated under stark white lights by the white gaze. In its framing and with this light that leaves no room for shadows, it's easy to miss how those celebrated moments were also fraught with dead-end politics, exhausted tactics, interpersonal abuse, and other cycles repeated due to lessons that have gone unlearned from previous movements and sacred lands mobilizations. To view Standing Rock, or any of these moments as an exception, or as an island, decontextualizes powerful urges and forces of living resistance to colonial violence, occupation, and exploitation and forecloses liberatory possibilities. In the captivity of exception, the moment becomes isolated, institutionalized, and benign. These moments and movements are stretched out onto a linear time frame that marks ruptures and spectacular events. Organizers and academic intellectuals pick over the remnants of living memories and render them artifacts and commodities. This temporal institutionalization kills living fights. When cyclical ways are dispossessed, the experiences of Alcatraz, Wounded Knee, Save the Peaks, Mauna Kea, Mount Graham, Oak Flats, and Standing Rock, stand alone as spectacular distant islands. They also stand as cautionary stories of scars and ash from those close to the sacred fires. Between gendered colonialism and gendered resistance. When we first arrived at Osity-Sakowing camp, we went to the kitchen area where announcements were being made. We instantly recognized all the women working there. Most of them were my relatives, the Herder family from Black Mesa, who have been organizing land and water protection work for decades, Amanda Blackhorse, who is a powerful anti-mascot organizer also from Black Mesa, and Radmila Cody, who is a well-known musician and advocate against intimate partner violence. All these powerful Dine women organizers were in the kitchen. They were making free bread and demonstrating that the machinery of the camp apparently operated with gendered divisions of labor. While they had volunteered and the solidarity of the fire and food was palpable, the dynamics were hard to ignore. I asked others who had been volunteering for much longer if this was a typical scenario in this kitchen. They all replied affirmatively. I helped make some bread while some updates were given and speeches were made. The Black Mesa crew joked and laughed. When I asked how it came to be that all these powerful dynasts ended up cooking, a relative said it was because when they registered at the Osity camp check-in and said they were Dine, they were told to go to the kitchen. Feeding resistance is ceremony, but any resistance that replicates gendered norms imposed by colonial society has already failed. In As We Have Always Done, Leanne Beta-Samasake Simpson asserts. A large part of the colonial project has been to control the political power of indigenous women and queer people through the control of our sexual agency, because this agency is a threat to the heteropatriarchy, the heteronormative nuclear family, the replication and reproduction of indigeneity and indigenous political orders, the hierarchy colonialism needs to operate, and ultimately indigenous freedom. Indigenous body sovereignty and sexuality sovereignty threaten colonial power. But what is assessed in academia doesn't necessarily work its way to the front lines. The distance between such necessary analyses seems farther than the distance between now and the occupation of Alcatraz. A common response to the obvious gender dynamics at Standing Rock was, "This is Lakota land, so we must respect their cultural ways." But it is not an unreasonable expectation to go to a camp as an invited guest and have your own cultural ways also respected. As Dine, we are not expected to become Lakota even though we're guests in their lands, but we are expected to respect their customs. Gendered colonial divisions of labor have no place at action camps. Though plenty exist, we should not need historic examples to justify that position. As we visited all the camps and sat in on meetings, it was clear that indigenous women were leading and represented strongly in all the circles. LaDonna Brave Bull Allard had established Sacred Stone Camp and was leading the efforts. There, Phyllis Young, who had co-founded the Women of All Red Nations in the 1960s, was one of the lead organizers of the Osity-Sakowing camp. Michelle Cook was holding it down with the Water Protectors Legal Collective, Kim Smith, Mama Jolts Richards, and Kanahus Manuel among many others were holding it down with Red Warrior Camp. When we first entered Red Warrior Camp, it was assuringly clear their security protocols were taken very seriously. This was expected considering the intensity of actions and risks that were being taken. As I arrived, one of my relatives who had been holding it down invited me to assist with a workshop for white allies. We had published the zine Accomplices Not Allies a couple years prior, and although it may have made sense under different circumstances, I declined. I wasn't there to help manage white people. With all the security measures at Red Warrior, the single most critical matters expressed were issues of gender-based violence. Sexual predators and known abusers were widespread amongst many of the camps. The question came from one of the coordinators who was also handling security: what can we do about known abusers? The recommendations we made were to publicly remove any known abusers immediately, halt actions temporarily and focus on developing accountability and responsibility processes based on appropriate cultural frameworks. Part of the thinking was, how would things be different with AIM if they had taken that approach 40 to 50 years ago? So why not apply that practice now so that indigenous struggles 40 to 50 years from Standing Rock could have a better reference point? Not one, as with AIM, that permitted the production of movement celebrities who continually cashed in on their roles while perpetuating abuse of women, children, and elders in our communities. It was also clear that cis heterosexual men at the camps weren't actively addressing gender roles and violence. Without building processes to deal with such issues in and beyond frontline camps, we risk replicating the same patterns of harm we're resisting. A lot of the post-Standing Rock rear-view gender awareness amounts to, oh, and there was a two-spirit camp too. But acknowledgement of presence is not meaningful involvement and inclusion. Attempts to make queer space in the larger camp were an intervention, yet demonstrated the extreme lack of attention, care, and voicing for those forces. When the initial two-spirit camp was first established, the organizer expressed to us that their requests for support were dismissed by the larger camp. Later, Candy Brings Plenty held an official grand entry blessing to bring visibility for our arrival. But visibility and recognition are only part of the matter. The cultures of resistance we build between the sensational moments are where the focus for action is necessary, otherwise it's just another tokenizing and pacifying checkbox. The problems at front lines will continue to pile up there if they're not meaningfully addressed in between the actions. The front line is everywhere in ending cis heteropatriarchy and gender violence. Post-Standing Rock other frontline camps were established intentionally centering indigenous queer forces, in particular the Line 3 resistance. It appeared that lessons from OCD were informing a more critical disorientation of frontline sacred lands defense. Women and queer/two-spirit resistance at Line 3. In 2020 and 2021, 4 years after Standing Rock, women, queer, and two-spirit-led direct action camps in Minnesota were established to fight a massive transnational pipeline expansion project by Canadian-based company Enbridge. The Line 3 pipeline, which stretches over 1,031 miles, was established in 1968. Enbridge announced plans in 2014 to replace it and increase transportation capacity to nearly 800,000 barrels of oil per day. At the end of 2020, Minnesota state and federal regulators granted Enbridge permits to construct the last section of the Line 3 pipeline. A resistance camp was organized by Honor the Earth, Winona LaDuke's nonprofit. The effort was named Ginny Collective and was coordinated by Tara Hauska, a lawyer, Honor the Earth campaign director, and former Native American advisor to U.S. politician Bernie Sanders. Hauska organized Ginny as an indigenous women, two-spirit-led collective focused on reconnecting to and directly defending the earth. Private land was purchased by Honor the Earth to establish Camp Namuig, the base of operations for Ginny. The second notable camp established was founded by Tasha Martineau called Camp Mijizai. They described their effort as an indigenous two-spirit-led collective of mostly queer anarchists who stand for indigenous rights and BIPOC solidarity. An acre of land was purchased for the camp in early 2021 with a $30,000 crowdfunding campaign. The overall resistance to Line 3 followed the same strategic and tactical patterns employed at Standing Rock and most every other formal environmental justice campaign waged by formal and informal coalitions of nonprofits and non-governmental organizations over the past 3 decades. One corporation proposes development/expansion which triggers an 2 administrative process, which usually fails and triggers 3 litigation, which is a roller coaster of inconsistent decisions but ultimately fails so that triggers 4 international appeals, which are non-binding and unenforceable, and concurrent boycott or divestment campaign, which inevitably escalates into 5 nonviolent direct action. While NVDA tactics shift, they typically are comprised of sporadic blockades and occupations with good photo ops, which results in mass arrests and drawn-out criminal proceedings. The underlying strategy of an NVDA-oriented campaign usually centers on targeting a decision-maker to change the rules that enabled the development or expansion, but most often ignore the protests, so the focus shifts to 6. Legislative proposals such as amendments or new laws, which is entirely dependent on a handful of sympathetic politicians and all too often becomes mired in colonial bureaucracy. 7. Mix and match, then repeat as needed. In the 6 years since Enbridge first applied for permits for Line 3, thousands of people have attended public hearings, participated in protests, and signed petitions. According to Leduc, 70,000 public comments were submitted to the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission, of which 94% were against the pipeline. In November 2015, 75 water protectors occupied Enbridge's Minnesota office demanding an end to the pipeline. 7 people were arrested. In April 2018, water protectors converged in the tiny community of Ottumba to protest Line 3 at a site where pipes were being stored. Some chained themselves to gates and equipment and were arrested. To make things more complicated, organizers were facing 2 indigenous nations' tribal councils, Fond du Lac Band and the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, that had agreed with Enbridge not to oppose the pipeline. They were paid undisclosed amounts for allowing the development to proceed. In January 2021, the Fond du Lac Tribal Council sent a letter along with monthly per capita checks to tribal members stating, in 2021 the band will continue to make its per capita payments in the amount of $400 per month. The band will continue to make these payments using Enbridge funds that were deposited in trust with the Department of the Interior. In November 2020, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, final approval for the pipeline project was given and construction began. In anticipation of protests, Enbridge poured millions of dollars into an escrow account that law enforcement agencies could draw on for attacking water protectors. It effectively made cops paid security for protecting the corporation's pipeline. Line 3 resistance strategies focused on disrupting pipeline development to convince the Biden administration to revoke or suspend the project's federal clean water permit. Actions were also taken targeting banks and other pipeline stakeholders to pressure them to divest in the project. More than 1,000 arrests were made during the 9 months of Line 3 resistance, most being misdemeanor charges. According to the Pipeline Legal Action Network, there have been at least 91 felony charges filed against 89 water protectors. Prosecutors attempted to further criminalize those arrested by charging some with felony theft for locking themselves to construction equipment. The charge carries a maximum 10-year prison sentence. In July 2021, 2 water protectors crawled inside a pipe in Aitkin County. They were charged with felony aiding attempted suicide, though no one was harmed and the protectors took a range of safety measures. Bonds had been as high as $30,000 for some who were captured by the state. It was reported that Enbridge paid police nearly $3 million for costs associated with arresting and surveilling water protectors. The Aitkin County sheriffs billed 4,800 hours to Enbridge. In October 2021, after nearly 7 years of resistance from indigenous communities and climate activists, 760,000 barrels per day of tar sands oil began flowing from so-called Canada through Line 3. Indigenous nonprofits and climate justice organizations shifted their fight and targeted politicians in so-called Washington, D.C., with concentrated actions such as the People vs. Fossil Fuels mobilization. In 2021, Joy Braun, a water protector who had established one of the first camps at Standing Rock, spoke on behalf of the Indigenous Environmental Network. With the power of a pen, President Biden could stop these pipeline projects. He promised he would listen to us. He's not listening. We're coming every day of this week to tell Biden, stop this madness. More than 500 indigenous people and climate activists marched. There were approximately 650 arrests during the overall actions. On October 14, a brief occupation was held at the Department of the Interior building with 55 people being arrested. As the rest of the group attempted to enter the building, they had confrontations with police at the door. that resulted in several climate activists injured and one cop hospitalized. Demonstrators initiated a sit-in in the lobby and demanded to speak to Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, though she was reportedly not in D.C. at the time. The organizations delivered nearly 1 million signatures petitioning the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers North Atlantic Division Office for a full environmental impact statement on Line 3. Talking points included, climate justice, better jobs, green economy, just transition, treaty rights. The only distinction from the white liberal-dominated climate justice points being the focus on treaties. The nonprofit chorus called on Joe Biden to declare a climate emergency and stop approving fossil fuel projects. They were particularly inspired as one of Biden's election sales pitches was that he would be the climate president. He never responded to any of their demands. To make climate catastrophe and ecological matters worse or more abundantly clear on how neocolonialism operates, on June 9, 2023, the Mandan, Hidatsa and Arikara nations announced the purchase of an inactive Enbridge oil pipeline. Tribal officials celebrated the purchase as the creation of generational wealth. The Fort Berthold Reservation has more than 2,640 oil and gas wells producing close to 150,000 barrels of oil per day. The 31-mile pipeline will connect the tribe's oil facilities to Enbridge's international distribution system that covers the U.S. and Canada. When in operation, the pipeline will transport approximately 15,000 barrels of oil a day. Winona Laduk's book To Be a Water Protector provides great research and background to the pipeline's struggles, yet it becomes a call to action for an economic proposal called the Green New Deal and a just transition towards a green economy. It's less instructive and more reflective, which says a lot about the overall strategy of the movement. It reads like she wrote it not wanting to piss off white allies and funders. The powerful assertion of indigenous women and queer leadership in contrast to the cis-heteropatriarchal character of many sacred lands' frontline struggles was critically undermined when it was revealed that for nearly a decade, Laduk and Honor the Earth staff disregarded and retaliated against a former staff member for addressing sexual harassment within the organization. After years attempting to address the situation through community-based means, the former staff member filed a civil lawsuit in 2019 that HTE aggressively fought in court. In early April 2023, HTE was found guilty on all counts filed by the survivor and the court imposed a $750,000 fine. Laduk dismissed the court decision as racist and complained that the fine was disproportionate. In the upheaval, it was revealed that Laduk had a pattern of dismissing concerns regarding allegations of sexual assault. After the ruling, she immediately stepped down from her role as executive director of Honor the Earth. Laduk's call to be a water protector is premised on an indigenous ecofeminism not only constrained by the limitations of the nonprofit industry and liberal political aspirations, but by ongoing complicity in deeply embedded gendered violence that continues to poison our communities. The front lines are everywhere, so is the toxicity that also drives the colonial machinery of the very black snakes we fight. As with Standing Rock, the Line 3 resistance failed to kill the black snake, it did not stop the pipeline. These movements appear to be marching in larger and larger circles regardless of who is at the forefront. More bodies are condemned to the carceral state while we're urged to beg politicians to stop the corporations operating the infrastructure that their system is powered by. More bodies are scarred by 128 traumas hidden by organizers to maintain appearances, control, and power. A February 2022 article posted to the Stop Line 3 website punctuates how the climate justice agenda works. In the article, the fight against Line 3 isn't over yet, a movement organizer states. Much in the same way that all the oil companies learn from every fight, from Keystone to Standing Rock to Line 3, we're also doing that as well. Maybe we didn't win this one, but we're going to be better situated to win the next one. This is movement interloping colonial logic that reduces indigenous survival to campaign tasks. For some of us, the matter of moving on is not a consideration because our existences are so deeply connected to the fate of the land we are on. As long as this kind of logic, including that of exploitative non-profit capitalists, informs our strategies, whether it's at Standing Rock, resisting Line 3 in Minnesota, or the next one. Soon enough there won't be any more battles to lose. What else can be expected when we commit to strategies that reinforce colonial systems of power? If we understand how movements such as Standing Rock and Line 3 have been lost and come to terms with the limitations of the strategies of colonial activism and politics, then perhaps we can break from that which keeps us marching in ever-expanding circles. Chapter 6. Profaned Existence. Desecrate a sacred place, it has to be objectified, stripped of any and all living spiritual meaning and relations. Desecration, or the killing of the living being and spirit of the land, cannot easily occur while indigenous belief systems exist, because people and other beings tend to fight back when their existences are threatened. When outright murder, forced removal, or relocation of indigenous peoples is not politically or publicly palatable, the first act of desecration is erasure of identity, cultural memory, and any relation to the land by violently stripping it away through the imposition of a new meaning by the colonizer. This spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically violent process occurs through the systematic delegitimization of deeply held living indigenous belief systems. The political strategy of indigenous delegitimization is institutional. This has been employed through various means, from non-recognition of indigenous peoples to ensure that our relationships to sacred lands are severed, to the systematic attacks and ongoing alienation of queer indigenous relatives from sacred cultural roles. Dehumanization by the settler state promotes settler violence while simultaneously producing an amnesiac and ahistoric institutional, social, and legal framework in which the state can continually absolve itself of any culpability, while also being the sole arbiter of any formal attendant objection that might be raised by indigenous people in their own defense. When we are viewed as less than human, whether in the form of racist mascots or other acts of cultural exploitation, our abuse is not an exception, it's expected, it's in fact the rule and far too often, the law. The trauma induced by these violations, particularly when unnamed and unaddressed, becomes historically compounded and deeply embedded in our beings. Colonization kills the idea of us being a people. Intrinsically, sacred sites cannot be desecrated without the delegitimization of indigenous knowledge systems. As scholars attempt to define indigenous sovereignty via colonial terms, and as U.S. government-instituted tribal governments grasp at agreements that were never intended to be kept, it must be understood that the U.S. political relationship to indigenous peoples is a condition of domination that can only exist through violation of indigenous sovereignty and the sacred. No treaties can be established in that inimical arrangement that would ever meaningfully honor the integrity of indigenous lifeways. There can be no self or collective determination in a system of perpetual desecration. In other words, settler societies cannot kill the land without total erasure of indigenous ways of being. The social structures of colonial courts provide the legitimate pathway of doing so. After all, they are anti-indigenous by design. While force of law in the form of legalized violence sustains this legitimacy, white supremacy in the form of a sense of permanent entitlement, physical occupation, and vigilante terror by the settler population against indigenous peoples provides the illegitimate one. So while verbally and even legally condemned, prosecution and even law enforcement upon the settler population and its agents remains virtually non-existent. Simply put, nothing they do is wrong or illegal, because it's the settler who's doing it. They are ensconced and ingratiate, held righteous even, while indigenous peoples are made to appear backward, superstitious, and out of sync with the time, place, and manner of those who have invaded, and desecrated their homes and most sacred of places. Desecration of the land is also desecration of our bodies. Amanda Lickers, of the Seneca Nation, identifies land trauma as the embodied feelings of breached consent on our lands and bodies. The emotional and spiritual suffering experienced by indigenous peoples as a result of physical attacks on our lands and waters, and speaks to the emotional and spiritual experiences of loss of land and identity. This also includes feelings of loss as we witness other living relations suffer or disappear as a result of these attacks, such as buffalo, wild rice, salmon, etc. Land trauma can also refer to feelings of grief and pain that have been inferred or absorbed through our lands and waters. Land trauma is different for each person as our nations have different histories of contamination and displacement, and the severity can vary depending on what part of our heritage/identity has been violated. The trauma is exacted at the point of destruction and overt violence upon the earth with clear cutting, strip mining, pipeline trenches, fracking wells, dams, and held up in the sustained violence found in the contaminated medicines, contaminated springs, the animals who drink the water, and in the invasive corruption or interruption of the balance of an overall eco and spiritual system that is part of the lifeline that is a foundation of who we are as indigenous peoples. The trauma extends through our social and cultural relations and directly interferes with prayers, ceremonies, and medicines to the point where we cannot heal. It is a colonial weapon designed to violently intervene in our mutuality with existence. As Amanda Lickers further illustrates, if you're destroying and poisoning the things that give us life, the things that shape our identity, the places that we are from, and the things that sustain us, then how can you not be poisoning us? How can that not be direct violence against our bodies, whether that be respiratory illness or cancer or liver failure, or the inability to carry children? Colonizers weaponize gender as a strategy of sustained domination through brutal impositions of cis-heteropatriarchal and capitalist social order and the extraction of resources to maintain that order. Contentious academic author Andrea Smith articulated in her powerful work Conquest, Sexual Violence and American Indian Genocide, the project of colonial sexual violence establishes the ideology that native bodies are inherently violable and by extension, that native lands are also inherently violable. The dimensions of gendered colonial violence are made devastatingly clear in the movement for missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, two-spirit, and trans relatives. Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women is a campaign that was initiated in so-called Canada to address extremely disproportionate and unreported violence against Indigenous women. The movement has since extended throughout the so-called US and been expanded to include the specific ways girls, two-spirit, and trans relatives are also attacked. MMIW campaigns initially focused on connections between resource colonialism and gender-based violence, as the majority of initial reports of missing and murdered Indigenous women were located near areas where the extractive industry had established man camps. These man camps are temporary sites at large-scale extractive industry projects where cis-male workers are clustered in temporary housing encampments. Due to the geography of resource colonialism, most of these sites are located in areas close to reservations. MIG2ST is a systemic issue, meaning that Indigenous women, girls, trans, and two-spirit people are not at increased risk of violence because of individual behaviors, but due to institutionalized systems of oppression. Sexual violence has been used as a weapon of colonizers to wage genocide. Christian missionaries violently imposed colonial gender roles and norms upon our communities, while tribal governments were established by the U.S. with a strategy that outright suppressed the role of Indigenous women, trans, and two-spirit relatives. Most current campaigns to address this crisis treat it as a criminal issue, so proposed solutions are based on pleading that the colonizers' forces offer further funding for more reservation policing and legislation. More police, more people in prison, and more laws won't meaningfully address these matters because cis-heteropatriarchy is a pillar of the colonial capitalist state. The fight to end sexual assault and interpersonal and gender-based violence in our communities will not end by creating more colonial laws and their enforcement or awareness days proclaimed by colonial rulers. Community-based autonomous groups like Arming Sisters, who organize Indigenous women's self-defense workshops, recognize that anti-colonial action and defense are necessary to heal and restore Indigenous relations from the cascading impacts of intergenerational gendered violence. Too many cisgendered Indigenous movement men decry #MMIW but won't address their movement brothers who are known abusers, yet this matter is necessarily our shared struggle. This myopic posturing even has some more concerned with policing women's bodies and gatekeeping dress codes at ceremonies than holding rapists accountable and upholding and reinforcing boundaries around consent. Author Leanne Beta-Samasake-Simpson makes it clear in her poignant analysis, hierarchy had to be infiltrated into indigenous constructions of family so that men were agents of heteropatriarchy and could therefore exert colonial control from within. As long as we don't address these behaviors at home and in our communities, it's obvious that they'll persist and undermine frontline camps. This is feminist and anti-colonial because it simply means meaningfully challenging and changing with the way we perpetuate and normalize gendered colonial bullshit. If violence against the land is violence against our bodies, both the land and our bodies must be defended with the same intensity. In July 2019, Ariel Bryant was reported missing by her family. Though it was alleged by her partner that she was suicidal, her friends who had talked with her frequently said that was not the case. According to them, her partner was abusive and they were concerned for her well-being, so they organized search parties as soon as it was reported she was missing. Her friends were told by local sheriffs not to look for her, and although they had communicated where they thought she could be, were also ignored. Ariel was found days later deceased in the area her friends thought she might be. We held a small memorial with Ariel's friends and family at Talahugan Info Shop because she was part of our community of indigenous radicals. She had been part of Youth of the Peaks and was part of the crew that had founded the info shop when she was still in high school. She fought fiercely to protect the holy San Francisco Peaks. As a murdered Dine mother, she now unrests with ancestors at the base of our desecrated sacred mountain. This report back was shared in 2021 from an Indigenous Peoples Day of Rage demonstration in downtown Kinlany. The streets of downtown Flagstaff looked overrun by angry ancestors emerging from the smoke chanting "Fuck Columbus, fuck the police." It felt like the nightmares of colonizers coming to haunt the futures they have stolen. By pumping millions of gallons of recycled shit water on the sacred San Francisco Peaks. By attacking indigenous unsheltered relatives and leaving them to freeze in the winter months. By arresting what amounts to half the indigenous population every year. By doing absolutely nothing when indigenous Wonks have gone missing or were murdered. Vanessa Lee, Ariel Bryant, Nicole Jo. We screamed their names and asserted our rage. We weren't there to debate, plead, or negotiate as the pacified natives who tried to make rooms in their chains for us. We were there to celebrate our dignified rage. Another busy intersection was taken and a round dance ensued. Some colonizers yelled something and were quickly told to fuck off. There was a moment when the marching stopped in a central part of downtown. A relative who had been there every fierce step of the way spoke. Ariel Bryant was my best friend. She went missing and the cops told me not to look for her. She was found dead and nothing has been done. I'm here for all missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, trans, and two-spirit relatives. The rage echoed against the red brick facades of this shitty tourist town. It felt like they could so easily crumble to ruin. Our spirits felt strong, sharing our pain and rage together throughout the streets. I wouldn't call what occurred a march. There were no political demands and the crowd spiked the typical activist selfies. It was an ambiguous, queer, cathartic anti-colonial procession that nourished our spirits in a moment that was at the nexus of despair, joy, and rage in defense of the sacred. The land holds trauma, the land also holds rage. The enemy of Mother Earth. From Mother Earth to our bodies, in a capitalist system everything that can be reduced to a commodity will be. As long as it can be sold, bought, or otherwise exploited, nothing is sacred. So long as the lands are viewed this way we will have conflict, as capitalism is the enemy of Mother Earth and all that we hold to be sacred. In its base definition, capitalism is an economic and political system based on an unregulated or free market, private property, competition, and limited government intervention. But the definition obscures the reality that capitalism is based upon extreme social exploitation and dispossession, ecological destruction, hyper-individualism, and materialism, and its history is rooted in white supremacy, cis-heteropatriarchy, genocide, and slavery. To be anti-capitalist is not enough. Anti-capitalist propositions rooted in industrialism and extractivism are just as invested in ecocidal economies. Killing the earth is killing indigenous existence. Colonizers must religiously convince themselves and others that the world is already dead to justify their ongoing violence against the earth and existence. In the face of global ecological ruin, some attempt to further convince themselves that killing the earth just a little bit less is an appropriate response. This is exemplified with climate justice movement organizing, where grand proposals of a green economy or a less ecologically devastating form of capitalism is the means to achieve human survival with a habitable planet. Big green non-profit corporations and so-called non-governmental organizations set the terms for dissent and triage this crisis to the point where we can see the future coming back at us, but what else can be expected from marching in circles? After all, in the recycling of capitalism into climate justice, we still end up scrubbing their palaces green, resting our heads in green prisons, and sustaining unsustainable lifestyles. Just transition is a strategy of economic redemption to further preserve ways of being that are unsustainable by design. You can't lobby away colonialism and capitalism, no matter how hard you try. The Green New Deal, like its parent green economics, are meant to sustain the U.S. settler colonial project and the capitalist relations whose interest lay within the specificity of continuing the ongoing exploitation of the whole of the earth, while cashing in, of course. In the case of the Green New Deal, which in many ways begot its own child, that of the Red New Deal, who aside from outright plagiarizing, fronting, and co-opting long-term indigenous climate justice work, the Red Nation's Red New Deal, proposes an anti-capitalist and woefully limited anti-colonial response that not only reinforces industrialization but ultimately leads to the ongoing participation in capitalism proper, just renamed and reformed under a transitional socialist rubric. That leads to their Marxist organization's propositions for a decolonized authoritarian worker-run state as the best solution. So while we're collectively dying from the air we can't breathe, the water we can't drink, or both priced out of accessibility in the here and now, we are meant to await the building of yet another socialist utopia. A utopia built upon the current dystopia of growing wastelands and climate disasters on every continent. From deadly nuclear power to lithium and rare earth mineral mining, and the privatization of water, the greening of any economy is still a war against Mother Earth and all existence. In a report released in 2021 by the Indigenous Environmental Network, they calculated that indigenous resistance to 20 fossil fuel projects has stopped or delayed carbon emissions equivalent to approximately 25% of US and Canada's annual overall emissions. While nonprofit climate activists who wrote the report reveal the power of direct action, they also assign their campaigns more credit than is due. Particularly by citing significant losses such as DAPL and Line 3 projects in their reports, this statistic tends towards a diluted climate optimism that we view as a path fraught with peril and death. Again, if we're not being honest with and about the failings of our movements, what does shifting tactics, and more importantly adjusting our overall strategies, toward the end of yet more changing statistics matter? We're not convinced about making this a numbers game to celebrate the disrupting of 25% of an industry, when we've lost over 98% of the battles in a war with such high stakes. Particularly when those activist campaigns have spent hundreds of millions of dollars with thousands of our relatives jailed and dragged through racist court systems. The proposition of unplugging from a dirty power source and plugging into a green one does nothing to address the underlying power relations. It reinforces them. Green energy sustaining a green economy still demands resource colonialism. From Sacred Oak Flat in so-called Arizona, where San Carlos Apache are resisting a massive mine that is estimated to contain enough copper ore to produce 275 million electric vehicles, to Sacred Thacker Pass in so-called Nevada, where Shoshone are resisting lithium mining, which is necessary for electric vehicle and green energy battery production. A single-car lithium-ion battery pack contains nearly 18 pounds of lithium. To electrify every vehicle throughout the world, an estimated 10.4 billion tons of lithium is needed, that is approximately 13 times existing lithium reserves. The Thacker Pass lithium mine is estimated to produce 60,000 tons annually. The proposed project spans approximately 28 square miles that would hold an open-pit mine and a sulfuric acid processing plant to extract lithium from mined ore. The operation is estimated to release 152,713 tons of carbon dioxide annually, and 500,000 gallons of water is required for each ton of lithium, meaning it will use 1.7 billion gallons annually. The Thacker Pass sulfuric acid processing plant will convert sulfur to leach lithium from raw ore, trucked in from sources such as the Alberta tar sands, which are 1,500 miles away. The tar sands, located in so-called Canada, are known as the world's most destructive oil operation. The devastation of nuclear colonialism, which permanently destroys indigenous communities throughout the world, is outright ignored by some of the most devout climate justice advocates. They claim nuclear energy production is also a green solution to the climate crisis. More than 15,000 abandoned uranium mines are located within the so-called U.S., mostly in and around indigenous communities, permanently poisoning sacred lands and waters with little to no action being taken to clean up their deadly toxic legacy. There are currently 93 operating nuclear reactors in the so-called U.S. that supply 20% of the country's electricity. There are 60,000 tons of highly radioactive spent nuclear waste stored in concrete dams at nuclear power plants throughout the country, with the waste increasing at a rate of 2,000 tons per year. In 1987, the U.S. Congress initiated a controversial project to transport and store almost all of the U.S. toxic waste at Yucca Mountain, located about 100 miles northwest of so-called Las Vegas, Nevada. Yucca Mountain has been held holy to the Paiute and Western Shoshone nations since time immemorial. In January 2010, the Obama administration approved a $54 billion taxpayer loan in a guarantee program for new nuclear reactor construction, 3 times what Bush previously promised in 2005. In April 2022, the Biden administration announced a $6 billion government bailout to rescue nuclear power plants at risk of closing. A colonial government representative stated, "U.S. nuclear power plants contribute more than half of our carbon-free electricity, and President Biden is committed to keeping these plants active to reach our clean energy goals." They, along with climate justice activists, cite nuclear energy as necessary to combat global warming, all while ignoring the devastating permanent impacts indigenous peoples have faced. There is nothing clean about energy produced from nuclear colonialism. From its weapons to its mining and its waste, indigenous bodies, lands, and waters continue to be sacrificed to heat water with radioactive materials, which create steam that moves generators to charge batteries made from lithium extracted from other indigenous sacred lands, so Teslas can move you forward into a just climate future. A green economy sustains and advances colonial progress, which means mitigated, selective, and ongoing destruction of Mother Earth. Though they declare opposition to nuclear energy and C02 colonialism, the indigenous-based green economies promoted by Indigenous Environmental Network and Honor the Earth are congenial with and enable settler futures. The framework for the climate justice agenda is indigenized, in other words, it's simply given a makeover that tokenizes relationality with the Earth. How can we expect mutuality or solidarity from conciliatory activists whose reformist campaigns are built behind closed doors with massive NGOs while they cash in on multimillion-dollar grants? The climate justice movement's strategies and tactics are circumscribed by liberal obsessions with emphatic political lobbying and media coverage. The underlying framework marches towards further inclusion in, and progression of, settler society. But what can be expected by appealing for damage control by way of political and economic reforms to the very forces that create, maintain, and profit from this crisis in the first place? Although the systemic issues of capitalism and colonialism make appearances in press releases and banners on the streets, the underlying strategic aims rest on the reconfiguration of the dominant social order towards a more ecologically oriented, environmentally conscious polity. Do we really want a more ecologically friendly form of settler colonial capitalist domination, or do we seek to abolish its very existence? To epitomize the tunnel vision of the climate justice movement, in 2019 the group Extinction Rebellion organized an action they called Red-Handed Rebellion. where they delivered petitions, painted their hands red, and marched to a police station to turn themselves in. We are holding our hands up high in open rebellion against the UK government. We are accountable for our actions and are willing to be caught red-handed. Just as cavemen did through their negative handprints, we too are marking our connection with the earth. On Wednesday, we delivered letters to 18 government departments by hand demanding they produce their plans for addressing the emergency by mid-November. We will raise our red hands, taking responsibility for our actions. We all have blood on our hands. We march in admission and recognition of the part we play in the injustice of this emergency, and the ongoing suffering of thousands of people around the world due to climate and ecological breakdown. At the police station, we can take pictures of ourselves with red hands, posting on social media with the hashtag red-handed rebellion. This will additionally force the police into a dilemma situation, as people line up waiting to turn themselves in. It couldn't be clearer that in XR's hyperbolic rebellion there is no meaningful analysis of systemic interconnections of global warming, and they don't take state violence seriously. Professing accountability while marching into the hands of the police is another dead end of privileged theatrical activism. The spectacle of victimhood reaches its apogee in performative martyrdom. Climate justice strategies are also centered on challenging carbon industry corporations at their pocketbooks. Contemporary climate justice-based divestment campaigns are premised on responsible capitalism. They are composed of three primary tactics: consumer withdrawals, mutual fund divestment, and withholding lines of credit. According to the group Mazaska Talks, which organizes with the slogan, "Kill the funding, kill the pipeline," more than $5 billion has been committed to be withdrawn from the banks funding DAPL. In 2017, the city of occupied Seattle was the first municipality to pass legislation to withdraw their funds held in Wells Fargo Bank over the issue, about $3 billion, but in 2018 they reversed the decision due to a lack of an alternative financial institution to hold its money. Wells Fargo is one of the largest financial contributors of DAPL, investing $467 million in loans and credit. Although Citibank has internal corporate responsibility policies on indigenous, human, and environmental rights, they were among the primary banks offering credit for development of the Dakota Access Pipeline. In response to pressure from an intensified campaign due to pipeline resistance at Standing Rock, Citibank issued a formal letter stating they were reviewing their policies and consulting with indigenous peoples. Citibank weathered mass protests and occupations of their offices. They weren't compelled to divest. On February 17, 2017, Bill de Blasio, then mayor of New York City, which is occupied Lenape lands, wrote to Wells Fargo and other DAPL funders urging them to rethink their investments. De Blasio cited climate change, green jobs, and stated, "I am writing to express my deep concern about your involvement, and the involvement of other banks, in financing the Dakota Access Pipeline. This project could have negative consequences for the people of Standing Rock, for the well-being of your bank and for the health of this planet. Therefore, I urge you to withdraw your financing, or failing that, to use your position as a lender to press your client to negotiate a reasonable resolution that removes the threat to the tribe's concerns." The letter contained no commitment to remove funds and no actions followed. At a rally in 2019, de Blasio attacked another anti-colonial divestment campaign led by Palestinians called the Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions Movement. He stated, "Democrats and Republicans with equal fervor need to say Israel must exist so the Jewish people know they are always protected. And maybe some people don't realize it, but when they support the BDS movement, they are affronting the right of Israel to exist, and that is unacceptable." The BDS movement was established as a comprehensive economic effort to end international support for Israel's colonial occupation of Palestine. While 30 U.S. states have banned the implementation of BDS measures, the efficacy of the movement outside of public relations is hard to quantify. An Israeli state research center found that Israel's merchandise exports to the European Union had nearly doubled since the start of the BDS campaign. Although states have long weaponized economic force through various means, divestment was popularized as an activist strategy against the colonial apartheid regime of South Africa in the 1980s. Divestment was not the only factor in ending apartheid. The combination of decades of militant resistance, escalating colonial violence, and political campaigns all are attributed to its demise. It has been documented that due to sanctions on oil imports, South Africa built on Nazi technology and commercialized a process to convert natural gas and coal into liquid fuels. Sasol, a state-operated company that was privatized, is now the seventh largest coal company in the world, and their Secunda CTL synthetic fuel plant has been documented as the world's single largest emitter of greenhouse gases, releasing 56.5 million tons of CO2 per year into the atmosphere. The most effective divestment campaign in history led to the development of the single most polluting fuel plant in the world. Climate justice divestment strategies reinforce market logic. When shares are divested, they are sold. There's still a market and incentive for buyers to push for returns. Investments are shifted from carbon-polluting industries to so-called green ones. Boycott and divestment actions treat symptoms and are premised on appealing to an assumed goodwill and conscience of capitalists. They are negotiations that frame bad investments versus good alternatives. The strategy of moralizing and shifting investments maintains the socio-economic order of capitalism. While it makes strategic sense to deny the necessary resources an opponent requires to operate, the end game of negotiated financial risks is not the abolition of capitalism, it is the salvaging of it through agreeable reforms. The industries that are at the front-end cause of global warming have long waged war against sacred places and our bodies with impunity. Strategies informed by the logics of the enemies of the earth do not threaten colonialism and capitalism. Unless the root ideologies and structures that precipitate this crisis are confronted and done away with, we condemn ourselves and future generations to non-existence. Global warming is a consequence of the war against Mother Earth. Sacred places are integral to maintain balance with the natural world. To fully stop these pipelines, mines, and other devastating industries ravaging Mother Earth, we have to stop the political machinery and progression of the systems that generate them. Land back or cash back. The slogan "land back" became popularized during direct actions against resource colonial violence in so-called Canada during the Caledonia land dispute uprisings in 2020. Vehicles were used to blockade a liberated roadway renamed 1492 Land Back Lane. The slogan wasn't conceived there, as it has been a rallying cry of dispossessed communities for generations, but grew to viral ubiquity due to the social media savvy of those on the ground. The assertion of land back requires no elaboration: end colonial occupation, restore ancestral relationships with the land. As a slogan, land back has been oriented and claimed by those with differing political, economic, and social aims. Indigenous liberals apply reform-based approaches which include purchasing land and placing it in trust, donations of land by existing property owners, or through negotiations with state authorities for co-management and preservation. The latter generally includes an administrative arrangement of public lands or establishing trust status for the land. Indigenous communities that are not federally recognized, such as the Ohlone in so-called San Francisco, tend to employ these strategies with varying effect depending on the sympathies of local authorities. In 2022, the City of Oakland created a cultural conservation easement that gives the Sogorea Te Land Trust stewardship over a 5-acre park, now named Rainemupulti Iarkni, in perpetuity. The City of Oakland remains the official property owner, so the designation is more managerial and symbolic. The slogan "land back" was readily co-opted by nonprofits who cashed in on the trend and turned it into branding for real estate-driven campaigns. Nonprofits were motivated by an indigenous capitalist manifesto written by Edgar Villanueva, a Lumbee who is a self-described Southern Christian boy. Villanueva's first philanthropic job in his early 20s was to distribute $25 million from a tobacco industry tax shelter foundation to whomever he thought needed it. In his book Decolonizing Wealth, Villanueva absurdly states, "Money, used as medicine, can help us decolonize. The author is plainly cashing in on decolonialism to preserve and further capitalism. As stated in his book, he took his first philanthropic job because he believed it was a good place for him to do God's work. The author, a graduate from Jackson College of Ministries with a Pentecostal upbringing, is more comfortable quoting the Bible than his elders in a book invoking decolonization. At 28, the author was working for the Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust, making a six-figure salary. Villanueva considers himself a healer through preaching capitalism and oddly states that it was at an Indian Health Service conference where he received an Indian name from an Ojibwe medicine man. He states, "When I got into philanthropy, it felt like I gained access to a significant power to heal people." He then sold #decolonizer shirts at his ticketed book launch. The nonprofit industrial complex is a system of relationships designed by colonial and capitalist forces to manage and neutralize effective radical organizing. The NPIC was established to manage social and environmental groups with the same structure as corporations. Nonprofit organizations co-opt movement momentum into campaigns they manage to control and capitalize off of. Based on a charity model, NPOs focus their resources on building organizational power and not community power, thereby stripping essential resources from frontline radical liberatory organizing, while reproducing or prolonging inequality and social hierarchies. Wealthy families, individuals, foundations, owning classes, and corporations use the NPIC to shelter their wealth from having to pay taxes. These capitalists grant millions but save many millions more by profiting off of tax breaks. They have no sincere motivation to end the injustices that they often perpetuate and benefit from. Nonprofit managers and staff are milking philanthropists and massive foundations to get their salaries paid from profiteering off of land back. It's not a steal from the rich give to the poor strategy either. The nonprofit industry is established to keep wealth inequality intact, and undermine social unrest. Land-back political and economic strategies are further complicated and undermined due to the Marshall Doctrine, which established that indigenous peoples' lands are held in federal trust. Under the doctrine, tribal sovereignty is non-existent as indigenous nations are domestic dependent nations. So any land that is negotiated back by tribal entities remain a state resource managed by its wards. Rearranging state or private property through real estate transactions or state grants in the form of trusts, monuments, and protected areas, are economic and bureaucratic maneuvers that subjugate Mother Earth to the realm of social and economic regulations. Someone somewhere holds title to the land. If we interrogate the promises of land back, we are brought back to an ancestral perspective that the land belongs to no one but itself. Land back then becomes a question of unmapping legal terrain, tearing down walls, and cutting through fences. It becomes an undoing of the forceful imposition of the capitalist idea of private property and the colonial/capitalist impulse to declare dominion or domination over Mother Earth and existence. To realize land back means to end the ways humans have profaned all of existence and imposed their will upon the land, and reasserting that the land belongs to no one. From 1492 Land Back Lane to Big Mountain on Black Mesa and beyond, indigenous resistance has held autonomous regions free from state authority. In some moments these acts of liberation have lasted longer than others, and in the case of Big Mountain for over 40 years as the sovereign Dine Nation. Exploited from without and within. For some time, Black Mesa was also the poster child site of nonprofit indigenous climate justice organizing that was particularly focused on shutting down coal mining and power generation operations. Upwardly mobile Dine carved out their own space of the resistance ecosystem and focused on coal, energy, and water. While some powerful organizing was expressed through direct on-the-land projects such as restoring natural rainwater harvesting systems and traditional foods, the salaried positions and massive grants never seemed to add up to the work on the ground. My critique of the nonprofit industry was shaped through the many frictions of these dynamics. While nonprofit leaders were enjoying bloated salaries and would throw money at organizing problems, my relatives who lived on the front lines in the Big Mountain area were asking to borrow funds for gas or selling mutton to cover travel expenses to protests and other events across the country. The relocation issue wasn't in the purview of the nonprofit organization's campaign, so it didn't merit full support. A few moments provided the clear break for me from nonprofits, particularly when relatives cashed in on the Peak's sacred site struggle, when multiple community organizers told me, if we're not getting a paycheck, why would we be here, and hosting the longest walk to in 2008. More than 125 people joined American Indian movement leader Dennis Banks' call in 2008 to revive the original purpose of the 1978 longest walk. In 1978, the walk was held from California to Washington, D.C. to draw attention to indigenous rights struggles. Some of those on the walk organized small listening sessions to hear what the concerns were of the communities they traveled through. Their testimonies were collected and presented in a manifesto calling for political change, treaty honoring, and as a rallying cry for indigenous self-determination. The 2008 walk started with a ceremony at Alcatraz Island, which was the site of the well-known 1969 occupation that was a watershed moment for indigenous uprising throughout the so-called U.S. We had offered to mobilize support in so-called Flagstaff and organized for months with an informal coalition of professional and not-so-professional activists. We planned things out meticulously, and all the nonprofit workers applied their workshop skills with ardent fervor. As the walk approached occupied Flagstaff, Dennis told us that the schedule had to be shifted, but since we had big plans including a benefit concert, press conference, panel discussion, and protest, we couldn't be so flexible. The call was made by Dennis to arrive earlier and stay longer in Flagstaff so we didn't have to change plans, but that meant more time hosting those who were walking. The nonprofits refused to pivot and accommodate while 125 people needed places to sleep and meals. The autonomous crew I worked with at the time all stepped up. We had started Talahugan InfoShop the year prior and had a solid network already providing resources for other actions. This created a massive divide between the nonprofit managers and resourceful independent troublemakers. We coordinated all the housing, meals, and healthcare while salaried movement managers only fulfilled the tasks that they had scheduled. The events and actions were powerful and helped propel the walk for the rest of the journey. After the dust had settled, we held a coalition debrief where I was accused of micromanaging. Our crew was accused of making the nonprofit managers feel bad for not stepping up more. We all walked away from that meeting with a commitment that we wouldn't collaborate with local indigenous nonprofits again. Our rabid autonomous crew worked with the walk for the duration of its intended journey, and I traveled to DC with a friend to coordinate other aspects of the effort. We learned that due to internal politics and abuse, the walk had fallen apart with part of the group splintering off. The celebrity dynamic of Dennis Banks and the harsh reality of walking amidst contradictions broke the unity of the effort. I contacted a local anarchist friend to see if they could provide housing for about 40 people, including elders who were forced off of Dennis Walk and had started their own path. He quickly coordinated a place and food. While in occupied DC, I was offered more of a role with the overall walk's effort, but the medicine was troubled. There was a small powwow and lots of press work. Revolutionary socialists would randomly show up grasping for legitimacy with slick flyers about how much they supported political prisoner Leonard Peltier. Some Congress members were at the final news event saying some bullshit I don't remember. The last act of media coordination I offered was some radical talking points my friend Morningstar Gali and I created. One point was celebrities and politicians aren't going to save us. No one read the line, and aside from those who worked tirelessly on it, as far as I know, no one read the new longest walk manifesto. All those voices speaking towards silence, like a relative forgotten, giving birth to a child in a trailer and passing from this existence. I don't even think that it would be fully comprehended even if it was read. The contents were so much more than transcriptions. I quietly stepped aside from the activist revelry, movement performances, and traveled back to my home beneath the sacred mountain. In 2015, when the Save the Peaks coalition was active and mobilizing forces to resist Snow Bowl, our crew got an email from the Ruckus Society, a large nonprofit dedicated to spreading knowledge of direct action tactics. The email was to a general list calling on their supporters to donate money to their organization with a list of struggles they were supporting. 152. Including the San Francisco Peaks. During the Ninth Circuit Court hearings in occupied lone lands where Ruckus is based, we were shut out of their office though they had offered support. They had offered their staff to handle media support, then days before we arrived we were told they had a staff retreat. All the pressure fell onto our crew of volunteers who were already organizing many other tasks. At the time we were concerned that if we couldn't have basic support with media and resources, how could we expect support in serious actions? And then they sent the email soliciting funds for work they were doing for the peaks. The coalition formally responded telling them not to exploit sacred places for organizational gain. They just moved on to fill their pockets from other struggles. We maintain to this day that when we organize and fight for sacred sites, no one gets paid. The profanity of wealth amassed from ecocide, genocide, and slavery can never be decolonized. Economic systems imposed by colonizers aren't sacred. Chapter 7. The Politics of Free Bread. T. He Northern Navajo Fair at Xebit-Ai has been held for more than 100 years. It's a celebration of harvest and marks the change of seasons with the beginning of our winter ceremonial cycle. The cold dusty nights are lit by the neon glow of a carnival, the pounding voice of a distant MC narrating every move at the rodeo, intertribal dancers from throughout the region camped out all around the powwow grounds. The 9-night Yathi ceremony contrasts the scene. Juniper fires burn and families gather on the final nights when dancers from throughout the res come to participate and bring about the blessings for the patients. All of this revelry is held right on Uranium Boulevard, just a couple of miles from a massive 105-acre radioactive dump containing 2.5 million tons of radioactive waste on a site that was a former uranium mill. I had attended the fair many times before, sharing traditional dances or performing with black fire at side events, and even riding on floats and horses in the fair's extravagant parade. The miles-long procession features dined children marching in draught military fatigues with wooden guns, the Navajo Nation Marching Band, political candidates making their first and often last appearance in the community, traditionally themed floats, and massive energy corporations showcasing how much they give the community. My partner's family is from the area and each year they've held a wonderful reunion, so my participation in and around the fair has been much more frequent. It's a powerful connecting time of mutton grease, dust, sugary treats, dust, laughs, more dust, and intergenerational shenanigans. Some years ago we even organized a worker coop pop-up coffee stand we called Dive by Chino featuring fair trade organic coffee to fundraise the purchase of Talahugan Info Shop. Back in 2009, as the world was concerned with mass economic collapse, my partner and I were walking the Indian market and stopped to watch an Aztec danza group. The MC representing the danza exclaimed, "You know, we Indians are going to survive the economic crash, you know why? Because we have free bread." Of course all the greasy faces laughed and cheered. You see, we hunt free bread like a primordial beast. Our instincts attuned to the smell of a specific brand of grease. We can also just tell its provenance and quality by the look. Is it too brittle? Has it been sitting too long and just soaked in grease? Is it light, fluffy, and made just the way your best auntie, uncle, nalai, or mom makes it? Every food booth is known by who has the best free bread. My partner's cousins usually come together to compare notes then plan on descending on the best offering. We live up to the semi-nomadic reputation of the ravenous hunter-gatherers. We are anthropologically claimed to be. We become loyal to whatever temporary wooden tarp-covered shack that holds the secret to the food that comforts like the deepest memories nestled in a deep-fried pillow of satiated dreams. Free bread is composed of white flour, baking powder, salt, and water. Some folks add in powdered milk for good soft measure. Slap it out and deftly lay it into a big pan filled with hot grease, typically lard. Fry it up, and serve it sweet or savory. Salt or powdered sugar. Obviously it is not the healthiest dietary choice on the menu. Plus 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 plus. So why would we survive capitalism's decay with free bread? Today, according to Navajo Nation statistics, 43% of the 180,000 Dinebikia residents live below the federal poverty line. Unemployment stands at 42%. Nearly 32% of homes lack plumbing. Needless to say, self-sufficiency, or as some would say free bread power, is not factored into these numbers. So why is free bread such a powerful symbol of survival? If we talk about free bread, we have to talk about Wildy. Dine had waged more than 350 years of anti-colonial resistance against Spanish invaders until the 1840s, when the U.S. invaded our sacred lands. Colonel Kit Carson waged a devastating scorched earth campaign to destroy our cultural food systems and starve us out of our homelands. This brutal military campaign forced many to surrender. Some were told they could get food for their families at military forts but were immediately imprisoned. More than 10,000 Dine faced 53 different forced marches between August 1864 and the end of 1866. The destination of the 300-mile-long walk was to a military fort-turned-prison camp called Fort Sumner or Wildy. Brigadier General James Carleton was responsible for building the prison. He intended to conquer and assimilate Dine with this strategy he outlined in 1863. Gather them together little by little, on the reservation away from the haunts and hiding places of their country, and then to be kind to them, there teach their children how to read and write, teach them the arts of peace, teach them the truths of Christianity. Soon they will acquire new habits, the ideas, new modes of life. The old Indians will die off, and carry with them all the longings for murdering and robbing. The young ones will take their places without these longings, and thus, little by little, they will become a happy and contented people, and Navajo wars will be remembered only as something that belongs entirely in the past. Carleton commanded Lieutenant Colonel Kit Carson, who adjusted the strategy to wage a vicious military campaign. Carson was unrelenting in the brutality of his campaign. At Fort Sumner, 1 out of 4 Dine perished and remain buried in unmarked graves. In narratives shared by family, an elder relative once said, "Though many were lost, there were no orphans because K helped us survive." K is the Dine clan system that establishes kinship and teachings of mutuality and collective care. During the 1864 to 1868 internment, the U.S. government issued rations in the form of coffee beans, flour, salt, and lard. Salt, flour, lard, water. The makings of free bread. During Wildy, the single most important ingredient was survival. It was in the U.S. military's attempt at ethnic cleansing that the recipe for free bread was born. It is a recipe embedded with the atrocities of colonial idealism and utopianism, or manifest destiny. Part of its glutinous composition is inseparable from the expansion of so-called civilization and democracy. The Dine experience is not unique. Free bread recipes are coveted by many indigenous nations. Handed down like heirlooms from generation to generation. Feeding our souls and hearts, killing our bodies. We pray and eat knowing that free bread tastes sacred only because it was and still is a means of survival. One slice of free bread has 700 calories and 25 grams of fat, this according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Indian Country Today columnist and founder of the Morning Star Institute, Suzanne Shone-Harjo once wrote, "Free bread is emblematic of the long trails from home and freedom to confinement and rations. It's the connecting dot between healthy children and obesity, hypertension, diabetes, dialysis, blindness, amputations, and slow death, redeeming qualities. Zero nutrition. Diabetes is a chronic disease that has no cure. It compromises immune systems and makes those who live with it more susceptible to other diseases and viruses such as COVID-19. According to the American Diabetes Association, people with diabetes do face a higher chance of experiencing serious complications from COVID-19. In general, people with diabetes are more likely to experience severe symptoms and complications when infected with a virus. According to the National Diabetes Educational Program, about 16.1% of American Indians and Alaska Natives ages 20 years and older who are served by the Indian Health Service have diagnosed diabetes. There was a 68% increase in diabetes from 1994 to 2004 in indigenous youth aged 15 to 19 years. We have a 3 times higher death rate due to diabetes compared with the general U.S. population. 1 in 3 dying are diabetic or pre-diabetic. In some regions, healthcare workers have reported diagnosing diabetes in every other patient. Gila River Dam located near so-called Tucson, Arizona has the highest rate of diabetes in the world. About 50% of their people between the ages of 30 and 64 have diabetes. Mario Saraficio, Gila River Dam, was defiant in his devotion to free bread in an Indian Country Today article, "Those things are awesome. It's bad, but it's good. If the doctor told me I had to give it up, I'd say probably not. I've made hundreds of pieces of free bread for unsheltered relatives, it never goes out of demand." The trajectory of the diabetes epidemic in indigenous communities has long been considered a plague harbingering the doomsday for indigenous existence. Then why are we so unwilling to give up free bread? What I heard and felt in the midst of the poetically dark indigenous humor of the Danza Azteca MC at Shiprock Fair was that we will survive the ongoing brutalities of capitalism because it cannot fully extinguish indigenous collective and self-sufficiency. This is what is meant when indigenous peoples proclaim free bread power. Free bread is nostalgic like any food that you grow up with that is culturally unique, and what is most distinct is in how it is centered around survival. It is most noticeable for those who've been away from home for a while and free bread scented their dreams. Somehow a product of historical trauma soothes the personal ones. Perhaps it's because regardless of the ingredients free bread is made with intergenerational love. Free bread was never intended to supplant customary foods, yet it is what brings our people together. Ultimately it's a colonial punchline of a pop cultural end to indigenous life. But will there be free bread? In our assertions of food sovereignty and security by sowing ancestral seeds and breaking corporate dependence, or what some call decolonizing our diets, we reconnect and restore that which feeds our people's minds, bodies, and spirits, and no, there won't be free bread. Free bread is also the perfect metaphor for colonial politics. It may help us survive for a moment, but if we keep consuming it will ultimately kill us. Left and right wing are two sides of the same piece of deep-fried dough. The leftovers of leftism. There's a monolithic assumption about indigenous politics. Particularly that we all care about the earth. This assumption establishes indigenous identity as a virtue. But there are indigenous fascists, capitalists, conservatives, socialists, anarchists, nihilists, extractivists, etc. Some spend more time than others mired in arguments of what system is best for indigenous futurity or survivance. Largely ignoring that the origin of the assumption must be contended, the imposition of colonial politics. Anthropological and social assertions of indigenous politics steeped in the stench of the progressivisms of modernity, have dominated how we think about social organizing today. Indigenous organizations measure their accomplishments based on how well they're recognized, funded, and included in colonial order. Though there is much room, there is not much oxygen left to breathe between the suffocating patriarchal legacy of the American Indian movement and the overbearing liberal nonprofit trading post activists of today. Most indigenous activists graft academic studies and colonial politics onto their ancestors' fights. This back to the future anthropological nonsense drives them into the distraction of an indigenous futurism premised on settler utopic modernity, with most offerings amounting to Star Wars cosplay with indigenous decor. Their pastime is reappropriating the imaginations of colonizers to reimagine indigenous futures. Indigenous futurity is rendered as a captive fantasy. They regurgitate some dead white guy's thoughts like leftovers eaten from a bad batch of ironic stew made from free-range buffalo and Ivy League degrees. The idea of struggle is an attractive commodity. It is attached to daydreams of wannabe revolutionaries who had a charismatic professor or two during their graduate classes that romanced Marx, his intellectual progeny, and slipped them a little Mao on the side. They objectify themselves on the not-so-sacred altar of leftism in the assigned categorical safe space of social justice and essentialized environmentalist assumptions. The role and value ascribed to their institution and how it reinforces colonial politics, no matter how much they chant decolonize the academy, is never questioned because, look at all the shiny postmodern things, and most clearly, if they critique too deeply, they risk critiquing themselves out of a successful career. Leftism is one part of the whole that composes colonial power. So long as we subscribe to its political factions, we also chain ourselves to its ultimate aspirations. When we address politics of regarding modern colonialism, why is it so hard for us to imagine indigenous peoples outside of the left? I circle back to this question throughout this book, as I believe this dynamic is a vicious constraint suppressing indigenous liberation. And yet we keep eating free bread even though we know it's killing us. Will we just carry on, with the ghostly appearance of survival? A greasy apparition continuing the slow death march as portrayed by that detestable fetishist Edward S. Curtis Camera in 1904, his vanishing race? It wasn't free bread or settler politics that brought our ancestors back to walk among the sacred mountains from Huildi, it was ceremony and action. As my elders caution, the long walk has never ended for us. TAA expect resistance. Chapter 8. Indigenous-rooted direct action. I've been conflicted with how to approach writing this section for a number of reasons, primarily due to the ways I've outgrown activism. On any given indigenous resistance timeline, a point is inevitably reached where the futility of petitioning and making demands that colonizers end their violence becomes unmistakably clear. Perhaps this is an anti-colonial critical consciousness, but I have become preoccupied with the urges of my ancestors to be ungovernable. I punctuate many of the following essays with assertions of three ideas that mean the same thing to me: direct action, attack, and anti-colonial struggle. I initially was planning on writing a separate field guide on this topic with practical tips for organizing and various tactics, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt it was very distant from my focus in these pages. Plus, there is already a range of resources for direct action tactics out there, though some more succinct than others. While I may still publish the field guide as a supplementary zine, my hesitation relates to my tension with what constitutes activism as a whole, most all of which amounts to large nonprofits commodifying and exploiting issues, narrowly focused winnable campaigns pleading politicians for limited reforms, performative solidarity and identity politicking, young bodies sacrificed to the carceral state in sensational arrests as public relations stunts, and progressive activist drones working to hold the system accountable while surviving the mundanity by constantly telling themselves, it's better than doing nothing. For more than 2 decades I've participated in and organized various types of actions, from prayer vigils, marches, banner drops, blockades, and brief and long-term occupations. All in a range of communities from occupied lone lands in so-called San Francisco to occupied Piscataway lands in Washington, D.C., and in other parts of this world. In the early 2000s I started conducting direct action training and strategy workshops with friends who comprised an affinity group. We built on skills from experience, working with other crews, and attending other workshops and training camps. We followed the theater of direct action activism and oriented others with the familiar formula: form an affinity group, select tactics with the considerations of tone, escalation, risk, and timing, go over roles, exercise possible scenarios, research possible charges and bail amounts, do the action, get a cite and release or get hauled to jail and either bailed out right away or released on your own recognizance, do media, go to court, plea out, or get stuck with the charges and then do the whole thing over and over again. We found ourselves reorganizing entire campaigns because groups had no basic understanding of strategy. Their tactics were driving their strategies and they were focused more on outputs than outcomes. They approached direct action as an institution and treated it as a contingency plan when other appropriate means inevitably failed. The activist institutionalization of direct action approaches it as theatrical tactics to fulfill an organizational strategy. But if direct action is only viewed as a set of tactics or a means, its most beautiful offering is neglected. It is both a means and an ends. In its most raw definition, direct actions means that instead of getting someone else to act for you like a politician or institution, you act for yourself. It can be applied individually, in small groupings like a couple of friends, families, and collectives, and in larger communities. As a well-established core principle of anarchism, direct action is also articulated as a way of life. Direct action, as unmediated expression of individual or collective desire, challenges the dependencies, dispossession, and alienation created by hierarchy. The nature of direct action compels us to get at the root cause of any problem we might be facing. As a principle, it urges us to constantly dig deeper and ask, what do we get from this system that we cannot directly provide for ourselves? What ways can we direct our energy, individually and collectively, into efforts that have immediate impact in our lives and the lives of those around us? How can we live our lives unmediated by authority? The more I've contemplated direct action, the more progressive activism becomes a repetitive deadening sound of flesh against brick as heads bang against walls expecting them to crumble. Why do indigenous organizers continue to mirror social justice nonviolent direct action strategies and tactics centered on civil acts of disobedience that have largely remained the same since their development in the 1960s? These outdated formulas communicate that it only matters if you are peaceful, you get arrested, and the media coverage. 167 Indigenous-rooted direct action is good. Why is it a point of veneration to subject more of our people to the police, court, and prison system? Don't get me too wrong, I'm all for escalation, risk, and preparedness, but there has to be a good reason to submit to capture. I appreciate those who spend as much time thinking through and rehearsing arrest scenarios while also planning on getting away with it. Any strategy that begs politicians to enact change through mass arrest should be ferociously scrutinized. Perhaps it's branded as direct action, but it's really just aggressive martyr/victim complex lobbying. In the context of liberal social and environmental justice organizing, indigenous suffering is a tactical resource. We are valued as the dignified victims, objectified as the ecological, manifest, ripe for extraction. Our mouth stuffed with carbon copy agendas and talking points. Our teleological agency is colonially circumscribed. The game of colonial activism is rigged. It plays a politics that no matter the side you're on, colonialism always wins. And so, why do we continue to play this game? Those that rule and profit from and through colonialism and capitalism will never be morally persuaded to make decisions to benefit anyone but themselves. Those that stand for the earth and existence will always be in their way. This is an absolute that continues to be written in the blood of indigenous peoples throughout the world. How do we contend with the violences of settler colonial power? Certainly not through strategies informed by logics and frameworks that reinforce it. What is indigenous-rooted direct action? The following section is the architecture for an indigenous-rooted direct action that I've established with friends and through challenging experiences over the years. Indigenous-rooted direct action is a framework to develop strategy and tactics to intervene in and end colonial violence against the land and all our relations. We assert that our cultures are our first framework for action and that our power comes from our relationships with the natural world. We organize in cycles, not campaign timelines. THIRD does not rely on colonial political systems or institutions and fiercely rejects and challenges the nonprofit and ally industrial complexes. THIRD is informed, guided, and supported by indigenous cultural knowledge and is a continuation of the deep history of indigenous resistance to colonial domination. THIRD is interrelational and recognizes that colonialism is facilitated by white supremacy, cis-heteropatriarchy, and capitalism. THIRD directly challenges and disrupts the ideas, institutions, and behaviors that maintain colonial power. THIRD is about directly asserting and maintaining indigenous lifeways and power to inform and shape the relationships and narratives that impact our ways of being. Additionally, THIRD empowers cultural communication methods, is culturally and spiritually appropriate and accountable, challenges all assumptions of victimhood, recognizes that indigenous peoples are not monolithic but incredibly diverse, does not perpetuate recolonization, invisibilization, or direct colonialism of other indigenous peoples' lands, seeks to address and heal land trauma. 168-169 Indigenous-rooted direct action. Does not use ceremony or spiritual practices as publicity, theater, or a prop. Other points that have been added at times. THIRD is responsible to ancestors and future generations. It cultivates cultures of resistance and liberation. Is about asserting and maintaining indigenous power and lifeways to inform and shape power relationships and narratives impacting our ways of being. Facilitates warrior morale and power for fighting forward and back. Asserts that security culture must also mean adopting culturally informed proactive processes of transformative and restorative justice. There are cultures of direct action that are informed by those establishing the theories, critical analysis, and most important by those who implement them. They've set the terms, which in many instances shape the over and underlying narratives. This is why an indigenous-rooted direct action is necessary, if we have an end to any system of oppression without the conclusion being indigenous liberation on these lands. It just amounts to a reorganization of our domination. The organizing framework we utilize is based upon dynana. So it goes beyond activist interventions and tactics and applies to how we live our lives. We start with K and organize around the four primary directions that are situated within the cosmology bounded by our sacred mountains, Nitsahakis, Nahae, Ina, and Sihasin. It is nonlinear, and so once an action is completed, the cycle can be renewed. There are lifetimes of teachings that relate to ceremonies and medicines within these teachings. When we assert these contextual frameworks, we build on the understanding that action is our prayer when we live our lives in accordance with our beliefs, or our reverence with the sacred. This means we intimately operate with the spiritual dimensions of our fights as well as the material, emotional, and psychological. We affirm that our power is rooted within our mutuality with existence, with the sacred. Indigenous-rooted direct action means being a force of nature. Beyond civil disobedience. Do we wish to be civilly obedient to a settler colonial system established and maintained on genocidal and ecocidal violence? The matter of civil obedience might appear to be questioned in the famed assertion that, what is legal is not synonymous with what is right. But that statement assumes an agreeable morality of and in settler colonialism, its liberal synonymizing reinforces the state. It is a rallying cry of settler inclusion. The relationships of power that comprise what is civil, demand obedience. They demand tactics and a politics that confine them to be respectably included. Their escalations are a fervor not to undermine and abolish, but to be a part of the club. If you've been to any direct action training, the first terms defined are nonviolent direct action and civil disobedience. These terms establish a framework that has been in use since it was created in the 1960s by Christian civil rights activists. They intentionally built an implicit consensus around nonviolence and contrasted their tactics to those of the Black Panthers, AIM, Weather Underground, Symbionese Liberation Army, and other militant formations that sought to abolish the U.S. empire. In the last 50-plus years, very little has changed in this organizing framework that continues to shape strategies and tactics used by activists throughout the world. At their core, they are temporary interventions in social and political power relations that appeal through varying degrees of pressure for justice to be bestowed by the state. This model is not only the status quo in social and environmental justice organizing, it is also embraced by the state and capitalists as it reinforces and reproduces their underlying relationships of power. The NVDA position speaks through activist managers in a moral binary of violent/nonviolent. It fails to understand that violence exists on a spectrum. This binary fiction of violence/nonviolence, which is the preferred fantasy of liberals, normalizes the state's monopoly on violence in declarations of demonstrations and principles as nonviolent. It alienates radical possibilities and the militant legacies of anti-colonial struggle. The question of nonviolence and violence has never defined indigenous resistance, it has always been a more practical consideration of what works. Outside of the historical movement parentheses, the limitations, failures, and underlying power relationships of these fights aren't discussed and examined enough. This is due, in part, to the overall ways that direct action has been institutionalized by nonprofit managers and self-imposed allies. The criticisms aren't new, as anti-political analyses from the Earth and Animal Liberation Fronts, to Bashback, to Conspiracy of Cells of Fire, and other militant strains of what can be called resistance have long pushed against the narrowly prescribed economy of action in the milieu of what is cynically dubbed the struggle trademark. Outside the parenthetical containers of sanctioned struggle are voices that distance and denounce actions as violent or extreme. After all, the context of their notions of disobedience is confined to the civil. Their moralism constricts their lineage to nonviolent martyred icons that the state also embraces, such as Martin Luther King Jr. and Mahatma Gandhi. It dissects the violence of abolitionists slitting the throats of those holding whips and keys to cages. It delicately separates the disfigured entrails of bloody liberation movements and moments that have underscored how power is imposed and disposed of in this world. It declares a monopoly of social transformation that is steeped in its utopic colonial imaginary. The liberal philosophies and ideologies of struggle have colonized and commodified social transformation. Gord Hill bites at this tendency in his powerful antagonism, Smash Pacifism, a critical analysis of Gandhi and King, where he acutely observes that pacifism must be challenged and discredited as an acceptable doctrine for resistance movements. To promote nonviolence is to disarm the people psychologically and to dampen their fighting spirit. This is even more so when the population is already largely pacified, as is the case in North America. Pacified not through state repression, but through apathy and hopelessness, and when these are broken, by the preaching of a pacifist doctrine that claims to be morally, politically, and tactically superior to all other forms of struggle. Peter Gelderlo's book, How Nonviolence Protects the State, offers an extraordinary study. Gelderloos asserts, only a people trained to accept being ruled by a violent power structure can really question someone's right and need to forcefully defend herself against oppression. Indigenous warriors and warrior culture are perversely fetishized by the white historic gaze, yet the intensity and brutality of these complex resistances are sanitized for colonial consumption. But ours is the contradiction of the noble and the savage. And while I'll dig into indigenous inclusion and civility in later chapters, I want to emphasize that for the duration of the Indian Wars and most all history of colonial invasion, indigenous spiritual and physical resistance was regarded as illicit terrorism against civilization. Most of our ancestors weren't concerned with legitimacy of their tactics and their moral implications. Broadly speaking, spirit and the sacred were their frameworks for action, and they responded how they could with whatever worked, outside the enclosures, or reservations of dissent sanctioned by their enemies. The fascinating instability of ongoing indigenous dissent and disobedience is in its contentions of legitimacy and criminality. The criminalization of dissent becomes an invitation to embrace the anti-settler criminality of our ancestors in order to overwhelm colonial society's abilities to function. There is no need for activism in a world where collective and self-defense is a way of life. There is no need to stay enclosed on reservations of resistance. Settler civility should always be undermined and contended. Above and below terrains of struggle. Above ground direct actions have very different consequences to consider than with underground actions. If above and below ground strategies and tactics stay siloed, they risk immobility. As previously mentioned, above ground strategies are limited by design. They are most often reformist and at great risk of recuperation by the state or capitalists. Above-ground organizers, at their worst, descend into careerists capitalizing on struggles and collaborating with the state, acting as informally deputized movement police turning against those deemed too radical or violent. They tend to loosely cast the term outside agitators at anyone not in alignment with their campaign strategies. Outside agitators are a settler fiction designed to vilify, marginalize, and regulate dissent. Fascist scapegoaters and liberals denouncing actions that don't comport with their idealized moral activities apply this term sensationally. Settler colonizers as an occupying force are the definition of outside agitation. Below-ground strategies and tactics face their particular limitations as well. They are esoteric by design, are subject to extreme repression, and often face rapid diffusion. There have been brilliant flashpoints when above and below ground actions intentionally connect in complementary ruptures. This has been particularly well implemented and documented during anti-globalization mass mobilizations. Mass-permitted marches provided necessary cover for the spectacular recreational activities of black blocs and other more subterranean forces. Yet while the grandeur of mass protests is fascinating, the scale doesn't matter so much as creativity and hostile opportunism. When the state is anemic, further below-ground action becomes possible. As the state's predictable repressive capabilities are diminished, further liberatory possibilities are brought to the surface. Synthesizing radical above and below points of contact break the binary. This point is the aggregation and compounding of social, political, and economic destabilization towards liberation. Moreover, above-ground activism should constantly consider self-destruction. Its degeneration is also necessary for liberation. Since the mid-1990s, the Earth Liberation Front has wreaked havoc against Earth-killing projects throughout the world. From the burning of multimillion-dollar ecosystem-killing developments to the sabotage of mining equipment, their anonymous, autonomous, cell-based, or at times lone wolf, actions have resulted in substantial material losses. Their primary tools have been rudimentary incendiary devices comprised of something as simple as a plastic gallon jug filled with gasoline, a kitchen sponge soaked in gas and kerosene then placed in the handle, and a handful of large incense sticks placed sticking out of it. Other devices were only slightly more sophisticated and included a modified mechanical kitchen timer attached to a road flare attached to a 5-gallon bucket filled with an accelerant. These devices were then placed in areas that had good airflow and as close to combustible materials as possible. While other slightly more complicated devices were made, these simple tools and a hypervigilant and extreme level of security have brought massive industrial projects to ashes. This is just for illustrative purposes, and I would never advocate for anyone to engage in the construction or use of such devices. There are other less risky ways to bring down machinery and developments. In one account that was shared publicly by an indigenous agitator who is no longer walking with us, a cordless power tool was used to cut through power line bolts, but not all the way. Months later, when strong winds came, the power lines were toppled. Sometimes the force of nature just needs a little help. The point is, you don't need to understand how a machine functions to destroy it. A red-powered past tense. Colonial technologies of power are designed to rule over the body, mind, spirit, temporality, and environment of those it claims as its subjects. Colonial power is implicitly and explicitly articulated through constant coercive force. Its pillars of political and economic power malignantly rest on genocide, slavery, alienation, and ecocide. The dominant social order's Machiavellian enforcement and justifications contrast sharply against liberatory calls for power with, not over. Without coercion through external and internalized violence, those who rule and the rules they seek to impose are all but meaningless. The unambiguous assertion of power with is an expression that aligns with cultural knowledge systems that have existed before colonial rule on these lands. In sometimes awkwardly contorted ways, it has also oriented much of what is considered as social justice movement organizing in the so-called U.S. Most progressive activist campaigns are centered in uncomplicated attempts at moral persuasion of those above in the dominant social, economic, and political hierarchy. They're concerned with target audiences, demographics, and most often voters, and building support within those communities so they can influence decision makers. They study their target audience, choose tactics they believe will persuade them to pressure their primary target, and work to get attention. Their influence tends towards capacity building, which is how they perceive organizational power is built. It requires more funding for staff, which requires a steady stream of grants, which requires accountability to the foundations and philanthropists that they become dependent on to maintain and cultivate their ever-expanding capacity. Eventually those foundations look down upon radical actions and emphasize tactics that focus on services and non-confrontational forms of political persuasion. They economically emphasize tactics of refusal and passivity. They accept mild threats so long as they don't conflict with their own positions and proximity to economic and political power. The insular and myopic world of nonprofit activism is maintained as such by design. This dynamic is incisively confronted in the book The Revolution Will Not Be Funded by Insight. They also join a leftist chorus calling for counter-power, which is proclaimed as building a new world in the shell of the old. Strategies range from community gardening to independent media, housing and business co-ops, schools, clinics, etc. And while alternative infrastructures are necessary to end corporate and state dependencies, counter or dual power on stolen land is neocolonial. For all the indigenous centering and lip service to land back, leftists have a lot of modern hang-ups. Zike also assails how the idea of dual power as revisionism of authoritarian ideology in their brief polemic, Shut Up About Dual Power, Tool. They caution against the corrupting force of all power. Most anti-imperialists and anti-capitalists are locked into the logic of fighting empire on empire's terms, building a revolutionary force on the scale of the empire to fight the empire. While intervening is critical, autonomous anti-colonialists also focus their attacks on where the empire draws its power from. This offers a much more varied, asymmetric and amorphous possibility of intervention that requires a whole lot less complicated revolutionary theorizing. You don't need enlightened professional organizers or a vanguard to lead the way. Sometimes you just need a bad idea, the wherewithal to try it, and the meticulous attention to detail to ensure you get away with it. Indigenous power is often reduced to visibility as exemplified with the slogan that so many indigenous activists and artists embrace, "We are still here." But this is an incomplete statement of survival. Shouldn't we also be concerned with where we are and how intact or whole the we part actually is? When first proclaimed in the 1960s, Red Power was a complement to the ethnic and gender power movements of the day, particularly Black Power, which either proposed distinct nationalisms based on revolutionary communist ideas, or equality and inclusion into settler society through civil reforms. The expressly revolutionary aspects of the civil rights era fixated on the strategy of building the power of the people to overturn one system of power to replace it with another. The Red Power manifestos and statements of the era focused on protest and mobilization towards the idea of indigenous self-determination, which comprised treaty rights, economic development, education, and cultural preservation. Red Power was issued as a demand of colonial power and as such was progressively negotiated or assimilated into the U.S. colonial polity. Certain rights were granted by colonizers as concessions to contain the extreme militancy of indigenous, queer, feminist, black, Zekanat, ecological, and other uprisings. As part of the history of the U.S. civil rights movement, these struggles had primarily been forced to operate under the terms of and within the confines of colonial oppression to negotiate what rights and legal privileges could be distributed to subjugated Indians. While radical indigenous analysts within proximity to the American Indian movement and its concomitant forces understood that sovereignty by definition cannot be practiced under the authority of another political entity, and their tactics were hostile and militant, most of the Red Power movement's immediate goals were based in reforms. As I previously state, there are many lessons to learn and unlearn with how the state reflexively counterattacked the militancy of the 1960s and 70s. Systems of social management and control were also built through the development of social justice organizing. These state-sanctioned models still inform and heavily influence how activism is done today. Concessions turned into political conformity and merchandising. Select revolutionary actors of the era built political careers, some went in and out of retirement circulating on unending speaking tours, many got PhDs and wrote books which established their authority of the struggle trademark, and many others went from hippie to yuppie to boomer in a couple of generational steps. From bad parodies of outdated revolutionary cliches, non-profit profiteering, and the adoption of nonviolent direct action as the status quo in organizing, the power of the people was largely subsumed or rendered inert by the state and its collaborating capitalist forces. Red power, like land back, means different things depending on who you talk to or what book you read, but ultimately inspired and reactivated powerful multi-generational resistance. My elders assert that power is a spiritual source and responsibility that is shared with all of creation. Our medicine is power. Our power is medicine. The AIM Song of Anguish. Though my family was skeptical of and kept AIM at a distance, I grew up singing the AIM song. I've sung it at actions throughout the world. My grandma Roberta would always want to sing it, her barely audible voice at the drum belying her fierce power. I've sung it with both Russell Means and with Dennis Banks and faceless and nameless warriors on many front lines. Though its provenance is not known, the story I recall was that it was a spiritual gift to rally AIM warriors during the liberation of Wounded Knee. In analyzing indigenous power and direct action, it's vital to examine the context of strategies, tactics, and state repression that comprises the ongoing legacy of indigenous resistance, particularly with the historically vital force of the American Indian movement. Though there are many examples, Leonard Peltier's false imprisonment for the alleged murder of 2 FBI agents in 1975 and the clouded assassination of Anna Mae Piktuaquash are important markers. Anna Mae Piktuaquash, a strong Mi'kmaq warrior with AIM, was found murdered in 1975 in Wanblee on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. Piktuaquash is also a symbol of the missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, trans, and Two-Spirit movement today. Accusations of her murder first pointed to the FBI and later, as AIM members revealed how paranoia of infiltrators had gripped the leadership intensely, rumors surfaced that AIM leaders had her killed. This was a time when bad-jacketing tactics by feds as part of COINTELPRO was proving to be an effective tactic against revolutionary groups. In 2003, after multiple grand jury hearings, AIM members John Graham and Arlo Looking Cloud were targeted and controversially named as killers of Anna Mae. Others such as Thelma Rios and Vine Richard Marshall were also charged in association with her murder. A 2006 article by Billy Pierre, who was part of Native Youth Movement and a founding member of the radical indigenous youth project Redwire magazine, addressed the charges against Looking Cloud and Graham. In the past few years, the memory of Anna Mae Piktuaquash, an American Indian movement leader from the Mi'kmaq Nation in Nova Scotia, Canada, has been reduced to that of a helpless woman who was murdered by her own allies. In reality, her murder is part of a ruthless campaign waged by the U.S. government, a campaign that, far from being ancient history, is still unfolding today. There is no credible evidence linking either man to the crime, and their prosecution seems like nothing more than an effort to destroy what little remains of AIM. Graham says that the FBI started to visit him in the Yukon during the mid-1990s. On 4 separate visits, they offered him immunity and a new identity if he testified that any of the former AIM leaders had ordered Piktuaquash's execution. He refused. On their last visit, they stated that this would be his final chance to cooperate. If he would not testify, they would charge him with her murder. Pierre also addressed how COINTELPRO operated at the time. This tactic of the FBI's counterintelligence program undermined valuable members of a group by casting them in suspicious situations. Wherever Piktuaquash went, arrests would follow. She'd be released, while other AIM members were slapped with charges and high bail. In September 1975, FBI agent David Price attempted to force her to sign an affidavit implicating Peltier for the murder of the 2 FBI agents. She refused to cooperate, and Price promised her that she wouldn't live to see the year's end. They quickly arranged for her to be buried as a Jane Doe. After this cover-up came to light, the FBI released a statement announcing that Piktuakwish was not a government informant. As intended, this statement insinuated that AIM might have believed Piktuakwish to be an informant and murdered her. In the book Lakota Woman, Mary Crow Dog and Richard Erdos shared this prophetic quote by Anna Mae in 1975. "Offered me my freedom and money if I'd testify the way they wanted. I have those two choices now. I chose my kind of freedom, not their kind, even if I have to die. They let me go because they are sure I'll lead them to Peltier. They're watching me. I don't hear them or see them, but I know they're out there somewhere. I can feel it." The Vancouver chapter of the NYM issued the statement regarding Graham and Looking Cloud case. If, as alleged, her killing was ordered by AIM's leadership, those ultimately responsible for her death are U.S. government officials, including the FBI, for it was under their orders that a deadly counterinsurgency campaign was waged against AIM, which included portraying genuine movement members as informants. This strategy was used to create paranoia and division, to turn members against one another. Anna Mae was herself the target of an FBI bad jacket. FBI agents had threatened to kill her in the year prior to her death. When her body was found, despite being on an FBI wanted list, agents had her hands cut off for fingerprint analysis. During the first autopsy, the government coroner determined the cause of death to be exposure, somehow missing the bullet hole in the back of her head. Darlene Kamook Nichols, who had been married to Dennis Banks, received $42,000 from the FBI to spy on AIM and help build the case against Looking Cloud and Graham. Kamook subsequently married the U.S. Marshal who reopened the case. The voluntary state collaboration of John Trudell against Graham and Looking Cloud also became a flashpoint. John Graham's extradition from so-called Canada would not have been possible without Trudell's identification of him to the FBI. Though Looking Cloud confessed, he later recanted it, stating that he was coerced with drugs given to him by state agents. In 2003, Leonard Peltier issued the statement regarding the John Graham trial. "When we talk of sovereignty, we must be willing to solve our own problems and not go running to the oppressor for relief. We have been and still are at odds with the most dangerous, well-funded, strongest military and political organization in the history of the world. Whatever the result of any trials conducted in the courtrooms of our oppressor, the same ones ultimately responsible for Anna Mae's death, we will continue to advance in our movement towards victory, inspired by her memory and her spirit." As Billy Pierre stated in her defense of Graham and Looking Cloud, a basic principle of any resistance movement is non-collaboration with our enemy. The context of extreme state repression and consequential internal paranoia and divisions within movements and how it impacts ongoing struggles today is necessary to study. AIM and their indigenous feminist counterpart, women of all red nations, have lessons unlearned that should be studied, challenged, and confronted outside of settler colonial state narratives that continue to undermine and attack indigenous resistance. There are also serious reasons many young indigenous people are wary of AIM, from the toxic misogynistic legacy that has remained unaccounted for, to the imposition of force in front lines where they have tended to overbear local organizers. Though they've maintained leadership with their Grand Council over scattered semi-autonomous chapters, AIM's contemporary presence has depended on its legacy. It's largely an institution that dwells on its past achievements. Though those achievements may be great, this doesn't provide much opening for reflection and necessary transformation to be relevant to young folks who have grown up in what we might consider a post-Red Power, post-AIM world. As AIM has aspired to be a catalyst for Indian sovereignty, the terms have only grown muddled with the actions of their celebrities. From Russell Means abusing a dying elder, then attempting to dodge accountability by attacking Navajo Nation tribal sovereignty, to the trails of women used and abused by him, Dennis Banks, and the other personalities that still comprise AIM's celebrity forces. This anguishing resentment of AIM and their ongoing impositions, is part of what motivated a young indigenous person to cut down the AIM flag that was flying over a sacred fire at the Winnemucca Community Resistance Camp in so-called Nevada in 2021. AIM has been extraordinarily gloried, but they weren't the only radical indigenous organizations operating then. Communities with forces such as Janet McLeod fighting for fishing rights in so-called Washington, Corbin Harney resisting nuclear colonialism in so-called Nevada, grandmothers Catherine Smith, Pauline Weitzinger and Roberta Blackgoat fighting coal mining and forced relocation on Black Mesa, and so many more have fought for decades to protect sacred lands and waters. Occasionally AIM would be there alongside those struggles, and sometimes they would not be welcome. In spite of this, the AIM song still echoes and invokes the spirit of resistance in Tulalip, Western Shoshone and Dine frontlines, and far beyond. Insecurity culture. Divide and conquer tactics are not new, but they are hard to contend with when they take root. Revolutionary movements throughout history are replete with examples of state informants and infiltrators breaking down effective organizations with extremely serious consequences, from the Black Panther Party for self-defense, the Evan Mecham eco-terrorist international conspiracy, to the more recent attacks on Earth Liberation Front cells through the FBI's coordinated attacks known as the Green Scare. Security culture has long been established by radical groups to counter state surveillance and repression. It's a dynamic practice with a shifting array of modules that are critiqued and adjusted to keep ahead of insidious attacks waged by the state. The 2001 zine Security Culture, a handbook for activists, identified security culture as a culture where people know and assert their rights. The Crime Ethic zine What is Security Culture? Offers this concise definition: a security culture is a set of customs shared by a community whose members may be targeted by the government, designed to minimize risk. Security practices become a culture when a group makes security violations unacceptable within the group. As anti-globalization resistance reached a fever pitch in 2010, the G20 summit in Toronto, Canada served as a clear picture of the police state in full operation. Radical groups were infiltrated, and while security culture mitigated some impacts, it also exacerbated others. The lessons learned from the experience are well documented in a 2012 zine, The Charges and How They Came to Be, published anonymously and attributed to the Toronto G20 conspiracy group. The legal system is a weapon used against anarchists and against any group that poses a threat to the social order. Rather than just be outraged, let's focus on the many lessons to be taken from this experience about how to organize more safely and effectively in the future. The law is a weapon and nothing else, and it is not our weapon. Groups that believe they have nothing to hide make the easiest targets, and the state's agents are skilled at creating the story they want to find. Good security culture practices are necessary for all political organizing. In an anonymously written zine called Confidence, Courage, Connection, Trust, the author challenged the pitfalls of security culture. When we talk about security culture, people tend to have one of two kinds of experiences. The first is of building walls and keeping people out, the second is of being excluded or mistrusted. Both of these come with negative feelings, fear and suspicion for the former, and alienation and resentment for the latter. I would say that they are two sides of the same coin, two experiences of a security culture that isn't working well. I want to be welcoming and open to new people in my organizing. I also want to protect myself as best I can from efforts to disrupt that organizing, especially from the state but also from bosses or the far right. That means I want to have the kinds of security practices that allow me to be open while knowing that I've assessed the risk I face and am taking smart steps to minimize it. Security culture should make openness more possible, not less. In my experience, what doesn't get emphasized enough are the ways that, in order to be more comprehensively effective, those who wish to implement a secure culture must also address the insecurities of shit behaviors like transphobia, white supremacy, cis-heteropatriarchy, etc. At places like Standing Rock and other movement front lines, the same issues constantly surfaced regarding sexual predators and abusers. Perhaps this dynamic has in part been due to the toxic legacy of AIM men that has not been accounted for. But it persists in nearly every movement space. This is why queer or women-only spaces have been necessary. Most often organizers compartmentalize security culture into a binary of state repression versus activist safety. They overlook that sexual and interpersonal violence are just as much of a threat to our communities and consequently tend to be reactionary when such issues occur. Even the tendency of safe spaces puts people at risk by establishing an illusory boundary that oppressive behaviors and forces are outside of the environments we operate in. This is why many years ago, while contemplating the idea of safe spaces and simultaneously dealing with abusers in transformative and restorative justice processes, the active collective of Talahugan InfoShop at the time determined that we should assert ourselves as a threatening space to all forms of abusive and coercive behaviors. We proclaimed that, we are not a safe space, but a threatening space, and that we invite everyone to reinforce those necessary boundaries. We felt that this was the most honest and proactive way we could address the security of our autonomous space. More advanced technological communications, including social media and multimedia recording and streaming devices, particularly cell phones, tablets, artificial intelligence, and drones, offer organizing advantages. They also come along with dangerous complications with the state and corporations. While expedited and decentralized communications mean more instantaneous mobilizations, public relations, and rumor control, they also facilitate extreme surveillance that can and has meant serious long-term consequences. With Stingray cell tower spoofing and geofencing, where law enforcement agencies can retroactively access tracking data for everyone with an unsecure cell phone in a specific area, cell phones put everyone at risk. Groups such as the Electronic Frontier Foundation offer some great counteractive resources for enhanced security, but keep in mind that every phone is a potential cop and snitch. As with AIM and Anime Aquash, infiltration and paid informants are always a looming threat over any radical movement, organization, or individual's head. At times fear and paranoia paralyzes groups and they devolve into serious infighting. Some groups who operate above ground are open and challenge that infiltrators will be wasting their time washing dishes and managing the compost like the rest of us. They are most often not so benign though. They have been known to start long-term relationships and even have children with those that are their targets. Ultimately they look and talk like our friends, but they are agents of the state, or at least working for them with either a financial or legal incentive. In 2004, a young woman who frequented anarchist gatherings named Anna manipulated and set up 3 green anarchists in a plot to bomb targets in so-called Northern California. It turned out that Anna was actually Zoe Elizabeth Voss and was working for the FBI. Voss convinced the reluctant group to plan bombings. She taught them how to make explosive devices, suggested targets, convinced them to follow through when they were reluctant, rented a cabin for their planning, and acquired all the necessary supplies. 2 of the co-defendants ultimately pled guilty and testified against their friend Eric McDavid for reduced sentences. McDavid was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Voss received more than $65,000 for her role in the setup. In 2015, McDavid was released after the FBI admitted it withheld thousands of documents that could have been used for his defense. A 2015 Intercept article manufacturing terror stated, at the time of conviction, the FBI had built a network of more than 15,000 informants like Anna, and the government had classified eco-terrorism as the #1 domestic terrorism threat, even though so-called eco-terrorism crimes in the United States were rare and never fatal. On December 7, 2005, the FBI conducted raids as part of Operation Backfire throughout the country and arrested 7 people who they charged with actions labeled as eco-terrorism. 2 people were arrested in so-called Arizona, with one being a friend named Bill Rogers. I had met Bill at the Catalyst Info Shop in so-called Prescott. He assisted with a range of efforts while the Save the Peaks Coalition and indigenous nations faced federal trial to stop desecration of the peaks. When he was arrested, the FBI alleged that between 1996 and 2001 Bill was the mastermind of an elf cell that started 15 fires burning everything from ski resorts to fur farms across the West. I will never forget his face while being arraigned in the Flagstaff courthouse. It was both a look of defiance and of acceptance. Bill was found dead in his jail cell on the winter solstice December 21, 2005, he left the note. To my friends and supporters, to help them make sense of all these events that have happened so quickly, certain human cultures have been waging war against the earth for millennia. I chose to fight on the side of bears, mountain lions, skunks, bats, saguaros, cliff rose, and all things wild. I am just the most recent casualty in that war. But tonight I have made a jailbreak. I am returning home, to the earth, to the place of my origins. Bill, December 21, 05. Just the year before, on June 11, 2004, I performed with Blackfire at an awareness event for Jeffrey Free Lures in so-called Eugene, Oregon. This was billed as the first International Day of Solidarity with all eco-prisoners. The event prompted the FBI to issue a national security warning of eco-terrorist attacks across the nation. Jeff had been arrested in 2000 with an accomplice after they had allegedly set fire to 3 vehicles at a car dealership in Eugene to protest climate change. He hadn't realized that he was under investigation and surveillance by a counter-terrorist unit. He was arrested and ultimately received a sentence of 22 years and 8 months. It wasn't only white anarchists who were targeted. Yaqui agitator Rod Coronado faced heavy state repression as well as many others. In 2008, an organizer named Brandon Darby was identified as an FBI informant. In 2005, Darby helped co-found the Common Ground Collective, which provided mutual aid in so-called New Orleans in response to the devastation by Hurricane Katrina. While it is still unclear how long he was working with the FBI, he informed on 2 people he traveled with to protest the 2008 Republican National Convention. Darby had not only provided information to the FBI that they had homemade riot gear, he told them the crew had prepared Molotov cocktails. The 2 were arrested and faced up to 10 years in prison. In the affidavit against the 2, it was uncovered that the case was built on information provided by confidential human sources. Darby was quickly identified even though the documents relating to the case were redacted. Initially, Darby was defended by well-known anarchists and people who had worked closely with him, even though others also made it clear that they had vocalized concerns over Darby's behaviors in the past and nothing was done to hold him accountable due to his stature in the organizing community. For some, the betrayal was ground-shaking, for others it came as no surprise. Today, Darby advises the FBI on investigations and works for right-wing publications. These stories are brief examples of the lengths the state will go to undermine and attack movements. Part of the challenge and contradiction of security culture is that while we wish to be welcoming and open to all, we also have to be vigilant about the ever-present threats of state surveillance and violence. Some groups grow extremely exclusive due to an abundance of security culture, others are way too open and become predatory grounds for cops and abusers. The types of actions your crew is taking and what risks are entailed will determine the level of security culture you should implement. By nature, groups with open meetings doing above-ground work are more easily prone to infiltration. The cops see these groups as just as much of a threat as underground groups and want to take them down all the same. Connection and trust. Security culture is an underlying practice for any individuals or groups engaging in above or below ground organizing. More than anything, security culture is about trust. If you plan actions with long-term consequences, can you trust that the people you're taking action with will keep their commitments long-term? What follows are tips from some friends and other sources for establishing and maintaining cultures of security. Trust is built through experience and familiarity. Consider planning actions that build in escalation while limiting possible harm if your crew is compromised. Be wary of those pointing fingers at others and sow drama. Always be wary of those urging towards extreme violence out of nowhere and to pay for everything or provide all the necessary equipment. Create vouching systems, but recognize that even those can be compromised. Pay attention to red flags in people's suggestions and behaviors and trust your instincts. Don't discuss anything you might have done with anyone associated with an action that might be bringing discussions about the details up. 192-193 Indigenous-rooted direct action. Years later. While none of these tips are guaranteed to work, it's important to be informed of how we can establish solid cultures of security in the face of state repression. From the zine Profiles of Provocateurs, by Christian Williams. The conclusions ought to be commonsensical. Know the people you do political work with. The more risky the work, the better you need to know them. Be realistic about your skills, experience, understanding, and limitations and those of the people you work with. Use your own judgment in deciding what sort of work to pursue, what tactics to adopt, and the level of risk to accept. Don't let yourself be bullied, guilt-tripped, or baited into anything that seems to you like a bad idea. And don't shrug it off if something seems wrong. In confidence, courage, connection, trust, the authors share this example of their experience in so-called Canada and adaptation with security culture. In a pipeline campaign where I live, we wanted to emphasize mass direct actions targeting oil infrastructure. We decided that our risk for the early stages of that campaign as we focused on outreach and research was very slight and that we could safely involve many people in that work and share information about it openly on any platform. As we began planning symbolic protest actions, this consideration didn't significantly change, but when we began planning things like blocking roads or picketing a police station, the element of surprise became a larger consideration. Regardless of possible criminal charges, our actions would simply be less effective if they were known in advance. So we stopped using public or easily surveilled means to communicate and began asking that people only share details to trusted individuals who intended to participate. Soon after this phase of the campaign began, a national-level policing apparatus called a Joint Intelligence Group came together around defending pipelines, involving many levels of police and intelligence services. Jigs and configurations like them are a specific threat to struggles of all kinds, since they aim vast resources directly at disrupting organizing. So even though our actions didn't change, we revisited our conversation about risk and decided to insulate the organizers of actions from possible conspiracy charges by doing the planning in a small, opaque group. We could invite people to participate who we trusted, and we might take steps to build up that trust, like doing identity checks of each other. But we would no longer plan actions openly in the larger network of people interested in the education and outreach work. This shift meant that when we moved on to shutting down critical infrastructure, we just had to scale up from this organizing node we had formed and encourage other crews to organize similarly, coordinating through a meeting of representatives from vouched groups to take on different roles. Tips from Zigzag's Security and Counter-Surveillance Manual. Establish security guidelines appropriate for your group's level of activity. No collaboration with police or intelligence agencies is a good starting point. No discussion of illegal activities in any public meeting or space. Keep control of access to keys, files, funds, equipment, etc. within the hands of trusted members. Make duplicates of important files/info, etc., and store at a safe and secret location. Set up a group of trusted members who others can go to with concerns about security, police infiltration, informants, etc. Deal openly and directly with the form and content of what anyone says or does, whether the person is a suspected agent, has emotional problems, or is simply naive. Be aware of agents, provocateurs and criminal elements who constantly advocate risky illegal actions, and who may also have access to weapons or other resources they want to share with the group. Many groups in the 1960s to 70s clearly compromised basic principles in order to accommodate this type of infiltrator. Don't accept everything you hear or read as fact. Check with the supposed source of the information before you act. Personal communication between estranged members could have prevented or limited many FBI operations in the 1960s to 70s. Do not pass on harmful rumors about others. Talk to trusted friends. Avoid gossip about others, especially over telecommunications. Verify and double-check all arrangements for housing, transportation, meeting rooms, etc., to ensure they have not been cancelled or changed by others. Document all forms of harassment, burglary, assaults, raids, arrests, surveillance, attempts to recruit informants, etc. to identify patterns and targets. These can also be used for reports and legal defense. Do not talk with any police or intelligence agents. Do not allow them into any residence without a warrant. Try to get of agents involved. If naive members do engage in conversations with police or agents, explain the harm that could result. Alert others if police or intelligence harassment increases. This makes other groups aware of repression and can limit further harassment through exposure. Prepare group members to continue organizing if leaders are arrested, etc. This includes sharing knowledge and skills, public contacts, etc. Tips from Crime Ethics. What is security culture? When you're planning an action, begin by establishing the security level appropriate to it, and act accordingly from there on. Learning to gauge the risks posed by an activity or situation and how to deal with them appropriately is not just a crucial part of staying out of jail, it also helps to know what you're not worried about, so you don't waste energy on unwarranted, cumbersome security measures. Keep in mind that a given action may have different aspects that demand different degrees of security. Make sure to keep these distinct. Here's an example of a possible rating system for security levels. Only those who are directly involved in the action know of its existence. Trusted support persons also know about the action, but everyone in the group decides together who these will be. It is acceptable for the group to invite people to participate who might choose not to. That is, some outside the group may know about the action, but are still expected to keep it a secret. The group does not set a strict list of who is invited. Participants are free to invite others and encourage them to do the same, while emphasizing that knowledge of the action is to be kept within the circles of those who can be trusted with secrets. Rumors of the action can be spread far and wide through the community, but the identities of those at the center of the organizing are to be kept a secret. The action is announced openly, but with at least some degree of discretion, so as not to tip off the sleepy ear of the authorities. The action is totally announced and above ground in all ways. Additional tips. Never talk about your or someone else's involvement in activity that risks being criminalized. Never talk about someone else's interest in criminalized activity. Don't put others at unnecessary risk. Never turn people over to cops. Don't interfere in or denounce others' actions. Don't allow anyone to force you into an action you do not feel comfortable with. Stay calm, grounded, and avoid panic. Research radical self and collective care practices. Establish cultural support with prayers and ceremony. Your phone is a cop. If people are intent on recording an action, remind them to film the cops, not their friends. Intervene if necessary. Emphasize face-to-face meetings in secure spaces. Adopt and be transparent about verification and vouching processes. Enable full disk encryption on your devices. Remove fingerprint unlock and Face ID. Use services or software that offer end-to-end encrypted texting and voice and video calls. Dress for anonymity and safety with nondescript clothing and cover any identifying features. Scrub metadata on photos and blur out faces and any identifying characteristics. Destroy the original photos. Be aware of abusive behaviors. Be aware of substance abuse. Build trust through experience. Always be wary of those urging towards violence in above-ground groups. Pay attention to red flags in people's suggestions. Tips for underground or more risky actions include: use a prepaid, disposable phone. Don't leave a trail. Credit card use, gas cards, cell phone calls all leave a record of your motions, purchases, and contacts. Be aware of automated license plate reader systems when planning transportation routes. Be aware of payment methods or transit cards that are linked to you when using public transportation. Be careful about what your trash could reveal about you. If you must destroy physical items, do so at a private location that only you know. Create a cell, maintain a tight crew, and don't extend the circle beyond that. Don't link cells. If your actions are lone wolf, Don't brag and be aware of any patterns that could lead investigators to you. If manifestos or communiques are issued, use a VPN or 198. Tor system on a public network and a temporary email provided by an encrypted service. Write plainly in language not used in your everyday vocabulary and other writings. Do not send attachments like photos without verifying that the metadata has been wiped. There are no guarantees that such communications can't be traced. Some groups opt not to issue such statements. If leaving a spray-painted message, write right to left or use your non-dominant hand, as graffiti styles have been used to connect people to actions. When making or producing more risky devices, establish a temporary clean room by either renting a hotel room with cash or using another more secure space and setting up a new tent. Wear a disposable Teflon suit with boot covers and gloves. Cover hair completely and wear a mask. Scrub any devices down with rubbing alcohol and place within 2 secure bags. All items used in the production must be disposed and destroyed. Sources: What is Security Culture by CrimeEthink, 2009, digitaldefense.noblogs.org, Confidence, Courage, Connection, Trust, and Electronic Frontier Foundation. Chapter 9. A Decolonial Solidarity. The logic of solidarity is the principled calculation of strength in numbers against an overwhelming force. The contentions usually lie not so much in the purpose, but how those that comprise the numbers are managed or controlled. In leftist politics, this is implied when the power of the people is invoked. Solidarity looks like everything from protesters holding signs, banner drops, dock worker strikes, shutting down freeways, formal alliances, shared resources, burning industrial equipment, vegan bake sales, a Christian anti-abortion program's windows smashed, guns brought to the front lines under the cover of darkness, and much more. Solidarity means action is a succinct anarchist aphorism. The principle of mutual aid asserts solidarity, not charity, which translates to struggling alongside and supporting each other rather than perpetuating material dependencies and hierarchies. Superlatively, solidarity is non-transactional. Solidarity can feel like a lot of things, especially when it's an emergency response to a distant crisis. Solidarity expressed symbolically can feel just as effective as material support, particularly for those captured and held by the state. When solidarity speaks, it is the solace, you are not alone in your fight. On its veneer, the varied expressions of solidarity transcend political borders. Under closer examination, there are a range of factors that determine for who solidarity is extended to and what it actually means. While there is much to be addressed regarding this topic, my focus here is on 2 distinct currents that comprise the activist architectures of solidarity: internationalism and intersectionality. I am always hesitant to use the term decolonial, as it has been co-opted and fashioned into a fiat political and lifestyle token. I take the risk applying it here with the disclaimer that I am certain the provocation will also be dispossessed of its intent. This was a lesson with the term accomplices as we attacked the ally industrial complex. I am hesitant to name this provocation anti-colonial solidarity, as I believe the notion is more complex and should be offered more consideration than negative hyphenation. As a product of the Enlightenment and humanism, leftist solidarity cannot seem to escape its anthropocentric hang-ups. When calculating qualifications for solidarity, indigenous peoples are categorized by default into areas of environmental concern and most often rendered as victimized human props in public relations campaigns for policy development and ecological management programs. How we qualify for support and what that support looks like is usually not on our terms, but when the chanting begins, it's hard not to get caught up in the excitement. This is what solidarity looks like. This dynamic is on full display when organizations that comprise the climate justice movement excessively pronounce variations of a talking point developed by the reports on climate issues created by the World Bank and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. The report states, although they comprise less than 5% of the world population, indigenous peoples protect 80% of the Earth's biodiversity in the forests, deserts, grasslands, and marine environments in which they have lived for centuries. This point has become a rallying cry to center diminishing indigenous peoples against the overwhelming global threat of climate catastrophe. But what is missed is that ideally indigenous peoples protect all of existence, not just percentages. Indigenous peoples also perpetuate and profit off of the destruction of the earth. Monolithic myths of indigenous identity as virtue are good for public relations, but we are not immune from neocolonialism and greed. The performance of indigenous identity isn't what protects nature, it is in and through deep responsibilities of distinct sacred relationships with existence that compels action. To reduce complex ways of being and threats to indigenous existence to campaign talking points, only to prove we qualify for solidarity and deserve a seat at the table is not solidarity. It's change through arithmetic by way of better self-marketing, branding, and advertising. The politics of solidarity embedded in these terms are intended to center, yet amount to paternalistic tokenism. The fervent rallying cry also becomes code for settler inclusion. It's essentially a corporate survival strategy, removing the colonizer/capitalist from the center, yet not the logics that got us into this mess in the first place. The assertion that we protect 80% of the world's biosphere has become a twist on the colonial idea of the white man's burden, which propelled early colonists' white supremacist global mission to spread civilization. The concept was based on a colonial poem written in 1899. The racist essence of it establishing the presumed responsibility of white men to civilize the unwilling savage. The propaganda of this burden was used to justify European colonialism. For neoliberal climate activists, the core sentiment of the white man's burden has been flipped to the burden of the colonized, saving the world the colonizers fucked up. It appears sincere, yet the push for green capitalism and sustainable settler colonialism demonstrate the underlying danger of such compromise. To fulfill the vision of a green energy future, further resource colonialism for rare earth materials and nuclear colonialism are necessary. Apparently green futures are still dead futures for Mother Earth. When the anonymous authors of Rethinking the Apocalypse, an indigenous anti-futurist manifesto, ask, why can we imagine the ending of the world, yet not the ending of colonialism? They provoke us to think beyond green myopia and dismantle the underlying systems of domination and exploitation that uphold civilization. Stop imagining settler futures, start imagining and embodying indigenous liberation. It doesn't matter that indigenous peoples are at the center, included at some table, and making decisions if the agenda is preset, the script is pre-written, and we're just furthering forces that are killing the earth. The alienation and sacrificing of distant indigenous lands, peoples, and beings is what neocolonial solidarity looks like. If we start considering necessary sacrifices and harm reduction in the face of ecocide and genocide, we've already lost. Aside from liberal impositions and institutions of allyship, internationalism and intersectionality inform the contours of ecological and social justice solidarity in the U.S. organizing milieu today. Internationalism is a principle that advocates greater political or economic cooperation between national social movements. It urges unity across national, political, cultural, racial, and class boundaries to advance a common struggle. The response of anti-imperialists to nationalism is internationalism amongst agreeable entities. In the most conventional meaning of the term, internationalism is based on the existence of sovereign states and political entities vying for positions of national power within those states. Even when it is pried apart from such a restrictive convention, the ideological baggage of nationalisms tends to underscore the conditions and essentializations implied. Since organizations of national character have their selective dictates or agendas, there are usually unspoken conditions to be found. These arrangements tend towards either exploitative and tokenizing public relations maneuvers, or they are flat out manipulative and patronizing. The conditional homogenization of our desires into political points of unity deadens passions and sucks momentum out into what mostly ends up as the solidarity of the greatest common denominator, or in some spaces, the most persuasive dominator. We like to feel like we're all on the same side against a common threat, but what happens when those threats are entangled in the logics, and on the terms of, those who also pronounce allyship? Lateral decomposition can tear apart radical urges and mutuality more than the process of homogenetic unifying can build. There are some we may not wish to be in kinship or alliance with. The posture of internationalisms can be examined with a range of leftist groups like the Revolutionary Communist Party, Party for Social Liberation, Democratic Socialists of America, etc., and their strategies of pronouncing solidarity with causes célèbres as a recruitment tactic. Without material backing and meaningful relationships, those proclamations of solidarity are hollow. They're the thoughts and prayers consolations that mark those who wish to be close to the front in any struggle, but not too close unless it's their project. Leftist appearances do require a certain amount of upkeep. The premise of this account of solidarity is towards political alignment in a unified effort that can take empire head-on, which is a recipe for authoritarianism and abject defeat. Leftist history informs that sometimes fronts that are united are easier to smash. In Accomplices Not Allies we asserted that there exists a fiercely unrelenting desire to achieve total liberation, with the land and, together. At some point there is a we, and we most likely will have to work together. This means, at the least, formulating mutual understandings that are not entirely antagonistic, otherwise we may find ourselves, our desires, and our struggles, to be incompatible. There are certain understandings that may not be negotiable. There are contradictions that we must come to terms with, and certainly we will do this on our own terms. But we need to know who has our backs, or more appropriately, who is with us, at our sides. Non-state-based indigenous internationalisms have largely been ignored, and when they have been examined, the lens they have been engaged and studied through has been clouded by colonial political and scientific chauvinism. These internationalisms of and with the earth are flattened by anthropological speculators, embraced as pan-indigenism by the left, and articulated as pseudo-sovereignties in the spheres of the neocolonial puppets that comprise tribal political governance. The fixation on treaties and treaty rights is also a preoccupation of indigenous internationalisms predicated upon the colonial structures that compose them. The flags flying at Standing Rock represented a patriotic display of federally recognized tribal internationalisms, while the celebrations and food sharing around the sacred fires represented the direct ways our communities related to each other. They became interrelated through those exchanges which didn't require bureaucratic declaration. We'll return to the notion of interrelations at the end of the following section and the promises of solidarity in other chapters. For now let's turn towards intersectionality. Beyond intersectionality. In 1989 legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw identified intersectionality in her essay, Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, a black feminist critique of anti-discrimination doctrine, feminist theory, and anti-racist politics. While the essay was focused on reformist legal strategy, her analysis established the grounds for intersectionality to be further developed into a widely adopted analytical framework for understanding how aspects of a person's social and political identities combine to create different modes of discrimination and privilege. In her original analysis, Crenshaw asserted, "The point is that black women can experience discrimination in any number of ways, and that the contradiction arises from our assumptions that their claims of exclusion must be unidirectional. Consider an analogy to traffic in an intersection, coming and going in all four directions. Discrimination, like traffic through an intersection, may flow in one direction, and it may flow in another. If an accident happens in an intersection, it can be caused by cars traveling from any number of directions and, sometimes, from all of them. Similarly, if a black woman is harmed because she is in the intersection, her injury could result from sex discrimination or race discrimination. In addition, it seems that placing those who currently are marginalized in the center is the most effective way to resist efforts to compartmentalize experiences and undermine potential collective action." In 1991, Crenshaw built out the analysis with a piece titled, Mapping the Margins, Intersectionality, Identity Politics, and Violence Against Women of Color. Crenshaw referenced their initial work and stated, "I build on those observations here by exploring the various ways in which race and gender intersect in shaping structural, political, and representational aspects of violence against women of color. I should say at the outset that intersectionality is not being offered here as some new, totalizing theory of identity. Amidst the tendency for political identities to coalesce into siloed institutions, intersectionality has become the default tool for social and environmental justice activists to navigate such complex organizing terrains. Quite often, unchecked authoritarian tendencies replicate hierarchies of oppression and play them out in what has often been described as oppression Olympics. The competing narratives of who is most oppressed has mostly been abetted by sincere ways intersectionality has been engaged, particularly as interventions in spaces heavily mired in reductive class war politics. The limitations of intersectionality lie not where conservatives apply their critiques in imagined hierarchies of victimhood, but in the overall business of leftism and identity politics. Although intersectionality is an assistive tool to address the multilayered and complex ways we are subjugated by dominating forces, the competition around centering and decentering continues to reproduce microaggressive hierarchies. This dynamic becomes amped to a fever pitch, particularly with social media attention-based economies that trade in the social capital of identity politics. In 2011, while the Occupy movement, a mass movement of protest camps against global capitalism, was at its height, multiple occupations were challenged by indigenous organizers to drop the term occupy and use decolonize instead. This matter was confronted in Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. For many indigenous people, occupy is another settler reoccupation on stolen land. The rhetoric of the movement relies upon problematic assumptions about social justice and is a prime example of the incommensurability between re/occupy and decolonize as political agendas. The pursuit of worker rights and minoritized people's rights in a settler colonial context can appear to be anti-capitalist, but this pursuit is nonetheless largely pro-colonial. That is, the ideal of redistribution of wealth camouflages how much of that wealth is land, native land. The conflict was on full display in occupied lone lands of so-called Oakland, California, when the established occupiers were hostile to proposals by indigenous peoples from the area. The prevailing arguments at the General Assembly stated that such an action would alienate Occupy Oakland from the larger movement. Morning Star Ghali, a longtime local indigenous organizer, stated in an interview, "It's nauseating to hear the word occupy over and over again. We need to occupy this, we need to occupy that. It's the modern-day colonial language." For her efforts, Morning Star was slandered and accused of being an infiltrator by those refusing to give up the brand. While Occupy had their growing pains and eventually shifted, their expressed solidarities were narrowly reserved for popular tendencies. Intersectionality apparently has limitations when the intersection is located on stolen lands. In 2020, as black communities rose up in response to the murder of George Floyd by racist police as police precincts burned and corporations were looted, many found solidarity in indignant rage against state violence. Amidst the corporatization of Black Lives Matter, movement policing, conflictual tactics, and liberals commiserating with cops, the expressed solidarity became strained. There were also co-optations of the moment, including Native Lives Matter and accompanying narratives competing for who was most victimized by the state. These side arguments obscured shared struggles and failed to recognize that ongoing police terrorism our communities face originates from the same systems of oppression. Police and policing exists to uphold and enforce colonial rule of law. The institution of policing, which is steeped in a history of white supremacy, has only served those that seek to desecrate and exploit sacred land and water. Police murder and judges cage black and brown people with impunity, they protect corporations while they commit acts of cultural genocide and ecocide. Cops shake hands with armed white militia occupiers and shoot rubber bullets, tear gas, concussion grenades, and arrest water and land defenders. According to Eastern Kentucky University professor Victor E. Capeller, in their essay A Brief History of Slavery and the Origins of American Policing. New England settlers appointed Indian constables to police Native Americans. The St. Louis police were founded to protect residents from Native Americans in that frontier city, and many Southern police departments began as slave patrols. In 1704, the colony of Carolina developed the nation's first slave patrol. Slave patrols helped to maintain the economic order and to assist the wealthy landowners in recovering and punishing slaves who essentially were considered property. Beyond pleas for a system rooted in genocide and slavery to recognize that our lives matter, our communities and movements can learn from each other and build together towards lasting ways to defend ourselves, neighbors, lands, and to resolve issues we face in more just and healthy ways. Rather than ritually protesting and marching in circles or kneeling with cops, it means taking the opportunity to engage or deepen the relationships we have. In 2016, Frank B. Wilderson III authored an essay titled, Afro-Pessimism and the End of Redemption, where he pits two poets against each other, one indigenous and one black, for an intellectual battle that is supposed to provide evidence that blackness is the penultimate oppressed existence. He declares that the Oscar Grant murder, when a 22-year-old black man killed by Bay Area Rapid Transit Police on New Year's Day in 2009, was worse than the Sand Creek Massacre, where hundreds of Cheyenne and Arapaho were killed by the 3rd Colorado Cavalry in 1864. Two-thirds were women and children with human fetuses and male and female genitalia cut out and worn by the soldiers as trophies. For some unidentified reason, Wilderson selected Simon Ortiz as the champion poet for the representative of indigenous oppression. As Wilderson plainly states, civil society does not want black land, or black consent, it wants something more fundamental, the confirmation of human existence, or what he names as the irredeemable social death of black folks. He dismisses classism, colonization, and gender struggles. The dust-up is not between the workers and the bosses, not between settler and native, not between the queer and the straight, but between the living and the dead. If there was an intersection here, Wilderson, like many who champion a politics of extreme victimhood, chose to supersede it. There are points Afro-pessimists make that resonate powerfully, particularly around redemption, but solidarity can't be imagined and projected out from the confines of academia any more than it can be pronounced and imposed out of nowhere. Identity politic-based social relations tend towards projects of multicultural inclusion into the power structures that comprise the state. It's hard to imagine how far we can get when we're focused on how bad we've suffered and arguing to determine who has suffered the most. What prize awaits those declared the winner, especially when it's already clear who and what to attack? Solidarity can't be forced through competitions concocted by social theorists. It must also be noted that documentation of the Sand Creek Massacre has been contended with by noted anarchist Bob Black in an essay he wrote titled, Up Sand Creek Without a Paddle. Black selects an essay by controversial academic Ward Churchill from his book Fantasies of the Master Race, Literature, Cinema, and the Colonization of the American Indian. Black states, if non-Indian Americans are engaged in genocide, they're not very good at it. He disputes Churchill's narratives of indigenous genocide as exaggeration and shares the UN's definition of genocide as evidence. Black casually claims scalping as an Indian invention and proceeds to assail Churchill by pronouncing that indigenous on indigenous violence occurred pre-colonization. Black's arguments regurgitate settler nationalist apologia of the pre-colonial savage. This dangerously dehumanizing trope has been used since invasion to justify settler domination and the violent process of civilization. While Wilderson uses the Sand Creek Massacre to contrast the greater violence facing black existence, Bob Black parrots settler nationalists to attack Churchill's identity and dubious friendships. There is utterly no useful critical point for academics to semantically brawl over the massacre of indigenous peoples other than intellectual grandstanding. To be clear, anti-blackness perpetuated in indigenous communities has absolutely no defense. The historic manipulations that have pitted indigenous peoples stolen from Africa and those whose lands were/are invaded and stolen for further exploitation and occupation is well documented terrain. There are also much deeper shared legacies of anti-colonial and anti-enslavement resistances, that should not die as academized sociological artifacts, but should inform and give breath to the living spirit as embodied through Afro-Indigenous assertions of anti-coloniality today. Breaking from colonial literacies and political strictures means to assert new/old vocabularies with which we can interact in this world, together. It is not merely a project of semantics to deconstruct the terms that establish political containers for how we engage in this world, it is a project of recovering how we can be better relatives to each other, the earth, and all beings. I offer that the term interrelationality considers these dimensions, whereas intersectionality is anthropocentric and internationalism is too loaded with the political baggage from conflicts of old world ideas and new world ideologies and doctrines. This is not to diminish the black feminist brilliance and genealogy of intersectionality, but to offer an extension of its considerations beyond gendered colonial politics. Interrelationality is free from such dilemmas because it is predicated on building and tearing down direct spatial and temporal relationships. Overall, it doesn't matter what term that's used, and I'm not intending this to be another tool in the activist toolbox for progressive social transformation. The interests I have for these terms regard not their promises, but their limitations. We're not just nations and sects/sections, so why attach such limitations to the ways we can connect, share, and attack? Indigenous peoples have long used other deeply inclusive terms for this dynamic. For example, Dine use K, which is our relationality to all existence, while the Lakota worldview of interconnectedness is expressed as Mitakai Oyas Iang, and so forth. Interrelationality opens up a more comprehensive space to engage with relations beyond human societies. It urges us to meaningfully consider non-human beings, spirits, and Mother Earth. To put this another way, the sacred does not live in the intersections of human political domination and exploitation, it is expressed in and through our relationality with existence. The question of land and coloniality inevitably arises when contemplating belonging on stolen lands with non-indigenous people of color and black folks. It feels like a contention at times, as much of the thinking is in response to colonial impositions and terms. The teachings of my elders offer an uncomplicated response: do you have the consent of the land? Do you have consent of the people of the land? If not, how do you establish that? How is kinship established? It is not just the politics of common enemies and leftist unity, it is an anti-political recuperation of who and how we are, with each other and existence, in this world. Interrelationality compels us to turn our solidarities inward, to directly address how we are and how we are not relating in harmony with existence. It means we must also face and contend with how our own cultural knowledge has been manipulated and weaponized against our relatives. The ways we've been poisoned by cis-heteropatriarchy, ableism, and white supremacy that comprise the progressive machinery of the civilized. If we don't welcome our relations who have faced the intensity of colonial religious and gendered violence back into our circles, we will never be whole, which means we can never fully heal. This also requires reflecting more on the concept of indigenous nations. In her book As We Have Always Done, Leanne Beta-Samasake Simpson, an indigenous scholar and activist, establishes the distinction between nation-states and indigenous nationhood to break from such political trappings. For Simpson, nationhood is articulated as a radical and complete overturning of the nation-state's political formations. As the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and Turo Wampum demonstrate how indigenous agreements existed before those made with paper and pen, the Haudenosaunee contested how invading settlers proposed to relate as father and son. Instead, they proposed to weave a story of their agreement that would carry forward with three principles: friendship, peace, and forever. The Haudenosaunee made considerations of the relationships beyond the terms of white settlers who sought to impose their political will and ideologies. Solidarity with the sacred is to bring human beings back into the circle of existence so our shared responsibilities transcend the dead endings of political preoccupations. We also pronounce the decentering of humanity when we pronounce liberation. This does not mean we will not conflict openly. It is also not a cry for homogeneity or the hollow dichotomy of collectivism versus individualism. Interrelationality sets a point of connection that offers the opportunity for agreement and disagreement. These arrangements can offer the necessary space for accountability and responsibility to be taken when intra or extra-community harm is perpetrated. The space that is opened up with this kind of meaningful relationality is the space where healing occurs. This means possibilities of reconciling through and with. We can reconcile the shitty actions in our past and present through restoring our relationships. Possibilities of transformative justice. The state's solution to MiG-2ST as proposed by puppet politicians such as Deb Haaland, Secretary of the Interior under Joe Biden as of this writing, is more colonial violence and people in cages. It's no mistake that her political proposals all call for further policing and prosecution of indigenous communities while her department sanctions and furthers resource colonial attacks in places like Willow Bend, Thacker Pass, and Oak Flat. For the machinery of Western progressive democracy to function, the earth and indigenous existence must be consumed. We don't have to accept the ways that colonizers have reorganized society. We don't have to accept the corporate slavery of private prisons. We don't have to accept militarized police forces occupying our communities, killing our relatives, and protecting corporate/capitalist interests. Since the state will not bring our people justice, we have to make sure we are organized to respond directly to serious issues and address root causes. Whether it's due to undocumented status, histories of police violence and incarceration, outstanding warrants, etc., many communities have established alternatives to calling the cops. There is an uncharted, but evident correlation between strong communities, cultural cohesion, and not relying on the enforcers of colonial laws. Addressing and resolving conflict without the state through direct action is not unfamiliar ground, though most indigenous memories of specific practices have been systematically dispossessed. What has come to be embraced as transformative and restorative justice is a practice that is older than America. According to some neocolonial social justice organizers, the practice is new and evolving, but indigenous peoples have long developed and practiced methodologies that inform community-based justice outside of the confines of the state. We don't need the baggage of social justice organizing to tie it down and manage it either. The well-documented Dine practice of Hashoji-Nata or peacemaking has been studied and replicated throughout the so-called U.S. The relatively uncomplicated ceremony is also formally integrated into the judicial code of the Navajo Nation government, though it's most often invoked as an alternative. At its core, transformative and restorative justice are mechanisms for accountability, responsibility, and consequence when harm is committed in our communities. In general, the transformative element is focused on the transformation and healing of the person who caused harm. The restorative aspect focuses on the person who was harmed and restores the damage. The consequence component is determined based upon the severity of the harm. For Dine we have employed this as ceremonial practice since time immemorial. The process occurs largely through prayer and dialogue and can involve more than just two entities. Sometimes whole families or other community members participate as well. As a non-adversarial and non-coercive process, there is actually no mediation or arbitration and all participants including the peacemaker act as relatives through K. The ceremony is loosely translated as peacemaking, but it is perhaps more appropriately translated as speaking/restoring the way of harmony. Part of the essence of the Hashoji-Nata, and arguably the entire matrix of Dine ceremonies, is cultural cohesion. The commitments to transform and restore aren't as effective if the responsibilities and principles that guide the process are not reinforced, especially if K or relationality is not an underlying part of the process. Of all the transformative and restorative justice processes I've been part of, few have actually been sustained and could be considered effective. I have direct experience facilitating, being on the side called into accountability, and the side calling for accountability. Some were uncomplicated discussions, some much more formal, and others were years-long processes, but the ones that did work were profound. The most important component to them all has been a clear process guided by a strong cultural framework. I've also witnessed the weaponization of transformative and restorative justice, with some processes providing cover for personal attacks or simply adversarial, and others that were solely punitive. No matter how solid we feel our processes and praxis are, there are immense challenges, and outcomes often do not work out the way we desire them to. As Leonard Peltier once cautioned from his prison cell, we must not go running to the colonizers to solve our problems. It is up to us to restore, adapt, create, continue, and modify justice as ceremony. These ancestral practices and possibilities of what we call transformative and restorative justice are older than the prisons, police, courts, and the laws that establish the colonial order. This also means engaging in these practices as a way of life so that when these matters inevitably flare up and shit starts to fall apart, we have the actions necessary to face the threats. These practices also do not preclude attack. Just as we have ceremony for peacemaking, we also have ceremonies for war. This means also addressing spiritual harm, which can be very deep and very long-term. The possibilities of retrospective, transformative and restorative justice also offer opportunity for intergenerational healing. Indigenous peoples still have reference points for social life without police and prisons. The fierce calls for abolition of these colonial institutions are also calls to restore our cultural ways of addressing harm in our communities. Carrying these practices forward while smashing the state is also a decolonial solidarity. Chapter 10. Talahugan, From InfoShop to Conflict Infrastructure. In 2007 there was a powerful fervor of anti-capitalism and autonomism celebrated in the momentum of the anti-globalization movement. Excitement around autonomous spaces was high and InfoShops started springing up all over. After 3 years of organizing with Out of Your Backpack Media, the crew decided they needed their own space to hold workshops. At one of our meetings I proposed pairing the media project with an info shop. I'd been involved with local info shops before on a limited basis and had organized with a crew of people to start a new one that never materialized. After a few meetings with other radical organizers in the community, OYBM decided they would find a space and build from there. A couple other badass organizers joined in and we found a small retail spot for $850 a month. We signed the lease and paid the deposit. After a month of planning in the space, my father offered the name Talahugan, which was a place of trading between indigenous ++++. 221 Talahugan, From InfoShop to Conflict Infrastructure. Communities not far from the current colonial settlement of Flagstaff. He said it was a way to reconnect our stories as they are interwoven with the land. And plus, our first location was right next door to his favorite restaurant. We established infrastructure to organize media and wage actions from. In a place of contested sacred spaces, this small Hugan grew resistance. The most influential and informative experience I have with direct action and mutual aid has been with the complicated life of Talahugan Info Shop. While I provide an overview of its founding with militant indigenous youth in Chapter 4, the project was also initiated as an antagonism against white anarchist-dominated spaces. For the past 16 years the core operating collective has come and gone, some on good terms and others mutually hostile. Those of us still holding it down manage the extraordinary highs and lows that come with the sordid efforts of such marginalized spaces. What started as a youth media center and info shop has transformed into an assertion of conflict infrastructure in so-called Flagstaff that persists to this day. It's important to contextualize the social and spatial constraints this project has operated within as well. Flagstaff has a population of about 70,000 people and according to the most recent census 10% of residents are indigenous. Anti-indigenous racism underscores the overall politics even though this small municipality touts a liberal facade. To be anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, and anti-authoritarian and challenge white space invaders has meant that sometimes our collectives would exist on the bleeding edge of the larger community. The space gave crews that flowed in and out of it some flexibility to take risks and experiment. In the InfoShop's prime, we offered the typical menu of anarchist events and resources such as radical books, zines, and a zine archive, a lending library, performance space, silk screening, movie nights, DIY art nights, banner making, gardening, discussion groups, workshops, small conferences, and much more over the years. Thousands of meals have been served to unsheltered relatives and countless resources continue to be distributed as mutual support and solidarity with those on the streets. We still offer some events and most of these resources, but a lot has changed due to our reorientations over the years and particularly due to the COVID pandemic. For about 5 years the project thrived in the midst of and by creating what some would call generative conflict. The opportunity was presented to purchase the building, and after serious consideration everyone involved agreed to make that happen. Beginning in 2011 to 12 the collective started facing serious community and interpersonal conflicts. When a volunteer was sexually assaulted by a community member, the active collective rallied and initiated a fierce process to support the survivor. While transformative and restorative justice practices were ongoing for months, the process was undermined by those who chose to enable the alleged abuser. The issues were compounded when another assault occurred in the community, this time between two former collective members. The response was immediate and forceful in directly threatening the abuser and creating boundaries in the community, but the collective was severely strained and due to a range of other personal issues and political attacks, began unraveling. Those remaining with the project held their ground and assertively upheld boundaries against all abusers while white allies interfered and undermined where they could. The collective at the time was conflicted over some matters but had consensus over how seriously they took the matters of sexual violence. We made it clear we would not enable or support known abusers and took actions that were consistent with the project's and our individual principles. We kicked known abusers out of our space and every space we could, and we didn't tolerate apologists or personal attacks. The mounting interpersonal matters were severe and painful to address, deep friendships were breaking and family was being ripped apart. In the midst of personal threats and attacks, the collective stopped functioning. The issues were largely unresolved. It was left in a storm of abuse, distrust, and failed processes. The young folks with OYBM kept the space moving but the info shop was mostly shut down. A small crew of us followed through with the purchase of the building amidst ongoing turmoil. Community members that were not pleased with the decision to bar one abuser from the space, waged a campaign to undermine the youth project by spreading disinformation and interfering with critical material support. While others and myself-centered survivors, we faced a barrage of further disinformation through ongoing personal attacks. Years of work developing and implementing transformative and restorative justice processes fell apart in a crashing nexus of interpersonal violence, substance use, white paternalism, liberal impositions, unending accusations, and scapegoating. The fallout was the end of long-term projects, local resistance organizing, long-term friendships, my band Blackfire, and more. When the info shop started, the collective proclaimed that it was a safe space until it was clear that we could not guarantee anyone's well-being, or pretend that our space was a zone exempt from the systems of oppression outside the doors. The position crystallized into the assertion that the info shop was a threatening space to all systems of oppression and oppressive behaviors. The collective invited everyone who came through the doors, into the Hugan established in ceremony, to uphold, enforce, and have each other's backs. This is a statement that marked the info shop's 10th anniversary. When we initially started on 4th St, the nature of the size kept everything visceral and we outgrew the space very quickly. At times our collective was 2 people, at others it was 16, but we kept the embers going. When we moved downtown briefly the dynamics changed as all the folks who have viewed the east side of Flag as undesirable finally came through our doors, but being rooted on the eastern part of Kinlaney was always where our hearts have been. We've been at 1704 North 2nd Street for 7 years, and though the Info Shop Collective ceased to function in 2014, Outta Your Backpack Media Collective, the initial driving force of the Info Shop, and a small crew of volunteers has kept the fires burning. We've reoriented the Info Shop as a kind of conflict infrastructure, and held it down with a focus on empowering indigenous folks and accomplices with direct action skills and resources. We've continued to provide essential gear for unsheltered relatives on the streets, benefit concerts, produced zines, and opened doors for organizations in need of the resources we still provide, meeting space, action and art materials, our massive lending library and zine archive, and much, much more. We are still only open when we feel like and may at some point grow another collective when the time is right. But for now we operate with the same intention and ferocity as when we started, and we have no plans on stopping. In the downtime after the collective composted itself, Talahugan shifted and transformed. Select events were held, it was a base of operations for actions, and most consistently a shelter for many indigenous youth who were fleeing from abusive homes or just had nowhere else to go. From this point we developed our orientation more towards the idea of conflict infrastructure, a concept proposed after Aragorn had done a talk at our space on a speaking tour about the practice. We were still an info shop but tended more towards being an autonomous direct action resource center. This meant we focused on ways to grow our abilities to generate and wage anti-colonial and anti-authoritarian conflict. In 2016, after Standing Rock was raided and the encampment violently cleared, a lot of young indigenous radicals from the area returned to homes they didn't feel they were grounded in. As they would organize and interface in and around the space, their presence also renewed efforts to fight Snow Bowl. The info shop gained a different life, militant indigenous youth were running the space again, and bringing their fight from Standing Rock back home to protect sacred lands. This was happening as Trump was elected, so the anti-fascist and anti-colonial fervor was red hot. Anti-fascist demos took the streets continually. They culminated in an anti-fascist and anti-colonial gathering that gained the attention of the FBI's Fusion Center with alerts that were issued regarding statewide anarchist extremism that named Talahugan as a target for an undercover operative. We also became an organizing space for unsheltered indigenous relatives. A small crew from the streets would volunteer to cook and serve meals every Wednesday. One day 2 unsheltered Dine were talking about having a talking circle for their community. I asked if anyone had experience hosting one, as I didn't, they replied, let's just try. What followed were powerful sessions where relatives would talk through their trauma and build strength from the vulnerability and expressed needs to heal. In unplanned synchronicity, medicine practitioners would stop by and sit with the circle. More than 50 people would attend every Wednesday. Many of the experiences they shared, particularly regarding state violence, were all too familiar. At one of the circles someone said, let's protest this. Let's stand up and fight for our rights. They organized the only rally held by indigenous unsheltered relatives I've been aware of. It was a powerful display of solidarity and action. Cope Watch-style patrols were organized. Know Your Rights pamphlets were circulated. The state criminalizers backed off for the time being as our relatives on the streets took the streets. There were problems with volunteers relapsing, violence between folks on the streets, and windows of our space being smashed by local fascists who didn't like to see all the drunk Indians hanging out. Some windows were also smashed by our relatives without shelter. We handled everything without cops. The Hugan, as everyone called it, was their space. They gardened and harvested the food and pooled EBT cards when we didn't have enough funds. Donations would come in from all over for necessary winter gear, sleeping bags, and other items. Then 2020 hit with the pandemic and Talahugan shifted from indigenous youth shelter, unsheltered center, direct action resource space, to mutual aid. On March 14, 2020, inspired by the amazing mutual aid mobilizations throughout the so-called US, I sent a message to a local street medic crew to see what organizing was being done or if anyone had interest in initiating a localized project. Only 2 people initially responded, but that was the spark we needed. I blasted out a call to my network and checked with a friend with DC Mutual Aid, which had already been organized for weeks in response to the pandemic. The basic framework for pandemic response mutual aid groups was already established and running, we just needed a model to draw from and to recruit and build from there. It happened organically and fast. We established a social media group, and before we could add any details, people started joining. It took a few days, but we got an online form up for volunteers and support requests. We borrowed from the DC Mutual Aid framework of establishing a hub to coordinate volunteers and requests, a storage/supply site, and delivery with volunteers. We scoured the web for the best protocols, met with other groups virtually, and compiled enough information and resources to safely spring into action. Since then, Kinlany Mutual Aid has grown to host multiple mutual aid projects and has provided support throughout the region. Through Indigenous Action, KMA helped launch a national network of radical indigenous mutual aid projects called Indigenous Mutual Aid. Without the infrastructure of Talahugan, we wouldn't have been able to operate fluidly and on the scale we did at the beginning of the pandemic. We had semi-trucks delivering hundreds of tons of food, we had pallets and pallets of bottled water, we bottled 16,000 hand sanitizers. All while providing space to feed more than 100 unsheltered relatives every Sunday. What started as a spontaneous indigenous youth project and info shop propelled into a force of mutual aid and defense that it continues to wage. Not everything about its memory is celebrated, and it would be dishonest to paint it as such. Those that have come to organize in the space are aware of its limitations and challenges. We've held ceremonies in the space to address some of those wounds. Just as our strongest medicines are those that are most bitter, sometimes our greatest lessons are our deepest scars. At this point, Talahugan has survived for 16 years as a fiercely autonomous space that radically redistributes resources and organizes conflict without any formal or consistent funding sources. Everyone who comes in to volunteer is oriented with this invitation: there are no leaders here, we invite you to take the initiative. The dirty dishes get done and the trash gets taken out, eventually. Chapter 11. No allegiance. The Indian as a savage member of a tribal organization cannot survive, ought not to survive, the aggressions of civilization, but his individual redemption from heathenism and ignorance, his transformation to that of an industrious American citizen, is abundantly possible. The second annual report of the Executive Committee of the Indian Rights Association. I simply cannot see how indigenous peoples can continue to exist as indigenous if we are willing to replicate the logics of colonialism. Leanne Beta Samasake Simpson, as we have always done. I have refused to participate in settler colonial electoralism for more than 6 full election cycles in the so-called U.S. When colonial power apologists hear this, they tend towards a range of exaggerated responses, from "if you don't vote you don't get to complain" to "by not voting you're allowing the bad people to win and make decisions for you." The reasons I provide are generally met with great contempt and a range of emotional condemnations. Most often, my abstention is always presumed as passivity and apathy. I came to the decision not to vote after years of immersive civic engagement. Every 2 years my band Blackfire would field constant invitations to participate in or organize Get Out the Vote concerts, and we obligatorily did. We were among very few indigenous political musical groups at the time. We even were featured in a short documentary called Res Rock the Vote. My radical and liberal contradictions were on full grotesque display. Since I was raised with a healthy exposure to radical movement organizers including traditional Dine relatives who decried participating in the white man's system, I already had a healthy skepticism of electoralism. A lot had to do with basic research in how the Electoral College operated and influences of corporate lobbying, but I was more energetic and bound by the excitement of the concept of a diversity of tactics. My political identity was shaped experientially, and so there were crisscrossed lines between radicalism and liberalism. As I mention elsewhere, I organized campaigns to pass legislation, I met with dozens and dozens of congressional representatives over the years and even presented alongside them. I worked with local city council members and advocated for and against ordinances. So while some of my more radical critiques were left on the cutting room floor of the Blackfire voting documentary, my justifications for voting were informed by thorough. Cast your whole vote, not a piece of paper merely, but your whole influence. A minority is powerless when it conforms to a majority, but is irresistible when it clogs by its whole weight. If the alternative is to keep all just men in prison, or give up war and slavery, the state will not hesitate which to choose. I argued with critics of voting then as much as I argue with electoral proselytizers today. Eventually the radical anti-statist critiques and actions made more and more sense as I experienced the rampant co-optation, tokenization, victimization, and outright political exploitation, particularly that waged by the Democratic Party. It took some time for me to realize that when being caught between two evils, there are many more options rather than siding with the one least inclined to fuck you over. The shiny optimistic veneer wore off the more I saw firsthand how devastatingly hollow election campaign promises actually were. In all the cycles of electioneering, it wasn't just that nothing had changed, it was that assumed political allies exacerbated cultural and ecological crises. Sacred sites would still be desecrated and uranium mines still left abandoned. A Gileugian relative cautioned, the more we participate, the more they just use us to justify their political authority. Resource colonialism was and continues to be a bipartisan effort. Andrew Jackson, the seventh President of the U.S., was perhaps one of the most notorious political perpetrators of mass violence against indigenous peoples. His politics were branded Jacksonian democracy and, as an owner of enslaved African peoples, he opposed policies to outlaw slavery. Jackson led years of brutal campaigns of settler invasion against indigenous peoples such as the Creeks and Seminoles in so-called Georgia and Florida. His policies of manifest destiny and Indian removal led to the 5,000-mile forced march of terror known as the Trail of Tears. Tens of thousands of indigenous peoples were forcibly displaced and many thousands murdered. Jackson is also celebrated as one of the first presidents representing the Democratic Party. How much distance is there between Jacksonian politics and Obama's deportation of more migrants than any U.S. president in history? What degree of party difference is there when Obama conducted 10 times more airstrikes than his Republican predecessor George W. Bush? It was Obama who refused to take action and stop development of the Dakota Access Pipeline. He remained silent when state and private security forces attacked water protectors with military equipment provided courtesy of his administration. He waited until the last minute and intervened temporarily, then passed the issue off to the next administration. In the context of U.S. imperialism and colonialism, political parties are nearly indistinguishable. They all perpetuate and uphold the same institutions of globalized state violence and are all fueled by the same earth-destroying industries. When concessions are occasionally made, they usually are low-stakes issues that don't significantly impact the US critical energy infrastructure. I used to write my grandmother's name in the presidential ballot and debate about voting in local, tribal, and regional elections, but this felt more and more disingenuous over the years. The more I studied the Red Power movement's militant pathways and the more I experienced the captivity of inclusion in settler political, social, and economic order, the more I couldn't reconcile any active participation. I recall being at a meeting of elders on Gileugian and someone pleading that if everyone at the gathering formed a voting bloc, that was the only way change could happen. I remember studying the elders' declaration of silent refusal. They simply walked away. They would have surely been amused if desperate indigenous liberals audaciously declared that voting is sacred, as they attempt to do today. The proposal then was just as disingenuous as when Chase Iron Eyes attempted to turn the Standing Rock camps into a voting bloc for his failed congressional bid. Settler colonial authority is an anti-indigenous force premised on the destruction of the sacred, sanctioning that authority sanctions settler violence. The settler will never willingly grant justice on indigenous people's terms. If every right that we've had to fight for, why fight for settler inclusion and equal access to the benefits of settler society? Why not fight to end the entirety of their violent global project? Why not fight for liberation? Frederick Douglass asserted in a powerful 1857 speech addressing emancipation of enslaved people in West India some decades prior, that power concedes nothing without demand. Though celebrated as a reformist, Douglass extolled the violence of enslaved peoples against their colonial oppressors, the limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. In his desperate and sober analysis, he glorified acts of infanticide, suicide, and armed defense in the face of a future of slavery. Every mother who, like Margaret Garner, plunges a knife into the bosom of her infant to save it from the hell of our Christian slavery, should be held and honored as a benefactress. Every fugitive from slavery who, like the noble William Thomas at Wilkes-Barre, prefers to perish in a river made red by his own blood to submission to the hellhounds who were hunting and shooting him should be esteemed as a glorious martyr, worthy to be held in grateful memory by our people. The fugitive Horace, at Mechanicsburg, Ohio, the other day, who taught the slave catchers from Kentucky that it was safer to arrest white men than to arrest him, did a most excellent service to our cause. While he acknowledged that a range of factors contributed to the end of colonial enslavement in India, law or what local ordinance you vote for, it is the act of participation by voting, that sanctions colonial authority and progress. Democrats and Republicans are both allegiant managers of settler authority. That engagement in the theatrics of occupation is even debated amongst indigenous peoples is evidence of the near fulfillment of colonial domination. Greater inclusion and internalization of the state does not decrease the violence precipitated by its institutions. This is political fiction that is tended to every election cycle with billion-dollar fantasies spent on the favorable team amongst a monopoly of two parties. Capitalism seeks inclusion and exploitation, white supremacy and cis-heteropatriarchy seek control and exclusion, and the state maintains the parameters of domination. These contradictions that underlie the structures and technologies of so-called American democracy, comprise the overall chauvinism of civilization. They're both the reasons of disenfranchisement and the cause of assimilation. They expose the powers that constitute and contextualize modern civilization. What is always presumed through civic participation is allegiance to the dominant civil order. This means the more we're enfranchised, the more we're assimilated. In terms of indigenous existence, to put it more bluntly, no matter who you vote for, settler colonialism wins. I wrote the following piece and published it in zine format in 2020. It was more of a project born from frustrations of years of arguing with liberal indigenous organizers and settlers about U.S. electoral politics. I found myself constantly citing resources that were largely disconnected from an indigenous analysis of electoralism and was particularly dismayed with the misplaced use of the term harm reduction. There's a lot more that should be criticized regarding liberal settler colonial apologisms and reformist maintenance of the state, and I look forward to more agitations and debates. While I didn't update the initial piece for this book, I decided to address part of a recurring argument here. Most of the reaction to the following piece has been, if you're not voting then you're promoting apathy. Those who are not civically engaged may have more reasons than lack of care or indifference. To assume so and demand justification is paternalistic and reveals how unstable the idea of democracy is. Policing civic engagement through shame and victim blaming is a debasing tactic. Many who refuse to or cannot vote due to political sanction take meaningful and amazing forms of direct action every day, but it shouldn't be that people's worth is based upon some perceived measure of their civic or activist productivity. This is the worst kind of capitalist and ableist logic. The argument also establishes voting as a virtue, the highest duty of those tending to the ideal of democracy. It assumes that the act of selecting rules and rulers to represent your interests and desires is of greater value than the dissatisfied do-nothings who refuse. The argument additionally neglects those who cannot participate in elections due to legal restraints or exclusions. Nevertheless, the choice is made for them. I'd much rather propagandize the active apathetic degradation of the American political system than get wildly passionate about being on the side of the majority under colonial rule. As voting sanctions colonial power and progress, acts of refusal are powerful in and of themselves. Voting is further mythologized particularly by indigenous liberals with a revisionist history of ancestors fighting for civil rights. As I write in the following piece, this is an ahistorical and disingenuously revisionist perspective. Putting words in the mouths of militant ancestors to justify colonial political engagement is an absurd justification for settler inclusivity. This is the arrogance of settler apologism. To deny acts of historic and ongoing indigenous refusal is to deny the impulse of indigenous resistance and aspirations of, and for, liberation. Settler apologists promoting democracy just dig themselves deeper into mass graves where the heart of indigenous existence and resistance used to beat. To paraphrase Afro-Indigenous anarchist Lucy Parsons, we should never be deceived that colonizers will allow us to vote away their power. In this spirit and the spirit of my ancestors, I pledge no allegiance to settler colonial authority. Chapter 12. Voting is not harm reduction. Hen proclamations are made that voting is harm reduction. It's never clear how less harm is actually calculated. Do we compare how many millions of undocumented indigenous peoples have been deported? Do we add up what political party conducted more drone strikes? Or who had the highest military budget? Do we factor in pipelines, mines, dams, sacred sites desecration? Do we balance incarceration rates? Do we compare sexual violence statistics? Is it in the massive budgets of politicians who spend hundreds of millions of dollars competing for votes? Though there are some political distinctions between the two prominent parties in the so-called U.S., they all pledge their allegiance to the same flag. Red or blue, they're both still stripes on a rag waving over stolen lands that comprise a country built by stolen lives. We don't dismiss the reality that, on the scale of U.S. settler colonial violence, even the slightest degree of harm can mean life or death for those most vulnerable. What we assert here is that the entire notion of voting as harm reduction obscures and perpetuates settler colonial violence. There is nothing less harmful about it, and there are more effective ways to intervene in its violences. At some point the left in the so-called US realized that convincing people to rally behind a lesser evil was a losing strategy. The term harm reduction was appropriated to reframe efforts to justify their participation and coerce others to engage in the theater of what is called democracy in the US. Harm reduction was established in the 1980s as a public health strategy for people dealing with substance use issues who struggle with abstinence. According to the Harm Reduction Coalition, the principles of harm reduction establish that the identified behavior is part of life, so they choose not to ignore or condemn but to minimize harmful effects and work towards breaking social stigmas towards safer use. The HRC also states that there is no universal definition of or formula for implementing harm reduction. Overall, harm reduction focuses on reducing adverse impacts associated with harmful behaviors. The proposition of harm reduction in the context of voting means something entirely different from those organizing to address substance use issues. The assertion is that since this political system isn't going away, we'll support politicians and laws that may do less harm. The idea of a ballot being capable of reducing the harm in a system rooted in colonial domination and exploitation, white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, and capitalism is an extraordinary exaggeration. There is no person whose lives aren't impacted every day by these systems of oppression, but instead of coded reformism and coercive get-out-the-vote campaigns towards a safer form of settler colonialism, we're asking what is the real and tragic harm and danger associated with perpetuating colonial power and what can be done to end it. Voting as practiced under U.S. democracy is the process with which people are coerced to choose narrowly prescribed rules and rulers. The anarchist collective crime ethic observes, voting consolidates the power of a whole society in the hands of a few politicians. When this process is conducted under colonial authority, there is no option but political death for indigenous peoples. In other words, voting can never be a survival strategy under colonial rule. It's a strategy of defeat and victimhood that protracts the suffering and historical harm induced by ongoing settler colonialism. And while the harm reduction sentiment may be sincere, even hard-won marginal reforms gained through popular support can be just as easily reversed by the stroke of a politician's pen. If voting is the democratic participation in our own oppression, voting as harm reduction is a politics that keeps us at the mercy of our oppressors. While so many on the left, including some indigenous radicals, are concerned with consolidation of power into fascists' hands, they fail to recognize how colonial power is already consolidated. There is nothing intersectional about participating in and maintaining a genocidal political system. There's no meaningful solidarity to be found in a politics that urges us to meet our oppressors where they're at. Voting as harm reduction imposes a false solidarity upon those identified to be most vulnerable to harmful political policies and actions. In practice, it plays out as paternalistic identity politicking as liberals work to identify the least dangerous candidates and rally to support their campaigns. The logic of voting as harm reduction asserts that whoever is facing the most harm will gain the most protection by the least dangerous denominator in a violently authoritarian system. This settler colonial naivete places more people, non-human beings, and land at risk than otherwise. Most typically the same liberal activists that claim voting is harm reduction are found denouncing and attempting to suppress militant direct actions and sabotage as acts that only harm our movement. Voting as harm reduction is the pacifying language of those who police movements. Voting as harm reduction is the government-issued blanket of the Democratic Party: we're either going to sleep or die in it. To organize from a position that voting is an act of damage limitation blurs lines of the harm that settler and resource colonialism imposes. Under colonial occupation, all power operates through violence. There is absolutely nothing less harmful about participating in and perpetuating the political power of occupying forces. Voting won't undo settler colonialism, white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, or capitalism. Voting is not a strategy for decolonization. The entire process that arrived at the native vote was an imposition of U.S. political identity on indigenous peoples fueled by white supremacy and facilitated by capitalism. The native vote, a strategy of colonial domination. Prior to settler colonial invasion, indigenous peoples maintained diverse, complex cultural organizations that were fairly unrecognizable to European invaders. From its inception, the U.S. recognized that indigenous peoples comprised distinct sovereign nations. The projection of nation status was committed on the terms of the colonizers, who needed political entities to treaty with. As a result, social organizations of indigenous peoples faced extreme political manipulation, as matriarchal and two-spirit roles were either completely disregarded or outright attacked. The imperative of the U.S. settler colonial project has always been to undermine and destroy indigenous sovereignty. This is the insidious uniture of colonialism. In 1493, the papal bull Inter Caetera was issued by Pope Alexander VI. The document established the doctrine of discovery and was central to Spain's Christianizing strategy to ensure exclusive right to enslaved indigenous peoples and lands invaded by Columbus the year prior. This decree also made clear the Pope's threat to forcibly assimilate indigenous peoples to Catholicism in order to strengthen the Christian empire. This doctrine led to successive generational patterns of genocidal and ecocidal wars waged by European settler colonizers against indigenous lives, lands, spirit, and the living world of all of our relations. In 1823, the doctrine of discovery was written into U.S. law as a way to deny land rights to indigenous peoples in the Supreme Court case, Johnson v. McIntosh. In a unanimous decision, Chief Justice John Marshall wrote that Christian European nations had assumed complete control over the lands of America during the Age of Discovery. And in declaring independence from the Crown of England in 1776, he noted that the U.S. had in effect, and thus by law, inherited authority over these lands from Great Britain, notwithstanding the occupancy of the natives, who were heathens. According to the ruling, indigenous peoples did not have any rights as independent nations, but only as tenants or residents of the U.S. on their own lands. The genealogy of the native vote is tied to boarding schools, Christian indoctrination, allotment programs, and global wars that established U.S. imperialism. U.S. assimilation policies were not designed as a benevolent form of harm reduction. They were an extension of a military strategy that couldn't fulfill its genocidal programs. Citizenship was forced onto indigenous peoples as part of colonial strategy to kill the Indian and save the man. There was a time when indigenous peoples wanted nothing to do with U.S. citizenship and voting. Catherine Osborne, an ethno-historian at Arizona State University states, polities hold a government-to-government relationship with the United States. Thus, their political status is unique, and that means that they are not just another minority group hoping for inclusion in the U.S. political order. For indigenous communities, protecting their sovereignty as tribal nations is the paramount political concern. When the U.S. Constitution was initially created, each state could determine who could be citizens at their discretion. Some states rarely granted citizenship and thereby conferred the status to select indigenous peoples, but only if they dissolved their tribal relationships and became civilized. This typically meant that they renounced their tribal affiliation, paid taxes, and fully assimilated into white society. Alexandra Whitkin writes in To Silence a Drum, the imposition of United States citizenship on Native peoples. Early citizenship policy rested upon the assumption that allegiance could only be given to one nation, thus peoples with an allegiance to a native nation could not become citizens of the United States. The preference, though, was not to respect and uphold indigenous sovereignty, but to condemn it as uncivilized and undermine it through extreme tactics of forced assimilation. When the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1868, it granted citizenship only to men born or naturalized in the U.S., this included former slaves but was interpreted to not apply to indigenous peoples except for those who assimilated and paid taxes. The 15th Amendment was subsequently passed in 1870 to ensure the right of U.S. citizens to vote without discrimination of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, but was still interpreted to exclude indigenous peoples who did not assimilate. In some ways this was an act of disenfranchisement, but more clearly it was a condition imposed upon indigenous peoples facing scorched earth military campaigns and the threat of mass death marches to concentration camps. The message was clear: assimilate or perish. In 1887, Congress passed the General Allotment Act, more commonly known as the Dawes Act, which was designed to expedite colonial invasion, facilitate resource extraction, and to further assimilate indigenous peoples into the colonial social order. The Dawes Act marked a shift from a military strategy to an economic and political one, where reservations were separated into individual lots, with only male heads of households to receive 160 acres, with any remaining lands put up for sale to white invaders who flocked in droves to inherit their manifest destiny. Indigenous peoples who accepted allotments could receive U.S. citizenship, and although this was the first congressional act to provide the status, it came at the expense of sacrificing indigenous peoples' cultural and political identities in many ways, particularly by further fracturing the integrity of indigenous matriarchal societies. Under the Dawes Act, indigenous lands were reduced from 138 million to 52 million acres. In 1890, the overall indigenous population was reduced to about 250,000 from tens of millions at the time of initial European invasion. In contrast, the colonizers' U.S. population had increased to 62,622,250 the same year. The legal destruction of indigenous sovereign nations was fulfilled in Supreme Court decisions by Chief Justice John Marshall, who wrote in 1831 that the Cherokee Nation was not a foreign nation, but rather that they may, more correctly, perhaps, be denominated domestic dependent nations. Their relationship to the United States resembles that of a ward to its guardian. The US genocidal military campaigns known collectively as the Indian Wars supposedly came to an end in 1924. That same year Congress passed the Indian Citizenship Act, which granted citizenship to indigenous peoples but still allowed for states to determine if they could vote. As a result, some states barred indigenous peoples from voting until 1957. Until passage of the ICA, which was a regulatory action approved with no hearings, indigenous peoples were considered domestic subjects of the U.S. government. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy completely rejected imposition of U.S. citizenship through the IAC and called it an act of treason. Joseph Heath, General Counsel of the Onondaga Nation, writes, "The Onondaga Nation and the Haudenosaunee have never accepted the authority of the United States to make Six Nations citizens become citizens of the United States, as claimed in the Citizenship Act of 1924. We hold 3 treaties with the United States, the 1784 Treaty of Fort Stanwix, the 1789 Treaty of Fort Harmer and the 1794 Treaty of Canandaigua. These treaties clearly recognize the Haudenosaunee as separate and sovereign nations. Accepting United States citizenship would be treason to their own nations, a violation of the treaties and a violation of international law. They rejected the ICA and resisted its implementation immediately after its adoption, because they had the historical and cultural understanding that it was merely the latest federal policy aimed at taking their lands and at forced assimilation. Heath further adds, "For over 4 centuries the Haudenosaunee have maintained their sovereignty, against the onslaught of colonialism and assimilation, and they have continued with their duties as stewards of the natural world. They have resisted removal and allotment, they have preserved their language and culture, they have not accepted the dictates of Christian churches, and they have rejected forced citizenship." It's important to note, and paradoxical, that the colonizing architects of the U.S. Constitution were influenced heavily by the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Zane Jane Gordon of the Wyandot Nation critiqued the ICA at the time it was passed. "No government organized can incorporate into its citizenship anybody or bodies without the formal consent. The Indians are organized in the form of nations, and it has treaties with nations as such. Congress cannot embrace them into the citizenship of the Union by a simple act." In challenging American boundaries, indigenous people and the gift of U.S. citizenship, Kevin Bruineel writes that Tuscarora Chief Clinton Ricard, who strongly opposed passage of the ICA, was also encouraged by the fact that there was no great rush among my people to go out and vote in white man's elections. Ricard stated, "By our ancient treaties, we expected the protection of the government. The white man had obtained most of our land and we felt he was obliged to provide something in return, which was protection of the land we had left, but we did not want to be absorbed and assimilated into his society. United States citizenship was just another way of absorbing us and destroying our customs and our government. We feared citizenship would also put our treaty status in jeopardy and bring taxes upon our land. How can a citizen have a treaty with his own government? This was a violation of our sovereignty. Our citizenship was in our own nations." Haudenosaunee also voiced opposition to imposition of U.S. citizenship policies due to separation of their nation by the Canadian border. These impacts are still faced by indigenous peoples whose lands are bisected by both the Canadian and Mexican borders. The imposition of citizenship has politically segregated their people along colonial lines. Perhaps one of the clearest illustrations of assimilationist strategies regarding citizenship and voting comes from Henry S. Pancoast, one of the founders of the Christian white supremacist group, the Indian Rights Association. Pancoast stated, "Nothing will so tend to assimilate the Indian and break up his narrow tribal allegiance, as making him feel that he has a distinct right and voice in the white man's nation." The IRA's initial stated objective was to bring about the complete civilization of the Indians and their admission to citizenship. The IRA considered themselves reformists and successfully lobbied Congress to establish the boarding school system, pass the Dawes Act, reform the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and pass the Indian Reorganization Act of 1834. U.S. citizenship was imposed to destroy indigenous sovereignty and facilitate mass-scale land theft. To this day, the native vote is bound to assimilationist conditions that serve colonial interests. Assimilation, the strategy of enfranchisement. Historic acts of voter suppression appear to contradict the strategy of assimilation. After all, if white settler politicians desired so much for indigenous peoples to become citizens, why then would they actively disenfranchise them at the same time? This is the underlying contradiction of colonialism in the U.S. that has been articulated as the Indian problem, or more bluntly, the question of annihilation or assimilation. As previously mentioned, it wasn't until 1957 that indigenous peoples could vote in every U.S. state. According to Catherine Usborne, some states borrowed the language of the U.S. Constitution in Article 1, Section 2, which bars Indians not taxed from citizenship and used it to deny voting rights. Legislators in Idaho, Maine, Mississippi, New Mexico, and Washington withheld the franchise from their indigenous citizens because those who were living on reservation lands did not pay property taxes. In New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona, state officials argued that living on a reservation meant that Indians were not actually residents of the state, which prevented their political participation. Osborne adds. Article 7, Section 2, of the Arizona Constitution stated, "No person under guardianship, non-compos mentis, or insane shall be qualified to vote in any election." Arizona lawmakers understood this as prohibiting Indians from voting because they were allegedly under federal guardianship on their reservations. Early U.S. citizenship policy regarding indigenous peoples was clear: disenfranchisement would remain until we assimilated and abandoned our tribal statuses. Disenfranchisement was and is a strategy that sets conditions for assimilation. Suppression of political participation has historically been the way the system regulates and maintains itself. White supremacists that controlled the politics of areas where large indigenous populations feared that they would become minority subjects in their own democratic system. They often subverted enfranchisement in violent ways, but this was never really a threat due to how embedded white supremacy has been in the totality of the U.S. settler colonial project. It's not that settler society has capitulated to indigenous interests, it's that indigenous peoples, whether through force or attrition, have been subsumed into the U.S. polity. Perhaps no place is this more clear than through the establishment of tribal councils. For example, in 1923, the Navajo Tribal Council was created in order to legitimize resource extraction by the U.S. government. According to a report filed by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, the Tribal Council was created in part so that oil companies would have some legitimate representatives of the Navajos through whom they could lease reservation lands on which oil had been discovered. The Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company's website states, in 1923, a Navajo tribal government was established primarily for the Bureau of Indian Affairs to approve lease agreements with American oil companies, who were eager to begin oil operations on Navajo lands. In order to fulfill and maintain colonial domination and exploitation, colonizers shape and control the political identity of indigenous peoples. Capitalists facilitated and preyed on the dissolution of indigenous autonomy. The cost of citizenship has always been our sovereignty. The conditions of citizenship have always been in service to white supremacy. That indigenous peoples were granted the right to vote in 1924, yet our religious practices were outlawed until 1979 is one of many examples of the incongruency of indigenous political identity in the so-called U.S. Suffrage movements in the U.S. have fought for equal participation in the political system but have failed to indict and abolish the systems of oppression that underpin settler colonial society. After decades of organizing, white women celebrated suffrage in 1920, which was granted in part as a reward for their service in World War I. Heteropatriarchy was not dismantled and black folks were purposefully disregarded in their campaigning. Lucy Parsons, an Afro-Indigenous anarchist, was among many who critiqued suffrage at the time. Parsons wrote in 1905, "Can you blame an anarchist who declares that man-made laws are not sacred? The fact is money and not votes is what rules the people. And the capitalists no longer care to buy the voters, they simply buy the servants after they have been elected to serve. The idea that the poor man's vote amounts to anything is the veriest delusion. The ballot is only the paper veil that hides the tricks." Black folks suffered decades of white supremacist Jim Crow laws that enforced racial segregation and were designed to suppress their political power. These racist laws didn't end until the powerful mobilizations of the civil rights movement of the 1960s. The U.S. government handed down legislation in the 1950s and 60s, including the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which was critiqued by revolutionary black nationalists such as Malcolm X. The ballot or the bullet. If you're afraid to use an expression like that, you should get on out of the country. You should get back in the cotton patch, you should get back in the alley. They get all the Negro vote, and after they get it, the Negro gets nothing in return. Radical movements have either faced extreme state violence and repression or have been systematically assimilated into the U.S. political milieu. The non-profit industrial complex has operated as an unspoken ally of U.S. imperialism in efforts of suppression and pacification. Perhaps this is the U.S. political machinery's method of reducing harm or impact from effective social and environmental justice movements. If they can't kill or imprison the organizers, then fold them into the bureaucracy or turn their struggles into businesses. At the end of the day, not everyone can be white supremacists, but everyone can be capitalists. So long as the political and economic system remains intact, voter enfranchisement, though perhaps resisted by overt white supremacists, is still welcomed so long as nothing about the overall political arrangement fundamentally changes. The facade of political equality can occur under violent occupation, but liberation cannot be found in the occupier's ballot box. In the context of settler colonialism, voting is the civic duty of maintaining our own oppression. It is intrinsically bound to a strategy of extinguishing our cultural identities and autonomy. The ongoing existence of indigenous peoples is the greatest threat to the U.S. settler colonial project, that we may one day rise up and assert our sovereign position with our lands in refutation of the doctrine of discovery. In Custer Died for Your Sins, Vine Deloria Jr. idealized indigenous peoples not as passive recipients of civil rights and incorporation into the nation-state but as colonized peoples actively demanding decolonization. You can decolonize the ballot. Since the idea of us democracy is majority rule, barring an extreme population surge, indigenous voters will always be at the mercy of good-intentioned political allies. Consolidating the native vote into a voting bloc that aligns with whatever settler party, politician, or law that appears to do less harm isn't a strategy to exercise political power, it's Stockholm Syndrome. The native vote also seeks to produce native politicians. And what better way to assimilate rule than with a familiar face? The strategy of voting indigenous peoples into a colonial power structure is not an act of decolonization, it's a fulfillment of that same colonial power. We have a history of our people being used against us by colonial forces, particularly with assimilated indigenous peoples acting as Indian scouts to aid the enemy's military. In only one recorded instance, ND Army scouts mutinied against the U.S. when they were asked to fight their own people. 3 of the ND scouts were executed as a result. No matter what you are led to believe by any politician seeking office, at the end of the day they are sworn to uphold an oath to the very system that was designed to destroy us and our ways of life. The oath for members of Congress states, "I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God." Even if we assume that their cultural values and intentions are in line with those of the people, it is rare that politicians are not tied to a string of funders. As soon as they get elected, they are also faced with unrelenting special interest lobbying groups that have millions and millions of dollars behind them and, even if they have stated the best intentions, are inevitably outnumbered by their political peers. Today we have candidates that were elected making promises to stop the mass-scale kidnapping and murdering of indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit people, and what do they propose? They don't indict the resource colonizers destroying our lands whose very industry is precipitating this crisis of human trafficking and extreme gender violence. They don't propose ending capitalism and resource colonialism. They propose laws and more cops with more power to enforce those laws in our communities. So although we have an epidemic of police violence and murders against our peoples, indigenous politicians address one violent crisis by making another one worse for our people. It's the fulfillment of the assimilationist cultural genocide of killing the Indian to save the man. With that vote, the willful participation and sanctioning of the violence of the system, you kill the Indian and become the man. Tribal, local, and regional politics are situated in the same colonial arrangement that benefits the ruling class. Politicians are concerned with rules and ruling, police and military enforce, judges imprison. Regardless of who and on what scale, No politician can ever represent indigenous lifeways within the context of a political system established by colonialism. A less harmful form of colonial occupation is fantasy. The process of colonial undoing will not occur by voting. You cannot decolonize the ballot. Rejecting settler colonial authority, aka not voting. Voting in the colonizer's elections keeps indigenous peoples powerless. Our power, broadly speaking, does not come from non-consensual majority rule top-down man-made laws but is derived in relation with, and in proportion to, all living beings. This is a corporeal and spiritual power that has been in effect since time immemorial and is what has kept indigenous peoples alive in the face of more than 500 years of extreme colonial violence. The late Ben Carnes, a powerful Choctaw advocate, is quoted in an article about the native vote by Mark Maxey stating, "My position is that I am not a citizen of a government who perpetuates that lie that we are. Slavery was legal just as well as Jim Crow, but just because it is law doesn't make it right. We didn't ask for it, the Citizenship Act was imposed upon us as another step in their social and mental conditioning of Native people to confiscate them of their identity. It was also a legislative method of circumventing the Indians not taxed clause of the Constitution, thereby justifying imposing taxes. The U.S. electoral system is a very diseased method where candidates can be purchased by the highest corporate bidder. The mentality of voting for the lesser of two evils is a false standard to justify the existence of only a two-party system. Checks and balances are lacking to ensure that public servants abide by the will of the people. The entire thing needs to be scrapped as well as the government itself. Voting will never be harm reduction while colonial occupation and U.S. imperialism reigns. In order to heal, we have to stop the harm from occurring, not lessen it. This doesn't mean simply abstinence or ignoring the problem until it just goes away, it means developing and implementing strategies and maneuvers that empower indigenous peoples' autonomy. Since we cannot expect those selected to rule in this system to make decisions that benefit our lands and peoples, we have to do it ourselves. Direct action, or the unmediated expression of individual or collective desire, has always been the most effective means by which we change the conditions of our communities. What do we get out of voting that we cannot directly provide for ourselves and our people? What ways can we organize and make decisions that are in harmony with our diverse lifeways? What ways can the immense amount of material resources and energy focused on persuading people to vote be redirected into services and support that we actually need? What ways can we direct our energy, individually and collectively, into efforts that have immediate impact in our lives and the lives of those around us? This is not only a moral but a practical position, and so we embrace our contradictions. We're not rallying for a perfect prescription for decolonization or a multitude of indigenous nationalisms, but for a great undoing of the settler colonial project that comprises the United States of America so that we may restore healthy and just relations with Mother Earth and all her beings. Our tendency is towards autonomous anti-colonial struggles that intervene and attack the critical infrastructure that the U.S. and its institutions rest on. Interestingly enough, these are the areas of our homelands under greatest threat by resource colonialism. This is where the system is most prone to rupture, it's the fragility of colonial power. Our enemies are only as powerful as the infrastructure that sustains them. The brutal result of forced assimilation is that we know our enemies better than they know themselves. What strategies and actions can we devise to make it impossible for the system to govern on stolen land? We aren't advocating for a state-based solution, red-washed European politic, or some other colonial fantasy of utopia. In our rejection of the abstraction of settler colonialism, we don't aim to seize colonial state power but to abolish it. We seek nothing but total liberation. Chapter 13. Uprooting Colonialism. Indigenous Peoples' Day of Tokenism. In 2015, former City Council member Eva Putsova asked me what I thought of a proposal to formally declare an Indigenous Peoples' Day in occupied Flagstaff. I expressed that considering the city's role in the desecration of the San Francisco peaks, attacks on unsheltered Indigenous people, and extreme racial profiling, the attempt to declare IPD in Flagstaff was simply hypocritical and that serious work around accountability might be possible but would be a very challenging process. We agreed to meet and I invited some friends including local university professors, other indigenous advocates, and respected community members that I figured might care more about the political prospects. I had a history of hosting Abolish Columbus Day events and actions with various groups over the past 2 decades in the city, and though I was extremely skeptical, it felt like an opportunity to attempt a different approach. I proposed a conditional accountability process for the city with a concurrent independent community-driven component to ensure the matters were meaningfully addressed. The idea was to host a series of forums on critical topics and have 2 reports generated, one prepared by city staff to advise policy changes, and the other would be community-sourced with autonomous initiatives. The community component wasn't just oversight, it was designed to empower indigenous action beyond the settler politics. The initial forums held were powerful, and although city officials were present, our informal organizing group barred them from speaking. The idea was to have them listen to the dialogue and concerns and silence their impulses to grandstand and play politics. We had to address the issues on our terms. I also advocated that the group spearheading the effort not formalize into an organization. Unsurprisingly, the process was ultimately co-opted by liberal indigenous handlers who struck every radical proposition and even the basic elements of accountability out of the process. It became a formal organization that still operates as a proxy to city politics when it needs token natives to voice their grievances. With my skepticism affirmed, I left the group and never looked back. In 2018, the occupied city of Flagstaff announced that it would mark the second Monday in October as IPD. Predictably, no reports were issued and no responsibility was taken for ongoing injustices. There was absolutely no accountability. The same day, a crew of us held an Indigenous Peoples Day march to reject the empty proclamation and celebrate indigenous resistance. More than 60 people marched through the streets, blocking traffic and intersections for hours. The rally quickly turned into a march through the streets, stopping to blockade various intersections in downtown Flagstaff. There was a heavy police presence throughout the night, including cops assaulting some of the demonstrators. After the march ended, approximately 20 uniformed cops surrounded the remaining crowd, surveilling and trying to identify people. People were careful to deblock and use the buddy system, but cops still followed some people to their cars and took pictures of their license plates. Nearly a dozen Flagstaff cops used body cameras to monitor and document the demonstration, then launched a weeks-long investigation. They scoured social media posts including Facebook tags as well as the event's guest list to identify people. They also cited an unidentified informant. They ultimately filed criminal charges of obstructing a public thoroughfare and singled out a mom who had her child with her during the march, with felony child endangerment. Through the legal challenge, we found that targeted political attack was a result of extensive online surveillance and use of an undercover operative by the Flagstaff Police Department's Selective Enforcement Unit and the Gang and Immigration Intelligence Team enforcement mission both before and after the event. A total of 11 people were initially charged on November 11, 2018. 7 agreed to a plea deal with the option of 40 hours of community service or paying a $150 fine. 3 of us, including myself, fought the charges, which were ultimately dropped in 2020 during the pandemic. In 2019, the city decided to hold an official cultural celebration to mark IPD. I had initially called for a boycott but decided not to organize a protest as it was clear they would anticipate one. Instead, I dressed in my cultural attire, hand-painted a banner, and walked into Flagstaff City Hall. There was a larger than usual police presence. Numerous patrol cars were parked outside, some driving the streets, and there were multiple cops inside and outside. They were clearly expecting something to happen. I sat outside the council chambers on a bench next to a local photographer and waited for an opportunity to intervene. The moment came when then Mayor Coral Evans started to read the city's IPD proclamation. I walked in and stood in front of her and the entire council and unfurled a banner that read, Indigenous Peoples Day Flagstaff, Hypocrisy. No justice. No celebration. I blew my eagle bone whistle as she read the proclamation. It was clear the attendees, including tribal officials, traditional dancers, and service providers that were all part of the celebration, didn't know how to respond. Evans gestured to two cops that were approaching me to stand down while I disrupted the spectacle. When she was done reading, I said something to the effect of, the city of Flagstaff hypocritically wanted to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day while every other day of the year they perpetuate and profit from the killing of indigenous cultures. Indigenous Peoples Day is first and foremost about justice. Why then do we allow and support politicians that are flat out denying indigenous justice and benefiting from the destruction of the land and suffering of our people? If they deny us justice, how dare they pretend to celebrate and honor us? I challenged those in attendance to hold the city accountable and not let this be a hollow declaration that allows the city to look good while they violate our existence. More cops gathered around me and I decided it was time to leave. A couple of my relatives followed me outside while the rest of the bewildered crowd stayed for the remainder of the celebration of settler inclusion. My action was not a political intervention, it was a spontaneous spiritual confrontation. I stood up because no one really speaks for the mountain anymore, and if they even listened, it's clear that they don't really care enough to confront the forces perpetuating and profiteering off of desecration. It's the same with unsheltered relatives, they're dehumanized into non-existence. State violence against them is not exceptional, it's expected. What part of sacred don't you understand, is a question that demands responsibility. When we must also ask ourselves this question, we have lost ourselves and the sacred has lost all meaning. Uprooting Colonialism, The Limitations of Indigenous Peoples Day. The following was written and published in zine format titled Uprooting Colonialism, The Limitations of Indigenous Peoples Day in fall of 2017 by myself and collaborators at Indigenous Action, with edits by Kayan Balam. A.'s momentum has accelerated for occupying forces to issue declarations of Indigenous Peoples Day, we can't help but feel disconnected from the revelry. Aside from psychic solace, if the state dismantles these statues and proclaims Indigenous Peoples Days, what do we actually achieve if the structures and systems rooted in colonial violence remain intact? Is it merely political posturing or window dressing to diminish liberatory agitations? Our senses are heightened as most rebrandings of Columbus Day into IPD appear to whitewash ongoing colonial legacies. The statistics are all too familiar. Indigenous peoples in the U.S. are the ethnic group that faces the highest police murder rate, the highest rates of incarceration, homelessness, and sexual violence. So yes, we have very good reason to be skeptical of symbolic gestures. We're all for removing colonial symbols and nationalistic myths, so long as structures such as colonialism and racism go along with them. Problem is, they are not. These edicts are readily embraced by their advocates as steps in the right direction for indigenous interests, yet as we'll assert here only serve to calcify colonial rule. What else are we to glean from superficial declarations handed down by occupying governing bodies? Decolonial aspirations are stunted with liberal cosmetology if nothing concrete is done to address historical and ongoing anti-indigenous brutality. This is an insidious conciliatory process of decolonial recuperation that is rooted in cultural and symbolic change primarily fixated on transforming social stature. It fails to meaningfully confront and transform social power. To illustrate, nearly all recently passed IPD declarations use the same template with some minor variations. Reaffirmation of commitment to promote the well-being and growth of _____________s American Indian and Indigenous community. Recognizing that the indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial, and recognizes the fact that is built upon the homelands and villages of the indigenous peoples of this region, without whom the building of the ____________________ would not have been possible, and, valuing the many contributions made to our community through indigenous peoples' knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and the deep cultural contribution that has substantially shaped the character of ____________________________________ and has a responsibility to oppose the systematic racism towards indigenous people in the United States, which perpetuates high rates of poverty and income inequality, exacerbating disproportionate health, education, and social crises, and promotes the closing of the equity gap for declarations, disconnect, and decolonial recuperation. Indigenous peoples through policies and practices that reflect the experiences of indigenous peoples, ensure greater access and opportunity, and honor our nation's indigenous roots, history, and contributions, and so forth. IPD traces its roots back to 1977, when a delegation of indigenous peoples proposed replacing Columbus Day at the United Nations International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas in Switzerland. The momentum picked up in July 1990, when representatives from more than 100 indigenous nations gathered to organize for the 500th anniversary of Native resistance to the European invasion of the Americas. A resolution was passed to transform Columbus Day, 1992, into an occasion to strengthen our process of continental unity and struggle towards our liberation. 1 year later, after the formation of a committee called Resistance 500 in occupied lone lands, aka Berkeley, California, the City Council became the first in the U.S. to declare October 12 Indigenous Peoples Day. The resolution called for a day of ceremonies, cultural events, and speakers, participation from the schools, and an informational procession. In the Global South, our relatives elicited a CIA threat advisory stating that the U.S. Intelligence Committee assessed that there is an increased potential for terrorist violence in selected Latin American countries in conjunction with the October 12 observance of the 500th year of Columbus' arrival in the New World. Attacks included bombings of U.S. targets such as churches, banks, and the U.S. Ambassador's house in Chile. The United Press International office in Peru was liberated for a radio broadcast denouncing Columbus' invasion. Contemporarily in the U.S., IPD at its worst has absorbed decolonial tendencies and transformed them into annual state-sanctioned cultural marketplaces. With non-profit or self-appointed managers holding it down, it's all powwow and no rage, with zero mention of accountability or liberation. We're all too familiar with the machinery of these kinds of celebrations, as Native American Heritage Month is already marked with dances, sales, and a range of other essentialized commodities. This is just an expression of the intimate structural partnership of capitalism and colonialism, its IPD trademark with all rights reserved. A holiday on stolen land. To focus on abolishing one day that celebrates genocide of indigenous peoples is to ignore the 364 others that are also entrenched in the ongoing occupation and exploitation of indigenous lives and land. Umrah Salomon J., Mexican, and Oadham, states. The practices of naming and celebrating are important ways of normalizing genocide and colonialism. Naming places and days of celebration after horrific killers like Cristoforo Colombo is a way of creating social acceptance for his crimes, rape, torture, invasion, genocide, and being the architect of mass incarceration and the chattel slave trade. Seeing these names celebrated around us elicits deep historical trauma for Black and Indigenous peoples and functions as a form of racial microaggression. Salomon continues. So yes, it is important to remove these offensive names from our everyday geographies, end holidays, and remove monuments that celebrate slavery, colonialism, and genocide. But addressing public representations that glorify colonial and racial violence is not enough. We must also end ongoing acts of colonial and racial violence for these representational measures to have any kind of lasting social significance. If the statue of Columbus and the genocide celebration of Thanksgiving are gone, there is still a myriad of other acts of colonial violence happening every single day that need to be addressed. Rectification with colonialism can only be achieved through decolonization. Rectification with racism can only be achieved through the abolishment of white supremacy as a structuring institution and social system, not only as a practice of individual bigotry. Rectification with heteropatriarchy can also only be achieved through abolition. Beyond recognition. As Charlie Sepulveda, Tongva from occupied lands of Los Angeles states, changing Columbus Day for Indigenous Peoples Day, while appropriate, is nothing more than a politics of recognition. It isn't justice. It doesn't give land back. It doesn't move the Tongva toward decolonization or strengthen our ability to be sovereign. It allows LA to recognize indigenous people without having to do anything to radically affect the hegemonic order of settler colonialism. Sorry to rain on your parade. Sepulveda further adds, I am grateful to those who worked on abolishing Columbus Day. It is important. Yet, Tongva desperately need more than a symbolic name change. And it is Tongva land, not Indian land. I hope that was clear. If not, then why not? We are still here. The politics of recognition are important to understand in terms of strategy and tactics. If the goal is for indigenous autonomy, liberation of the land, people, and other beings, then why plead with our oppressors to merely acknowledge or recognize our existence? Glenn Coulthard, Yellowknives Dean, states in his essay Indigenous Peoples and the Politics of Recognition that, colonial powers will only recognize the collective rights and identities of indigenous peoples insofar as this recognition does not obstruct the imperatives of state and capital. Coulthard further asserts in his book Red Skin, White Masks that, in situations where colonial rule does not depend solely on the exercise of state violence, its reproduction instead rests on the ability to entice indigenous peoples to identify, either implicitly or explicitly, with the profoundly asymmetrical and non-reciprocal forms of recognition either imposed on or granted to them by the settler state and society. This is not to state that attacks on indigenous identity regarding racist mascots, stereotypical depictions in movies, in advertising, hipster appropriation, and so forth, are not at all damaging. As Charles Taylor notes in the book Multiculturalism, examining the politics of recognition, often by the misrecognitions of others, a person or a group can suffer real damage, real distortion, if the people or society around them mirror back to them a confining or demeaning or contemptible picture of themselves. Non-recognition or misrecognition can inflict harm, can be a form of oppression, imprisoning one a false, distorted, and reduced mode of being. Understanding how the politics of recognition functions can elucidate pitfalls of co-optation and pathways of greater resistance. Even the practice of land acknowledgements or recognizing the indigenous peoples whose lands we are on disembodies indigenous identities. It is extremely different to stand with and honor protocols and customs for being a visitor or guest on indigenous lands, than to merely recognize their existence. Putting this into perspective, most all current movements to establish IPD have originated in urban settings without meaningful engagement of the original peoples on those lands. This recolonization perpetuates the very erasure that IPD is scripted to address. This is a glaring example of lateral violence. Coulthard emphasizes how the politics of recognition in its contemporary liberal form promises to reproduce the very configurations of colonialist, racist, patriarchal state power that indigenous peoples' demands for recognition have historically sought to transcend. Dehumanization can be mitigated by actions that reclaim and reassert indigenous identity, but we're urging to go beyond recognition towards what Frantz Fanon offers in The Wretched of the Earth. It is precisely at the moment realizes humanity that he begins to sharpen the weapons with which he will secure victory. Liberalism or liberation. While it has been argued that IPD is a step in the right direction, we ask, but what direction? To claim Indigenous Peoples Day as an act of decolonization is a failure of liberal assimilationists. symbolically ending Columbus' legacy while continuing to perpetuate and benefit from the violence of the doctrine of discovery is just one more dead-end direction of indigenous liberalism. If we understand that colonization has always been war, then why are we fighting a battle for recognition and affirmation through colonial power structures? Bettina Castaño, Mixed Kaninke states. Those in all good intention think they are helping but don't know that these holidays are still a dominant culture deciding what is to be celebrated. Those days eventually become a consumer capitalist-driven celebration, taking on the value system of the dominant greed cultures with Christian Eurocentric values and behaviors. Castaño further states. In this day and period of US history, no, it is not enough to throw us a holiday. Revisit history. After throwing warm blankets, commodity foods, poison hidden in alcohol bottles, sterilization of indigenous women, uranium-poisoned land, substandard medical care and education, broken treaties, stolen land. A mere holiday is insulting. We are not free because we are told we are free, we are not free because it is printed on paper or stamped on a coin. We are only truly free when there is not a dominant entity or other culture making the decisions for our people, our land, our medicines, livestock, food, water, education, and health. Consider that their constitution still does not guarantee indigenous peoples protection for religious freedom relating to sacred sites. Sacred places are our shrines, or monuments of the relations we have maintained since time immemorial and integral for our continued existence. Yet they are constantly profaned and attacked by the very political forces that now decry select facets of their past transgressions. The sacred Black Hills in occupied South Dakota, which celebrates Native American Day not Columbus Day, have been desecrated by resource extraction, and the blasphemous monument to slave-owning genocidal presidents were fiercely fought for and reclaimed multiple times by the American Indian movement in the 1970s. There are telescopes, ski resorts, pipelines, mines, skyscrapers, and other effigies of oppression that are either desecrating or threatening to violate countless other sacred places right now. In 2015, riding the wave of IPD declarations, the city of Flagstaff in Arizona proposed to follow suit. Due to their role in maintaining a contract to sell millions of gallons of wastewater to Arizona's Snow Bowl ski resort for desecration of the holy San Francisco peaks, a group of folks shut the process down. The group asked, how does this action stand to benefit indigenous people more than appease white guilt? They issued an initial statement that expressed how we desire to see Columbus Day abolished in all of our lands and can see how others would jump at the opportunity to support this gesture. After all, trust and healing are needed, and many other communities have struggled hard with their own campaigns to change the name. Perhaps a meaningful process can be brought forward that includes addressing historical trauma from settler colonialism, that operates from an understanding that Flagstaff is not a border town but occupied stolen indigenous lands, that immediately ends the Snow Bowl contract, that ends racial profiling, police violence, and criminalization of our relatives on the streets, that protects Mother Earth and nurtures healthy and just communities. A process that moves beyond rebranding how our oppression is recognized and restructures our power relationships towards abolishing white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, capitalism, and settler colonialism. Alternately, the group proposed a comprehensive process to materially address the social and political conditions due to ongoing anti-indigenous policies maintained by the city. While the framework was promising, ultimately the initial process was co-opted by liberals who allowed the accountability and community power-building components to fall by the wayside. In becoming a liberal project that served to improve the functioning of the occupying governing forces, it became a process perpetuating colonial violence. When the city of Phoenix declared IPD, Alex Soto, Tohono O'odham, stated, "If the city of Phoenix really recognized indigenous peoples, it would have also motioned and passed a resolution against the South Mountain Freeway." Alex further adds, "The politics of settler recognition in no way ensures our existence. If anything, it reinforces the notion that we are a conquered people." I rather put my energy into burning the table if insincere gestures of acknowledgement and respect are offered by settler colonial institutions. Basically, whatever effort we put into IPD should be at the least be put into actual campaigns that protect local indigenous culture. If not, what's the point? As Phoenix readies to celebrate its first IPD, the echoes of dynamite blasting through the sacred South Mountain will most likely be drowned out by the revelry. Andrew Pedro, Akimal Owadham from Gila River, brings the points home. Indigenous Peoples Day in Phoenix continues to be a facade of indigenous resistance. Just south of Phoenix, Modag is being desecrated by a construction of the Loop 202 extension. This is 21st century colonization by the state, but we should still be grateful that the state changed the name of a holiday. I could support it more if the holiday itself wasn't the end goal. The name change is a symbolic victory. Use the struggle as a platform to make demands on behalf of our sacred places, but this is not what's happening. It appears that liberal organizing is what's in the way of any real substance coming out of the victory. Rather than attacking 21st century colonization, they choose to celebrate what the colonizers give them. These infrastructure threats to indigenous existence are generated by the very systemic forces that drove Columbus' genocide of the Taino. Defending the sacred is nothing new, it's as old as resistance. To Columbus and other not so well despised colonial invaders, so why celebrate the hollow gestures of politicians? What about supporting and celebrating the ongoing struggles for liberation of our Mother Earth? Put this into perspective that folks rush to support #notable resistance yet perpetuate erasure of sacred lands and water struggles right where they live. This isn't to say Lake Ohi didn't warrant critical support, but to contextualize the larger struggles to defend the sacred and protect water. Anti-colonial struggle necessitates an understanding that the front line is everywhere. It measures and calculates how colonial power operates. If we don't build these understandings into our struggles, we risk the momentum ebbing right where idle no more left its watermark. Without meaningfully engaging in sacred sites defense at once as struggle against capitalism and colonialism, we risk a not-so-distant future where we'll have people driving hybrids through South Mountain on Loop 202 to ski on shit snow at Arizona's Snow Bowl on the sacred peaks while wearing #notable or defend the sacred t-shirts they bought at an Indigenous Peoples Day event weeks prior. This particular brand of superficial activism and anti-colonial posturing has become more prevalent post-Standing Rock. Indigenous Peoples Day, as a process of collusion with occupying state forces, risks becoming a colonial patriotic ritual more than anything that amounts to liberation. Breaking from anti-colonial posture. We'd like to take a moment to address what we mean by anti-colonial posture. This position seeks to justify and legitimize itself as loudly as possible, at times purposefully and at others by virtue, drowning. 276-277 Uprooting colonialism. Out any critical indigenous voices. Usually with the familiar din of delegitimizing and dismissive rhetoric through one-on-one in-person private meetings, white or academic splaining or online statements, or the most used disingenuous tactic of the invitation to present your concerns. You want us to present at your event to express how problematic it is, yet do nothing to functionally change what it is that you are actually doing, really. There's nothing anti-colonial about that. This is the realm of the fascism of settler/white allyship, it is in actuality, anti-indigenous. This form of radical posturing craves its validation so much so that it aggressively seeks those who are agreeable, and when it finds them it objectifies and capitalizes off their participation. This is no form of solidarity, it is viciously exploitative. This is where the false allyship of settler colonizers intersects with capitalism. To be clear, anti-colonial posturing upholds white supremacy and capitalism. The most basic attempts at whitewashing anti-colonial colonialism result in a red-faced facade. As it is, there will always be some wolves ready to dance, and where there is a chance to gain social position/power by proximity to whiteness, out come the dances with wolves. Anti-colonial posturing thrives off of lateral violence. Radical posturing and silencing of those disagreeable is how white supremacy navigates the perpetuation of itself. We are familiar with this as radical/anarchist/anti-capitalist/anti-authoritarian indigenous peoples, as we've already been its subject and we constantly suffer its blows. Of course we continue to face how disposable we are every day. Radical communities and spaces are no exception unless they are our own, or the long-term hard work to configure relationships in the fight, to truly become accomplices not allies, has occurred. And still, how meaningful that relationship is will never be determined by white settlers. Never. Uprooting colonialism. Colonialism is not a static event but a structure built on ideas. Assuming that colonial power structures will bend to moral arguments is a position that accepts the idea that colonial power can be absolved. We believe that it cannot be. It must be destroyed, and the conditions that precipitate it must also be uprooted from these lands. As anti-colonial abolitionists, we seek the total dismantling and systematic erasure of colonial domination and exploitation from these lands. We desire an unmapping of colonial geography, and see how the dismantling of historic documentation and iconography is an integral part, but we assert that such gains should be wholly in the hands of the people and not the state. When unsanctioned and unmediated indigenous and/or accomplice hands strike down or at these statues, monuments, and days of recognition, the process towards destabilizing the colonial death grip on our humanity is loosened. These kinds of attacks against markers of colonial power can break away at its legitimacy. Umrah Salomon J. states, abolition and decolonization, along with collective self-determination, require concrete actions. Actions that may begin with taking down a statue or ending a holiday, but that certainly cannot end there, as removing a monument does nothing to address mass incarceration or police brutality, and ending a holiday does nothing to address the disposability of indigenous life or the desecration of sacred sites. Yes, racist statues need to come down and racist holidays need to be abolished, but the cynical renaming of holidays and statues into some kind of feel-good celebration of 278-279 uprooting colonialism. Inclusion is being allowed by the state because it can be reduced to a mechanism for settler society to allow the actions of colonialism and racial terrorism to continue while washing their hands of the responsibility to do anything about it. We reject this. We can and must simultaneously critically engage and attack the ideas and structures of white supremacy, cis-heteropatriarchy, capitalism, and colonialism. After all, people in communities from occupied Ute lands in Denver and beyond have been fighting for years to transform Columbus Day and tear down glorifications of conquistadors and other brutal colonizers while simultaneously organizing efforts to heal suffering from historic and intergenerational trauma. Anti-colonial struggle means attack. K. in Balam states, anti-colonial assaults are decisive strikes that aim to achieve one of three things: 1. Expropriate resources for our own survival, 2. Materially alter the conditions of power relations and geographic control, or 3. Actively sabotage and undermine the continuity of colonial power, resources, culture, and control. In short, it's something measurable, not simply a sentiment, or word game constituting an agreement in word not deed, easily forgotten and ignored tomorrow. We're not trying to join in with the settler bloc party, or even to take it over. Balam further adds, to be anti-colonial means to act and attack. It's not just a bunch of solidarity photo ops and masked up defensive actions with junior settlers driven by their colonial guilt during their weekend warrior adventure. For the colonized, life is war. We are under occupation and siege from all sides at all times. Even the would-be accomplice is and always has been, yet another contingent potential traitor. Just as much so, we the colonized all have the potential to collaborate in our own genocide. The difference is not a matter of what position we take. Genocide is always the situational condition of our struggle and we are forced to respond accordingly. We don't get a second chance at making mistakes, because fundamentally either we are an existential threat or they are. It's their cabins or our teepees ablaze, but one way or another way something is burning. Enshrined in genocide and slavery at the brutal hands of white supremacy, is its banks, its skyscrapers, its statues, its names over streets, schools, currency, and other institutions, all standing in monolithic celebration as a physical threat of the violence our violators are still very capable of. Because like many other nation-states, the US on the whole stands a monument to the ongoing legacy of colonial violence of an entire civilizational order. Our work is to dismantle this order and shatter these monuments of colonial violence, like this one called America. Indigenous Peoples' Day of Rage. In 2020, during the height of the pandemic and propelled by the momentum of the George Floyd uprisings, a call was anonymously put out for an Indigenous Peoples' Day of Rage. The call to action read: as the COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately ravages indigenous communities, we cannot ignore the reality that the plague of colonialism has made our peoples more susceptible to this virus. From the fracking and poisoning of our water, mining and burning of coal, oil pipeline spills, abandoned uranium mines, garbage incinerators, building of apartheid walls, the damming of rivers, and continuing ecological devastation, our health is intrinsically tied to the health of our sacred lands. Colonizers are coming to terms with global warming, yet we have been on the front lines of this war against Mother Earth since the first colonial invasions of our lands. We have grown frustrated with the uninspired assimilationist politics of Indigenous Peoples' Day. Indigenous non-profit corporations and organizations attempt to pacify and assimilate our peoples further into settler colonial politics. They attempt to police our rage and stifle movements of liberation. They are content with hollow land acknowledgments and empty gestures that do nothing to challenge and change the actual conditions of suffering our people face. We do not believe that we can vote our way out of this crisis. We will not beg politicians to reform the very system that is predicated on our genocide and destruction of our Earth Mother. We urge for something more effective towards the undoing of colonialism in our lands. We have celebrated and supported the rage of spontaneous and powerful Black Lives Matter uprisings that have brought down monuments to colonizers, and brought racist institutions like the racist Washington NFL team to their knees. In this spirit and in the spirit of our militant ancestors who attacked colonial ideas and institutions, we call on all those who share our frustrations and our rage to join us. For missing or murdered Wamsan, girls, trans, and Two-Spirit relatives. Against resource colonialism. Against colonial borders. Against the settler colonial police state. For total liberation. Nearly 100 actions were reported, ranging from banner drops, wheat pasting, militant marches, and attacks on colonial symbols and institutions, including numerous statues that were either redecorated or completely torn down. In so-called Portland, Oregon, anti-colonial demonstrators broke windows and tore down statues of Theodore Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln, leaving behind slogans such as "Stolen Land" and Dakota 38, a reference to 38 Dakota that Lincoln approved to have hanged in the largest mass execution ever in the so-called United States. Roosevelt once stated, "I don't go so far as to think that the only good Indians are dead Indians, but I believe 9 out of every 10 are." Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler denounced the anarchic behavior of the obscene acts, while Trump called on the FBI to crack down, which was directly followed by the FBI and DHS making several arrests. In so-called Santa Fe, a 3-day occupation ended with a colonial statue being torn down. In Kinlaney, so-called Flagstaff, around 100 took to the streets in a militant anti-colonial and anti-capitalist march. In so-called Utica, New York, a rally was held connecting the genocide enacted by Columbus and the 2013 death of a local Native teen at the hands of local police. In so-called San Mateo, California, a statue of Junipero Serra, an 18th-century Roman Catholic missionary, was attacked and vandalized. In 2021, a renewed call for an Indigenous Peoples' Day of Rage was issued with the note, Round 2. The following action report was written by collaborators of Indigenous Action. From up north in so-called Edmonton, Alberta down to Tampa, Florida, and spanning Turtle Island from Sacramento, California to Washington, D.C. Resistors everywhere threw down on Sunday, October 10, 2021 for Indigenous Peoples Day of Rage Round 2. We saw banner drops, militant marches, paint attacks on settler institutions, and a lot of discomfort on colonizers' faces before the day even began. Apparently, the politicians including mayors of cities hit hard by last year's IPDR actions penciled in overtime for their thinning blue lines, while members of the clergy peeked out of windows with trepidation as they sat in round-the-clock vigils anticipating their comeuppance. It was indeed a good day to be Indigenous, not so great of a day to be a colonial relic, as evidenced by Washington, D.C. statue of the infamous genocidal maniac Andrew Jackson in Lafayette Park, which had "Expect US" spray painted on its base in reference to the classic slogan of Indigenous resistance, "Respect us or expect us." As monuments to colonizers around the globe have been vandalized, smashed, and slashed or ceremoniously thrown into rivers over the past couple years, it was great to see Andrew Jackson inducted into the club. Along with the Columbus statue in Tampa, Florida, and Abraham Lincoln statue in so-called Bennington, Vermont. The rubble that is the 3rd Precinct, burned to the ground in 2020's George Floyd protests, was decorated with an Avenge Indigenous Children banner to acknowledge the thousands of lives lost in boarding schools and residential schools across the continent during late 1800s through mid-1900s. The Southwest saw militant marches demanding no more stolen sisters on behalf of the #MIG2ST campaign, and a rally calling out the mascotization of Native images used by a longtime racist-ass business in Durango, Colorado. In occupied Kinley, a rally and march led to the shutting down of major intersections for a radical round dance that ensnarled traffic. A colonial statue was vandalized and smoke devices were set off throughout the downtown for some anti-colonial mayhem. Meanwhile, over on the West Coast, freeway overpasses hosted banner drops from occupied California and up through KK Canada. Folks in occupied San Rafael demanded that the city drop the charges of protectors/defenders, while signs on roadways in Sacramento declared Columbus was lost, Indigenous sovereignty now, and no justice on stolen land. Our relatives to the north, in Amiskwasawaskahikan, reminded drivers that there is no pride in genocide. Speaking of stolen land, this year held one very resounding cry. Whether it was splashed across barriers in public spaces of so-called Las Vegas, Nevada, or etched brazenly on a wall under the gaze of the ever-present eyeball surveilling Asheville, North Carolina's City Hall, whether it was created in a more urban setting in the colorful hand style of Anonymous, or dressed up with the good old Circle A in flat black across Dine by Kia, the writing on the wall is clear: land back. Signage at colonial institutions were not spared. In Portland, Oregon, Lewis and Clark College had changed name not so subtly suggested. And the recently opened Tesla dealership and service station in Nam Pueblo, New Mexico didn't escape the rage at the betrayal of the Pueblo's decision to climb in bed with Elon Musk and become green capitalists. Understandably, there were many other actions that went down that couldn't or wouldn't be documented, such as sabotaged rail lines in the so-called Pacific Northwest, excavators threatening sacred lands in the Midwest that were rendered useless, the Catholic Church in Denver, Colorado that allegedly had their truths displayed for the world to see with bright red paint on their walls, and the relatives up in Portland, Oregon who struck like ghosts in the night, leaving only footage of clean-up crews sweeping up glass and colonial tears the following day in their wake. Some of the strongest statements are made quietly, as some of our actions have become a silent war cry, an ever-present threat. Making colonizers clutch their pearls and pocketbooks, in recognition of an indigenous resistance that is alive, untamed, claws out, rabid, and growing. It cannot be neatly confined to one designated calendar day. Our anti-colonial agitation is year-round, and we celebrate that any way we damn well please. This year the justifications for our rage felt more acute, particularly in the so-called US, with the colonial authority proclaiming Indigenous Peoples Day. We've seen the farce of this politics of recognition for what it is, and this is why we rage, to undermine their co-optation and white/redwashing. We emphasized that arrests weren't the point this year, especially considering how performative nonviolent direct actions have fed so many of our people into the hands of the police state. We don't want our people and accomplices locked up ever, especially during a pandemic. We're not out to beg politicians, negotiate treaties, and we will not make concessions. We fight for total liberation. To radicalize, inspire, empower, and attack, this is what anti-colonial struggle looks like, and we are everywhere. With love and rage may the bridges we burn together light our way. A radical militant spirit of autonomous indigenous resistance has been regrowing. Its appetite is voracious. Who knows what the next cycle will bring? Indigenous anarchy. Chapter 14. COVID-19, Resource Colonialism and Indigenous Resistance. It is really because of divine providence that these Indians have diminished because of the continuity of epidemic diseases, for among such a multitude of different characters there are many restless, haughty, and seditious elements. Spanish missionary Father Luis Velarde, 1716. D. INE Baikia has faced and endured a higher rate per capita of COVID-19 cases than any settler colonial U.S. state. As this respiratory virus wreaks havoc through these lands, mainstream media has again anointed our people as the mascots of poverty and victimization. The statistics are pounded loudly to evoke settler pity. Approximately 33% of our people have no running water or electricity. We live in a food desert with 13 grocery stores serving nearly 200,000 residents. Dine Baikia has approximately 50% unemployment. While these facts are not wrong, the solution is not more fundraisers for the poor Indians. Has this pandemic impacted our people so disproportionately simply because we merely lack power lines and plumbing? Is it just because there aren't massive corporate stores on every corner of our reservation? Would we really be that much more immune from this disease if every member of our tribe just had a job? Dehumanizing narratives have always been part of the scenery here in the arid Southwest. If you blink on your way to the Grand Canyon, it's easy to miss the ongoing brutal context of colonization and the expansion of capitalism. We live here and we don't even see it ourselves. We're too busy putting up that nice Indians behind you sign. As Navajo Nation politicians impose strict weekend curfews, prohibit ceremonial gatherings, and restrict independent mutual aid relief efforts. As notoriously racist so-called reservation border towns like Gallup, New Mexico dispose of infected unsheltered relatives and initiate riot act orders to restrict the influx of dine who rely on supplies held in their corporate stores, the specter of the reservation system's historical purpose haunts like a neglected ghost, pulling at our every breath, clinging to our bones. What is omitted from the fever-pitched spectacle of COVID-19 disaster tourism, is that these statistics are due to ongoing attacks on our cultural ways of life, autonomy, and by extension our collective and self-sufficiency. While economic deprivation and resource scarcity are realities we face, our story is much more complex and more powerful than that. It's a story of the space between harmony and devastation. It's the story of our ancestors and of coming generations. It's a story of this moment of indigenous mutuality and resistance. The Navajo Resource Colony and COVID-19. Colonial violence and violence against the earth has made our people more susceptible to viruses such as COVID-19. While the COVID-19 virus spreads unseen throughout our region, a 2,500 square mile cloud of methane is also concealed, hovering over dine lands here in the Four Corners area. NASA researchers have stated, the source is likely from established gas, coal, and coal bed methane mining and processing. Methane is the second most prevalent greenhouse gas emitted in the so-called United States and can be up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Two massive coal-fired power plants, the San Juan Generating Station and the Four Corners Power Plant, operate in the area. If regarded as a single entity, the two plants are the second largest consumer of coal in the U.S. Most of the generated power is transmitted right over and past reservation homes to power settler colonies in Arizona, Nevada, and California. It's not news that over time, breathing pollution from sources such as coal-fired power plants damages the lungs and weakens the body's ability to fight respiratory infections. U.S. settler universities and news outlets have acknowledged that exposure to air pollution is correlated with increased death rates from COVID-19. At the same time, the EPA has relaxed environmental regulations on air polluters in response to the pandemic, opening the door for colonial-imposed resource extraction projects on Dine lands to intensify their efforts. According to a recent report titled, Exposure to Air Pollution and COVID-19 Mortality in the United States, COVID-19 patients in areas impacted by high levels of air pollution before the pandemic are more likely to die from the virus than patients in other parts of the U.S. The New York Times published an article on the report stating that, a person exposed to high levels of fine particulate matter is 15% more likely to die from the coronavirus than someone in a region with just 1 unit less of the fine particulate pollution. The report further states that, although the epidemiology of COVID-19 is evolving, we have determined that there is a large overlap between causes of deaths of COVID-19 patients and the diseases that are affected by long-term exposure to fine particulate matter. The report also noted that, on March 26, 2020, the U.S. announced a sweeping relaxation of environmental rules in response to the coronavirus pandemic, allowing power plants, factories, and other facilities to determine for themselves if they are able to meet legal requirements on reporting air and water pollution. According to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company's website, in 1923, a Navajo tribal government was established primarily for the Bureau of Indian Affairs to approve lease agreements with American oil companies, who were eager to begin oil operations on Navajo lands. Arguably, nearly every economic decision that the tribal government has made since then has facilitated further exploitation of Mother Earth for profit. For every attack on Mother Earth waged by colonial entities, Dine have organized fiercely to protect Nahas San Du Yadil Hil Bitseti Bina Hazani I or, the Dine Natural Law. Groups like Dine Care have been mobilizing since the late 1980s to confront ecological and cultural devastation. Adela Begay and her husband Leroy Jackson organized to protect the Chuska Mountains from logging by the Navajo tribal government. They formed Dine Care and challenged the operations. Jackson had reportedly obtained documents that showed Bureau of Indian Affairs officials were underhandedly working to get the tribe exempt from logging restrictions designed to protect endangered species in the area. He was found murdered shortly after. In defiance of efforts by Dine environmental groups such as Dine Care to stop coal mining and power plants in the face of global warming, former Navajo Nation Council Speaker Lorenzo Bates declared, "War on coal is a war on the Navajo economy and our ability to act as a sovereign nation." At the time, the coal industry was responsible for 60% of the Navajo Nation's general revenues. Bates stated that these revenues represent our ability to act as a sovereign nation and meet our own needs. At the cost of our health and destruction of Mother Earth, politicians on the Navajo Nation have perpetuated and profited from coal-fired power plants and strip mines that have caused forced relocation of more than 20,000 Dine from Black Mesa and severe environmental degradation. For 41 years Peabody Coal, which operated 2 massive strip mines on Black Mesa, consumed 1.2 billion gallons a year of water from the Navajo aquifer beneath the area. Although the mines are now closed and the Navajo Generating Station coal-fired power plant they fed is also shuttered, the impacts to health, the environment, and vital water sources in the area have been severe. The NGS project was initially established with the purpose of providing power to pump water to the massive metropolitan areas of Phoenix and Tucson. For decades, while power lines crisscrossed over Dine families' homes and water was pumped hundreds of miles away for swimming pools and golf courses, thousands of Dine went without running water and electricity. Dine environmental groups such as Black Mesa Water Coalition and Tunisiani Ani, who have long resisted resource colonialism on Gil Eugene, recently celebrated the shutdown of NGS while the Navajo Nation scrambled to keep the outdated power plant operating, arguing that it was vital to the Navajo economy. What was ignored in the melee was that the owners and operators of the coal-fired power plant were motivated to shift towards natural gas that has become cheaper due to fracking. In 2019, the Navajo Nation further doubled down on coal by purchasing 3 coal mines in the Powder River Basin area located in so-called Wyoming and Montana. Approximately 40% of the so-called US coal comes from the area, contributing to more than 14% of the total carbon pollution in the US. The deal also forced the Navajo Transitional Energy Company to waive its sovereign immunity as a condition to buy the mines from a company that had just declared bankruptcy. In June 2023, Department of the Interior Secretary Deb Haaland announced a withdrawal of more than 336,400 acres of public land around a sacred area and national park called Chaco Canyon in so-called New Mexico. The action imposed a 20-year moratorium on new oil and gas proposals and new mining claims in a 10-mile area surrounding the park. While Dine and Pueblo environmental advocates celebrated the federal action, Dine land allotment residents of the area protested. The allottees, who were granted land under the Dawes Act of 1887, blocked the road to the Chaco Canyon Park the day Haaland was intended to celebrate the withdrawal. Siding with Dine allottees, Navajo Nation President Bu Nigran stated, "The Secretary's action undermines our sovereignty and self-determination. Secretary Haaland's decision impacts Navajo allottees but also disregards the tribe's choice to lease lands for economic development. Ultimately, this decision jeopardizes future economic opportunities, while at the same time placing some 5,600 Navajo allottees in dire financial constraints." Supporters of the monument designation denounced Nigran and decried that the Navajo Nation police wouldn't protect them from threats of violence made by allottees. The Dawes Act was explicitly designed to facilitate mass colonial invasion and assimilate indigenous peoples into settler society. It resulted in the theft of over 90 million acres of indigenous lands from 1887 through 1934. Under the Act, only male indigenous heads of households could accept the individual allotments, with the condition that they were to become U.S. citizens. The Act also produced the idea of blood quantum to identify who was and most importantly who was not indigenous, with preferences of larger parcels of land given to those who were part white. The U.S. Senator who crafted the legislation sought to impose capitalism and Protestant individualism. The individual is separated from the mass, set up upon the soil, made a citizen, a positive good, a contribution to the wealth and strength and power of the nation. In outlining his strategy of indigenous inclusion, Dawes admitted frustrations that indigenous peoples persisted in spite of genocide. "We thought we would exterminate him if we could not civilize him." While proclaiming Navajo sovereignty, Navajo Nation President Nigran and Dine allottees not only compromise sacred lands for profit, they fulfill the ecocidal and genocidal legacy of Dawes. In contrast to the divide at Chaco Canyon, a sacred area known as Bears Ears in southeastern Utah was designated by Obama as a national monument in 2016. The 1.35 million acre monument was implemented to protect the area from grave robbing and mining, oil and gas threats. The monument was reduced by more than 1.1 million acres by Trump in 2017 and then restored by Biden in 2021. The Navajo Nation not only celebrated the initial federal designation, it is one of 5 indigenous nations co-managing the protected area with the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management. Today there are currently more than 20,000 natural gas wells and thousands more proposed in and near the Navajo Nation in the San Juan Basin, a geological structure spanning approximately 7,500 square miles in the Four Corners. The U.S. EPA identifies the San Juan Basin as the most productive coalbed methane basin in North America. In 2007 alone, corporations extracted 1.32 trillion cubic feet of natural gas from the area, making it the largest source in the United States. Halliburton, who pioneered hydraulic fracturing in 1947, has initiated refracturing of wells in the area. Fracking also wastes and pollutes an extreme amount of water. A single coalbed methane well can use up to 350,000 gallons, while a single horizontal shale well can use up to 10 million gallons of water. As I've mentioned previously, this is a region with approximately 30% of households without access to running water. The San Juan Basin is also viewed as the most prolific producer of uranium in the United States. Uranium is a radioactive heavy metal used as fuel in nuclear reactors and weapons production. It is estimated that 25% of all the recoverable uranium remaining in the country is on Dine Baikia. During the so-called Cold War, Dine lands were heavily exploited by the nuclear industry. From 1944 to 1986, some 30 million tons of uranium ore were extracted from mines. Dine workers were told little of the potential health risks, with many not given any protective gear. As demand for uranium decreased, the mines closed, leaving over 1,000 contaminated sites. To this day, none have been completely cleaned up. In 1979, the single largest accidental release of radioactivity occurred on Dine Baikia at the Church Rock Uranium Mill. More than 1,100 tons of solid radioactive mill waste and 94 million gallons of radioactive tailings poured into the Puerco River when an earthen dam broke. Today, water in the downstream community of Sanders, Arizona is poisoned with radioactive contamination from the spill. Although uranium mining is now banned on the reservation due to advocacy from Dine anti-nuclear organizers, Navajo politicians recently sought to allow new mining in areas already contaminated by the industry's toxic legacy. In 2013, Navajo Nation Council delegate Leonard Tsosi proposed a resolution to undermine the ban. His efforts were shut down by Dine No Nukes, a grassroots organization dedicated to create a Navajo nation that is free from the dangers of radioactive contamination and nuclear proliferation. There are more than 2,000 estimated toxic abandoned uranium mines on and around the Navajo Nation. 22 wells that provide water for more than 50,000 Dine have been closed by the EPA due to high levels of radioactive contamination. The recent push for nuclear power as clean energy has made the region more vulnerable to new uranium mining, including an in situ leach mine right next to Mount Taylor, one of the 6 Dine Holy Mountains. Exposure to uranium can occur through the air, water, plants, and animals, and can be ingested, breathed in, or absorbed through the skin. Although there has never been a comprehensive human health study on the impacts of uranium mining in the area, the EPA states that exposure to uranium can impair the immune system, cause high blood pressure, kidney disease, lung and bone cancer, and more. An ongoing effort called the Navajo Birth Cohort Study has also detected uranium in the urine of babies born to Dine women exposed to uranium. In the book Bitter Water, Dine Oral Histories of the Navajo Hopi Land Dispute, Roberta Blackgoat, my grandmother and a matriarch of Dine resistance to forced relocation on Black Mesa, stated, "The coal they strip mine is the Earth's liver. The Earth's internal organs are dug up. Mother Earth must sit down. The uranium they dug up for energy was her lungs. Her heart and her organs are dug up because of greed. It is smog on the horizons. Her breath, her warmth, is polluted now and she is angry when Navajos talk of their sickness. The coal dust in winter blows in to blanket the land like a god down the canyons. It is very painful to the lungs when you catch a cold. The symptoms go away slowly when dry coal dust blows in from strip mining. The people say the uranium can dry up your heart. No compassion is left for the motherland. We become her enemy." Dine elders who have resisted forced relocation on Black Mesa have faced constant attacks on their ways of life, particularly through confiscation of livestock. The systematic destruction of indigenous subsistence lifeways throughout Dine Baikia has been a strategy waged since the beginning of colonial invasions on these lands. This devastation has been profitable to Navajo politicians who seek to maintain our role as a resource colony. In 2015, the EPA accidentally released more than 3 million gallons of toxic waste from the Gold King mine into the Animas River. The toxic spill flowed throughout Dine communities, polluting the San Juan River, which many Dine farmers rely on. Crops were spoiled that year. As a measure of relief for the water crisis, the EPA initially sent rinsed-out fracking barrels. Chili Yitsie, the former chapter president of Shiprock, stated, "Disaster upon catastrophe in Shiprock. The water transport company that was hired by EPA to haul water from the non-contaminated San Juan River set up 11 large 16,000-gallon tanks throughout the farming areas in Shiprock and filled them up with water for the crops. As they started to take water from the tanks for their corn and melons, the farmers noticed the water from some of tanks rust-colored, smelled of petroleum and slick with oil. Food deserts, a project of colonial violence. Our health has been broken by nutritionally related illnesses imposed by colonial attacks on our cultural food systems. Dine Baikia wasn't a food desert until colonization. According to the American Diabetes Association, people with diabetes do face a higher chance of experiencing serious complications from COVID-19. In general, people with diabetes are more likely to experience severe symptoms and complications when infected with a virus. 1 in 3 Dine are diabetic or pre-diabetic. In some regions, healthcare workers have reported diagnosing diabetes in every other patient. In 2014, Dine organizer Dana Eldridge published a powerful report on Dine food sovereignty through the Dine Policy Institute. In the report, the concept of the Navajo Nation as a food desert was contextualized as a process of colonialism and capitalism. The report identified a food desert as an area, either urban or rural, without access to affordable fresh and healthy foods. While food deserts are devoid of accessible healthy food, unhealthy, heavily processed foods are often readily available, are linked with high rates of nutritionally related illness. For rural communities, the United States Department of Agriculture has defined rural food desert as regions with low-income populations. The closest supermarket is further than 20 miles away and people have limited vehicle access. Dine people with limited or no income are limited in their food choices, and since healthy, fresh foods are of greater cost, people with limited financial resources often have no other option than to purchase low-cost, heavily processed, high-calorie foods which lead to the onset of nutritionally related illnesses. The report found that a majority of participants from Dine communities who participated in the study had to travel at least 155 miles round trip for groceries while others regularly drove up to 240 miles. There are 13 full-service grocery stores in the Navajo Nation. According to the report, one of the stores contained 80% processed foods. The report further stated, an examination of the Navajo Nation food system reveals that our current food system not only does not serve the needs of the Navajo Nation, but also negatively impacts the well-being of the Dine people. These issues include epidemic levels of nutritionally related illness including diabetes and obesity, food insufficiency, significant leakage of Navajo dollars to border towns, disintegration of Dine lifeways and KE, among other issues, all while the Navajo Nation grapples with extremely high rates of unemployment, dependence on natural resource extraction revenue and unstable federal funding. Our homelands didn't become a food desert by accident or lack of economic infrastructure. The history of food scarcity in our communities is directly correlated with a history of violent colonial invasion. After facing fierce Dine resistance in the mid-1800s, U.S. troops invaded and attacked Canyon de Chelly in the heart of Dine Baikia. They employed scorched earth tactics by burning homes along with every field and orchard they encountered. U.S. Colonel Kit Carson led a campaign of terror to drive Dine on what is called the Long Walk to a concentration camp called Fort Sumner hundreds of miles away in eastern New Mexico. The report states, Carson's scorched earth campaign, including the slaughtering of livestock, burning of fields and orchards, and the destruction of water sources. This scorched earth policy effectively starved many Dine people into surrender. Word reached those who had not been captured that food was being distributed at Fort Defiance. Many families chose to go to the fort to alleviate their hunger and discuss peace, unaware of Carleton's plans for relocation. Upon arrival at the fort, the Dine found they could not return back to their homes and were captives of the United States military, due to failure of crops, restrictions on hunting, and the unavailability of familiar native plants. The Dine had to depend on the United States military to feed them, marking a major turning point in the history of Dine food and self-sufficiency. Food rations were inadequate and extremely poor in nutritional content, consisting primarily of salted pork, cattle, flour, salt, sugar, coffee, and lard. When colonizers established military forts while waging brutal wars against indigenous peoples, they would also provide rations as a means of pacification and assimilation. The book Food, Control, and Resistance, Rations and Indigenous Peoples in the United States and South Australia illustrates how food rationing programs were a tool of colonization and worked alongside assimilation policies to weaken indigenous societies and bring indigenous peoples under colonial control. Once indigenous peoples became dependent on these food rations, government officials deliberately manipulated them, determining where and when the food would be distributed, restricting the kind and amount of foods that were distributed, and determining who the foods would be distributed to. Starvation was weaponized materially and politically. The strategy of settler societies was to destroy the buffalo, sheep, cornfields, water sources, and anything that fed indigenous peoples to diminish our autonomy and create dependency. As colonial military strategies increasingly focused on attacking indigenous food systems, liberation and redistribution of resources was not unfamiliar to our ancestors. They effectively raided colonizer supplies and burned their forts to the ground. But clearly the scorched earth strategies were devastatingly effective. Starting in the 1930s, the Bureau of Indian Affairs ordered a reduction of Dine livestock herds. BIA officials killed the herds and left them to rot, all in front of Dine families. Some herds were even driven off cliffs, while others were doused with kerosene and burned alive. This mass killing of animals seriously impaired the self-sufficiency of Dine. Many had to rely on government rations and a growing trading post economy to feed their families. Although the political justification for the extreme reduction was to mitigate soil erosion, the report illustrates that other factors such as desertification and deteriorating rangeland, such as climatic change, periodic drought, invasion of exotic vegetation, and a drop in water table, were the primary issues. In 1968 the first grocery store opened on the Navajo Nation in Tseghahoogini. The report illustrates that the impact of these grocery stores and the decline of Dine foods were documented in nutritional research. By the 1980s, soda and sweetened drinks, store-bought bread, and milk were commonplace in the Navajo diet, while fry bread and tortillas, potatoes, mutton, and coffee continued as staples. Although many Navajo families still farmed, gardens were generally small and no longer appeared to be a major source of food for many families. In addition to dietary changes, the shift in Dine life and society also include the breakdown of self-sufficiency, Dine knowledge, family and community, and detachment from land. These changes did not occur by chance, but were fostered by a series of American interventions and policies, namely forced removal, the livestock reduction, boarding schools, relocation, and food distribution programs, along with the change from subsistence lifestyles to wage-based society and integration into American capitalism. Prior to American efforts of colonization, Dine people operated in a food system that was not only integral to our culture, but one in which Dine people actively produced and collected the food needed to feed their communities. This meant that Dine people did not depend on outside governments and systems for food. Not only did the people ensure that quality and nutritious food was provided, but they did so without operating under the authority or governance of these outside entities. In the conclusion of the report, the Dine Policy Institute recommended revitalizing traditional foods and traditional food knowledge through the re-establishment of a self-sufficient food system for the Dine people. In typical fashion, the colonial government and Navajo politicians have deepened the assimilation process through their efforts to reform the food desert issue, by starting a farming initiative that purchases seed from Syngenta and Monsanto and that uses tax incentives to make healthy food more affordable, furthering Dine people's dependence on commodified food. Although the Navajo Tribal Council established a mass-scale farming initiative called Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, the farm has stated on its website that it plants genetic hybrid corn seed purchased from Pioneer Seed Company, Syngenta Incorporated, and Monsanto companies. In 2014, in an attempt to curb the diabetes epidemic, the Navajo Nation Council created a law that raised the sales tax for cheap junk food sold on Navajo Nation and another removing sales tax from fresh fruits and vegetables. Economic pressure on those already struggling while not addressing the root causes and environmental degradation is par for the course for the colonial government and Navajo politicians. Instead of directly feeding ourselves and communities, we have become dependent on businesses and corporations that are more concerned with profits than our health and well-being. The boarding schools were replete with capitalist indoctrination to forcibly assimilate Dine children into colonial society. The curriculum was designed with a clear lesson: to feed our families we needed jobs. To have jobs we needed to be trained. To be trained we needed to obey. To not have a job means you're poor. To employ other workers is to build wealth. To build wealth means success. The process of destroying indigenous collective and self-sufficiency is an ongoing process of capitalist assimilation. Starvation is still weaponized against our people. We cannot talk about economic deprivation and lack of resources without talking about history. We cannot address the COVID-19 crisis without addressing the crises of capitalism and colonialism. The disappearance and annihilation of indigenous people has always been part of the project of resource extraction and colonialism. A virulent faith. On March 7, 2020, in the small remote community of Chilchinbito in Dine Baikia, a Christian group held a rally and day of prayer in response to the coronavirus outbreak. According to one report, a pastor was coughing during his sermon. On March 17, the first case of COVID-19 was confirmed on the reservation, with Chilchinbito as the epicenter of a growing outbreak. On the 18th, the nation closed itself to visitors. On March 20, as confirmed COVID-19 cases doubled then tripled, the Navajo Nation issued a shelter-in-place order for everyone living on the reservation and imposed a curfew 10 days later. As schools were closed in response to the crisis, the Rocky Ridge boarding school located on Black Mesa just near lands partitioned in the so-called Navajo Hopi land dispute stayed open. Staff at the school had participated in the Chilchinbito Christian rally and roughly 100 students were exposed to the virus. This is not the first time that Christians and boarding schools have exposed our lands and indigenous peoples to a pandemic. COVID-19 is not the first virus our people have faced. From measles, smallpox-infected blankets, to the influenza epidemic of 1918, indigenous peoples have long been familiar with the colonial strategies of biological warfare. Some estimates state that approximately 20 million indigenous people may have died in the years following the first wave of European invasion due to diseases brought by colonizers. Up to 95% of the population of the so-called Americas. The colonization of the Americas was a Christianizing strategy codified in the 1493 papal bull Inter Caetera to ensure exclusive right to enslave indigenous peoples and take their lands. As documented heavily in 1763, during an ongoing siege on the colonial military outpost called Fort Pitt led by Obuandiag, British invaders used smallpox-infected blankets as a biological weapon. The British General Geoffrey Amherst had written, "Could it not be contrived to send the smallpox among those disaffected tribes of Indians? We must, on this occasion, use every stratagem in our power to reduce them." In 1845, John Lewis O'Sullivan declared the American belief in the God-given mission of the so-called United States as manifest destiny. This idea accelerated the colonial violence of American expansion. Under the so-called peace policy of U.S. President Grant, reservations were to be administered by Christian denominations which were allowed to forcibly convert indigenous peoples to Christianity. By 1872, 63 of 75 reservations were being managed by Christian religious groups. The peace policy also established that if indigenous peoples refused to move onto reservations, they would be forcibly removed from their ancestral lands by U.S. soldiers. These white supremacist Christian policies led to laws passed by U.S. Congress in 1892 against indigenous religions. Any indigenous person who advocated their cultural beliefs, held religious dances, and those involved in religious ceremonies were to be imprisoned. Total assimilation was also the ultimate goal of the violently dehumanizing U.S. boarding school project. It was a religiously based white supremacist process to kill the Indian and save the man, with the goal of civilizing or compelling indigenous people to be productive members of settler society. Every menial job skill of the subsequent assimilation era represented a rung on a ladder that our people were compelled to climb, for their higher education took them farther away from our cultural knowledge systems and collective/self-reliance further into a system of economic exploitation. It was also a strategy to fulfill land theft through erasure of indigenous connections and reliance on our lands. Capitalism is an economic and political system based on profit motive, competition, a free market, and private property, and is characterized by extreme individualism. Its genealogy is rooted in slavery, genocide, and ecocide. Resource colonialism is the systematic domination and exploitation of indigenous lands and lives to benefit the attacking non-indigenous social order. This is different from settler colonialism, which is the invasion, dispossession, and/or eradication of indigenous lands and lives with the purpose of establishing non-indigenous occupation of those lands. To this end, economic development models to address poverty in our communities only mean our people will continue to be dependent and ultimately solidify the arrangement that was established through colonial and capitalist domination of our lands and peoples. The process of indigenizing or decolonizing wealth in this context only makes us that much more complicit in our own genocide. The colonial project is largely incomplete as our cultures are incompatible with capitalism. There is no duality of indigenous and capitalist identity, they exist diametrically opposed as natural and unnatural enemies. Ultimately only one can exist while the other must perish. In the midst of geopolitical battles for minerals, oil, and gas in the Navajo Nation resource colony, environmentalists have cried for a just transition into a green economy. By urging for new deals to make capitalism more eco-friendly and sustaining unsustainable ways of life through solar or wind energy, all while the underlying exploitative power relationships remain intact. This arrangement doesn't seek to end colonial relations with resource extractive industries, it red/greenwashes and advances them. In this way both Navajo Nation politicians and non-profit environmental groups are in the same business of fulfilling the expansion of capitalism on our lands. Throughout our lands of painted deserts, our bleeding is obscured by red ochre sunsets kissing rough brown skin. This is where gods are still at war in the minds of those obsessed with words in books that are not our own. Everything is desecrated. Everything is for sale. From Mother Earth to our bodies, in capitalism everything has been reduced to a commodity. As long as it can be sold, bought, or otherwise exploited, nothing is sacred. So long as the lands are viewed this way we will have conflict, as capitalism is the enemy of Mother Earth and all which we hold to be sacred. Missionizing charity and allyship. Dine families in the remote region of Black Mesa on Dine Baikia, in particular those impacted by forced relocation, have long been the perpetually impoverished fascinations of aspiring white saviors. Self-appointed allies, ranging in political spectrum from anarchists to Christian missionaries, have rushed to provide support through food runs and other forms of charity. They keep a tidy arrangement, providing for some families and leaving others out, building long-term relationships that fill accounts somewhere, all the while providing maintenance to the very system of rationing and control that was set in place during the so-called Indian Wars. This brand of charity continues to be a strategy of colonial societies to control indigenous peoples throughout the world. Non-profit industry operatives missionize capitalist and colonial dependency, all while starving our people of their autonomy. They functionally are the new forts of the old wars. Settler and resource colonialism and capitalism have been and continue to be the crisis that has dispossessed indigenous peoples throughout the world from our very means of survival. From scorched earth campaigns that intentionally destroyed our fields and livestock and forced us to rely on government and missionary rations, to the declarations of our communities as perpetually impoverished disaster zones by Christian groups, non-profit organizations, and even some radical support projects, our autonomy has consistently been under attack. This is exacerbated today by those who perpetuate and benefit from cycles of dependency veiled as acts of charity. In its obscene theater, ally politics have nearly become a characterization of dances with wolves. Whether it's self-discovery and guilt-distancing decolonial projects or groups such as Showing Up for Racial Justice and the Catalyst Project parachuting to the front lines of indigenous struggles, the fetishist settler gaze rarely sees beyond the periphery of its own interests and comfort. In endless workshops and Zoom meetings, it centers understandings of resistance and liberation on its own terms. This is most obvious when these false friends chase another social justice paycheck or abandon us when things get hard. The ally industrial complex is in the process of colonizing indigenous resistance. Allies are the new missionaries. Settler society is grappling with how to understand and respond to this crisis, but for that to fully occur they have to come to terms with how their ways and understanding of the world has been built on a linear timeline, and how that timeline is coming to an end. Instead of fetishizing this ending with fantasies of apocalyptic survival and savior scenarios, this is the time of dirty hands. It's a time of direct action, meaningful solidarity, and critical interventions. It's a time of solidarity and ceremony. If we are to have true solidarity and not charity on stolen lands, we must establish reciprocal terms that have a deep understanding of ongoing legacies of colonial violence. Indigenous mutual aid is necessary. In early March 2020, mutual aid projects started mobilizing in Dine Baikia. As of this writing, more than 30 groups are coordinating emergency relief in various forms of direct actions throughout our communities. The idea of collective care and support, of ensuring the well-being of all our relations in non-hierarchical voluntary association, and taking direct action has always been something that translated easily into Dine Bazad. Taani Natigo Taeya is a translation of this idea of autonomy. Many young people are still raised with the teaching of Taahwogit ego, which means if it is going to be, it is up to you. No one will do it for you. K, or our familial relations, guides us so that no one would be left to fend for themselves. I've listened to many elders assert that this connection through our clan system, that established that we are all relatives in some way so we have to care for each other, was the key for survival of those who were imprisoned at Fort Sumner. It's important to also understand that K does not exclude our non-human relatives or the land. Indigenous peoples have long established practices of caring for each other for our existence. As our communities have a deep history with organizing to support each other in times of crisis, we already have many existing models of mutual aid organizing to draw from. This has looked like a small crew coordinating their relatives or friends to chop wood and distribute to elders. It has looked like traditional medicine, herbal clinics, and sexual health supply distribution. It has looked like community water hauling efforts or large-scale supply runs to ensure elders have enough to make it through harsh winters. It has looked like unsheltered relative support through distribution of clothing, food, and more. Anytime individuals and groups in our communities have taken direct action and supported others not for their own self-interests but out of love for their people, the land, and other beings, this is what we know as mutual aid. When we recognize that we're all in this together, that no one is better than anyone else and we have to take care of each other to survive, this is what anarchists have come to call mutual aid. It's a practice that anarchist author Peter Kropotkin wrote about in his book published in 1902 called Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution. His analysis was established in large part by observing how indigenous communities cooperated for survival in contrast to existing European notions that attempted to assert that competition and domination were natural human behaviors. Kropotkin understood mutual aid as a law of nature, that when you observe and listen to nature, you understand that life thrives not by struggling for existence or the shallow notion of survival of the fittest, but through mutual support, cooperation, and mutual defense. We never needed and still don't need dead white men from Europe to instruct us on how to live. Indigenous mutual aid organizing challenges charity models of organizing and relief support that historically have treated our communities as victims and only furthered dependency and stripped our autonomy from us. We organize counter to non-profit capitalists who maintain neo-colonial institutions, and we reject the NGOization and non-profit commodification of mutual aid. While solidarity means actively and meaningfully supporting each other, it also doesn't mean blind illusions of unity or that we must flatten out the diverse cultural and political ways and views that each of us maintains. There are some necessary tensions and factions in our communities and in radical indigenous politics. Some indigenous nonprofits such as the NDN Collective and Navajo and Hopi Families COVID-19 Relief Fund have made millions of dollars from relief efforts in response to this pandemic. Relief has become big business while root causes are reinforced and further entrenched. To illustrate the disconnect of analysis, the NHFCRF started distributing coal for Dine and Hopi families to burn to stay warm in the cold depths of winter. Others are proposing a revolutionary indigenous socialist agenda in an academic vanguard charged to proletarianize indigenous ways through red-washed Marxism. This recontextualizing of Marx and Engels' political reactions to European capitalism does nothing to forward indigenous autonomy. The process inherently alienates diverse and complex indigenous social compositions by compelling them to act as subjects of an authoritarian revolutionary framework based on class and industrial production. Indigenous collectivities and mutuality exists in ways that leftist political ideologues can't and refuse to imagine. As to do so would conflict with the primary architecture their world is built on, and no matter how it's revisioned, the science of dialectical materialism isn't a science produced by indigenous thinking. Colonial politics from both the left and the right are still colonial politics. As the pandemic of COVID-19 wreaks havoc on our communities and threatens those most vulnerable such as our elders, those with existing health conditions due to colonial diets, ecological devastation, and polluting industries, immunocompromised, unsheltered relatives, and others, there is a clear need for organized mutual aid. Considering the cultural contexts, needs, and especially the history of colonial violence and destruction of our means of collective and self-sufficiency, a distinct formation of indigenous mutual aid and mutual defense is necessary. Indigenous mutual aid is not just about redistributing resources, it's about radical redistribution of power to restore our lifeways, heal our communities, and the land. Just 2 generations after the Long Walk and mass imprisonment at Fort Sumner, Dine Baikia was faced with the influenza epidemic of 1918. Before the outbreak of the flu, my grandmother Zani Benally, who was a medicine practitioner, was given a warning when a saddle spontaneously caught fire. After praying, she understood that a sickness would come correlated with a meteor shower, and that by eating horse meat she could survive. Zani Benally spread the word and urged people to prepare by going into isolation. The sickness also came after a total solar eclipse, which medicine people warned would bring harm to our people. Tuko'oisliat is one of 6 holy mountains for Dine. We were instructed to live within the boundaries of these pillars that uphold our cosmology. Arizona Snow Bowl Ski Resort has been pumping millions of gallons of treated sewage from the city of Flagstaff to make fake snow on these sacred slopes. Since the Forest Service manages the sacred mountain as public lands, they sanction this desecration. When the initial proposal was made to desecrate the mountain, medicine practitioners testified in court that this extreme disturbance and poisoning of the mountain would have severe consequences for all peoples. Their testimony was prophetic. Daniel Peaches, member of the Dine Medicine Men's Association, stated, "Once the tranquility and serenity of the mountain is disturbed, the harmony that allows for life to exist is disrupted. The weather will misbehave, the ground will shift and tremble, the land will no longer be hospitable to life. The natural pattern of life will become erratic and the behaviors of animals and people will become unpredictable. Violence will become the norm and agitation will rule, so peace and peacefulness will no longer be possible. The plants will not produce berries and droughts will be so severe as to threaten all existence." In 1996, 2 holy people visited an elder near Rocky Ridge where the Black Mesa outbreak occurred. They had been visiting and sharing messages for some time, and when Sarah Begay, the daughter of the elder, came home one day, she saw the holy beings. All of the messages that had been shared were verified by Hatalias. It became a situation because the family's ancestral lands were claimed in a constructed land dispute with the Hopi tribe. Albert Hale, then Navajo Nation president, even declared a day of prayer. Their message was prophecy. It spoke of the elders and times we live in now. There were conditions set and what they spoke has unfolded. The Dine Policy Institute Food Sovereignty Report also found prophecy in their study. It is said that the holy people shared with the Dine people the teachings of how to plant, nurture, prepare, eat, and store our sacred cultivated crops, such as corn. The importance of these teachings to our well-being was made clear in that the holy people shared that we would be safe and healthy until the day that we forgot our seeds, our farms, and our agriculture. It was said that when we forgot these things, we would be afflicted by disease and hardship again, which is what some elders point to as the onset of diabetes, obesity, and other ills facing Dine people today. In response to ongoing attempts to remove her from her land and confiscate her livestock, Roberta Blackgoat stated, "This land is a sacred land. The man's law is not our law. Nature, food, and the way we live is our law. The plans to disrupt and dig out sacred sites are against the Creator's law. Our great ancestors are buried all over, they have become sand, they have become the mountains, and their spiritual presence is still here to guide us. We resist in order to keep this sacred land in place. We are doing this for our children." Pauline Weitzinger, a Dine matriarch in the resistance against forced relocation on Black Mesa, once said, "Washington, D.C., is the cause of a lot of hardship and disaster. It's like a human virus with side effects." When I asked my father Jones Benally, a medicine practitioner, what he thought of this current crisis, he said, "I've been telling you to prepare for this." And he has, especially since another recent solar eclipse. He said, "The government won't take care of us. They're part of the reason nature is attacking." 314. We have survived massacres and forced marches, we have endured reservations and boarding schools, we have faced forced sterilizations and national sacrifice zones. We have resisted attacks on Mother Earth, as we have long held that the balance and harmony of creation is intrinsically tied to our well-being and the health of all living beings. Our immune systems are compromised due to colonial diets and ecocide. From abandoned uranium mines poisoning our lands and waters, to coal mining, fracking, oil pipelines, and desecration of our most sacred sites, we have become more susceptible to this and other diseases due to capitalism and colonialism. Our prophecies warned of the consequences for violating Mother Earth. Our ways of being have guided us through the endings of worlds before. We listen now more than ever to our ancestors, the land, and our medicine carriers. In these times we care for each other more fiercely than ever. We are living the time of prophecy. The systems that precipitated this disharmony will not lead us through or out of it, they will only craft new chains and cages. As the sickness ravages our lands, we must ask ourselves, will we continue to allow this empire to recuperate? I've grown up in a world of ruins. We have teachings and prophecies of the endings of cycles, but that's always how it's been here, in this world of harmony and disharmony and destruction. Dine teach this as Hashoji and Anaji. An anti-colonial and anti-capitalist world already exists, but as my father says, there aren't two worlds, there is just one world with many paths. Colonial and capitalist paths are linear by design. In this space between harmony and devastation, we listen to these cycles, we listen to the land, and we conspire. If the path of greed, domination, exploitation, and competition doesn't accept that it's reached its dead end, then it is up to us to make sure of it. Chapter 15. Unknowable, against an indigenous anarchist theory. This land is a sacred land. The man's law is not our law. Nature, food, and the way we live is our law. Roberta Blackgoat, Dine matriarch from Big Mountain. The unraveling. M. Why actions are clumsy and deft. My hands are shaking. I have a fever. These are the convulsions of bitter medicine and the spirit. We have become entangled in words that are not our own. They cut our tongues as we speak. They eat our dreams as we sleep, This is a reluctant offering. A thread that weaves a story, pulled gently at first. So focused on the line that we become disoriented in the delicate tension. When we remember to breathe. When we step away from these stars and into constellations, we see new symbols have emerged. The idea of civilization was translated to Dine Bazad, as it was in many other languages of the land, in the brutal and fractured words of imposition that were spread through a multitude of ruptures throughout the world and refined in Europe. This is not an evaluation of what has preceded, as the depths of its telling has been surveyed acutely in other spaces. Though it is important to speak of its stark shadow as it was announced in the eclipsing language of domination, control, and exploitation. And when it consumed and it did not swallow us whole, it voraciously welcomed us into its folds. 316-317 Unknowable, against an indigenous anarchist theory. Our ancestors knew this was the language of non-existence, they attacked it. When we ask the question, what does civilization want, we are visited by the ghosts of our children. The specters of a dead future. Emaciated skeletons buried beneath vulgar stories of conquest upon conquest upon conquest. Civilization has no relatives, only captives? Breathing dead air and poisoned water, it owns the night and creeps towards distant constellations. Its survival is expansive unending hunger, a hunger that has been named colonialism, a vast consumption that feeds on spirit, and all life. It fashions its years and seconds into an anemic prison. It has shaped time into the most exquisite of weapons, obliterating memories, killing cycles. Its essence is time. The temporal and spatial imposition of awareness is the oblivion that is modernity and linear, or one-way time. When we name the genocidal fulfillment of a colonized future, civilization pronounces itself as the existent. This is what is meant by modernity. It is authoritarian temporality. We name this consuming of existence, this assertion of superiority, as a war of wars against Mother Earth. Capitalism is the alimentary tract of this monster, it is a transmuter. Recoiling onto itself to keep its accumulations from others, only moving when there is something to be gained. It speaks between acrid breaths, the air is mine, the water is mine, and the land is mine, as it carves the earth and draws lines, even the night, is mine. We cannot even sleep without a payment to exist within its expansive nightmare. Everything can be transmuted into commodity, this is what is meant when the words free and market are conjoined. Whether driven by capitalist expansion or other political and economic means, industry demands resource. It covets them and produces a hierarchy of existence, or power, through a vulgar alchemy. It fragments our lives into manageable tasks. To produce. To make. To grow. To serve. To build. To move. To gain. It cultivates food not to eat. It builds pipelines through sacred rivers to fuel industries, to benefit those who believe in its order, its adherents, its devout believers, those who name themselves capitalists. The lights are left on. The fridge is still cold. The water flows down the drain to somewhere. Our lands are left ravaged by open sores where they were scraped and dug for coal, uranium, lithium, metals, glistening stones. When they should, we are left to live and feed on the wastes. That we cannot live freely from the land is the ultimatum of capitalism, it is the banner waving over the death march of progress across the world. That the earth has been scorched, so we submit, that our children were stolen, so we forget. It has not solely been that our existence is what has been the target of civilization, though, in terms of commodities and productivities, we can exist with the condition that our world ends within us. So long as we shed our skin and unravel that which has been woven since time immemorial. Naashtuists have taught us how to weave. Each thread has memory and recoils towards its restoring. When it is so tightly woven it holds water, that is how familiar, how deep our mutuality is. Place, beings, each other, ourselves, this depth is beyond the reaches of memory. It is what has always made us a threat. Civil agreements. Civilization's urge is to constitute itself in ways to manage, or govern, by a range of means, i.e. divine right, social contract, etc., its people and resources. It has come to articulate this arrangement in the form of the state. However it has been organized, we can understand the state plainly as centralized political governance. Its characteristics have always been the 318-319 unknowable, against an indigenous anarchist theory. Same, a privileged group makes the decisions for everyone else and upholds those decisions with military and police forces, the judiciary, and prisons. Whether it is constituted in a religious, class, hereditary, or ethnic authority, there is nothing voluntary, or consensual, about the state except within the ranks of its elite privileged groups. The rights of the governed can be granted or taken away. Max Weber offers this candid and most useful definition of the state as, a polity that maintains a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. Its violences are most often obscured but always upheld through some combination of implicit and explicit institutional brutality. In the political theater of democracy, that obscurity is maintained through the symbolic act of voting. Voting is ritual agreement of the legitimacy of the state and its mandate over society. It only ever resolves the question of rules and rulers. Decolonization will never be on the ballot, yet indigenous captives continue to play out their roles and vote for their colonial masters. The process of bringing people and lands that have not been civilized into civilization is the essential and vicious role of colonialism. When a state has consumed its available resources, it is compelled to look elsewhere and to others. This is the etymology of colonialism. It is the language of domination, coercion, control, exploitation, assimilation, and annihilation. It expands and contracts in between breaths of unending wars. It colonizes memories to justify itself. This is what it calls history. Its corroded conscience constructs a national identity out of its insecurities, stories of greatness, of the world before and the world to come. It emerges entitled and assembles against its persistent enemies, the menace of those who refuse captivation, those fluctuating threats it names as others. The maintenance of this internalized violence is its nationalism. When it becomes so pervasive that it has no need to pronounce its dominance and authority, this is what we also call fascism. The settler colonial state has always meant war against indigenous peoples in so-called North America. The military designs of reservations were open-air prison camps. Treaties were negotiations of the terms of our surrender. The strategy of tribal sovereignty was planned as a temporary management project towards total assimilation. That indigenous peoples have been politically corralled into the colonial designation of domestic dependent nations is antithetical to the very concept of sovereignty. From the doctrine of discovery to the Marshall Trilogy, these acts are the formal legal basis of ongoing genocide, ecocide, and slavery on these lands. Indigenous politicians are still sentimental for the fantasy of tribal sovereignty under colonial occupation. Their strategies are social and political suicide. While indigenous scholars and activists like Vine Deloria Jr. and members of the American Indian movement have focused on the goal of an indigenous sovereignty without political and social assimilation, this objective has been limited and ultimately reinforced the Eurocolonial, or more precisely the Westphalian, system of nation-state sovereignty. Tribal sovereignty is not possible while colonial authority exists, and perhaps a more pressing concern is that it is fundamentally a colonial political concept. While calls to honor the treaties on one hand could be viewed as assertions of indigenous political authority, on the other, they are a myopic urge to revisit forced negotiations made under duress to benefit the colonial order. The strategy of colonial expansion was not designed to sustain treaties with peoples that invaders planned to assimilate into their order. The U.S. government had absolutely no problem breaking every treaty it marked its name on. From the colonizer's perspective, treaties were always temporary, they were a concession to captivity, an agreement to civilization. They were merely a symbolic and political formality of capitulation. Treaties are dead words on dead pieces of paper that were negotiations of the surrender of our ancestors. In its simplest terms, Settler colonialism is violent dispossession, appropriation, and imposition. Resource colonialism is only differentiated in that it is oriented to enslave and exploit. Both forces of colonialism are most often imposed in tandem, always depending and shifting based upon the benefits sought by the colonizer. In its mapping of existence, colonialism dispossesses all life. Its first discrete violence is discovery, the brutal act of making knowable the unknown. It then imposes one way of living, one way of time, and one way of knowing, over another. What has been called manifest destiny Moore's utopian impulse is the mass death march of settler futurity. Always towards a temporal hegemony. Its power coalesces in spatial moments by its adherents. As it breathes it is scalable, it is at once the state, the monarchy, the church, the colony, and the empire. For those that continue to reap the rewards of colonization, it is a civil agreement they silently make and uphold every day. Nature negates the state. As we trace tree rings and dust-turned stone carved by powerful waters into vast canyons, we are comforted with the unknowledge that nature has always negated the state. As it controls and consumes existence to sustain and build itself, the state, as a constitution of civilization, exists against nature. For Dine, our lives are guided in relation to 6 sacred mountains that are the pillars of our cosmology. Each of these mountains is adorned in sacred elements and presents a teaching of how we maintain and restore harmony as we exist in this world. Through our ceremonies and prayers we maintain a living covenant to exist in harmony with nature. At points in our existence, a collective social process called Nachid has been implemented to address significant matters facing our people. Natani have been misinterpreted by colonial anthropologists as leaders of Dine, yet their role, as those responsible for the medicine bundles for their families, was ceremonial and not absolute or coercive. This way of being is incompatible with any form of centralized governance. It is incoherent to the state. Throughout the world indigenous peoples live their mutuality on varied terms in complex social relationships. The cosmology of existence, the continually emergent worlds and manifestations of being and becoming, are all outside of civilized order and the state. They are unknowable. Yet the settler anthropologist wants more evidence, more rationale, more comparison, more information, and more justification to feed itself on the unknown. It scavenges for barbarity to justify its own violent social urges. This is how it's been, this is why we dominate and destroy. The living world is sacrificed and consumed on the altar of progress. This is the sacrament of Darwin. Perhaps to also clear their genocidal consciences, European invaders have been fascinated with projecting enlightened ideals of social management, hierarchies, and power relationships to justify their ongoing march of modernity. Anthropologists have nearly dissected everything they can about who we are and how we relate to each other. As we'll discuss later, it is no surprise to see radical leftists calculate their existence on that same path, with similar projections. Ours is a continually emergent world, our existence and our future is continuous manifestation, and we are always in the process of becoming. To unmap indigenous social relations from the colonial political geography means to become unknowable again. When we restore or heal ancestral living knowledge, we become a remembering against time. Indigenous memories are anti-history and anti-future. Indigenous physical and mnemonic resistance is the rejection of colonial temporal awareness, it is the negation of oblivion. Our mutuality with existence has always occurred outside of time. Our existence is organized in cycles that have rejected coercion into the static geography of settler colonial understandings. We find more affinity with the juniper and sage that grow through impossible sandstone. We locate ourselves in the springs where our ancestors' footprints have worn a path like an umbilical cord. We know the land and the land knows us. Where and who we are mean the same thing. This is an understanding that is cultivated through generations upon generations of mutuality. This is where our thinking comes from. It is a place where no government exists. Indigenous liberation is the realization of our autonomy and mutuality with all life and the earth, free from domination, coercion, and exploitation. This is also an anarchist assertion, so we locate a connection. The anarchist position is one that locates the fundamental oppression and power in society in the very structure and operations of the state. Although autonomy and anti-authoritarianism didn't originate in Europe, as a political idea, anarchy was named through hundreds of years of resistance to domination by the state, monarchs, capitalists, and the Christian Church. For those who assert themselves as anarchists, any form of state power is an imposition of force. They fundamentally reject and critique political authority in all its forms. In its early expressions, those now considered classical anarchists such as Bakunin and Kropotkin, found anarchism in what they observed as a natural law of freedom and sought harmony in its order. Though there is some interesting ancestry with Lewis Henry Morgan and William Godwin, and the influences of the products of their fascinations with indigenous peoples in the so-called Americas, we're not interested in the pedigree of anarchism. They drew from our blood and we kept bleeding. In their distillation they separated out our matriarchy, our queerness, and that which made us whole, so what would they have to offer except a vague essentialization? When anarchism speaks, we locate an affinity in our hostility towards those who have imposed themselves upon us. But we resist to be reduced to political artifacts, so this has also made us hostile towards anarchist identity, though not entirely to anarchism. When it is asked, how can we locate an indigenous anarchism and how can we heal and live our lives free from colonial constraint, our first response is an extension of our hostility. There is no indigenous anarchist theory and perhaps there never should be. Against an indigenous anarchist theory. Theory proposes to map who and what we are into the awareness we reject, to make us known and formulate a position through the cartography of settler knowledge. But what use do we have for political ideologies that have been imposed through colonial relations? Political science theories are established through substantiation, explanation, and justification. The reference points for these standards are Eurosubjectivities that inherently delegitimize and dispossess indigenous knowledge. Those who aspire to be scholars, by design of their institutional careers, most often are placed in the position of ideological authority. The contours of the existent political geography have been overmapped by intellectuals, academics, and armchair revolutionary theoreticians who desire to flatten our earth view into categories that are too stifling for the complexities of our desires. Their pastime is building walls within walls of concrete structures where they can hang their accolades and intellectually manage those of us below. Their affinities are shaped within the same halls of other sciences that are reductive fascinations born of, benefit from, and ultimately serve to perpetuate a materialist culture of domination, exploitation, and death. After a political theory is solidified, a banner is waved, a flag is planted, and allegiance is due. We do not seek that our ways of knowing, being, and acting ever be wrapped up into a fixed belief and presented as a pitiful rag. We do not wish that indigenous anarchism ever be a flag that is planted anywhere on Mother Earth. The calcification of an indigenous anarchist theory would precipitate all the merchandising that relegates other political theories to banal dramaturgy, and we fanatically reject these conditions. Indigenous autonomy needs no theoretical foundation to justify itself. As an anarchist who was also an indigenous person, Aragorn identified this rejection. Anarchism is the term used to describe an open-ended theory that will not be set in stone. Anarchy isn't named after a man, it is named after negation. The modern leftist political urge towards unified revolutionary struggle, with meticulously identified points of unity and checkbox manifestos outlining programs, are all propositions of philosophical, ideological, and political homogeneity. This is a tendency that the Zapatistas, who are romanticized ad nauseam for their particularly wonderful sustained insurrection, were very aware of. Much to the frustrations of leftists seeking legitimacy and to have their political theories confirmed, the Zapatistas were intentionally elusive about their politics due to the trappings of modern leftist political projections. While it was clear that the assertion of Zapatismo by Chol, Tziltel, Tzotzil, Tojolobal, Mam, and Zoque people embodied autonomous, anti-capitalist, anti-colonial struggle, land back, and mutual aid, the clandestine revolutionary indigenous committee Zapatista Army of National Liberation asserted. Zapatismo is not a new political ideology, or a rehash of old ideologies. Zapatismo is nothing, it does not exist. It only serves as a bridge, to cross from one side, to the other. So everyone fits within Zapatismo, everyone who wants to cross from one side, to the other. There are no universal recipes, lines, strategies, tactics, laws, rules, or slogans. There is only a desire to build a better world, that is, a new world. Leftists have excessively applied postmodern anthropologism and studied their uprising, but their rebellion is incomprehensible without understanding the indigenous heart at the center of their struggle. We appreciate and desire to build on this negation of comprehensibility. We do not fetishize Zapatismo because it does not exist. We also reject the proposition that any political ideology could comprehensively represent the desires, aspirations. 326-327 Unknowable, against an indigenous anarchist theory. Resistance, autonomy, and social organizing of all indigenous peoples throughout the world. When we say indigenous, we mean of the land. That means who we are is specific to a place. This is something Aragorn explored from a position of dispossession in locating an indigenous anarchism. An indigenous anarchism is an anarchism of place. This would seem impossible in a world that has taken upon itself the task of placing us nowhere. A world that places us nowhere universally. Even where we are born, live, and die is not our home. Aragorn reflected past those of us who are still rooted in place and not in the location that is the differentiation that is crushed by the mortar of urbanization and pestle of mass culture into the paste of modern alienation. But this is the beauty of this conversation. When we start talking about our relationships to place, we draw out the tensions, the exclusions, the conflicts, and contradictions. Our aspirations are already well articulated by our original teachings, no theory or postulation can substitute. This is not to say that our ways are rigid, but to break the dams imposed by colonial stunting and let the rivers of our ways of being flow. Without breaking those barriers, we face stagnation of any political aspiration in the tepid waters of theory. Our existence is guided, but it is also fluid, and as such, no river should live as a lake if its waters were born to flow. The disharmony of anarchist identity and solidarity. There is a push by settler leftists, particularly by those entangled in the academic industry, to define an indigenous anarchism. They come as inchoate anthropologists with their half-chewed hypotheses in their mouths, speaking for us before we have spoken. Perhaps the impulse is a moment to celebrate for some, as the alternatives are to continue the status quo towards our social death and the fulfillment of a colonial future, or to compete for equal access to coercive power through revolutionary leftist propositions. But settler sciences and politics can only define what we are not. Their reference point is European thought that slaughtered their own indigenous understandings long ago. For the better part of its articulated existence, anarchism has been a response to power in the context of European cycles of social domination, exploitation, and dehumanization. And so the expectation for indigenous peoples to answer with a clear ideological and political response is in many ways a project that serves to justify settler colonial identity and existence. It is an insidious survival strategy, veiled as an overture of political solidarity. So why should indigenous peoples join the chorus of this death rattle when the killing of a settler colonial future is what we mean when we pronounce indigenous liberation? The project of politicizing indigenous identity produces indigenous actors assuming roles in a political theater that ultimately alienates our autonomy. But if we study civil movements in the so-called U.S., apparently this is how we qualify for solidarity. It would appear that we would naturally find affinity with those asking and answering the question, how can we live our lives free from authoritarian constraint? Yet the terms of affinity or solidarity have almost always been skewed towards the pursuit of a settler colonial future. Indigenous peoples constantly have had to justify our existence in political terms to be suitable for support. This false solidarity has never been mutual, it has existed as an instrument of settler colonial assimilation. It seeks to justify itself through captivating indigenous peoples rather than examining how it is itself a product, perpetuator and benefactor of settler colonial domination. There is nothing more contradictory than an autonomous settler asserting a standard for which indigenous autonomy should be justified. To make this point clear, early American anarchists never declared war against colonialism. One of the most prominent representatives of the early anarchist tendency on these lands, Voltairine de Cleyre, celebrated colonial violence against indigenous peoples in her 1912 essay Direct Action. That it has never, in all of these years of study, come to the attention of students of anarchism to address her example as settler colonial defense against indigenous peoples, is a glaring reality of the blind spot that European-descended anarchists continue to maintain. In her essay de Cleyre stated, "Another example of direct action in early colonial history, but this time by no means of the peaceable sort, was the affair known as Bacon's Rebellion. All our historians certainly defend the action of the rebels in that matter, for they were right. And yet it was a case of violent direct action against lawfully constituted authority. For the benefit of those who have forgotten the details, let me briefly remind them that the Virginia planters were in fear of a general attack by the Indians, with reason. Being political actionists, they asked, or Bacon as their leader asked, that the governor grant him a commission to raise volunteers in their own defense. I am quite sure that the political action at all costs advocates of those times, after the reaction came back into power, must have said, 'See to what evils direct action brings us. Behold, the progress of the colony has been set back 25 years, forgetting that if the colonists had not resorted to direct action, their scalps would have been taken by the Indians a year sooner, instead of a number of them being hanged by the governor a year later.' In the period of agitation and excitement preceding the Revolution, there were all sorts and kinds of direct action from the most peaceable to the most violent, and I believe that almost everybody who studies United States history finds the account of these performances the most interesting part of the story, the part which dents into the memory most easily. De Cleyre, like most early anarchists in the U.S., critiqued authority, domination, and coercion, yet glorified the brutality of colonial conquest as an exemplary unmediated act. The deeper story of Bacon's 1675 to 1676 rebellion is that this colonial invader went against British authority and manipulated Akanichi warriors to assist in his attack against the Susquehannock who were defending their homelands. After their raid, Bacon's white militia immediately turned on their Akanichi allies and massacred men, women, and children. That this analysis has remained unchallenged is remarkable considering that 30 years after this rebellion, settler militias like Bacon's transformed from black slave and Indian patrols into the first police forces in America. We can also look to Cindy Milstein's 2010 book Anarchism and Its Aspirations for more recent examples of settler colonial advocacy. While the majority of the book succinctly states what anarchism is about, in the section on direct democracy Milstein states, "We forget that democracy finds its radical edge in the great revolutions of the past, the American Revolution included." For Milstein, settler colonial violence was a reconcilable complication. This does not mean that the numerous injustices tied to the founding of the United States should be ignored or, to use a particularly appropriate word, whitewashed. The fact that native peoples, blacks, women, and others were exploited, brutalized, and slashed or murdered wasn't just a sideshow to the historic event that created this country. Any movement for direct democracy has to grapple with the relation between this oppression and the liberatory moments of the American Revolution. Milstein then states, at the same time, one needs to view the revolution in the context of its times and ask, in what ways was it an advance, and later calls for a second American Revolution. We can also recall Bob Black's essay where he used the Sand Creek Massacre to attack Ward Churchill's dubious claims of indigeneity. Black sensationally claimed propositions of land back would mean white Holocaust. Black also renders indigenous peoples as non-living artifacts in his essay, Justice, Primitive and Modern, Dispute Resolution in Anarchist and State Societies. But this is nothing exceptional. Most anarchist resources referencing indigenous peoples are either rooted in fetishism or anthropological examinations and remunerations on pre-colonial statelessness and savagery. Self-serving, epistemological, colonial grave robbing persists. Settler colonialism by definition is involuntary association. Colonizers who are anarchists still maintain an implicit position of domination over indigenous peoples and lands, which is unmistakably contrary to anti-authoritarianism. This has been incongruously apparent in primitivist, green anarchist, and rewildling tendencies that have been wrought with cultural appropriation, fetishism, and erasure. Without consent, without meaningful relationality with indigenous peoples, settler colonizer anarchists in the so-called US will always have to face this deep contradiction. Anarchism, or any other political proposition for that matter, simply cannot be imposed or rewilded on stolen lands. While settler colonizer anarchists preserve the idea of America in their revolutionary imaginary, black anarchists such as Ashanti Alston, Kawesi Balagoon, Lorenzo Comboa Irvin in the so-called US have long articulated their deep concerns with anarchism's lack of racial analysis while struggling with propositions of black statist nationalism. In As Black as Resistance, Finding the Conditions of Liberation, William C. Anderson and Zoe Samaji dig directly into this matter by asserting, "We are not settlers, but championing the creation of a black majoritarian nation-state, where the fate of indigenous people is ambiguous at best, is an idea rooted in settler logic." They observe that Black American land politics cannot simply be built on top of centuries-old exterminatory settler logic of indigenous removal and genocide. Rather, the actualization of truly liberated land can only come about through dialogue and co-conspiratorial work with native communities and a shared understanding of land use outside of capitalistic models of ownership. The solidarity of stolen people on stolen lands is built through mutuality, consent, and breaking the manipulations of colonialism, capitalism, and white supremacy that have dispossessed all of us from indigenous ways of being. That American anarchist history and contemporary analysis is devoid of meaningful anti-colonial analysis and action speaks volumes to this concern. For all its aggressions towards the state, there are no excuses for its lack of implication of the overlying function of the first violences that compose America and from which the continuity of its power flows to this day. Anarchism, as with all settler-produced or adjacent political ideologies, has a compatibility issue with settler colonialism. In the recent past, settler colonizer anarchists continually excused themselves out of solidarity for indigenous struggles. From denouncements that indigenous struggles are nationalistic, which really is a projection by fragile settlers of national identities that have absolutely no correlation with indigenous social organizing, to outright attacks on the spiritual basis of indigenous relationality. If solidarity matters, settler colonizers have to confront their hang-ups. This is not to argue that indigenous peoples should be considered solely as candidates for political alliance. This goes beyond solidarity. It is an assertion that any liberatory impulse on these lands must be built around the fire of indigenous autonomy. Whether it's performative allyship through land acknowledgements or adopting the label accomplice, settlers need to implicate themselves fully into the destruction of their social order. Otherwise we end up satisfied that it's going down and crime-ethnic. Checkboxed anti-colonial as part of their politic and feature the occasional indigenous story that they share affinity with. It's meaningless unless it is a position that informs every part of their analysis and actions, not just when a radical indigenous moment occurs and they can attach their own analysis to it. We reject the identifier of anarcho-indigenous for this reason. We are not an appendage of a revolutionary ideology or strategy for power for someone else's existence. We do not seek to merely be acknowledged as a hyphen to anarchism or any liberation or resistance politics only to be subsumed into its counter-movement against a dominant culture. The question of indigenous anarchism isn't one that we arrived at as corollary of, or due to, the shortcomings of white or settler anarchism. It isn't what it wasn't doing for us. It is a question arrived at in relation to the existence of the state, of the ongoing brutalities of civilization, of colonialism, capitalism, cis-heteropatriarchy, and white supremacy, and the desire for an existence without domination, coercion, and exploitation. From capitalism to socialism, the conclusion towards an affinity with anarchism is in part made due to the anti-indigenous calculations of every other political proposition. Marxism's theoretical inadequacy as a strategy for indigenous autonomy and liberation lies in its commitment to an industrialized worker-run state as the vehicle for revolutionary transformation towards a stateless society. Forced industrialization has ravaged the earth and the people of the earth. To solely focus on an economic system rather than indict the consolidation of power as an expression of modernity has resulted in the predictions of anarchist critics to come true. The ideological doctrine of socialists tends towards bureaucracy, intelligentsia, and ultimately totalitarianism. Revolutionary socialism has been particularly adept at creating authoritarians. Anarchists simply see the strategy for what it is: consolidation of power into a political, industrial, and military force, pronouncing liberation to only be trapped in its own theoretical quagmire that perpetually validates its authoritarianism to vanquish economic and social threats that it produces by design. To be required to assume a role in a society that is premised on colonial political and economic ideology towards the overthrow of that system to achieve communalization is to require political assimilation and uniformity as a condition for, and of, revolution. Marxist and Maoist positions demand it, which means they demand indigenous people to reconfigure that. 334-335 unknowable, against an indigenous anarchist theory, which makes them indigenous to become weapons of class struggle. The process inherently alienates diverse and complex indigenous social compositions by compelling them to act as subjects of a revolutionary framework based on class and production. Indigenous collectivities exist in ways that leftist political ideologues refuse to imagine, as to do so would conflict with the primary architecture of enlightenment and modernity that their civilized world is built on. This is why we reject the overture to shed our cultural bondage and join the proletariat dictatorship. We reject the gestures to own the means of production with our expectant assimilated role of industrial or cultural worker. Any social arrangement based on industrialization is a dead end for the earth and the peoples of the earth. Class war on stolen lands could abolish economic exploitation while retaining settler colonialism. We have no use for any politics that calculates its conclusion within the context of these kinds of power relations. As indigenous peoples, we are compelled to go deeper and ask, what about this political ideology is of us and the land? How is our spirituality perceived, and how will it remain intact through proposed liberatory or revolutionary processes? As any political ideology can be considered anti-colonial if we understand colonialism only on its material terms as colonized forces versus colonizer forces. When the calculation is made, all other propositions such as communism, revolutionary socialism, and so forth become obsolete in that the core of their propositions cannot be reconciled with indigenous spiritual existence. Anarchism, with its flawed legacy, is dynamic enough to actually become a stronger position through the scrutiny. This is primarily due to the matter that as a tension of tensions against domination, anarchism has the unique character of resisting urges towards intransigence. It has been developed and redeveloped as a dynamic position that strengthens with its contortions. Anarchists have constantly looked inward and convulsed with their contradictions. Dislocating an indigenous anarchism. If anarchism doesn't make us more whole, what use do we have for it? When we ask the question, what do our cultures want, the response for Dine is Hazho, or harmony/balance with existence. This is expressed and guided through Sa Nagai Bik Hazhun. The idea of collective care and support, of ensuring the well-being of all our relations in non-hierarchical voluntary association, and taking direct action has always been something that translated easily into Dine Bazad. Taani Natigo Taeya is a translation of this idea of autonomy. Nahas San Du Yadil Hil Bit Saadi Bina Hazani I is the basis of our lifeway. Many young people are still raised with the teaching of Tahwoagt ego, which means if it is going to be, it is up to you, that no one will do it for you. K, or our familial relations, guides us so that no one would be left to fend for themselves. It is the basis for our mutuality with all existence, not just human beings. Our culture is our prefiguration. I only share this to assert that the principles of anarchism are not at all unfamiliar to indigenous ways of being, a harmonious life without coercion based upon mutual aid and direct action. Anarchism is among the few political propositions that can be configured through our teachings and remain intact. This is perhaps why some indigenous peoples have either identified as anarchists or drawn connections through affinities with anarchism. We can look to the autonomous collectives and anti-authoritarian actions of indigenous peoples throughout the world and list an incredible amount of brilliant examples. We could easily calculate the principles of anarchism and compare, but we resist that urge, simply because they need not be justified by comparison to any fixed political ideology. Though we could explore texts, historical documents, and oral histories and tease anarchisms out from within them, we reject this kind of anthropological political tourism. Overall, in many ways anarchism appears to be what we're already doing. So what use do we have for developing a formal affinity or a political identity of it? Although we can review the genealogy of leftist political propositions such as anarchism and Marxism and unveil limited indigenous inspirations for those ideologies, there have been only a handful of indigenous thinkers and writers who have articulated their positions linking indigenous ways and anarchism more formally. Out of the range of texts that relate to indigenous anarchism, only Aragorn's two essays, Locating an Indigenous Anarchism and a Non-European Anarchism, and Théâtre Alfred's 2005 book Ways Ace, Indigenous Pathways of Action and Freedom, offer a more direct naming of an indigenous anarchism. While Aragorn offered first principles of indigenous anarchism, everything is alive, the ascendance of memory, and sharing is living, he rejected a pinning down of an indigenous anarchist position and challenged the ways academics, particularly anthropologists, have attempted to domesticate an indigenous anarchism in their scholarship. In his 2005 book, Ways Ace, Indigenous Pathways of Action and Freedom, Théâtre Alfred spoke of anarcho-indigenism. In explaining why he felt this term is appropriate to identify a concise political philosophy, he stated, "The two elements that come to mind are indigenous, evoking cultural and spiritual rootedness in this land, and the Ankwi-Hanwi struggle for justice and freedom, and the political philosophy and movement that is fundamentally anti-institutional, radically democratic, and committed to taking action to force change, anarchism." He further observed, "Strategic commonalities between indigenous and anarchist ways of seeing and being in the world, a rejection of alliances with legalized systems of oppression, non-participation in the institutions that structure the colonial relationship, and a belief in bringing about change through direct action, physical resistance, and confrontations with state power." Both Aragorn's and Alfred's analysis emerged at the same time with different conclusions. Alfred fetishized nonviolence and called for revolutionary change through spiritual resurgence, while Aragorn, who was an anarchist without adjectives, proposed patience. In the aftermath of these openings, other articulations have been made, some less clear than others. In 2007 Talahugan InfoShop was established as an anti-colonial and anti-capitalist space by indigenous youth in occupied Kinlani with the statement, "We are an indigenous established, community-based and volunteer-run collective dedicated to creatively confronting and overcoming social and environmental injustices in the occupied territories of Flagstaff and surrounding areas." In 2013 I helped host Fire at the Mountain, which was an anti-colonial and anarchist book fair. This is also the location where we held the 2019 Indigenous Anarchist Convergence. In Anarchism is Dead. Long live anarchy, Rob Los Ricos, who maintains strong affinity with anti-civilization critiques, asserts that, "The greatest fallacy of Western ideology is that human beings are something apart from and somehow superior to the natural world," but he does not offer an indigenous perspective. He articulates what he thinks anarchism should be for and cautions anarchists to be wary of progress. If the Enlightenment view of progress can be interpreted as an ideology of the annihilation of life on Earth in the pursuit of monetary gain, then anarchism can only be seen as a more democratic form of worldwide genocidal euthanasia. In 2010, an anti-authoritarian bloc was called for to intervene in a march against a fascist cop named Joe Arpaio organized by liberal migrant justice groups in occupied Akimal Oadham Pi Posh land. It was named the Dine, Oadham, anarchist bloc due to its composition of indigenous and non-indigenous anti-authoritarians. The call for the bloc stated, "We are an autonomous, anti-capitalist force that demands free movement and an end to forced dislocations for all people. We categorically reject the government and those who organize with its agents. And we likewise oppose the tendency by some in the immigrant movement to police others within it, turning the young against movement militants and those whose vision of social change goes beyond the limited perspective of movement leaders. Their objectives are substantially less than total liberation, and we necessarily demand more. Also, we strongly dispute the notion that a movement needs leaders in the form of politicians, whether they be movement personalities, self-appointed police, or elected officials. We are accountable to ourselves and to each other, but not to them. Politicians will find no fertile ground for their machinations and manipulations. We have no use for them. We are anti-politics. We will not negotiate with capital, the state, or its agents." The bloc was singled out and severely attacked by police and 5 people were arrested. Unsurprisingly, non-profit migrant justice groups denounced the bloc as outside agitators. They claimed that the bloc had brought the violence upon themselves. These so-called outside agitators were elders and youth indigenous to the area and their accomplices. In 2011, Jacqueline Lasky compiled a collection of essays building on Alfred's work titled, Indigenism, Anarchism, Feminism, an Emerging Framework for Exploring Post-Imperial Futures. Lasky offered that Indigenism attempts to link critical ideas and visions of post-imperial futures in ways that are non-hierarchical, unsettling of state authorities, inclusive of multiple/plural ways of being in the world, and respectful of the autonomous agencies of collective personhood. In a 2012 essay, Conte Waste expressed their interest in an indigenous egoism. "I recognize no authority figure over me, nor do I aspire to any particular ideology. I am not swayed by duty because I owe nothing to anyone. I am devoted to nothing but myself. I subscribe to no civilized standards or set of morals because I recognize no God or religion." Egoist anarchists have declared war on society, war on civilization. The transcription of a powerful talk in 2018 by Taanike was published into a zine titled, Autonomously and with Conviction, a Métis refusal of state-led reconciliation, that offered. Anarchism is a political philosophy, some might say a beautiful idea that believes in self-governed societies based on voluntary association with one another. It advocates for non-hierarchical decision-making, direct participation in those decisions by affected communities, and autonomy for all living persons. Furthermore, it leaves space for the valuation of non-human entities beyond their monetary worth or usefulness to human beings. My indigenous teachings have communicated to me that our communities are important, but so are we as individuals. Traditional ways saw decision-making as a participatory process, based on consensus, where communities made choices together. My teachings tell me that the land can offer us what we need, but never to take more than that. I see these ideas as fundamentally compatible. I'd like to see an anarchy of my people and the anarchy of settlers enacted here together, side by side. With an equal distribution of power, each pursuing healthy relationships, acting from their own ideas and history. Just as the Thoreau imagined. I would like to see the centralized state of Canada dismantled. I'd like to see communities take up the responsibility of organizing themselves in the absence of said central authority. While there are many other examples and actions to list, such as the Minnehaha Free State of 1998 and the Transform Columbus Day actions throughout the 1990s in so-called Denver, many of those were alliances with anarchists rather than assertions of indigenous anarchy. While indigenous anarchists have long articulated themselves in urban displaced contexts where anarchism is expressed in various forms, primarily as a countercultural phenomenon in spaces such as info shops, food not bombs, punk shows, squats, guerrilla gardens, mutual aid collectives, direct action affinity groups, etc. We also find them in the mesas, the canyons, the cornfields, and the sacred mountains. We offer these select aforementioned expressions of indigenous anarchism as a connection to an ongoing conversation that is much more interesting than anything we could offer in the texts of this essay or that we could expect from any books on the subject. This is a sentiment that was shared by many after the 2019 Indigenous Anarchist Convergence in Occupied Kinlany, as an anonymous Dine wrote in their report Backfire Walk With Me. The indigenous anarchism I saw was kind of unfamiliar and mostly unappealing. I believe people will grow this indigenous anarchism. An ideology succinct enough for Instagram stories, 280 character limit tweets, and vibrant screen printed art, excuse me, memes. A movement global enough to essentialize a racial, humanist, and material struggle of indigeneity so others will comfortably speak for any absent voice. A resistance so monolithic the powers that be could easily identify then repress all indigenous anarchists. They added. The potential I have discovered at the convergence is the particulars of Dine Anarchy. I suggest that Dine Anarchy offers the addition of a choice to attack. An assault on our enemy that weakens their grip on, not only our glittering world, but the worlds of others. And self-sovereign from tribal and U.S. governments stating, the sacred laws of the Dine give no authority for the federal government and its related agencies to intrude and disrupt the sacred lands of Big Mountain. They held that no man-made law can be above nature. In 1977, during heightened tensions while the relocation fence was being built, then Navajo Nation Chairman Peter MacDonald met with a representative from the U.S. government to address growing anger of people from Big Mountain. MacDonald explained. We can go to and say, it's written here, the Congress says it or the courts say it. But they have no appreciation for anything that is on paper. Throughout all these years the only law they know is the law that has been handed down by the legends and the traditions of the culture in which they live. But when you say, it's written down, they say, don't talk to me about it, tell me where it is in my culture and then I'll understand. It is a very difficult thing to go out to these communities and talk about the law, because they don't understand that. They say don't talk to me about the law, I don't understand it, I probably never will. Roberta Blackgoad once testified before the United Nations asserting this defiant sacred autonomy. This land is a sacred land. The man's law is not our law. Nature, food, and the way we live is our law. The plans to disrupt and dig out sacred sites are against the Creator's law. Our great ancestors are buried all over, they have become sand, they have become the mountains and their spiritual presence is still here to guide us. We resist in order to keep this sacred land in place. We are doing this for our children.